Second down 9. Darnold getting messy, going deep, and he's got Jefferson. It's a foot race downfield with Brown. Shifting gears. Getting a block. That's 6. 97 yards.
Holy smokes is right. Oh, baby. What a stinker in Minnesota. The longest touchdown the 49ers have ever given up in franchise history. Unbelievable. After not getting a touchdown on 4th and goal from the 2-yard line. They run a cover 0 blitz. Purdy not a clean pocket. Free rusher. They knew it was a free rusher coming. He pats it down. Was it Van Ginkel? And then the next couple plays later, play action pass. And this is the play we'll break down with Baldy tomorrow, and the play we'll break down today, 888-957-9570, because the Niners lost in every facet of the game. Special teams, offense, defense, coaching, you name it. Minnesota was the better team by far and away. The Niners were lucky to be in that football game in the fourth quarter. But that 97-yard touchdown pass from Sam Darnold to Justin Jefferson, clean pocket, steps up. And George Odom is at the line of scrimmage pressing Justin Jefferson. Tig Brown is over the top, got caught looking in the backfield on the play-action pass because Minnesota was being effective early on in running the football. And boy, oh boy, Justin Jefferson did the rest. It smoked Odom and Tig Brown. That's kind of a microcosm of what went down yesterday. I thought a big field goal before halftime for Minnesota. Purdy wasn't all the way on this game. Even though he threw for 300 yards, he wasn't on this game. Flores had a hell of a game plan. Shanahan got out coached yesterday, so Shasky doesn't like to dissect here. It's not doom and gloom. It's week 2. They're 1-1. But after the news of Christian McCaffrey being out for at least 4 weeks, and folks, I got news for you. I don't think it's going to be 4 weeks. People are feeling the tension right now with the 49ers coming off of that training camp.
Okay, so obviously this is not the end of the world, but that was a crummy loss. Like it just is. It's a crummy loss. Here's my biggest takeaway, and I want to get into all of it. Like, there's so many elements to this game. Does my coach understand clock management? Does my coach understand that, like, at the end of a game, in the fourth quarter, there are only so many scenarios that can play itself out, right? So, like, obviously what happened in the Super Bowl is going to hang over him forever, right? There's just no other way around it. But I swear to God, I wanted someone to ask him the sequencing in the fourth quarter. How does a 12-year-old playing Madden understand when to go for 2? How does a 12-year-old playing Madden understand that a 5-yard delay of game penalty in the third quarter is not worth burning a timeout for? All right? When you literally completed a pass on 2nd and 17, 2 plays prior. How do they not understand this? Last year, McVay burned more timeouts in the third quarter than anybody in the NFL, and he hires himself a clock management guru. Shanahan needs to do the same. I don't know what they were doing. The final drive, you're down multiple scores. So even if you get a touchdown, you're fighting the clock, okay? You're fighting the clock. Like, we can talk about getting out-hit, out-schemed, like, I have all that. But, like, to me, do you understand the clock? I'm watching Eberflus in the Sunday Night Football game. He understood I have 1 timeout left. I need to score a field goal here to be able to stop the other team and get the ball, give myself a chance to get the ball back to give me an opportunity. When you're down multiple scores and you have 0 timeouts, okay? The only other timeout left when it's over the 2-minute warning is that 2-minute stoppage. And instead of kicking a field goal after the Saubert play over the middle, okay, they decide to run up to the line and they're going to score a touchdown. And then coming out of the 2-minute break, you throw a backwards pass to Deebo. Like, the results are irrelevant to me. What tells me there, do you understand clock management? That was my biggest takeaway from yesterday. Like, really? You're allowed to have a stinker of a game. You're allowed to turn the ball over. You're allowed to muff a punt. You're allowed to, I don't know why, but you're allowed to not get stops on third down. You're allowed to let Sam Darnold have a monster game and Justin Jefferson to have one of those iconic moments. What you're not allowed to do is not understand clock management and possession. And to me, that's the number one takeaway from this game. Kyle, do you understand? When you're down multiple scores, clock is your enemy.
Well, I don't know if that's my number one takeaway. It's a problem, no doubt about it, but it's not my personal number one takeaway. My number one takeaway is third down. And they're struggling right now to get off the field on third down. And yesterday, third down, they were unable to stay on the field by converting third downs. They were 2 of 10 on third down, which, despite owning the time of possession for the second week in a row, they had over 34 minutes of time of possession. They were 2 of 10 on third down. So not extending drives, not converting on critical downs. 1 of 3 on fourth down. You're 1 of 3 on fourth down. You're 2 of 10 on third down, and you give up 7 third down conversions. That to me is not good enough, especially on the final drive where Minnesota is up 20-14, and they burned over 6 minutes of time of possession, 6 minutes and 46 seconds off a drive by converting on multiple third downs. I look at the third down before halftime, 3rd and 13. You're down 10-7. Donald hits Jefferson. They get a first down on 3rd and 13. It sets up a field goal that looms large at the end of the game. It looms large. Those extra 3 points make it a 2-possession game. So, you got out-schemed. Flores has something on Shanahan and Purdy. He disguised so much stuff to the point where Purdy after the game was like, hey, dude, your scheme is crazy, bro.
That was crazy.
That was crazy. But Purdy was befuddled at times yesterday. And in the pass game on third down, Jordan Mason ran great. No problem with the back-to-back 100-yard days. But the McCaffrey loss in the pass game, now you don't have that running back to throw to out of the backfield. That's going to loom large here over the next month or two.
I don't know if you saw any breakdowns after the game on the different networks, but I was listening to the various conversations about what exactly did Brian Flores do? Because we're watching the telecast feed and the NFL network and stuff. They have access to some of the different angles that we don't get a chance to see. And they're like, look, you got to understand that when you have CMC in the backfield as a check down option, you're forced to run more zone than you would like. And when you can man up across the board and then drop your safeties deep, now you can have 6, 7, sometimes 8, they did one time, guys that are dropping back. And so you have man-to-man and various zones. You're not worried about the check down going for 15 yards, going for 7, 8 yards when it's just a 2 and 3 yard check down. So it just changes the back end of that coverage. Well, last year, when you ran zone, Ayuk had 18 yards to catch, right? Deebo Samuel was eaten. George Kittle was eaten. And we know that Brock Purdy will dice up your windows in zone. Yesterday, how many different times did you see a linebacker sprinting over the middle? Now, that guy is being defended by one guy, and here comes the zone defender or the other guy sprinting over to bat that ball that they wanted to throw in the middle of the field. You saw it on Deebo, Juice. You saw it on the interception pass. They were kind of lucky there weren't more interceptions in that game. And I actually thought Purdy played a pretty decent game, given that he was lit up 6 times for sacks.
Yeah, he got sacked 6 times yesterday. I don't think Trent Williams had a great game yesterday. He got called for a hold. He wasn't as sharp. And that's to be expected after he missed all of camp. Although last week he didn't give up pressure on Monday Night Football, I don't think he was as sharp yesterday. Who's this kid? For the Minnesota Vikings.
Van Winkle?
No, Blake Cashman. 13 tackles,
He had his hand
3 passes defense, the sack. He was everywhere for Brian Flores. Cashman, it's like, man, he's making some cash today. Literally against the 49ers going sideline to sideline. He was everywhere. But to your point about, I thought the loss of McCaffrey in the pass game was really looming because all of a sudden the screen game is not there. You can't run your typical screens. You're not affected by the screens. So Minnesota's like, hey, they're not going to run. They ran a couple tight end screens to George Kittle, but not to Christian McCaffrey at all. So, and then the deep shots. Can I get a deep shot or two? I feel like you got to stretch the defense at various times in the football game to let them know. Now, I don't know if the deep routes were involved. I don't know if they were dialed up or whatnot, but not too many deep shots. Not one deep shot over 30 yards yesterday, Shasky. Just give me a bomb to try to test the defense here. Maybe you didn't have the time to do it. I'm not sure. Ayuk didn't look great. I saw the first play of the game. If you go back and look at the first play of the game, Ayuk getting off the line of scrimmage. I know I'm bouncing all over the place here, but Ayuk off the line of scrimmage just got bumped out of the route. I was like, wow. I mean, just bumped out of the route. It was like, whoa, what's going on here?
Where's his... I'm not trying to dissect it, but where was the normal energy that you see from him after he makes a play? Last year, he'd make a play, and there was a swagger, there was a confidence. I'm not here to say that the guy doesn't want to play on a team. That's way too far of an angle. But sums up. And then he catches that pass on 2nd and 17 before they burn that timeout. He makes a big time catch. I'm like, wow. After the first drive, you didn't see anything from Ayuk for almost 2 full quarters. And then he makes a big catch. And then he jogs off the field?
Yeah.
He's jogging off the field. What? Guys, we're down here. We can ill afford to have Ayuk walking off the field as Kittle is being announced. Kittle is on a cart getting an IV. Like, what are we doing? Something's going on with the Ayuk thing. And to me,
he's not ready yet.
It was the energy.
He's not ready yet. He's not. That, and we knew that was baked into the equation. So I don't remember one Bob. Some 510 says one Bob to Deebo on the sideline. Okay, but I just thought Minnesota was just a better team. At the end of the day, they out-physicaled the 49ers. They out-hit the 49ers. They out-coached the 49ers. They out-schemed the 49ers. And you know what? Sam Darnold made himself some money yesterday.
Bonte.
He's going to be a free agent after the season. And a lot of people laughed at Sam Darnold, but with Justin Jefferson, and they didn't have Jordan Addison. God forbid they have Jordan Addison yesterday. Minnesota just has the 49ers number up in that stadium. They haven't won there since 1992. And for whatever reason, the Niners can't get stops on third down right now. And that's the other question. We're going to have a conversation about Nick Sorensen and third down soon. They got to figure out third downs. It's borderline egregious. I know we talked a lot about Steve Wilkes last year, the cover zero blitz at the end of the first half. That's bad. That's bad. It probably cost him his job. But to have George Odom impress man against Justin Jefferson down at the goal line, and you get no pressure, and the help is Tig Brown. So you got George Odom and Tig Brown trying to guard the best wide receiver in football. That's a joke. That needs to be examined. With
your number one cornerback in post-game being asked by, is it Matt Lively from KPIX?
Matt Lively.
He's asked him, like, hey, well, what's going on? The ball's not getting thrown your way a lot. Charvarius Ward says, well, I like to play exclusively against the number one receiver of the other team. He's already calling out the DC? What? The throw of the game. Everyone's going to look at the Justin Jefferson bomb, and that was a beautiful throw. The amount of times Darnold climbed in the pocket and made great throws was bountiful. I mean, it was many of them. This was the throw of the game. It's 3rd and 8.
Yep.
They're on like fringe field goal zone, okay? Where it's not a guarantee that they hit it, but they're probably going to hit. And if you get a stop there and they get a field goal, you've got time because, again, you still had your 2 timeouts because you burned one in the third quarter. And Darnold throws a 27-yard shike over Yadam's shoulder, and it was right to Naylor. It was a perfect
26
throw.
yards. 26 yards.
It was a perfect throw.
38, 26 yards.
Perfect throw. And right there, they get to kind of basically soak up time.
Range.
And then he has another 3rd down to get them right into the goal line, which soaks up another 3 or 4 minutes or whatever, 2 or 3 minutes. But to me, those were the plays for Sam Darnold. You referenced his run earlier.
Yeah.
What are we doing? I don't even know what the coverage was on the back end on that. It was just...
Well, there's 3 guys over there. It looked like they're in the zone. I'm not sure what the hell was going on that play, but 3 guys around there. Darnold just throws a dime down the seam to Naylor, 3rd and 8 at the 46-yard line. So they run 6 minutes and 46 seconds off the clock. Remember, they received the kickoff when the Niners cut it to 20-14. They received the kickoff. Now there's a conversation whether or not you go for 2. You go for 2 because... you limit them to a field goal, all of a sudden you're down 23-15 instead of 23-14. So the situation and the math is just not mathing right now for this 49ers coaching staff and Kyle Shanahan. But the Vikings received the ball with 10 minutes and 16 seconds left. By the time the Niners got the ball back, there was 3:30 left.
It was a great drive by them. And credit to Minnesota Vikings, they were running the ball all game. If it weren't for this, by the way, it's taken 20 minutes. If it wasn't for multiple miraculous Fred Warner plays, they lose by multiple touchdowns going away. Let's just call it what it is. Fred had a red zone interception on a beautiful, he was diving, twisting, going back, and then Fred punches the ball out from Aaron Jones on a perfectly dialed up screen pass while they were blitzing Diamond Lenore on the opposite end. I thought Kevin O'Connell was in his bag. How about the 3rd and 8 or 3rd and 9 play where he runs the rub route and frees up a wide open guy and the DBs are not paying attention. They get the turnover, on Brock Purdy. What's the first play? Let's do the fake. We're going to have the wide receiver come inside the tight end and then slip out for a wide open touchdown. You could dial up 7 or 8 specific plays from this one where Kevin O'Connell was light years ahead of the 49er coaches.
Yeah, no, he was really good. He was really good yesterday. Sam Darnold had this pass rush, man. I know Bosa ended up with 2 sacks, but it's not enough. And, Ty Chandler ran hard for the Vikings yesterday, over 80 yards. The fact that they're running so much at Nick Bosa as a defensive end, that's alarming to me. Opponents are way too comfortable running at number 97. And you're right. Fred Warner made Hall of Fame level plays. He doesn't get the interception. Minnesota goes up 17-0. He doesn't force the fumble. Minnesota goes up 27-7. So he made Hall of Fame type plays. Hall of Fame type. Fred Warner's playing out of his mind, but he has to right now because the pass rush is inconsistent. I didn't hear Leonard Floyd's name at all yesterday. Not once. Maybe you had to do some more blitzing. The scheme of the back end looks a little suspect right now. So we're learning right now. We're learning about Nick Sorensen, and he's on the clock. He's on the clock to figure this out. But Shanahan, that may be one of his worst games coached in the last 5 years.
So there's 10 minutes to go. You score a touchdown. I want to examine this for just 1 second. There's 10 minutes to go. You score a touchdown. How many possessions do you think are left in that game?
Oh, it's probably 2 to 3 at the most.
Total possessions.
At the most.
Yeah.
At the most.
Okay. So you score the touchdown. It's 20-13. Okay. You have the opportunity to kick an extra point. Now, if you kick the extra point, and they score a field goal, all right? Now they're up 9 points. That's 2 scores.
Yep. So go for 2.
If you miss the extra point, just hear me out. If you miss the extra point or you miss the 2-point conversion, it's 20-13. If they kick a field goal, they're up 10. It's still 2 scores.
Yep.
Either way, if you go for the 2 points right then and there, it's 20-13. You get the 2. It's a 5-point game. And if they score a field goal, it's an 8-point game, which means it's a touchdown and a 2-point conversion away. This is on a laminated sheet. Yeah. Everyone can have it. I'm not the only one who has this. Again, everyone has it. And I go back to clock management, understanding the scoreboard, understanding situational football. You talked about third downs. That's situational football. Yep. I'm looking at this time of possession and game, specific game moments. Do you understand how few possessions are left and what you have to do to put your team in a mathematical advantage to be in that game? To
be fair, Shanahan probably was counting on the defense to get a stop. That's why, because when I saw him trot out the field goal team there, right away I thought, boy, okay, even if you hold them to a field goal, you're down 8. Now I was thinking to myself, all right, maybe it's not a big deal. And it turned out to be the biggest deal because you don't go for 2 and your defense doesn't get a stop. Now, he was counting on his defense to get a stop here. They're paid to get a stop. They got all these Pro Bowl players and all-pro players, and you have Nick Bosa here. But you look at the first 3rd and 7, Powell, 11 yards. All right? The 3rd and 8 that you mentioned, Naylor, 28 yards. Another 3rd and 2, Powell, 5 yards. I mean, they got 3 third down conversions on their first 3 third down attempts on that final drive. You have to get off the football field. You don't get off the football field, and by the way, on that final drive, Justin Jefferson was on the sideline.
No.
He was out.
There was no Hawkinson for the whole game. No Addison for the whole game.
Aaron Jones
hurt his oblique midway through the game after the fumble, and Justin Jefferson was out. That final drive by Kevin O'Connell was a masterclass in schematics, and credit Sam Darnold. Sam, I owe you an apology. Not only did you make gunslinger plays all game, I thought after you threw the interception to Fred, you were going to throw another one. No, he was brilliant in this game. So tip of the cap to Sam Darnold, and it's sounding like from some of the people that are covering this team, the Niners defense was kind of discrediting Sam Darnold all week.
Who? The streets are saying, this is funny. I got to make my guy laugh a little bit. The streets are saying, Shasky's so mad at the Niners. He came in with Giants gear.
That's exactly
right. Got swept by the Padres.
That's exactly right. Well, we might fire Farhan.
They got swept by the Padres. My man's wearing Giants gear. He's so mad at the Niners, man.
It's like the NCAA. We were so mad at Jerry Tarkanian and UNLV. We suspended Baptist Christian from the playoffs.
Oh, man. What's coming up on the game brought to you by Fremont Bank, celebrating 60 years of full-service banking with no compromises. Niner fans, where you at? 888-957-9570 is the number. What's your big takeaway? What's the reason they lost yesterday up in Minnesota to drop the 1-1 on the season? They got addressed by Brian Flores and Kevin O'Connell. What a game for Minnesota. They dominated every aspect. Special teams, block punt. Oh, my gosh. Football punt snap. Lucky to get that back. Unbelievable game yesterday by the Minnesota Vikings, man. They take it to the 49ers on the road. So we'll be talking about that all day long. 888-957-9570 is the number. We'll be taking your calls on the other side.
What up? What up? This is Big Pun from South City. You are now listening to the morning motherfucking roast with my boys Bonte and Shasky on 95.7 The Game.
All right, Big Pun, what up, what up, what up? All roasters, 888-957-9570. Line them up, folks. Line them up as we get your reaction here to the Niners' Week 2 loss to the Minnesota Vikings. By the way, in the loss, Purdy over 300 yards passing, Mason 100 yards rushing, Deebo Samuel 110 yards receiving. The Niners finished with a 300-yard passer, 100-yard rusher, and a 100-yard receiver the same game for the first time since December the 10th in 2023 when they took on the Seattle Seahawks. McCaffrey had 145, Ayuk had 126, Deebo had 149, Purdy had 368, but it didn't matter. And look, I know Purdy threw for 300 yards, but it wasn't a pretty game for him. It was not a pretty game for Brock Purdy. By the way, shout out our friends at Floyd Water Plumbing and Drain. If you're going to call it to the roast today, you better bring it, because if you don't, you will be flushed. Brought to you by Floyd Water Plumbing and Drain. Our boy Alex in Atlanta, Shasky. Our boy, and we're going to get to Shaka. I'm going to get Shaka because he's a Viking fan. But our boy Alex in Atlanta on Twitter. One of the biggest takeaways I have from yesterday's game is that the Niners were only able to pressure Sam Darnold on 9.7% of his dropbacks.
Wow.
He was back there ordering room service, lattes, taking a shower. He did whatever he wanted to do in the pocket yesterday. He went 17 of 26 for 268.
It just felt like they were a step ahead of the Niners all day, whether it was on offense or on defense. And I was thoroughly impressed with Kevin O'Connell. Just some of the routes and the combinations that he was running against different looks that the Niners were throwing out there. He ran twice, and you referenced this, but 2 big chunk runs in a row right at Bosa. And there were a couple other opportunities where Bosa stunted onto the inside, almost like they knew it was coming, and they said, all right, we're going to jump to the outside. They ran right up the middle 4 straight times on that last drive, okay? 4 straight times. I
need a little more from Bosa.
Well,
I need a little more from him.
Quite frankly, Bonte, I was thinking about this because I knew that was coming, and I think it's an appropriate ask from you is we need more from Bosa. I need more from all my high-pipe players, not named Fred Warner. I thought that, Deebo had a really good game. Actually, I take that back. Deebo had a good game.
Deebo was solid.
Deebo's really, he made a couple of sick catches. They're behind him in traffic.
High throws from Purdy over the middle.
Trent Williams had a false start. Trent Williams gave up a sack in this game.
Did he have a holding too?
He looked sluggish. I didn't even have the holding down on my chart. I thought Brandon Ayuk, he made a really nice catch on a long pass, and then immediately I'm going to go to the sideline. Yeah. What? I get it. You're out of shape, or maybe you're not ready, but I'm sorry. No, let's go. Yeah. George Kittle, I know he got the IV, but I thought he had a solid game, not his best game.
George Kittle was solid.
Hargrave, nearly MIA. Nearly MIA in this game. I thought that Charvarius Ward was quiet because they didn't have him in the right position.
Well,
a lot of my high-paid players just didn't really have great games.
We have Charvarius Ward out yet. We have that. He wanted to shadow the best receiver. And Diablo Lenore has the same mindset. So I go back to the 97-yard touchdown play. What the hell is George Odom doing pressing Justin Jefferson at the line of scrimmage? What? What? Who thought that was a good idea? I'm sorry. And George Odom, in-man, press man on Justin Jefferson.
Yeah,
think about that, folks.
No,
that's bad execution. I don't know. We'll get Baldy tomorrow. Did Kevin O'Connell manipulate the formation? Did he manipulate the assignment? That just cannot happen whatsoever. George Odom and press man on Justin Jefferson. That is laughable.
In the slot.
Laughable.
In the slot from the 2 or 3 yard line, right? And the crazy thing was, I liked the play call on 4th down. I would have ran it, though. Mason's running hard. So Mason basically has 72 yards at halftime. They come out, and I believe the second play of their first possession, he runs for 9, 10, 11 yards. Let's just say he's got 80 yards on 12 carries. The rest of the game, I think he ended up with 8 carries for about 19 yards.
Yeah, they stuffed them down there.
They adjusted.
They adjusted to the scheme, and they took away that first down passing. All right, let's get to the calls, because this show's about everybody. We go guest-free here on the Morning Roast the day after the game.
Don't get me started on catching a punt return.
Shaka in Berkeley, what's happening? Shaka.
Hey, man, that was a good game, man. I won't put too much into it. It's just one game, man. But what I will say is Queasy, our general manager, was the general manager of the offseason because he added Gilmore, he added Cashman, he added Van Ginkel, and he has added Grenard. So that he did a great job in adding defense. And Purdy was rushed a lot, and everybody's giving Trip Williams a pass, man. Hey, that pressure was coming from his side, man. So I guess they knew he was fresh in camp, and he had missed a lot. So, it got tired. And they played early in the morning. So I would think if you're not practicing at 10 o'clock in the morning, if you're practicing at 2 or 3 o'clock, that morning, getting up in that morning made a lot of difference, man. I'm not going to put too much on the game. I think we'll see. But one thing you got to always remember, they played 2 NFC Central teams in the playoffs. They played the Green Bay first, then they played Detroit. Both of those teams ran on the point. So the tape is everywhere. And the last thing I want to say is, if they must not watching tape, because Van Ginkel intercepted a ball, a screen pass last week against the Giants, and they shot that same play. He almost intercepted it, and Deebo caught it. And that was the end of the game because they didn't have any time up. When he should have dropped the ball because the clock would have stopped. He didn't get any yards.
Shaka, those are great points there. Real quick about Van Ginkel. Get your mic on, Shasta. Van Ginkel, Blake Cashman, these guys, Stephon Gilmore, we all laughed at him. It's like, man, he looks good. Stephon Gilmore, Byron Murphy Jr. I've always liked this young man wearing number 7 from Minnesota. They've got a sneaky good team. And his point about the NFC Central teams, I hadn't thought about that. I hadn't thought about that, Sasky. Green Bay did run the ball on the Niners in the playoffs. Detroit did run the ball on the Niners in the playoffs. And he's right, the tape is out there, and Minnesota had that tape. And they ran the ball very effectively. They ran the ball for 6 yards a carry yesterday. 24 carries, 146 yards. 6 yards a carry yesterday for the Minnesota Vikings, man. Shaka's onto something there. Shaka and Berkeley, good win yesterday. Congrats.
2 different backs were running it down their throats, and they did a great job, diversifying. Some were tosses to the outside where they're cutting back. Some were right up the middle. So, yeah, there's no doubt about it that the run game right now in terms of stopping the run is horrific. Now, the clock stuff at the end, there's a 40-second clock, we call it play clock, right? Let's just say it takes you 45 seconds, give or take, to run a play and then the clock to drain down. So you're looking at 1 minute and 45 seconds, right? So even if they score a touchdown on that Deebo play coming out of the 2 minute, there's 12 to 15 seconds left on the clock when you get the ball. Conceivably, right? Even if you get the stop in that situation, it's all the onside kick. To me, the way that they set that up, you have to know as a head coach, all right, with 3 minutes to go, I need to, once I get in field goal range, I got to kick the field goal because I only have the one stoppage of time because I burned all my timeouts, which is the 2 minute warning. I have to score with time left on the 2 minute side, if you will, to give myself an opportunity to get the ball back, right? And so that's where to me, we could lose our minds about schematics and all that stuff. I'm talking playoffs. This is big picture playoff stuff. Well, no one game to me is going to make or break this team for the playoffs. Now, does it determine seeding? Yes. How do you not understand the clock stuff? You're in year 8.
Well, here's the other thing. I want to nip this in the bud real quick. Because there's this assumption that the Niners are just going to be in the playoffs. When McCaffrey got announced, when it was announced that McCaffrey was going on IR, heard from a lot of people, well, it's fine. We just save him for the playoff run and da-da-da-da-da. You got to get to the playoffs first. There's no guarantee you get to the playoffs.
No, I agree.
I'm dead serious here. We got to play this thing week by week. Weird things happening in the NFL. We've already seen injuries. McCaffrey's out for a while. Pacheco's got a fractured fibula in Kansas City. Hollywood Browns had another shoulder surgery. Injuries, the Rams are beat up. They have nobody protecting Matthew Stafford. So I hear you on the playoffs and long term, and they have to fix the clock situation. They have to get off the field on third down. But I'm going to stop with this assumption that the Niners are just going to be in the playoffs.
No, that's fair.
Because it's just wait a minute, we're 1-1, and they're not looking great right now. There's a lot of things happening with this team internally and externally.
No doubt about it. But I'm talking big picture on this coach. And I love Kyle. I legitimately love Kyle. I think he's a really good coach. This is a huge blind spot for him. Stop burning timeouts in the third quarter to waste a delay a game. Treat it as a full start. Take the 5 yards back and just go there. You know why? Because it always comes down in the fourth quarter. It's first half, you want to burn a timeout for wasting a delay a game because I don't know if you noticed, it was a constant theme in the first half was the delay a game. We're right up against it. Got to call hike. You saw Purdy clapping. Stop burning third quarter timeouts to preserve the delay of game penalty. Just take the penalty.
Even with that said, you got to get off the field on the final possession.
Well, of course.
Minnesota ran 6:46 left and converted 3 straight third downs, including a 3rd and 8 and another 3rd long, 3rd and 7 or whatnot. All right, we got a break here. Rhea Lancaster, Zachary Redwood City, John and Nap, but lines are lit up here as we react to the Niners' loss to the Minnesota Vikings. We're going to get to everybody. We'll rat-a-tat-tat these calls coming up here. 888-957-9570 is the number. That's what's coming up, brought to you by Fremont Bank, celebrating 60 years of full-service banking with no compromises. Hey, it's Bonte with an update from River Islands in Lathrop, Northern California's
Ty Chandler, the running back. The fake. Block Bradbury. End zone. Touchdown. Miller.
That's a trap game next week. We'll
Kevin
get to that.
O'Connell. How's
That's
his boys
a trap
rolling?
game. That's a
Mark
trap
the
game.
tape. We beat them by 20.
Oh, wow. Yeah, I'm not going there.
Mark it.
Yeah, well, we'll see.
We are. Don't worry.
Well, yeah, no, they're going to
Just
mark
like
it.
the Patriots were going to lose by 20 yesterday.
Yeah, and
Hey, yo, it's Zuski, man. You listening to the 95.7 The Game, the morning roast with Bonte and Shasky. Oh, baby.
I didn't tell those guys to play that. I didn't tell those guys to cut it. But, boy, you guys say that I don't get a lot of things right. Trap game. And we ate the cheese, baby. And they caught the mouse. Oh, boy. Segment sponsored by Golden State Lumber, serving the Bay Area for 3 generations. When you succeed, we succeed. Visit GoldenStateLumber.com. I know my old buddy who is the voice of the 49ers right now. He loves Sam Darnold. It was hard for me not to think of that guy yesterday as Sam Darnold was throwing dime after dime after dime. And look, I'm just saying. Sam Darnold's a free agent at the end of the season. He's a free agent at the end of the season.
Just win, baby.
Yeah, I was wrong about this one big time.
That was a hell of a deep ball, too. So what I'm saying is he's a free agent, Shasky. And,
I'll wear it.
we'll see what happens with Brock Purdy here in the future. I'll just leave that out there.
There's just so many elements to this game. We haven't even gotten to it. Like Deebo, well, they get a punt blocked, and Wisnowski, instead of just falling on the ball, it's only going to be a couple of yard difference. He made a total business decision, and I'm not going to drop on that ball. I'm good off that. Not that it was going to change Minnesota getting the ball, but that was a beautifully blown blocked. I don't know what they were doing up front. The guy just went right by Robert Beal Jr. And then Cowing muffs a punt. And in between that, Deebo is returning kicks, by the way. Not sure if you're paying attention, folks. And he's stopped at the 17-yard line. All right, gets stuffed. It looks like, does he get rolled up? No, there's a flag on the play. Let's go back to the 10. Special teams had a horrific day yesterday.
Oh, special teams was awful. It was god-awful. Getting off the field on third down, awful. Down the distance, awful. 2 of 10 for the 49ers on third down, awful. The red zone woes. Moody did kick 6 field goals against the New York Jets. Yesterday in the red zone, they had their struggles.
Can I ask you this question?
Sure.
You and I both think that Brandon Ayuk's very good, right? Is he Justin Jefferson? Clearly not. No, I don't think many people were saying that, though, so let's be fair here. He's a very good player. You just invested $30 million into him, right? And we can argue about whether that's even appropriate on this team because they're a run-first team. How does a guy who we talked all offseason about get his second target with 5:55 to go in the third quarter?
It's kind of wild.
How are you not getting this guy involved? Now, I'll listen to he's just not up to speed and blah, 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 blah. That's a game you needed playmakers to go out there and make plays. Head coach, let's go. Let's dial something up for this guy. He's making $30 million. We spent all offseason talking about Brandon Ayuk. Come game time, Kyle Juszczyk is getting targets 2-1. How does that happen?
Well, he was going to Deebo a lot yesterday. It felt like the man featured. And then Juwan Jennings made some big plays there in the pass game as well. But Ayuk, I'm not sure if I looked at the first play of the game. He got jabbed so hard off the line of scrimmage. I don't see the same swagger. Maybe it's the haircut. I don't like the fact that he cut the dreads. He went to the braids now, so he cut it down a little bit.
It's not the haircut.
I know it's not the haircut, Shask. I'm just throwing it out there. Relax. But I don't know. That's a good question for Baldy. So watch it back. I was just like, all right, maybe that was just part of the game plan. But they got to get him rolling. There's no doubt about that. But one thing is, they missed McCaffrey, and that's something we're going to talk about here all throughout the week. He's on IR, folks, and I don't believe he's missing 4 games. Again, last week I mentioned that it will be, in my mind, here's how Bonte Hill is rolling for the rest of the year. In my mind, whatever they get from Christian McCaffrey is an absolute bonus. I'm not expecting nothing from 23 because I have questions. Is it just the Achilles? Is it the calf? Is he overcompensating for the Achilles? Is there another? What's going on here? Is there more to the equation with Christian McCaffrey? So McCaffrey not being involved in the pass game, now you're missing that running back out of the backfield that all these teams have. All these good teams have a back out of the backfield where they can check it down to get you in 3rd and 1 situations, 3rd and 2 situations, and they're going to miss that. Is there somebody on the street they can sign who can replenish that? Is Kareem Hunt ready to roll? I don't know. But you're missing Christian McCaffrey in the passing game.
But I hear you on that. But you have enough playmakers on this team to be able to move the ball properly. Like that, I look at if they
moved the ball yesterday. They moved the ball at times.
Situationally, I thought they were behind the sticks all day.
They were behind the sticks all day.
You know, they were behind the sticks all day, and they didn't pass protect well. And so Purdy was running for his life. There were 3 different occasions where Purdy had to look down because the rush is coming and climb the pocket, and he rushed a throw, which I'm not even mad at Purdy. We could talk about other passes that he's missed. That's fine. I thought it was an okay game from Brock Purdy. He actually made an unbelievable throw to George Kittle over the middle. Yeah. He made a couple of really nice throws, and Deebo made some great, contorted, twisting catches in traffic. But you have to give that man time to throw the ball as well. And I thought that he was under duress all game. They were sending 5 when the Niners were ready for 4. They did a really good job staying ahead of them.
Well, they confused Brock Purdy a lot yesterday.
And then he made a couple of scramble plays and throws to Juice and throws to Deebo on the sideline that were like, wow, those are nice plays. But to me, it's like when you have Kittle and you have Deebo and you have Ayuk, I'll hear you on Christian in the passing game. There's no doubt. But you ran the ball 12 for 72 in the first half, and you still have 3 really, really, really good pass targets. I'm sorry, you got to score more than 17 points.
No, I agree. There's no doubt about that. It's no doubt about that. 888-957-9570. Let's go to Rhea in Lancaster. You know it's football season. I know it's a down household right now with your husband being a Cowboy fan, but he has nothing to talk about right now, Rhea.
Oh, it was bad yesterday. We were at the sports bar. He was ready to leave like way before his game was even over. I was like, no, I'm still competitive right now. So we're not going anywhere.
What you got, man? Break down the game for us.
Good morning. Let me start by saying, thanks to heavens, we have Fred Warner. This man, I feel like we don't even pay him enough. And he better be a Niner for life. I don't want him going anywhere because his heart, everybody needs to have a little bit of what he has inside to want to get these wins, handled. But I also wanted to say, Kyle Shanahan, I recognize him trying to change a little bit going for it on 4th and goal, but why are you passing on 4th and goal? Why aren't you running the ball? I was like, what is that, Kyle? And do you not have a 4th quarter hurry-up offense scheme on that laminated sheet of yours? Like, we need to hurry up. What are you doing? No huddles. This is wasting time, these huddles. Let's go. We need to get the ball back. Even if we score, we're still down. Why are you wasting time with huddles? But I'm not going to panic. I'm going to be at SoFi on Sunday. I'm going to cheer for a get right. Let's get back. Let's get a winning streak going again. I just hope we can overcome this loss. This was bad.
Can they overcome the loss of Christian McCaffrey long term?
I think they can. He just has to be different. He has to spread it around more. I don't know. He has to just be more creative. I
respect that. Good to hear from you, dear.
She made a point about Fred Warner. It's going to get lost in this game, and you were referencing it in our group thread. I mean, he made 2 legendary plays.
He's the best defensive player in football. He may be one of the best players in football, and there's no doubt in my mind that he's the most important defensive player on the San Francisco 49ers. God forbid anything happens to him. Because they were on the interception play. Remember before the play pre-snap, they were scrambling around. Doubt. He's like telling people to line up right. And Fred makes this unbelievable play with the outstretched arms. Now the safety may pick it off afterwards, but Fred grabbing that ball, saving the game. They were about to be down 17-0. And then the fumble with Aaron Jones, I was ready to check out. At that play, I was like, this game's cooked. And Fred Warner comes up with that play, I'm like, oh my gosh, these guys may really steal this game.
His knack to punch the ball out is uncanny. He did it to Darnold on the sidelines too, where Darnold was scrambling. He made a great play to stay in front of Aaron Jones on a toss play where it was just him and Aaron Jones. I'm ready to say it, and I know people are like, oh no, like right now, at minimum, he's equivalent to Patrick Willis. To me, they're equivalent, right? For their eras. This is the gold standard linebacker for his era. Pat was the gold standard linebacker for his era. They're equivalents. They're peers. They're not, one is not higher than the other. It's okay to say it. The other thing that I want to say about the clock management thing, Shanahan, and Purdy too. I'm granting Purdy a little leniency because he's only in his 3rd year. He's a young player. Brady and Belichick sat down about a decade ago, and they were going over all of these specific spots in the game. And Brady and Belichick determined that if it takes you about 15 to 35 seconds to complete a pass over the middle of the field, okay, and get everybody to run up, depending on how deep those routes are run, and run another play. On second down, a slant that doesn't get you a first down or a big chunk is a waste of a play because you're fighting the clock. You have to throw that ball into the ground. And on multiple occasions, they got into a situation where they were ready to kick a field goal or could have kicked a field goal or ran up and spiked the ball. Instead, what they're doing is running pass plays to Saubert in the middle of the field, allowing the clock to tick, 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 tick. And to me, it's equally on Shanahan. I take a little off of Purdy because he's still a young player.
It's both, though.
But they both got to know, guys, they're giving you the Saubert play over the middle because clock is their friend.
In hindsight, look, in real time, I agree with Shanahan being aggressive. I want to go back to the fourth down play at the goal line. Because I heard Purdy after the game, he say, our scheme, it allows that free rusher. Well, every time they run a 5 wide, I get flashbacks to the Super Bowl. PTSD when Trent McDuffie's blitzing there, and he's a free rusher, and he gets a PBU, a pass breakup. Well, Van Ginkel yesterday gets the pass breakup, and he's coming in as a free rusher. So the scheme that you're employing here in the 5 wide sets or the 4 wide sets, you're allowing a free rusher. We got to fix that because at the goal line, look, I'm okay with the decision, but those 3 points loomed large at the end of the game. Those are hitting points. The 3 points that you didn't get there and the 3 points that you gave up before halftime, look, you kicked the field goal. All of a sudden, Minnesota's setting up at the 20-yard line. There's no 97-yard touchdown, right? I mean, it's crazy. In real time, I appreciate the aggressiveness. I did. I was like, wow, okay, Shanahan's going for it. I really didn't have any big issue with it because you were pinning them back deep. But think about that. You don't get that. You give up the 3 points.
No doubt.
And then at the end of the half, you give up a 3rd and 13 to Justin Jefferson, and boom, situational football was just not played yesterday. So all aspects, clock management, situational football, getting off the field on 3rd down, when to go for it, when not to go for it. They just got out-coached. They got out-hit. That was the other thing. We're not talking about it enough. The Minnesota Vikings beat down the 49ers. They battered them. They're the more physical team and a team that prides itself on being physical. They punked the Niners yesterday and bullied them.
There was one guy on both sides of the ball that did not back down, Fred Warner being one. Jordan Mason didn't back down either. I thought Jordan Mason had a hell of a game.
Jordan Mason had a hell of a game.
Second half, he did get bottled up. There's no doubt, and it became more of a passing game. B, he had a play, a couple of jump cuts that were ridiculous. One where he jumped through a tackle and then
he's great.
Shook. Jordan Mason doesn't. I'm telling you, look at. He needed to come out of that game with 25 touches. I know he got the 20 rushes. I thought that they should have ran the ball down at the goal line a couple more times. That's personally we can argue about pass versus run and whatever. Throwing to Jawan Jennings on 4th down. I know Jawan's a clutch player for this team. You do have Kittle, in the red zone. Would love to see Kittle get ISO'd in the red zone. I know he did have the red zone touchdown on the screen pass. I just
thought they got bullied. But I thought overall Minnesota was a more physical team.
I would agree.
They were the faster team. They were the sharper team. They executed at a high level. The penalties right now is just alarming right now, all across the league. All across the league, flags everywhere. Flag this, flag that, flag this, flag that. College football, flag this, flag that. At some point, and I said this last week, and I mentioned this last week, we're going to have to start playing guys in the preseason. These starts, this sloppiness in the month of September, I know you're going to risk injuries or whatnot, but these guys need to get a quarter of football in. They are not buttoned up right now, all over the place. Illegal formations, illegal shifts. You're not lined up right. False starts. I mean, oh my gosh, it is all across football. College, high school, and pro.
That would require players to actually come into camp on time, right? So, I hear you, but...
Well, I don't care about those players.
What are you talking about?
Those players don't come. I need the whole team. It wasn't just those players making mistakes.
Has Trent been good? Has Trent been good the last 2 weeks?
Trent didn't allow a pass rush last week against the New York Jets. He had 33 pass blocks. Right. It didn't allow one pressure.
It came out of the game because he needed an IV.
Yeah, he was tired.
Okay.
George Kittle played it. He was in training camp and needed an IV.
Bonte,
he was in every day in training camp.
The data is out there. Trent had a bad game yesterday. He had a bad game yesterday.
You said 2 weeks. Last week against the New York Jets were praising
out the 2 weeks. I don't think he played that well. And then I look at Brandon Ayuk. Brandon Ayuk has been on a milk carton. Last year, Bosa, same thing.
George Kittle literally participated in training camp and needed an
already
IV.
out there.
No.
You need to get into camp and play.
George Kittle needed an IV yesterday.
And he
was in
play.
training camp all season.
So
he was in all the training camps.
George Kittle made an impact in that game. George Kittle was breaking tackles.
And he still needed an IV. All I'm saying is the overall team. It is the overall team needs to play. How about caping up?
You're caping up.
The damn preseason. The Rams. Look at the Rams in the preseason. Out playing their guys are getting their ass kicked left and right and getting out physical. The entire league needs to reevaluate the way they approach the preseason. It ain't just Brandon Ayuk and Trent Williams not playing well. There's guys who came. George Kittle or George Odom had a great camp, right? Great camp. Tig Brown had a great camp, right?
Making $1 million.
Tig Brown had a great camp.
You for extra money. I'm sorry.
Man.
No, there's no excuses.
Oh,
when you hold out and you ask them, it's the same thing we did to Bosa. You got to be ready to play. I'm sorry. Like, it's okay.
Those two guys are the only ones making mistakes.
No, but they're making big coin.
Okay, but what I'm saying is the team needs to play preseason.
Of course.
So get guys in the camp. Stop it.
But they also need to show up. And this goes, it's not just the player. This is also management's style of how they sign people. When you wait till the end, there's enough data out. We wait till the end, and there's a depreciating effect on the entire roster getting ready for the regular season. It's inarguable.
Last year, they started 5-0. Nick Bosa held out of camp.
Wasn't good.
But they started off 5-0, and it was no problem.
I don't know.
Whatsoever. Nobody was talking about it.
Bosa wasn't good.
He's not good right now.
Well, Bosa's a lot better than what I've seen from Brandon Ayuk.
What did Nick Bosa do yesterday?
Bosa had 2 sacks, one on third down that got them off the field.
Sam Darnold literally ran into the guy. Sam Darnold was running around the pocket and literally ran into the guy, and they're running at Nick Bosa left and right.
And he climbed up.
These teams got no problem running at Nick Bosa.
The reality is
being fair. No. What I'm saying is this whole team is sloppy. Illegal penalties, McKivitz, everything.
Both are true.
So
Both are true. The team was sloppy, and their top dogs who held out don't look great right now.
Oh, my gosh. Let's go to let's go to Zach. Zach in Redwood City. Zach, what's happening?
Happy birthday, Bonte. Happy birthday, man.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. All right. So, first of all, I got to say, how about them Hoosiers, man? How about them Hoosiers?
Come on, Zach, man. Zach, let's go. Let's go.
Today.
No, not today, man.
No, I know. All right. Here's my point. I was driving back from L.A. watching the game, right? Cruising down I-5, and I am very triggered with Brandon Ayuk because, look, you hold out that long and you do all that social media BS stuff, and you're going to be jogging off the field, as Shasky said. Like, come on. Can we just agree that that's not okay for a guy that we're paying $30 million to? Like, I understand the rust because he held out the whole training camp over a couple $1 million, so to say. I don't even know, man. But, like, that's not okay in my book. And the other thing I wanted to say is, man, we paid a lot of money for Javon Hargrave. And I got to say, that guy Pace out of Cincinnati on Minnesota, he probably played better than him yesterday. So that's all I got to say, guys.
The Hargrave deal is not a good deal. He had one play where he broke through and tried to sack Sam Darnold. Instead, was it Gross Matos? I forget how to pronounce his name.
Either Gross Matos.
He ended up cleaning up the sack. That was the only play from Hargrave yesterday. He has been very poor in terms of the signing. It has not worked out.
Let's go to Rob San Bruno. Rob, what's happening?
What's going on, fellas? Hey, we gotta stop this, man. Purdy threw 2 interceptions. I counted 2 more drops. You know what I'm saying? And Nick Bosa, you blame Wilkes all last year. You're not really making plays. Like you said, that one sack he had a legitimate sack. The other sack, Darnold ran right into him. Darcy threw the ball with a long time. He ran right into him. So at the end of the day, Bosa not making. Teams are running at him. They've been doing it since he came in the league. So I'm like, you paid him all this money. He's not impacting the game. If you watched Mason Crosby versus Baltimore yesterday,
oh my God,
he was a beast. You can see it with your eyes. I watched the game. He was a beast. Bosa, he disappears. He don't make no plays in the fourth quarter. When we need to play, he didn't make no plays in the match. Just like in the Super Bowl. When he needed to stop, he didn't make no plays.
Rob, real quick, when was the last time? Because in the Defensive Player of the year, he did make plays in the fourth quarter. I can't remember the last time he closed out a game in the fourth quarter with some sort of big-time play. I can't remember. Maybe there was one. Someone will remind me. I will agree with you there.
Yeah, and I just feel like teams, and when teams are, even with the Niners, they're running the football, and they're running directly at Bosa. And that's what they're doing.
I see the same thing you see, Rob, from number 97. So whether you came to camp or not, the team's not playing well. The team's not playing well, and my whole point was the league needs to reevaluate the way they attack the preseason, because half the league, I'm seeing nothing but yellow flags on the ground. Everywhere. Houston, Chicago, yesterday in Minnesota, New England. See, I'm seeing flags everywhere at every level. And I'm saying to myself, boy, September football, has it ever been this sloppy? Has it ever been this sloppy? I don't know. But look, Trent, there's no doubt Trent had a bad game yesterday. Coming off a good game against the New York Jets. Everybody said, oh, Trent's great. He had a bad game yesterday. There's no doubt. Ayuk has yet to come in 2024, which we kind of knew was going to happen after missing training camp. We knew this was going to happen. Is he making excuses? I don't think so. I'm not going to make excuses for him. He needs to get ready. He needs to roll. By the way, you're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM, and AC1 San Francisco, and Odyssey Sports Station, always live on free Odyssey app. Ayuk is getting no pass from me. He knows what it is, the risk you take in doing this with the fan base and holding out a training camp. You're going to get ridiculed. That's why last week when he didn't come up with the catch, I was first, hey, whether you make $500,000 or $30 million, you got to make that play. You got to make that play for Brandon Ayuk. So nobody's caping up for these guys. I don't know what you're talking about. What I'm talking about is this team is not buttoned up right now, not scrimmaging to the Saints, limited snaps in the preseason, and all of a sudden you got all these illegal procedures. You're blowing timeouts. You look a step slow, and that's from guys who are in camp. So I don't know.
Deebo looks great right now. I think Deebo's had two really good games. I mean, it's obviously a small sample size, and I think that Kittle's looked pretty good yesterday. But again, even he had to come out of the game because of an IV situation, and then he came back and he made plays in that one. I do want to get into the Purdy game on the other side. I don't think it was his greatest. I also don't think it was his worst performance. He made some plays, but like, where are we on Brock Purdy? As you watch Baker Mayfield, who signed a 3-year, $100 million deal quietly this offseason, lead his team to a huge victory against the Detroit Lions. There is a Purdy conversation to a degree. Well, I thought it was an okay game.
Listen, instead of blaming everybody and blaming camp and blaming holdouts, let's just admit, Minnesota kicked the 49ers' ass yesterday in all aspects of the game. Special teams, offense, defense, the trenches, coaching, they were better yesterday. So instead of pointing the finger at every player and saying this guy is this and this guy is that, they got out-coached, out-hit, out-physicaled, out-schemed, outplayed. And they lost yesterday. Is it the end of the season? No. But there's a bigger conversation here. Without McCaffrey for the next, at least for, and I don't think he's coming back at all. That's just me. If he comes back, I'll be surprised. But how do you navigate now without CMC? How do you navigate now without Chris McCaffrey? Because we felt his impact yesterday. Oh, buddy, did we? That's coming up here. 888-957-9570. That's all coming up. Brought to you by Chilton Auto Body.
Have you been in a car accident? Chilton Auto Body is 15 convenient Bay Area.
good. Incomplete. Smith was on Jennings, but the ball may have ricocheted at the line of scrimmage. And on downs, the Viking defense holds.
We felt like we, could have scored on that drive, and I love the aggressiveness by Kyle going for it, 4th and 2, 4th and 1, and they had 0 blitz, and one guy just came free, which in our pass protection, that's just how it is, and they got a hand on it, a tip ball, man, at the end. So it was a good defensive play on them, and I was just trying to give JJ a shot. That was where the ball was supposed to go, and against man, and I thought I had it, and ball got tipped.
This is Oreo Cookie from Oakland, California. And it's plain to see, you can't change me because I'm going to be a roaster for life.
All right, we're going to get to all the calls here. Duke of San Bruno, JD, Big Pun. We're going to get to everybody here. Everybody on hold, 888-957-9570. You heard from Brock Purdy there. You heard Kevin Harlan on the call for CBS Sports. Who's he doing it with? Trent Green? Trent Green, right? Boy, Trent Green, former Kansas City Chief, St. Louis Ram. And it begins with Brandon Ayuk. I mean, boy, against the Rams, we need Ayuk to have 100 yards. Or he needs to have 100 yards. Because you get texts like this. And I knew this was coming. As soon as he signed it, we mentioned this, and I see a call here. Oh, wow, okay. We'll get to somebody here in a second. But, BA never gets double T from the 707. Well, you missed the Baldy breakdown in the Super Bowl where the Kansas City Chiefs were bracketing him all day long. But you're going to get the overrated chance, and you're going to get to talk about him not getting targets and being overpaid or whatnot. So, that's just it's the nature of the beast. He's got to play better.
Well, I would ask the coach to get him involved a little early.
Yeah,
I think that Purdy and Shanahan have to find a way to get him involved early and often because A, it gives you a threat on the outside to open up the middle of the field, and B, he is one of your best playmakers, and I want to get the ball into my best playmaker's hands. And I understand that Juice is going to be the third down target in the backfield because of his ability to block and to be able to make some. He made a nice contested catch. He made actually a couple of really nice catches. But
Juszczyk's playing well.
But we also have to acknowledge, Juszczyk's not going to crush a team. Brandon Ayuk's a guy who could game break and break a tackle, and this is why he had 17, 18 yards a catch last year. That's a guy you have to get involved down the field. But I would also say that, B, when you're running these long routes down the field, you have to protect up front.
Yeah, they weren't
and
protecting.
I didn't think that the route combinations with the protection that they had were in sync yesterday at all. And I know Purdy threw a couple of, actually, an 0-0 throw on the very first drive with the late throw to Deebo.
Let's be real. Threw about 4 0 throws.
No doubt, but he also threw a couple of really nice balls.
And he threw a couple against the New York Jets. So
no doubt. I didn't think it was his best game by far, but I also thought he was under duress the whole time.
I've got Brock Purdy with about 5 to 6 0-0 throws to start the season. Just my counter.
How many great throws?
He's had a couple great throws.
I thought the throw to Kittle on third down was a great throw. Was it layered? It was a layered throw with a guy on his back shoulder, and he put it where only he could catch it. I really liked the 2 scrambles, one to Deebo where he evaded a bunch of the rush through to the sideline, the other one to Juice where Juice's feet were down, and he held it tight. And I thought he had a couple of intermediate throws to Deebo over the middle of the field in the middle of the game, second and third quarter.
Well, they were high. They were high. I mean, he was almost airbelling them. But you know what, man? Listen, man. Again, my whole point is we can nitpick, and we're going to talk about the clock situation. We're going to talk about situational football. The Niners were 2-10 on third down while allowing the Vikings to go 7-12 on third down. Thought that was a big sticking point in the game. Stopping the run, situational passing, not executing, turnovers. Block punt's a turnover. That's a turnover, folks.
Horrible.
Turnover on downs. The pick. When you're trying to force it to Saubert, you're late going over the middle of the field, and the Vikings scored the next play. The Vikings were just better in every aspect of the football game. But I want to hear from the roasters out there. 888-957-9570. Let's start. Duke has been holding on the longest. Then we'll get JD and Big Pud. Duke, what's happening?
Hey, Duke.
Hey, guys. Thanks for taking my call. Okay, so this is kind of basic math here. Their third down conversions are putrid. Their red zone is putrid. I hear about how they thought it was confident of him to go for not go with the field goal for the touch instead of going for the field goal and putting points on the board and going for the touchdown when you're not converting the ball. You got to put the points on the board. You put that 3 points on in the first half in the second quarter. It's a different game. It's an entirely different game. I couldn't believe they didn't go for the field goal. It was unbelievable.
Wow. So you had an issue with that one there. See, in real time, Duke, I didn't have a big issue with that. However, those 3 points loom large, especially when you consider that they gave up 3 points at the end of the first half. And guess what? They gave up a third 13 in order for Minnesota to kick that field goal, Duke.
That's 6 points right there.
Yep.
Well, I'm looking at that entire drive, and I wrote down a bunch of stuff on there. Like, on the fourth down play, it was 4th and 3, and Brock was super patient and got through multiple reads, and he threw a dime to Jawan Jennings. So they were aggressive in that situation on that 4th and 3. It felt like they needed momentum, right? And then you get Mason with a crazy run where he double jump cuts, and then he does it again. So it's like, wow, Mason. And then they roll out to the left, the short. This is on 1st and goal. A play action rolling out to the short side. So as the right-handed thrower, you have to flip your hips and throw. I didn't love that play.
Ayuk in the corner.
And then the 2nd and goal, they call a timeout. Okay, 49ers call a timeout. And then out of the timeout, you run a Mason run where he gets completely stonewalled.
Minus the yard.
3rd down, you go shotgun and you throw to Kittle and it's short. You're not throwing into the end zone. You throw short. So now it's 4th and 1.5. What it was?
4th and 2 at the Minnesota
4th and 2. Okay. So it's like, I don't know. That sequence of plays I didn't love. And like, I was okay going for it, so I'm not going to sit here and lose my mind about it. I was okay going for it.
Is Brendan Staley already having an influence on Kyle Shanahan? Is that what that is?
I just didn't like the first down call. The rollout to the left, I thought that was and again, it's easy to critique individual plays. I think the sequence of plays, after Mason gets a couple of good runs, it felt like they called timeout, got predictable, and then they get stonewalled, and now it's 3rd and like basically long from the goal line, and you come up short. It's easy to sit here and say, yeah, take the points. But in real time, I was like, you know what, I'm okay going for it.
I was okay going for it. Because I was thinking, okay, you're going to pin Sam Darnold back at the 2-yard line. They're going to have to go 98 yards to score. And what do you know? They go 97 yards over the top. 97 yards over the top.
Darnold, that was one of 6 or 7 where he climbed the pocket after the rush came from the outside, and he threw a perfect ball.
Perfect pass.
It was a perfect ball.
But that defensive alignment, and I can't wait to talk to Baldy about this play tomorrow. How the hell did George Odom end up in press man on Justin Jefferson?
He was in the slot, too.
On Justin Jefferson in the slot. George Odom in press man. You have Deommodore Lenoir and you have Tarvarius Ward at cornerbacks. All right? Tarvarius Ward made an all-pro team last year and is looking for new money. Now, here's what Ward said about shadowing the best wide receiver. Listen to Ward after the game.
Would you have liked to have been matched up on him more often today?
Yeah. I mean, I feel like I play best when I, play best when I follow the best receiver around, but that wasn't the game plan. You know what I mean? When I'm following the best receiver around, I'm always alert. I'm ready for the challenge. But that just wasn't the game plan.
That was the game plan. So I don't like the game plan. I don't like any game plan that has, in this formation, when we're in this situation, and they go 2 wide receivers to the right, twins right, we're going to have George Odom press man up on Jefferson, and your hope's going to be Tick Brown.
A career special teamer who's playing safety, right? A career special teamer. I don't care how great his camp was.
I think they pulled him. They pulled him after that for a while.
Mustafa ended up playing late.
Mustafa ended up playing later.
Well, and that's one of 2 changes that I would make. One is playing Mustafa more. The second one, get Devondre Campbell off the field and put in Bethune. Or D. Winters, like, your foot's got to heal up, dude. Let's go.
Yeah, no, Devondre Campbell, just another quiet game. No,
you got to get him off the field.
I'm not even going to talk about him.
They moved him with his. I'll give Sam credit. He moved him with his eyes on multiple plays, and then we're just going to throw into the window that you vacated.
Right.
Right in the middle of the field.
I wonder how much influence Staley's having on Shanahan so far, because then you make it a 3-3 game. But those 3 points right there that you don't get, and the 3 points you give up at the end of the half, I thought that was awful defense to close the half. Just you lost all the momentum you gained after going for a touch. You go on the long drive here. You scored a touchdown. It's a 10-7 game. You go 5 plays, 65 yards. Boom, 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 boom. You're back in it. And Minnesota just goes right down the field to score. 8 plays, 49 yards in a minute 53. Again, 3rd and 13. I'm looking at a 3rd and 13 for the 45, and Justin Jefferson gets 16. It's just not good enough. It's not good enough by the 49ers.
Well, what if I said to you, though, that, there was a punt block and they ended up getting a turnover? You know what I mean? And there was they had another short field possession where they scored a touchdown right away. Like, I don't know. As bad as that individual play was, and it was bad, and as bad as their third down defense was, they couldn't get the situational stop, which ultimately is part of the reason why they got put in the situation they were in. I don't know. It was bad, but it wasn't that bad defensively.
It felt like Minnesota.
C-, D+.
Minnesota controlled the line of scrimmage.
I agree with.
And they controlled it for the second straight year. They were a step ahead of the 49ers defense. That wasn't good enough yesterday.
I would agree.
I mean, Fred Warner saved them from getting blown out of the stadium. That game was about to be 27-7. Folks are going to be going home in the fourth quarter. Dwayne Fontaine and the crew were out there in Minnesota. They would have been going to the airport early saying, yeah, the hell with this. We've already seen the stadium. Let's try to get out of here. Let's beat the traffic. I mean, Minnesota did whatever they wanted to do offensively, I felt like.
Did you hear Trent Green during the broadcast reference that the Niners have had 3 different passing coordinators in 3 years?
Yeah, it's a little weird.
I get you lose guys off your staff, and I understand all that. It's just like, I don't know. Maybe it's nothing because Shanahan's the entire, he's the offensive coordinator, so maybe I'm making too much of it. That can't be great for development with your quarterback.
Well, Brian Greasy's still there.
That's true.
Shanahan's still there, so I think we're nitpicking on that one there. The passing game has been fine. I mean, they were historic last season. You know what I'm saying? I don't know.
It was just a tidbit that I heard, and I said,
it was interesting.
I hadn't thought of that.
But I'm more focused on Sorensen.
Okay.
Now Sorensen, the passing game coordinator, the passing game's been 5. It was okay yesterday. But this defense on third down. Nick Sorensen, it's a hot seat over here. I'm not saying he's on the hot seat, but that's a hot button topic, the defensive coordinator for the 49ers. And if Travis were to say, hey, look, I would like to shadow guys all game long. Diablo Lawyer's probably thinking the same thing. He was sitting right next to Travis Ward during the presser, listening in.
I don't love him saying that out loud. I don't think it was as egregious. When you hear it, it's not as egregious as it's transcribed. But I would have just kept that to myself.
Oh, you got to speak on it. Sometimes you need to hear it out loud. I mean, everybody was cool with Bosa and Warner, and everybody was cool with them ripping on Steve Wilkes last year.
I don't know if we were cool with it. It was telling that there was...
Shanahan did it, and everybody was Wilkes needs to hear that.
But what did Baldy say about Shanahan doing that? You don't do that to one of your coaches.
Yeah, I agree with Baldy. I agree with Baldy, but I'm saying not everybody agreed with Baldy with that one. So,
But I will say this, that the defense, the third down last year, their third down percentage in terms of getting stops was 5th or 6th worst, depending on, because there's varying metrics on this thing. They weren't great last year, and yesterday that was a big bugaboo, and it was the situational one. So to me, them identifying Yadam as the guy to pick on a couple of different occasions regarding the communication on a couple rub routes and then that seam route. Yeah. I mean, multiple third downs they converted with the game on the line, and that was the frustrating thing to me. It's like, you have too much money on this defense to not get a situational stop earlier. Even if you give up the field goal with the 6-minute mark, you're giving yourself more of an opportunity to make that a game. But them going all the way down inside the 10, it was game over.
Yeah, game over. Game over. Let's go to JD in San Francisco. JD, what's happening?
Man, Bonte, I'm with you today, man. We got to, in the words of Aaron Rodgers, I hate to quote that dude, relax, Niner fans. Like it's one game. You know what I mean? It's like we knew. Well, let's be honest, fellas. Do we expect them to go undefeated this year?
No, I hope not. I hope nobody expected that.
But looking at the schedule, fair enough. But looking at the schedule, there's a lot of tough games. And we know, going back a couple of years, the one-game loss to the Chicago Bears did end up deciding whether you went to Philadelphia or Philadelphia came to San Francisco. So I know, it's not the end-all, be-all to the season, but it does hurt for seeding.
I agree. But we knew we were going to lose 3 or 4 games this season, right? Just being realistic about it. Was it a bad loss? Did it look bad? Yes. But like you said, you look across the league, the Rams got blown out yesterday. The Ravens are 0-2. You look at a lot of these teams that are supposed to be higher ups, and there was a lot of blowouts. At Bonte's point, teams are starting slow for whatever reason this year. And so it's like for Niner fans today, it's like, okay, we had a bad game. It's like, call it what it is. You learn. You go from there. Luckily, it happened early in the season, week 2, rather than week 12 or 13 or 14 where, like, you're getting close to the playoffs and then you get your face kicked in. It's like we lost in week 2. Okay, you iron it out, you learn from it, and you go from there. But today I feel like all day we're going to hear Niner fans, we're going to hear everybody talk about overreactions. Oh, my God, what do they do? What do they change? Like, it's one game.
Well, can I ask you this one? Okay, it's one game, but it's year 8 for this coach, and situationally in the fourth quarter, I scratch my head over sense of urgency, understanding the clock, when and where to use your timeouts, you know, what you're doing in terms of play calling and understanding, hey, do I go for 2 here? Do I not go for 2 here? Do I kick the field goal because then I can give myself a chance to get the ball back? Like, some of those things, like, we're not with a rookie coach. This isn't his second year, third year. This is the same issue over and over and over. The clock management was not good. I can't defend it at all, and I love Shanahan.
I agree. But in years past, what did we say before? He wasn't aggressive enough. So it's like, okay, the guy went for it this year. We've never seen it before, the guy going fourth now. It's like people would say he's too conservative because he never would go for it on fourth down. So now all of a sudden he tries to go for it on fourth down a couple of times. And granted, were they the wrong call? Possibly he didn't make the right play call. But the guy's trying something new this year, right? So, again, it's good that it's happening early in the season, that we're trying it right now. To Bonte's point, sometimes some teams just have your number, right? It's like Minnesota, we haven't won there, 8 years in a row? We haven't won there. It's like sometimes certain teams just have your number, and you can't beat them, and it is what it is. It was like for years when we were beating up on the Rams. Sometimes it just is what it is, where you just have certain teams' number. But it's like the overreaction that I feel like we're going to have all day. It's like, oh, my God, the sky's falling. Guys, it was one game a year.
Good call, JD. Good call. Let's go to Big Pun in South City. Big Pun, what's happening?
What's up, Big Pun?
Good morning, bros. How you doing?
What's
I hope you're doing better, buddy.
Yeah, I am feeling a little bit better. I'm sitting outside of the physical therapy office. I got to go in here in a few minutes to go do some jogging and some physical therapy stuff, which is cool. I need it.
Big hug, bro. Big hug.
But thank you, bros. I appreciate that. I really do, man. And yesterday was a terrible game. I'm with first of all, Justin Jefferson. He's a bad dude. One way or another, you can't have Odom on Jefferson. It's hard enough if you put Ward on Jefferson, right? Odom, not a chance against Jefferson. And Kyle Shanahan. Is he ever going to be a head coach, or I just seem like he's like an over-glorified offensive coordinator? He misses all the big mistakes, all the timeouts, all the clock management. It's like he misses all that because he's so focused on our offense, and which isn't really clicking right now because there's no Christian McCaffrey, right? If we put Christian McCaffrey in there, the offense is clicking, everybody's running smooth. I think that's why they went and paid Ayuk the $130 million, because they knew Christian McCaffrey. I don't know if he's going to be back. They say 6 weeks. I wouldn't be surprised if it was longer.
Yeah. Good call, Big Pun. Look, here's Kittle on CMC, the absence of CMC.
Christian is the offensive MVP for a reason. He was in the MVP voting for a reason. He had 20-plus touchdowns for a reason because he does it all in the pass game, in the run game. It's like, I mean, it's really fun because it's like having Deebo and him are just interchangeable. Like, you'll have Christian running routes, and then all of a sudden you put a Mike linebacker on him, and Deebo's in the backfield. You have no idea what you're going to get. So it just gives us another dimension. And then, he's voted he didn't do anything. He didn't do OTAs. He didn't do really much at training camp. He still voted a captain. So, like, there's the impact that you guys can see. He has an incredible impact on this team. Just him being around, he boosts everyone's confidence. But, I still think we could have. We won last week. I think we had opportunities to, find a way to win today, and we just didn't. But, it's just there's things that we can't do without Christian.
So the loss of Christian McCaffrey, we know everybody's going to focus on the rushing yards with Jordan Mason, and he's been valiant in that aspect. But the Niners are 4-9 in the red zone so far this season. It's 5 red zone trips where they haven't scored a touchdown. Christian McCaffrey led the league in touchdowns last year, broke a franchise record. So his nose for the goal line is missed. And then what George Kittle saying, that there's a lot of things we can't do without him. The screen game, the quick shovel passes. McCaffrey's everything. And again, I'm working under the assumption that we're not going to see him this season. That's the assumption I'm under. So how do you replace that? Who do you replace that with? Okay, and through 2 games, it's not a huge sample. I feel like they've been able to run the ball.
The thing that they haven't been able to do is take the big, deep shots via play action. Those aren't open like they were, right? You know, like when they had their, it felt like these drives are long drives. Not that they're Jimmy G-esque, but they're certainly not boom, 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 boom. We marched down the field in 6-7 plays.
They're grinding for them.
Right? There was a sense of urgency with the other offense when you had CMC in there. And I think that the way teams defended you on the back end was different and it opened things up. Now I feel like people are dropping back and they're manning up in certain areas. It's just, I don't know. It doesn't look the same, even though they're running the ball at a good clip.
They're running the ball, but I think the biggest miss is
play action
third down. Well, the play action is not there. The screen game's not there. Checking it down to the running back is not there. And all the little subtlety. Your playbook opens up so much with Christian McCaffrey, and they're missing him in the red zone. They're missing because Jordan Mason is a north-south type of runner. You know, he's not going to have much wiggle. He's going to run right through you. He's got some hurdles, but he's going to run right through you. McCaffrey got so much wiggle that around the 4-yard line, you could do so many different things. Inside the goal line, you run it to Jordan Mason, teams are going to load up and say, okay, we know what's coming here. We know what's coming. He's not a threat in the pass game whatsoever. And so now you're putting yourself in this sticky situation there. The injury is Christian McCaffrey, the Achilles tendonitis. Again, I'm going to say this every single week. If McCaffrey comes back this season and plays, it will be a bonus.
So I think it's easy, like, I 100% agree with you, right? Anything you get feels like a bonus. But here's where my brain goes, and I think this is an impossible equation for the Niners to. There's no right answer. You try to get him back as soon as possible, and you run the risk of hurting him no matter what, right? But you try to get him back, get anything for him. Let's say he gets hurt, he's out for a year. Is it better? Like, if they think that he's going to get hurt no matter what, right? Is it better to get hurt now and then maybe he comes back and halfway through next year? Do you wait till December, January, and then he gets hurt December, January? I'm not saying he's automatically getting hurt, but it feels like that, right? He could be ramping himself up, feel really, 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 really good for, 8 weeks, and all of a sudden he comes back and then get hurt. I feel like they're a damned if you do, damned if you don't situation. That's kind of where I'm going. It's like I'm not going to crush the Niners if they rush them. I'm not going to crush them if they wait. I think they're screwed.
Well, yeah.
I hate saying it like that, but I feel like they're screwed.
Well, a conversation that we probably won't have today, but a question in my mind.
What's that?
Well, since we always like to talk about money and pocket watch, the Niners did give Christian McCaffrey a 2-year, $38 million extension at $19 per. And look, what you're going to do? Not pay Christian McCaffrey? I get it. You pay him. You want to do right by him. But they did give him 2 years and $38 million. And we've got an Achilles tendonitis issue.
Well, the question then becomes, did you know about it before?
Right.
Like, that's the number one question to me. You can't necessarily control. The same thing happened with Eric Armstead. You sign Eric Armstead, he hurts his foot, and he underperforms.
Pearsall, you draft Pearsall.
Exactly.
And you say, oh, we knew about the shoulder. We knew about the shoulder.
But if you knew about, Kinlaw, they knew about the knee. Yeah. They knew about the knee before taking Kinlaw, and it ended up, really bothering him. So did you know or did you not? That's not for today. They don't look as explosive without McCaffrey. It's inarguable, even though Mason's running well.
Somebody on YouTube asked, how many catches? 602. How many passes to the running backs? Well, Juszczyk has had a couple catches last week. He had a couple catches this week, but Jordan Mason so far in the season, 2 catches, 9 yards.
Yeah, he's
2 catches, 9 yards.
That's just not a strength of his.
I think they're going to need another running back. I think they're going to need a running back.
There's no doubt.
Let's go to, you know what? Look who's calling. Look who has the audacity to call. His team got a little way into Nashville, Tennessee. They're on the board after getting killed at Levi Stadium, just destroyed. Yogi has decided to call the morning roast today. How ironic. Yogi, good morning. Where were you last week?
Monte, how you doing, buddy? Happy birthday. I just want to say happy birthday, man. Are you familiar with the Circle of Life at all?
Is this a Lion Kings reference?
Yes. You beat up on me, and then Sammy Darnold, the Jets Hall of Famer, comes in. Whooping that ass on your birthday.
Hey, Yogi. So when you get my jersey?
Hey, I was going to ask you, can I get you a Sam Darnold?
No,
Niners one?
No, you're going to give me a Ricky
That's what
Waters.
you want him next year for your quarterback, though. You want him next year for the quarterback, right?
Number 32, Ricky Waters.
You're already falling off the Brock Purdy bandwagon.
Hey, what the hell are you talking about? I don't even know what you're talking about. Yoki, why didn't you call me last week? Why'd you duck the smoke? Why you didn't call me last week? Because now you look.
Yogi, do me a favor. Make this call later on in the week. So
you sound to look like a call. You sound to look like a clown right now. Why didn't you call me last week?
Because I knew you were going to be on a hiatus. But right now, look how it is. We're even ground now.
No, we're not
Last
even.
week you're going to be all high and mighty. Now we're even ground.
The Niners beat the Jets by 13 points. We're not in even ground. What are you talking about?
We're both 1-1.
I don't know. Are you going to win the same amount of Super Bowl rings this year as the Jets? I think so. That's called even ground. We both lose this year.
Save that for later in the week. Let's go out to some real callers to talk Niner football.
What a joke. What a clown. What an absolute clown. No, Yogi, don't call back the show, please. I'm done with you.
Sorry, B. I don't need to hear that today.
Richie Rich in Livermore.
What's up, Richie Rich?
Oh, what's good, my guys? Good morning, man. Happy birthday, B. Man, Yogi's a freaking cornball. Don't answer that dude's calls no more.
He's a straight-up loser.
Dude's a straight cornball, dude. I'm with you, B. You guys kind of already touched what I was going to say, but, man, we've got our ass whooped, man, top to bottom, all sides of the ball. What really annoyed me, too, is Bosa. It looks now as if whoever lines up is ready for him, right? If you could withstand the bull rush, then you got time on that side. He ain't doing nothing special, dude. And if you guys noticed yesterday, we talked about this, Shasky. The new defensive coordinator was gonna put him back in coverage. I seen him drop back in coverage over 4 times yesterday, and Darnold was just sitting there like in Christmas, bro, ready to just do whatever he could do. That did not look good. And then Purdy, I know we said he had a hit or miss game. I think he had a bad game. I look at that pass he threw to Kittle on the far side, double coverage that they dropped. That was almost an interception. Yeah. You know, and he does do that in that anticipation, right? He throws that ball a little bit early, you know, anticipating that runner's going to be there or that receiver, but he doesn't pull off of it. Like if he's set on throwing that ball, he's going to throw that ball whether there's 2 guys there or 3 guys there, and that's scary, man. He got 300 yards yesterday, but he got that because that fourth quarter, he got a bunch of garbage yards up the middle. Otherwise, he easily only throwing for 2 something, and he could have had 3 picks, fellas. What you guys think?
Well, I think you're kind of spot on here. I didn't think it was a great game by any means. He made a couple of really nice throws. I want to make sure that that's very clear. First drive, 3rd and 3, stares down Deebo. Linebacker jumps right in front of it. They were lucky to walk away with a punt.
Yeah, 3
and not
out.
A pick.
What did you think of that first drive, real quick, before we continue? First drive, they come out of the gate, 3 straight passes, 3 and out. Boom, boom, boom. It's like, damn. That was quick and short-lived.
Well, and then the second drive,
on the first drive
did almost the same thing. And then they finally ran the ball with Mason. They got called back for a hold. It was like a 12-yard gain. So, yeah, they were behind the sticks the entire time. And, you know, in that second drive, all right, that you're referencing, 3rd and 5, Brock's in the pocket. He climbs up. He sees pressure. He looks down at the pressure and then throws a skipped ball deep. You know, he underthrew it because he looked down. He was feeling the pressure. He referenced that throw over the top late in the game. That should have been intercepted by Byron Murphy. I mean, he had both feet in bounds.
Both feet in bounds,
yeah. Later on in the game.
That's 5 no throws from Brock Purdy.
There were 2 that either Van Ginkel or Cashman jumped on over the middle. He tipped one of them that was going to Deebo, and I think it went off Deebo's shoulder pad. It was tough to tell. And then I don't know what happened on the one. He pulled back to throw, and it just came out. Was he going to pull that back and pump fake? It was a fumble. It wasn't an interception, and the guy just caught it in the middle air. I don't know where he was going with that.
That was not a good Brock Purdy game.
No.
On the Brock Purdy metric. The numbers will dress it up. They will dress it up. Darnold was a better quarterback on the field, and I was mostly tongue-in-cheek with the whole Sam Darnold's going to be a free agent after the season. But there was always a love affair with Kyle Shanahan and John Lynch and Sam Darnold. Those rumors permeated throughout the NFL for years. The Niners were close to trading for Darnold multiple times. It's out there. And so he will be a free agent after the season, and with the game like that, wow. I know people in that building love Sam Darnold. So I'm saying that to say Brock Purdy yesterday, that was not a good game whatsoever. And that's the evolution. Last year, Brock Purdy gets a pass.
Mm-hmm.
You're not ready to carry a football team. You're in your first year starting as a full-time quarterback, your second season overall. I'm giving a quarterback a pass for not being able to, quote-unquote, carry a football team. But now we're in year 3. And we have to decide on new money. Now, I don't want to talk contract here, But we're making an evaluation. Is it going to be 60, 50, 40, 30? How many years on this deal?
Baker got a 3-year, $100 million deal. Looks like a steal.
Oh, he's playing phenomenal football. Big win for them yesterday in Detroit.
So you bring up Purdy, and there's we're going to have this conversation week in, week out. The other element that my boy Rich brought up is Nick Bosa. And I'm going to go back to this. And I'm a huge Nick Bosa fan. Huge. When he won the DPOY in 2022, there were, and you kept saying fourth quarter. There was the Tampa game, and there was the New Orleans game, and there was all these games down the stretch where he iced them out with just taking over, whether he was getting sacks, creating pressure, other people were cleaning it up. I feel like he hasn't had a fourth quarter. And again, I would love to just point one out because maybe I'm missing one. I'll admit, I don't remember every fourth quarter of every game. I can't remember a fourth quarter where Bosa took over in the way TJ Watt has multiple times in the last couple of months of playing football, or Chris Jones does. It seems like every time the Chiefs need something, even if he's not the one getting the sack, he's creating havoc and someone else is cleaning it up. Fourth quarter, Bosa, yes, he had the 2 sacks, but fourth quarter, when this team needed to stop and they needed to get off the field, that's where I need a guy making $30+ million a year to come through and create havoc. And I'm just not seeing it.
Yeah, I'm just alarmed. I'm alarmed at how many teams have no problem saying, you know what, we're going to draw this play up, this run play, and we're going to run at number 97. And we're going to get plus yards. That is maddening to me. When I'm seeing Max Crosby, Baltimore is we're good off running towards him. They gave up on that dream yesterday. TJ Watt, I'm seeing him make play after play and play in Denver.
TJ Watt's amazing.
I mean, just unbelievable.
Right now, he's a click above Bosa. It's not even debatable.
Myles Garrett in that defensive front in Cleveland. I mean, good Lord. Bosa's got to step up. But when it comes to back to Purdy for a second, let's not forget, Shanahan falls out of love with quarterbacks very quickly. Very quickly. Now, I'm not saying he's quote unquote, I'm not saying he's moving on from Brock Purdy. Yeah. But don't let too many instances like yesterday happen the rest of the year for Brock Purdy. Because Shanahan his eyes will start wandering once again. This guy, again, I'll never forget Shannon Sharp. He played for the Shanahans. He goes, there's one thing I know about Mike Shanahan and Kyle Shanahan. Patience and the Shanahans do not get along. So just bookmark it. Just keep it in mind. Performances like yesterday. That wasn't a $60 million a year quarterback.
Yeah, but
that wasn't a $50 million a year quarterback. And if you're going to get paid that money, Shasky, you have to rise above the rush. You have to rise above not having Chris McCaffrey. You still got an all-pro in Brendan Ayuk. You still got an all-pro in George Kittle. You still got all-world Deebo Samuel.
Mason's running well.
Mason's running hard, so I don't want to hear the excuses that he doesn't have a lot of guys. Just saying, Shanahan runs out of patience very fast when it comes to quarterbacks.
Totally fair. But I'm also here for some criticism on Shanahan, who I've defended till I'm blue in the face. I want to be a fly in the room when they review the film for the fourth quarter. Not going for 2, okay? In that situation, there's a mathematical breakdown on going for 2 in that situation. It's 20-13, okay? It's 20-13, okay? If you go for 2 and you don't get it, you're down 10. That's 2 scores. If you get the field goal, the extra point, it's 20-14. You're down 9. You're still down 2 scores. If you go for 2 and you get it, you're down 8 if they kick a field goal. I'm saying if the team goes in on to kick a field goal. So that's bad. And then secondarily, where is the sense of urgency to know you have to kick a field goal on the other side of 2 minutes to give yourself a chance to get the ball back because you had 0 timeouts? Shanahan is making probably $15 or $20 million a year. And so to your point about Purdy, it's totally fair. But Kyle's also one of the highest paid coaches, and this clock management, situational football thing continues to come. I can't defend him anymore.
Well, you know how I feel about Shanahan at times. I don't even need to speak on it. Let's go to Lars in Pacifica. Lars, what's happening?
Hey, guys. Good morning. Bummer for the 49ers in the Bay Area yesterday. My 2 cents is that I feel like Shanahan needs to listen to his own players sometimes, specifically for the George Kittle soundbite where he's like, hey, guys, we can't do things without CMC because every single time they try to do a Deebo Samuel wide receiver screen, a jet sweep, the defense just sees it coming, and it just gets blown up. It's almost a turnover. I mean, it feels like when one of the red zone possessions, Deebo catches the ball and knocks him back, and there's 6 yards. Every time these Deebo cutesy plays get blown up, it feels like the momentum out of the offense, it's like letting the air out of the balloon. And I just want to get your guys' thoughts on that, because for me, it's so predictable. I played football, not professionally in high school. I've watched football a long time. Every time you see this Deebo play coming, the defense sees it coming. I'm on the couch seeing it coming, and I just don't know why we're continuing to go back to the well with Deebo on these plays when they're not working for 2 games straight.
Yeah, the Deebo jet sweeps, Deebo handoffs, Deebo playing running back. Let's just burn that play.
How about when
Let's burn that page and just throw it away, because I think the league has been all over it ever since he had that record-breaking season. It's rare when he gets off long runs anymore in a run game. It's just not. Yesterday, 2 carries, minus 10 yards. Just not a factor in the run game whatsoever.
And they had multiple swing passes to him that were completely predictable. One of them, they were backed up against their own end zone after a false start by Trent Williams, and they throw a swing pass, and Deebo's got to break 8 tackles. Another one, he's triple covered. Purdy doesn't throw to him smartly and has to scramble and takes a sack. How's that on Purdy? It was such a predictable swing pass that clearly they were going to have juice and Deebo go to the outside. I actually think Deebo's been brilliant this year in terms of as a wide receiver and as a weapon just in general. But I'm with him on some of the behind the line of scrimmage stuff is very, very predictable.
It is predictable. But you know what, though?
Feels very 2022-ish.
That goes back to Brian Flores. He was in his bag yesterday, as the kids say. He was cooking. And they were a step ahead of Shanahan. They were a step ahead of Purdy. They had Purdy befuddled. They had Shanahan confused. This was a great game plan by Minnesota for the second season in a row. 17-17. That's what the Niners have scored the last 2 years in Minnesota. 17 points last year on Monday Night Football. 17 points this season on Sunday morning. And it really wasn't even that close this year. Last year they could have stole it. This year it wasn't even that close. Fred Warner saved you from getting blown out. So you know what? I'm going to chalk it as just a bad game at the office for Shanahan. Purdy. I'm not going to get into, hey, well, this guy's overrated, that guy's overrated, this guy's... No. It's week 2. And Shanahan has the track record of being a damn good coach. A damn good coach. I believe they'll bounce back against the Rams and everybody be happy next Monday. But for a game, but give Minnesota their due. They were the reason why the Niners looked the way they did.
Well, they were outplayed. I mean, there's no doubt about it.
Outplayed, out-physical, out-schemed, out everything.
And it could have been worse. I mean, we aren't even talking about, they kicked a punt inside the 1, and the guy, I don't know what he was doing. They got kind of lucky on that play. They got lucky on a lot of plays, quite frankly.
They got outplayed yesterday. We're lucky the game even came down to the fourth quarter, for crying out loud. Injury report.
Ow!
Later in the week, we'll be discussing who needs a big game Sunday against the Rams. I'm guessing Brandon Ayuk's going to be number 1 on that list because the Jackals are coming out, as Guru would say, at Brandon Ayuk. Should have sent his ass to Cleveland. Ain't nothing like football. Christian McCaffrey, Achilles tendonitis saga took a dark turn over the weekend. Niners place CMC on an injury reserve list, meaning he will miss at least 4 games. 4 games he's going to be out. NFL Network's Ian Rappaport reported that McCaffrey's absence could last a few games longer than that. I was told, don't expect him back before the bye week. Don't expect him back before the bye week. Hell, after the bye week, it's a roll of the dice. Boy, that's not good. That's not good. Christian McCaffrey, rating Offensive Player of the Year, on IR. It's going to miss at least 4 games, and it's probably going to be longer than that.
I'm out.
That's the injury report brought to you by Boxer Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years. What's coming up in the game brought to you by Fremont Bank, celebrating 60 years of full-service banking with no compromises. More of your phone calls. JC, Coach, Tony, Shambry, Verducci, BPA. We're going to get to everybody. and much, much more. It's your show today. The Niners lose to the Vikings 23-17.
Whooping that ass, whooping that ass.
Hypertrophic cardiomyopathy is a serious heart condition. Some symptoms include being short of breath, feeling tired, or having dizziness or chest pain. My HCM.
Oh, baby. It's a Monday morning after a loss. We've done this before. This isn't our first rodeo, but good morning to everybody out there getting off their graveyard shift. Hopefully you had a great weekend, all the overnight dancers. Hopefully you made some money too, especially up there in the Great Lakes, 10,000 Lakes, that is, up there in Minnesota. But look, man, Cal won. The Giants didn't win. The Niners didn't win. It's rough around these parts. It's rough. What went wrong yesterday in Minnesota as they lose 23-17, their first loss of the season? We're going to recap it all. Good morning to everybody out there, especially our friends at Floyd Water Plumbing and Trade. You know, if you're going to call it to the roast, you better bring it. Because if you don't, you'll get flushed like Yogi. You'll be flushed. And it'll be brought to you by Floyd Water Plumbing and Trade. So there's so many elements to this football game. That's what's beautiful. Baldy and B tomorrow. We're breaking down with Baldy tomorrow at 7:30 like we always do. But for today, it's your show. It's all the guests. It's all the callers. So, Shaz, got to know number one on your list is clock management, situational football, third downs. My number one aspect is the money down. You got to win the money downs. That's how you cash in on wins. 2 of 10 for the 49ers on third down. Vikings go 7-12. That's not good. That's not good at all.
The reason why I'm so harsh on the clock management stuff is because you were shockingly in a position to be in that game. You gave up basically a 99-yard touchdown.
Yeah.
You got a punt blocked. You muffed a punt, and you turned the ball over on a short side multiple times, right? So to me, like, you had no business being in that game. But there are procedural things as a head coach that put your team in a better opportunity. You probably weren't going to win the game, right? Let's just call it. You probably, even if you nail all these things, like, it is a long shot. But when you don't understand the math, to me, it's almost inexcusable with all of the different, advanced analytics, spreadsheets, laminated sheets. It's in front of you. Now, Shanahan has done a great job doubling up. We score right before half. We get the ball after half. Where I am the most critical when it comes to Shanahan's clock management is when they're trailing. He does not understand there's a sense of urgency. So he didn't go for 2. Which, mind-boggling. He didn't go for 2 when they scored that touchdown, given how few possessions were left in that game. Fine. You didn't get any of the stops. You had to burn the 2 timeouts, which you didn't have a third one. Why? Because you wasted it in the third quarter on a delay of game penalty, right? 2 plays before you just converted on 2nd and 17, which is crazy to me. And so then you don't kick the field goal to give yourself an opportunity to get the ball back on the other side of the 2-minute warning. So, there's 5 mistakes in the fourth quarter procedurally. Belichick didn't lose games mathematically, right? And why did Andy Reid get criticized for so long? Because there were certain clock situational management that a 12-year-old playing Madden understands. And that's why, to me, it's like, hey, look, if it was year 2 or year 3, I'd be a little more lenient. It's year 8, Shanahan. Come on.
Year 8 of the Shanahan era. It's not getting off to a good start here with the loss to the Minnesota Vikings. I chalk it up to, and look, I thought this was a trap game. You guys laugh at me all the time about that stuff, but short week, Monday Night Football, going to Minnesota for their home opener. I don't take those things lightly. I don't take that building lightly. Playing in Minnesota with that horde and they're going crazy, that's a tough place to win. It really is. And they had a lot to prove. Nobody was talking about Minnesota all week long. Even Justin Jefferson, he said it. He goes, no disrespect to Garrett Wilson, but I'm no Garrett Wilson. I'm Justin Jefferson, Jay Jetta, and I'm a problem. He was a problem.
I hate doing this because this isn't there are hundreds of receivers in the league who fall short. Justin Jefferson is so far and above the best wide receiver in the game. And they bottled, outside of the 99-yard touchdown, they did a good job bottling him up, I guess, to some degree. But he got hurt. He got hurt and walked off the field and had 133 yards on 4 catches.
Dude, he fewest games of 400 career receptions all time. This list, Michael Thompson took 56 games. Michael Thomas, excuse me.
The Saints wide receiver,
Beckham, Yep. Odell Beckham Jr., 61 games.
That's surprising.
Yep. Justin Jefferson, third on the list with 62 games. Jarvis Landry, 64. Julio Jones, 64. So he's just setting records every single Sunday. He's the youngest to do this, the youngest to do this, the quickest to do that, quickest to do this. And he was quick to be alerted that, they have George Odell playing press man on me on a 97-yard touchdown. So when I'm looking at Nick Sorensen and Shanahan, when it comes to Shanahan, this thought did come through my mind yesterday late in the game. with the clock management stuff, the urgency, the lack of urgency, I should say, the situational football, the coming out just throwing the ball 3 straight times was kind of weird. Wasn't a Shanahan type of game. I wonder if he has too much on his plate right now. Play calling. You got a new defensive coordinator who's a rookie. You have Brendan Staley in the building. You got to deal with all these contracts. You got to deal with negotiations. You got to be in a room for that. You got to run upstairs to tell John Lynch, hey, did you trade Ayuk? We may want to pause on that. He's in my office right now. Maybe Shanahan has a little too much on his plate right now, but we'll see. Again, this week 2, we're going to overreact to a damn football game. I think overall the Niners will be fine, but there are some warning signs there. Boy, you can't get off the field on 3rd down. You got all these good DBs, best secondary you've had in years. Can't get off the field on 3rd down. The pass rush, again, the front 4, this is a concern.
You couldn't get a stop. When the game was on the line at the end, you needed a stop. There was no TJ Hockenson who didn't play, no Jordan Addison who didn't play, okay? Aaron Jones came off the field with an oblique injury because he got hit so hard by Fred Warner, and Justin Jefferson was dealing with some knee, ankle, leg thing, okay?
I mean,
Sam Darnold, with no weapons, had multiple 3rd down dimes in your face, and you couldn't stop it. That's a tough one to watch.
Well, they got dominated yesterday, but the warning signs is things look clunky. The run game was fine for the most part, but pass protection. And before we get out to the lines, I want to read this text from the Xfinity Mobile text line. Xfinity Mobile text line, he makes a great point here from the 415. To me, the game went south because the offensive line couldn't identify and neutralize the pressure packages of the Vikings front 7. Purdy was sacked 6 times and pressured another 13. That's 20 plays. 415, you're onto something. They couldn't identify the free rushers. They couldn't identify the blitz packages. Brian Flores was a step ahead of Kyle Shanahan and just mucked up the game. He gave Purdy so many different looks to point after the game. Purdy walked up the floor and said, man, that scheme is crazy. Now, to me, that showed a little too much respect for Brian Flores, and Flores just kind of shook his head and walked off. But in his mind, he's thinking, if I see them down the line, I've got Purdy in my pocket. The schemes are too crazy for him. I wish he wouldn't even say, hey, good game, Brian Flores. Now I'm nitpicking. It's a small thing here. But those coaches in the locker room are thinking, and those players are thinking, that's 2 years in a row we befuddled Brock Purdy. And we picked him off how many times in the last 2 years?
And should have been probably closer to 10 than what the number ended up being. Look, Sam Darnold outplayed him, so there's no other way around
Brock
it.
Purdy was the one seeing ghosts is what they're saying on the streets?
I wouldn't go that far, but I would say
San Jose Jazz fan.
He definitely didn't see linebackers cutting in on in-routes, on breaking in-routes.
Sam Darnold saw no ghosts yesterday. He saw Jay Jeter running down the field.
That was the best pocket presence I've noticed from Sam Darnold ever. Just watching him climb up in the pocket, and he threw a couple of rifle throws. There were so many good 3rd down plays. Like, for example, before halftime, you were talking about before halftime that drive. There was a 3rd and 13.
3rd and 13 to Justin Jefferson for 16 yards.
How is Justin Jefferson unguarded on 3rd and 13? Before the end of half, when you have 2 timeouts in your back pocket, use one of them. Hey, guys, it's 3rd and 13. We can't give up a field goal here. Like this goes back to allocation of timeouts. It's not for delay of games. It's not for that. It is for situational timeouts to get everyone on the same page so that we run a good play out of this timeout, or it's to stop the clock.
Yeah.
If I watch another team burn a second half, which the Niners did, a second half timeout, to avoid a delay of game, that is the dumbest thing you could do. Treat it like a false start. It's mind-boggling that people getting paid $15 and $20 million can't recognize this.
Well, what I did recognize was the pass rush just being non-existent for the most part. Collins has some moments. Leonard Floyd was quiet. These tackles from Minnesota, we actually touched on it last week, late in the week. Nobody talked about it because Christian Darrisaw got the big money. He's now top 5 when it comes to paid offensive tackles here. But these 2 tackles, and their offensive line, Christian Darrisaw is a left tackle. Brian O'Neill is a right tackle. They got Garrett Bradbury inside, Blake Brando inside, Ed Ingram inside. They did a hell of a job yesterday stymieing the 49ers front 4. And I'm not sure if you blitz more. I'm not sure if that's the answer. Putting your secondary in situations where they're in one-on-one coverage. I don't know if you want to do that. If you want to start running cover 0 blitzes like Minnesota did yesterday. But this front 4 is on I need more from them.
On the play that Fred Warner punched the ball out on Aaron Jones, they sent a free release rusher from the edge, and it was Diomino Lenore from the slot, right?
Yep.
Kevin O'Connell saw that coming a mile away and was like, "Oh, we have a perfectly dialed up screen to the other side of the field." And Aaron Jones, let's call it what it is. We got lucky that he got the ball punched out. It should have been a touchdown. At worst, they got the ball at the 2.
Yeah, it was going to be
Fred Warner saved us from losing by double digits.
Yeah, it was going to be 27 to 17. 27 to 17.
I mean, Kevin O'Connell was brilliant. That third down on that final drive where he had the rub route where the 2 receivers were right up on top of each other in a bunch formation, and it was a simple out, and both of our cornerbacks didn't do a great job of communicating. There were about 4 different instances where he had wide open guys down the field, and he did such a really good job schematically, design-wise, to set up the Niners to where there was confusion.
Yep.
I'm like, where are plays like that?
Yeah, well, Flores was better than Shanahan. Again, 2 years in a row, the Niners go up to Minnesota, score 17. All right, let's get to the lines here. We've got a lot of people here on hold. Let's start off with Tony in San Francisco, then we'll get to Verducci. We got a lot of people. I'm going to get everybody in here. What's up, Tony?
Morning, gentlemen. How are you?
Doing good.
Let's see. Good. Yeah, I'm not freaking out. I'm not too worried. I think that as a casual fan, it looked to me like Minnesota was ready. They put everything they got into this game. It's a tough place to play, and we just weren't prepared and played a lousy game. I think that what we're seeing is also the contract negotiations coming to fruition. We're seeing, Purdy was sacked 3 times on Trent's side. I don't think Trent was playing up to par. Ayuk is still looking at about 50%. We don't have CMC. So I think that was a game where we're going to have some I think we'll bounce back. But I think that had a lot to do with it. I think the holdouts had a lot to do with it. It's good to see Jordan get in the end zone. I'm glad we didn't kick for that field goal. I'm glad that we just, I'm glad that we decided to not try to settle for a field goal, try to punch it in, because we got to figure that out.
No doubt. Hey, Tony, I think they get right against the Rams. I'll say it now. And I'm watching the Rams yesterday. Cooper Kupp's leaving the game in the boot. Kyron Williams is going to get worn out. Stafford had no time.
They're missing 2 offensive linemen, and Puka's out for IR.
Puka's out, yeah. So
you cannot lose to them.
No, they're going to win that game by double digits. I'll be the Shasky this
ever
week.
again.
Yeah,
I'm done.
Why are you saying
Niner
that?
Predictions.
Why are you saying that?
I'm done giving Niner predictions.
You gave a prediction last week?
Tape for this one.
I hate you.
Wait, you gave a prediction last week? What was the prediction?
All my predictions were wrong. So, I don't know what
That's
you want.
a trap game next week.
Kevin O'Connell. How's his boys rolling?
Mark the tape. We beat them by 20.
Oh, wow. Yeah, I'm not going there.
Mark it.
Yeah. Well,
oh, no.
I'll say it right now. They go beat the brakes off the Rams next Sunday.
Yeah, I'm not going to do that.
They go beat the brakes off the Rams. You watch.
It's funny because I get ripped for whenever I come in hot with a good prediction, but nobody ever gives me love for oh my God, I'm really worried about Detroit. Really worried, and they're up 27 to whatever at halftime, but it's okay. I'll wear it. Sam Darnold made me eat my words.
Detroit.
Sam Darnold had a great game.
Wait, what are you talking about?
Sam, I'm sorry. You were right. I was wrong.
What are you talking about, Detroit? The NC Championship game?
Yeah, I was very worried.
Oh, no, stop. Don't do that.
What?
Last year, I brought up Detroit's coming, and you guys all said, you really believe Dan Campbell's going to outcoach Kyle Shanahan? I'll say, yeah, Detroit's real.
The Friday before that game, you were so mad at my negative energy because I was like,
that was my Friday. Yeah, of course you're going to be worried about Detroit. I'm talking about in the season, during the regular season.
You're always right.
No, I'm not. I'm not always
exactly.
right. I'm not always right. I'm not always right.
Look,
I'm not
Sam
always
Darnold
right at all.
made me eat my words. I admit it. He had multiple throws. People are going to go to the 99-yarder to Justin Jefferson. I don't even think that was his best throw. He had so many good third-down throws, especially in the fourth quarter. I had 3 elite throws in just that drive alone. He was awesome. So you know what? Great. I'm sorry, Sam Darnold. You outplayed Brock Purdy. You were excellent yesterday. I don't know if you're wearing a glass slipper and you're going to turn back into a pumpkin, but for one Sunday, you were dominant, and I apologize.
You could say that, Sam Darnold. Oh, sorry, Spinoza.
No, I was just saying the only NFC team that beat Brock Purdy has now been the Minnesota Vikings twice. No other NFC team has beaten Brock Purdy.
Wow. Yeah. Hey, you know what? Has Sam Darnold ever been around weapons like this? Who's his best target in New York City? Robbie Chosen Anderson, whatever his name is?
It's probably DJ Moore in Carolina, right?
Did he have Le'Veon Bell for a year, but that wasn't the same.
Yeah.
I'm just asking.
He may be surrounded by the most talent he's ever been around, Sam Darnold. We may see a Sam Darnold resurgence here in year number 7.
With McCaffrey?
He did for a year, and he got the job taken from
I don't even know if it was a year.
Yeah, it wasn't even a year. It was quick.
Of games.
It was quick. It was with McCaffrey, though. I mean, I don't know. Sam Darnold's got it good in Minnesota. I'm not sure. The glass slipper may be on for a while. I mean, Kevin O'Connell, Brian Flores. Sam Darnold may be on his way to throw for 4,000.
But this isn't about Sam Darnold. This is about the Niners because I'm telling you right now, B, it's inarguable to me at this point. The Niners can ill afford to allow any contract situation. I'm talking about the Niners. So the players themselves have their own culpability, and their play has been indicating it. Bosa last year, Trent and I, because you're like, we got to get these guys into camp, dude. Like, Peyton Manning said it best last week, and I thought it was funny, but now, I'm like, no, he's 100% right. Like, practice matters. We got to get everybody in, and even then you can get hurt and you can lose synergy. We don't look good right now. We look a tick off. We look tired. We looked exhausted.
Isn't this someone on the front office too, though?
That's who I was blaming. No, that's exactly who I was blaming. I'm saying this is on the Niners. Like, from now on, you've got to hit either you get these things done before camp starts, or you move off the player. Like, you have to see where this is going. You have to have a feel for the guy and the agent and the market and all those things. They can't. This is a bad business model. It's affecting the regular season.
No, it's not good at all. Let's go to Verducci up in EDH. Verducci, what's happening?
What's up, fellas? Good morning. And Chasky, baby, I'm always giving you love. If you're not getting it from the game, baby, I'll give you some love from the EDH, baby.
Thank you.
But you know what? This injury for CMC, it's serious because I've dealt with the Achilles tendonitis. I just had this in January, and it's been 6 to 7 months, and it's still been bothering me. Even though there are days where I feel better, it's just one step away from that thing being ruptured. So I'd say rest CMC.
Verducci, real quick, I'm going through the same thing. Mine flared up Friday and Saturday, and it was throbbing. It's no joke. And I'm not cutting on the turf. I'm not going jump cuts and going in and out, lateral movement here. I'm with you. This Achilles no joke, man.
Yeah, it's no joke, and they better, with that investment, baby, they better make sure he's well rested. And, as far as the game is concerned, Shasky, I agree with you. These are things that flared up yesterday are things that they should have addressed in the offseason. We knew offensive line was an issue, and you're running out McKivitz and Brendel out there where they should have addressed those two positions in the offseason. Special teams was an issue last year. And, granted, I'm not going to make a big deal over Cowling with his fumble, but you know what, though? Get some veteran back there that can go ahead and handle the punt return and then also the blocked kick. But you know what? The other thing that I'm sick and tired of is it's Shanahan. I've talked about this. Bonte, I've talked about this with the clock management. And just you're paying the man $15-20 million, and we're still talking about this in year 8. And, it's one of those things. Andy Reid had this issue, but guess what? He found a coach that can go ahead and help him with those game management decisions so he didn't sit there and have to focus on too many things. But the problem is it's Shanahan's arrogance. It's his arrogance that gets in the way of thinking that he can handle everything. It's going to cost the Niners. It already has in 2 Super Bowls. It's going to cost them this year. So you know what? It's not an overreaction. These are things that we've been talking about. But you know what? They're going to get it this week. They should be able to clobber the Rams. Fellas, Niner Nation, Niner Faithful, let's keep the positivity going. I know it was a tough loss, but we're going to go get it.
I always think about this, like there are certain, I know you don't believe in like comic book heroes and all that stuff, not that I believe in them, but like you don't enjoy that genre. Everyone has like an Achilles heel.
Wait. I love Spider-Man. I love Batman. I love Cable. I love Bishop. I love X-Men.
He's just not a Star Wars guy.
Okay, that's cool. But everybody's got like an Achilles heel, right? Even the superheroes, like Superman, who was almost perfect, like he has his kryptonite, right? And I look at Shanahan, and right now his Achilles heel, when the team is down in a game, the clock management stuff comes flaring back up every single time. And again, I think he is an excellent coach. I think he does a lot of things really, really, really well. One of the areas of weakness, inarguably, it's impossible to argue the other side, is situational football, clock management, sense of urgency, scoreboard. Like those things. Like understanding when I need to go for 2, when I got to kick a field goal to give myself time to get the ball back. Like you're throwing a backwards pass out of a 2-minute timeout to Deebo Samuel, and it's going to be like ball in play, and if he gets tackled in bounds, 34 seconds clock. Like at that point, game's already over. It's just it didn't make any sense.
You would think after Super Bowl 54 we'd have fixed this problem. Super Bowl 54, when you don't call a timeout before halftime, you let 40 seconds elapse off the clock, and you're like, oh, let's do a little fake 1-minute drill, and you throw a pass to Kittle, and he's called for offensive pass interference, which was a bailout for Kansas City, but that was poorly coached, that whole sequence. Then you get to the end of the game, I've talked about this a million times on this station. When you're at the 49-yard line, you have 3 timeouts and a minute 49 left, and you have Patrick Mahomes on the sideline. You got to be thinking, Mahomes can't touch the football at all in this game. But instead you throw 4 straight pass plays, including the deep shot to Emmanuel Sanders. What? And so this has been going on for Shanahan for many, many years. Many, many years. And hopefully yesterday, early in the season, they can rectify the situation if it comes up again. Hopefully they can rectify it because there's a lot of little ins and outs that Shanahan gets away with here. When you get a button-up coach like Kevin O'Connell, when you get Brian Flores, who's buttoned up on the defensive side of football, it comes to rear its ugly head in a game like yesterday.
At halftime, you're up 2-1 in terms of time of possession, 20 minutes to 10, basically. All right? But you're 1 of 6 on third down, and they're 4 of 6 on third down.
There you go, the money down.
And they had the turnover of the punt block. And so, like, I'm looking at it.
And the turnover on downs.
I'm looking at it, and I'm like, they have to execute better. And then they have to think the game a little better. There are situations where they have to think better. And it frustrates me because this is year 8, man. Come on. Let's go.
Let's go to Chambry in Arizona. Chambry, real quick. Let's get to Chambry, and then we got a break. We'll get to everybody here. Chambry, what's happening?
Hey, brother, appreciate you taking the call. I'll make it quick so you guys can go on time. So Shasky, I'm not picking on you, but just let's take our own advice. Pivot, don't panic, man. It's year 8. Let's not panic about Shanahan's time management. Let's not panic about us being a run-first team, yet for 2 back-to-back weeks we come out pass-heavy. Let's not panic about force-feeding Deebo the ball consistently when we lose one of our other playmakers like CMC or Kittle. We all knew that Ayuk was going to take some time. I've been saying since about the Patriot game, it'll take at least for us to start seeing him, unfortunately, just the way everything panned out. But my 3 takeaways were this from the game yesterday. One is after 8 years, it's evident that we don't have a designated red zone target or a red zone package that works consistently, which just gets frustrating, right? Mm-hmm. Number 2, if we're going to pay Bosa all this money and all the dude is going to work on is just his diet and power, then we need to rotate that guy and put him inside at times instead of just keeping him on the edge because he loses containment constantly. They run at him on the edge and he doesn't do a damn thing. And like you said earlier, Shasky, the dude ain't TJ Watt. He ain't causing a whole lot of turnovers. I mean, that second sack that he got was pretty weak. And lastly, where the hell is our change of pace back, like in Matt Breida? Instead, we're keeping guys like Isaac Guerrero, Patrick Taylor, who I don't even know who the hell that is.
Chambry, good call, man. All lads are on the other side. A lot going on here. All right, up next, Coach. Thanks for hanging out tight. Coach JC, we'll get to BPA. We got TC, we got Jeremy in Indianapolis. All right, we'll get to everybody. But Coach, JC, BPA, that is the order. On the other side, as we recap this loss, Niners lose to the Vikings. We'll react to Chambry's call there and much, much more here on The Roast on 95.7 The Game. Brought to you by Save Mart, Lucky, California.
Only a few weeks left to play.
We're not going to the Super Bowl.
Now, back to the morning roast with Vontae and Shasky.
Wait, was that somebody saying we're not going to the Super Bowl?
We're not going to the Super Bowl.
Damn.
That was that Raider fan.
He's feeling good. They just beat the Ravens. Spadoni should have bet me. He should have bet me.
I'm not going to sugarcoat it. You can sit here and do a sugarcoat job.
He should have bet me, but he didn't have confidence in the silver and black team. So, Max Crosby. Shout out to Devontae Adams. Shout out to Antonio Pierce.
Brock Bowers, brother.
Brock Bowers. He's a stud. So in Frisco Ballers Fantasy Football League, I got Brock Bowers and Trey McBride. I go 2 tight ends. I love me some Brock Bowers. He's so good.
Let's work on that Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. Today, let's talk Niners.
Oh, gosh. We're not going to go full-fledged into fantasy, Shasky. Oh, God forbid we veer off a little bit.
Clean it up, Vontae.
No, I'm not cleaning up. The Niners lost yesterday.
The only fantasy I had yesterday was that Fred Warner looks like a gladiator from a time, of yesteryear. He could play in any era for any team. I don't care what position it is. I just love Fred Warner so much. He was the old Deebo to a degree, and I think Macy too. It was so bad. It was so frustrating. They made so many mistakes.
Did you win your fantasy matchups yesterday?
No.
That's why you don't want to talk about it.
My wife beat me.
That's why you want to move on.
My wife beat me.
I knew there was a reason. Because, that's not good.
That stupid Rasheed Rice touchdown before half.
She was like, a really good couple years.
Mahomes just threw a touchdown. I go, great, thanks. I know. I'm watching the game, too. He's my fantasy quarterback. Yeah, I know, Michelle.
Yeah,
I'm aware.
You don't even did. No wonder you don't want to talk fantasy.
I can't stand that guy.
You lost some.
Of course the Chiefs win that game.
Of course.
I hate them. They're turning into the Patriots. They win games they have no business winning.
They won. Who else won? Seattle, big win in New England. Jackson Smith and Jigba. He's looming along with DK. Say, this league is tough, man.
He's looming at Lumen Field?
He's looming at Lumen Field. That Seattle game's like
that was a Vontae call.
Dude, that's not going to be an easy game up in Seattle on that turf. All right, let's go to the light.
I'm convinced now there's not an easy game left on the schedule.
Well, trap game. Well, next week will be easy. They're going to smack the Rams.
Why do we do this?
I'm guaranteed.
I just proved to you why you shouldn't do this.
That's because you make irrational predictions. You don't put no thought behind it. Okay. They're going to beat Minnesota by 20 in the Dome? What? What are you talking about? I'm trying to help you. But at least later in the week, you walked it back, you go 14, then you went 10.
Oh, I said double digits.
And then I think slowly as the week was progressing, you're like, oh, maybe this will be a tough game. And then the McCaffrey news came out Saturday. Woo! Let's go to Coach and Vallejo. Then we'll get to JC and Sack and BPA. What up, Coach?
Hey, good morning, guys. Normally you don't hear it from me until basketball season. But I'm going to share a little of my vitriol today, being that I'm not a 49er fan. And Kyle Shanahan's first name is not Kyle, by the way, in the Bay Area. It's Genius Shanahan, okay? And we have dubbed him Genius, and he hasn't done anything yet, okay? I think we throw the word genius around right now. Look at Dak Prescott, by the way. Highest paid player in the history of the NFL. Hasn't won anything. Jerry Jones, Hall of Fame. But the macaroni and cheese owner, who has won more Super Bowls than anyone, he's not in the Hall of Fame. So I think the expectations for the 49ers and Kyle Shanahan has been, you put the cart before the horse. Let them win something first. Purdy hasn't won anything yet, okay, but he's the great Purdy. So I think that's where the problem is. The 49ers are a good team. They're not great, okay?
Can I ask you a question, Coach? I'll let you finish. Was Tony Gwynn a great player?
Tony Gwynn was a good player.
He wasn't a great player?
He was a good player.
Okay. Dan Marino wasn't a great player. But Jim Kelly wasn't a great player. Like, just because you don't win the Super Bowl doesn't mean you can't be great. That's a little unfair. Like, come on.
Okay. Say we go along that premise. Shasky. But however, I think great is thrown around a little bit too early.
That's fair.
Patrick Mahomes is a great player, but he never leads the league in passing. That's why both you and I, who have him as a quarterback in our fantasy league, we'd be better off if Geno Smith was our quarterback in fantasy league. Okay? Yeah. I mean, a lot of people can put up stats, but winning is a whole different matter. And I personally reserve winning as great. Okay, and so that's why, even though I'm not a Brady fan, he's great. Look at all the championships. Mahomes, he's great. Look at all the championships. They're never the statistical leader. Okay,
well, he was okay. He threw for 5,000 yards and 50 touchdowns his first full season. What are we, Coach? I love you. You know I do. But come on, let's. We're on Earth, and in Earth, Kansas City did have one of the greatest offensive seasons we've ever seen. Where his first full season, 5,000 yards passing, 50 touchdowns, not 35, 50. He's thrown for 38, 37, 41, 27, 26, and 50 touchdowns. What are we talking about? What are we talking about?
Brady had 5,000 yards just a couple of seasons ago, too.
Coach, what are you talking about? He's thrown for 5,000, by the way, twice. Just want to make sure we're clear on that.
Let's go to JC in Sacramento. JC in Sac, what's happening? I'm just enjoying the show.
What's going on, fellas? I got a couple quick points. I just think, this needs to fall at the feet of the head coach. I don't want to hear about anything else other than this falling at the feet of the head coach. It goes back to time management, situational football, not taking the 3 points, going forward on fourth down. I only say take the 3 points because at that point you are struggling to score. Let your offense see the fruits of their labors. Let them get that pressure off their back so they can score points, and now you can call a different game. It's not because C-Mac wasn't there, because C-Mac was there last year. He fumbled last year. This was the same result last year. Jordan Mason had a better game this year than C-Mac did last year. Don't mention Ayuk to me. He had the same game last year, 3 for 57. This year he had 3 for 46. So it wasn't on that. This is on the head coach not knowing how to properly use his line protections and pick up the blitz. Then you move to the defense. I guess your yearly punching bag and Steve Wilkes wasn't there, right? You convinced yourself all year that Steve Wilkes was the problem when he wasn't. You had a top 5 scoring defense and a top 10 defense. They let that whole 60-yard touchdown to Jordan Madison drag on all year. Well, you move forward a year, and what happened? You give up a 97-yard bomb when 2 guys who shouldn't even been in the game is guarding Justin Jefferson. So now you got guys calling out your DC because you already set that precedent last year calling your DC out. You let players do it, and they went unchecked. Yep. This is on the head coach. You're letting things fester. And I told you very quickly I told you guys, in the offseason last year, you guys laughed at me. I said, hey, they should have traded Bosa and not gave him $35 million. He's good, but you don't allow yourself to fortify your line. They don't have no interior line depth on the run defense and no secondary pass rushers. That's what happens when you exhaust all your resources on one guy, and he's not that type of dominant guy. He's good, but he's not a game wrecker. So I just feel like they need to get some things cleaned up, and they could possibly have some major things going on that team brewing if they don't get this situation fixed immediately.
JC in Sacramento might be the call of the week. It may be one of the calls of the year. Doobie Awards coming up. Real quick, Shasky. Doobie Awards coming up in December. Mark that call right there. Something we may have to circle back to. That's a hell of a call. And there's a lot of stuff I agree with in that call. Go ahead, Shasky. You want to get in here?
The only argument I would make is that they also have a $22 million player on that defensive line in Javon Hargrave, and he has not played anywhere close to that. So,
but
there's no doubt Bosa right now is look. Is he Barry Zito overpaid? No. But it's closer to Barry Zito than it is Barry Bonds' contract.
Well,
in terms of squeezing the lemon.
You hold out a training camp, right? Which I was fine with. They said, you come back, you get your money, you ball. Instead, what happened? And go on a 3-game losing streak, and he's throwing the DC under the bus. And JC in Sacramento's right. It did go unchecked. And everybody, I was down at Disneyland and some guy, Steve Wilkes is the reason why we lost 3 straight games. I said, damn, this is going on down in Disneyland? Steve Wilkes I'm not even caping up for Steve Wilkes. I'm not even saying he's great. The guy's moved around the NFL so much, it's not even funny. But he did get scapegoated. And let's be real, he was the better coach in the Super Bowl. That defense did whatever they had to do to shut down Mahomes. I don't think Mahomes ended up, what did they score, 3 points in the first half of the Super Bowl?
One offensive touchdown.
But Steve Wilkes, all I heard all season, Steve Wilkes this, Steve Wilkes that, Steve Wilkes this, Steve Wilkes that. Well, we got what we wanted. He's gone. Sorensen and company can't get off the field on 3rd down. Sorensen and company got George Odom, press man, and Justin Jefferson at the line of scrimmage. George Odom. God bless his soul. Boy, Kevin O'Connell and Darnold saw that and said, boy, just be patient and throw it up there. Just let it go. So we're going to be watching Nick Sorensen closely here. but that's also on Kyle. What JC said, I agree with a lot of what he said. And Nick Bosa's got to play better. You know where I'm at with Nick Bosa. They're running the ball right at number 97, Shasky. Right at him.
Trust me, I know. The two
respect.
Two highest paid players on the team right now for yearly average is Bosa and Ayuk. And, Bosa's not living up to it. There's like no other way around it.
The Super Bowl, fourth down. Fourth down to end the game. They run it at Bosa. Knowing that he's going to run down the line of scrimmage with his head cut off, and he's going to blow containment. Outside containment, he's going to blow it. And Kansas City ran that play twice in the Super Bowl at Bosa. So for $34 million a year, number 97, I need more. And one of those sacks yesterday, Darnold's just running around. He ran right into him. I didn't know what Darnold was doing on that play.
Well,
but he's
on
right.
That play,
Bosa's got to play. And I laughed at him for trading Bosa. I'm not saying trade Bosa, but I need more from Nick Bosa.
No doubt.
I need a lot more.
I won't argue on that one. Like the Wilkes thing, though, we had 20 games. He was good for 3/4 of one of those 20 games, right? I'm not saying he was better than that for others, but you're referencing the Super Bowl like you're talking about one of the 20 games, right? That's all I'm saying. Like, let's be fair. The
first 5 weeks of last season,
had 2 games, and one of them's been pretty good. This last one wasn't great. So if we get to 10 games and I have a larger sample size and it looks more bad than good, now I'll start coming down their road. There's no defending having Odom in the slot up against Justin Jefferson. I'm sorry.
I mean,
there's no defense for that.
We literally were comparing through the first 5 weeks of last season. We were having a conversation. What's the better unit? The defense or the offense? Who's the better unit? And it was like 50-50. And then it covers zero blitz, and everybody's blaming. But I was going at it with David Lombardi at SF Standard over the weekend because he goes, this cover zero blitz last year in Minnesota. That was the difference in the game. I said, well, scratching my head here because I could have sworn there was a red zone fumble. I could have sworn Brock Purdy threw 2 picks. Well, he was concussed at that point. So now, it's unbelievable the excuses we make for certain people and how we rip other people.
But last year, come on. Let's come on. Last year, on third down, defensively, they were the 5th worst team in the league.
Mm-hmm.
So if they're worse at the 5th worst at third down stops this year, well then now, I'm with you. We're gonna have a big conversation. And if you don't think Nick Sorensen's gonna get crushed, you got another thing coming because he's already getting crushed. 2 games in, B. So you know how it goes. You win, and everybody praises you. You lose, everything's on the table. I'm just saying, of all the people to cape up for, where I stop is right at Steve Wilkes. All right, you had a really good game in the Super Bowl till the end. So,
Oh, man.
Am I wrong?
Oh, man.
He had a really good game in the Super Bowl till the 4th quarter.
Did you just have a good game at all?
No, and I've been crushing him.
That's the problem. Shanahan needed to have a good game. The head coach had a worse game than the DC.
That's a different conversation. But that's a different conversation. We're talking about Steve Wilkes. And in the 4th quarter, Steve Wilkes couldn't get off the field when they needed to. Everyone knew that they were going to throw to Travis Kelce. We were all screaming they didn't have anyone lined up on him. And then Kyle had to run down and call a timeout.
Oh, that was in overtime, and Kyle showed his ass. Kyle showed his ass and had the audacity to throw his headset on the turf and get mad at Steve Wilkes. How about I get mad at you for not scoring after picking off Patrick Mahomes? How about I get mad at you for dominating the first half and only scoring 10 points? How about I get mad at you at the clock management in the Super Bowl? How about I get mad at you for a number of things? Like, Kyle's not exonerated. But we just blame Steve Wilkes for everything.
Who have I been crushing all morning?
We blame Steve Wilkes for everything.
No, but I'm saying who have I been crushing today?
I don't know. We've crushed everybody.
And the clock management. Right? I'm an equal opportunist. You play well, I give you kudos. You stink it up in certain areas, I'm going to crush you. That's what I do. It's credits and demerits.
I don't know.
I don't cape up.
BPA, you're on the roast. What you got?
Good morning. Kyle and John's blind spots they don't have a ton, but they are obvious and they are pretty damaging and they continue to get more damaging. Offensive line, obviously, refusal to invest in a problem. Their safeties. George Odom should not be on the field really in any capacity ever. He's just a terrible. I mean, I haven't seen him make a lot of special teams plays either, but he cannot cover anybody as a safety. He's just too slow. And their safeties are so slow, and that's a John Lynch blind spot of, I want to find myself safeties who are slow and can't cover. Well, he found them. And then Kyle's obsession with the Seattle cover 3, which is basically being phased out mostly around the league. And maybe that's part of the issue for them defensively. And then you got all your big money guys, CMC, Ayuk, Bosa, Deebo, right? Just milk carton guys. And everyone's going to give CMC a pass, but when you get pulled out for big money and you can't get on the field even before a game is played, sorry. That's not a good look in my opinion. But anyways, guys, have a great day.
Hey, BPA.
Yes.
Kyle's clock management in the fourth quarter. What did you make of it?
Yeah, it's when they're losing, it always looks bad. And so, I think, look, there's definitely the Steve Wilkes redemption tour. We yesterday had a good day. And, I was pretty confident that moving on from Wilkes and Sorensen and whatever his name is would help shore it up. And, my confidence is pretty pierced at this point on that front. So, Vontae, you may,
I don't even care for Steve. I don't even care about Steve Wilkes. But let's not make it all about Steve Wilkes, for crying out loud. We act like Steve Wilkes. The Cleveland game, you lost 19-17. Okay, you had a chance to win the game with a game-winning field goal. The offense wasn't good that day. Chalk that one up. You shouldn't have lost the Cleveland game. You lost to a third-string quarterback. Whatever. You gave up 19 points.
Why are we talking about Steve Wilkes?
I don't know why we're talking about Steve Wilkes. But for some reason, we just make it seem like Steve Wilkes was all-time bad. I was like, wait a minute.
No, the defense situationally couldn't get stops, which was similar to what happened yesterday.
Exactly. And you don't have a damn pass rush.
That is true.
Every defense coordinator is going to look bad when you don't have a pass rush. So that starts with the guys up front. Chris Kosaric, lauded as one of the best D-line coaches in all of football. I didn't hear Leonard Floyd's name one time yesterday.
They ran the ball up the gut so many times yesterday. And then once the Niners stopped it up the middle, they threw it to the outside and were doing the jump cut tosses. And Aaron Jones and this guy Chandler were running really hard. They had over 100 yards midway through the third quarter. Through the third quarter, they had 100 yards. So
I don't think,
to your point, they couldn't stop it.
Leonard Floyd didn't have a tackle.
Well,
I don't think I don't see his name on a box score.
If you told me he didn't suit up, I would have believed you.
My God. He didn't. Where's your Hargrave? He had 2 tackles. Whatever. Malik Collins, he played.
Actually, Malik Collins made a couple plays.
Yeah, I saw him posting
and then they had Jordan Elliott out there, and Jordan Elliott, his biggest contribution was rolling up on Bosa's ankle.
Jesus Christ.
Well, no, I'm just saying, I didn't hear his name otherwise. Did you? I'm not ripping him. I'm just
again. The X factor this season. My biggest concern was edge depth, pass rushers, and I got a feeling that John Lynch is going to have to use the phone to go get another pass rusher, whether it's Yannick Ngakoue or another D tackle. But hell, you may need another running back, for crying out loud, because Jordan Mason, he's getting to 20 carries left and right, but who's the backup? Garrido? You may need another player.
He had 1 carry. The whole entire stadium knew he was getting the ball. And he was stuffed right behind the line. But this goes back to the predictability of Shanahan. I thought yesterday was one of his least creative game plans, and I thought it was a recipe for disaster. He falls behind, and he can't do what he needs to do, and he likes to control the clock. They lost on getting doubled up. They're the ones that got doubled up in terms of the score right before halftime and then getting the ball back. They couldn't get situational stops. Thank God for Fred Warner out there. Otherwise, they would have got their doors beaten off them. It was not good, and I thought their vertical passing game was hit and miss at best. At best.
Are they missing Armstead? We'll see about that.
Armstead barely played the last couple of years.
We'll see about that. A lot. 650. Should they go get Hassan Reddick? You know what?
It's not the worst thing.
I called Joe Douglas in the New York Jets.
It's not the worst thing.
We've been spending money on everybody. Might as well spend some more money. Who cares?
I'm optimistic about that.
We just gave a running back 2 years and $38 million. Granted, he's the offensive player of the year, and I would have done the same thing. But he may not play this year.
If I told you that Jordan Mason had 12 carries for 72 yards at halftime, wouldn't you have been like, damn, I didn't think he touched it enough, which is crazy to say.
Real quick. Let's go get Hassan Reddick, who's held out the entire training camp. So let's just have the trifecta of the offensive linemen, the defensive linemen, and the wide receivers.
Why not? Why
not? Look great, right?
The San Francisco holdouts.
You know what? You know what's funny, though? They need another edge rusher.
It ain't nothing you can do about it.
It ain't nothing you can do about it.
How did Darnold look so spry against his defensive line?
Sam Darnold looked so damn comfortable yesterday.
He ran twice.
He looked so comfortable yesterday. Now, maybe there's something with him knowing the playbook, knowing the scheme. There could be something to that. There could be something to that.
I thought this was a new defensive scheme.
New.
Or wrinkled, excuse me. A wrinkled defensive
Yeah, there was a new wrinkle. We saw George Odom press manning Justin Jefferson at the line of scrimmage at the 2-yard line. Good. That's the new wrinkle.
Well, the third down one, 3rd and 13 before halftime. How is Justin Jefferson so open? How? What do we do? Again, this is like, there are certain players, like, I'll let anyone else beat me. Hey, this guy number 83, who's number 83?
Here, let me pull up.
Whatever his name. He made a catch on that 26-yard pass by Darnold. Naylor. Okay. Never heard of him, all right? Wow.
Jalen Naylor.
I was like, that's a hell of a throw and catch. Tip the cap. The guy who cannot beat you is Justin Jefferson.
Did you see Sherfield?
Oh, he made plays.
He made a play against his former team.
You know, they were lucky that the Cowens punt muff actually got recovered by them. Because it was sitting on the ground like a basket of eggs ready to be swooped.
The punt got dropped by Cowan, and I saw it coming too.
Well, did you hear me?
No.
Could you hear me wherever you were watching the game?
I did. I tweeted out immediately. I tweeted immediately. I said, I wish I had a camera on Shasky. I thought about him, dude, and I was like, he might muff this.
I saw
mad scramble.
Wait a minute. We went to practice, and we watched him muff like 6 or 7 returns, and they were like, yep, he's good to go.
That was the first day of training camp, though. Come on. This is the first day of camp.
Bonte.
You want Trent Taylor back there?
Oh, he's coming back, whether I like it or not. You think I'm tripping? Trent Taylor's getting elevated.
David Frisno, what's happening, man?
Hey, Dave.
What a show. David Frisno, what's happening?
Nothing makes me crazier than the Niners losing.
Hey, it makes us all crazy, dude. It's like we was all happy last Tuesday after the Jets win. Now it's like, total opposite this week. I mean, look, nobody expected them to go 18-0. Okay, that's, you're going to lose some games. But what's concerning to me is that I feel like with the losses under Shannon, they all kind of feel the same, don't they? It's like we don't really make in-game adjustments, in my opinion. We have a great script leading up to the game, but when the game kind of goes off script, I feel like we don't do a good enough job of, okay, this is what the plan was going into the game, but this is what we should be doing. Also, you guys already touched on it. These exotic blitzes, we really struggle against that.
We sure do.
You saw that against the Ravens. We obviously always see it against the Chiefs. And you saw it yesterday. It's like we don't do a good enough job of adjusting to that. Another thing is that we kind of go away from what's working. The run game was working. Like, I get it. That probably wasn't the game plan, but that was our most effective offense. So at the end of the day, I'm not going to look at the players. I'm going to look at the head coach. I'm not saying fire him. I'm not saying that. He's a good head coach. But we have a really, really good roster. I've been hearing that all season. I heard it on Tuesday. At the end of the day, I know McCaffrey's out, but that's no excuse. We got the quarterback everybody loves. Yeah. We got the coach everybody loves. We have all these players, high-paid players. Thank God for Fred Warner, because it could have been much worse yesterday. So it's not the end of the world. But there's no excuses, none. Okay, like the guy said earlier, like you said, the call of the year. I totally agree. Yeah. We got to get stuff buttoned up, and it's not just a loss yesterday. It's the losses. All our losses under Shannon all kind of feel the same, and that's the concerning thing to me. And then it doesn't seem like they're doing enough to correct those mistakes.
Well, no, it was a good call, Dave. Good call. By the way, did BPA? Sometimes I tune out of BPA. I'm looking at Spinoni or something. So I kind of know what he's going to say.
I have a big mouth sometimes.
We let this go. He said John Lick's like safety. He's like him, slow and can't cover. Did he really say that?
Who cares?
I mean, no, seriously. BPA says some things here. You guys want to name him the wrestler of the year?
Hey, that's not nice, man.
Please. That's so disrespectful.
So he brought up the exotic blitzes.
Yeah.
First possession after halftime, okay? The Niners get the ball back, all right? After forcing a punt, all right? And it's 3rd and 11 after they lost a bunch of yards on a Mason little toss play where he gets stuffed. Van Ginkel runs a stunt up the middle, and before Purdy can even get to his back foot, all of the route combinations are so deep down the field because it's 3rd and 11, right? Like I'm not ripping, but he had no time. He had no time to go anywhere. And you see kind of Juszczyk opening up at the last second. But by the time that Purdy could even get rid of the ball, Van Ginkel's in his belly button.
Well, here's the theme.
I thought it was a beautiful blitz by Flores.
Well, a theme that we're starting to see, whether it's Flores, whether it's Steve Spagnuolo with Kansas City. When you play press man against the 49ers in their offense and you dare them to throw the football and you could blitz, you have a lot of success. Philadelphia, NFC Championship game. LA Rams, NFC Championship game. The Super Bowl against Kansas City. Both Super Bowls against Kansas City. There is a formula, it feels like, for the Shanahan offense, and that formula is be physical as all hell, press them up at the line of scrimmage, and don't be afraid to blitz. Because when you do blitz the 49ers, there seems to be a free rusher at all times, whether it's Van Ginkel. This Pat Hill kid had 2 sacks yesterday just coming out of nowhere. Cashman, I was like, damn, this Cashman guy, who was that?
He broke on 3 balls in the middle of the field and had his hand on at least 2 of them. I couldn't tell if he got it on the 3rd one. He was outstanding.
Cashman, 13 tackles, and he had a sack. I mean, I was like, wow, Cal was blown away by these no-name defenders from the Minnesota Vikings. And then you get a veteran like Stephon Gilmore in the back end with Byron Murphy Jr. They've got something cooking. Harrison Smith is still a smart safety. Yeah, he's a little older, but he still has the IQ. We underestimated Minnesota, but their scheme and their exotic blitz packages, I wonder why Shanahan has trouble with those exotic blitz packages, because they don't have a recipe for success when it comes to these type of teams.
No, and I referenced the first drive that they had. If you look at the other couple drives in the second half, the amount of times Purdy scramble, Purdy eyes down, has to make the first guy miss, it was over and over and over again. I think a less mobile quarterback gets sacked 8 or 9 times yesterday. Like, I really do believe that. Yeah. He made a play, one of them where he was scrambling around and threw to Deebo, and then he obviously threw one to Juice.
Right.
He should have been sacked 3 times on that one play, and he had no time to throw.
Well, the tackles on Minnesota's side, where you get Christian Darrisaw, and Brian O'Neill, they outplayed Colton McKivitz and Trent Williams.
No doubt.
Trent Williams gave up about 4 to 5 pressures yesterday. Colton McKivitz gave up about 5 to 6 pressures yesterday. That's not good, folks.
And I also thought Sam Darnold's pocket presence was better than Purdy's yesterday, even though that's usually a strength for Purdy. He stared down a couple receivers.
Yeah, he did.
And I thought he got real, not predictable, but he just stared down his guys.
For Purdy to tell Brian Flores after the game, hey, man, that scheme is crazy. Lets me know that he's admitting that he was clueless out there half the time. He's looking at the pre-snap stuff, and Flores is doing something completely different post-snap. And he had Kyle Shanahan and Brock pretty confused. Well, maybe he's missing some reads here and there. I don't know. But it was not pretty yesterday for Brock Purdy and Kyle Shanahan. Brian Flores addressed him. Kevin O'Connell addressed Nick Sorensen. And again, I'm going to say this all day long. Minnesota was simply the better team. They were more physical. They schemed them. They were more buttoned up. They played to clear their football. And on the money downs. Because the Niners did control time of possession. But on money downs, the Niners go 2 of 10 on 3rd down. The Vikings go 7 of 12. And then you look at the red zone inefficiency. So far, the Niners are 4-9 in the red zone. 4-9. 4 out of 9, when it comes to scoring touchdowns in the red zone. That's not good enough, folks. That's not good enough. So they've got to button that up there. They got to button it up. Let's go to Gabriel in Orange County. Gabriel, what's happening?
Gabriel
going once. All right. Call was, yeah, sorry. I guess your call maybe you lost reception. Contact Floyd Water Plumbing, Trade at FloydWater.net. Mike in Santa Clara. Mike, what's happening?
Hey, Mike.
Hey, guys. Good morning. I'm not going to I don't really want to talk about the defensive line factor, especially since everyone's already talking about that. But, man, let's just say that Fred Warner's already making a case for Defensive Player of the Year. That guy is just a freaking stud, man. Totally. I wanted to turn the attention to, and you guys started already hopping on it, was the offensive line. I just did not like what I saw with the offensive line, especially with the blitz packages and just the pressure Purdy was getting on him, especially the interior especially with the blitz packages. He had no time whatsoever. And like you said, Shasky, scramble. And then he was also obviously looking over some of his receivers, and he just did not have the time. And I'm not saying that, him looking down a receiver is part of that. That's more on him. But, he just did not have any time whatsoever to get the ball off. And, yeah, the running game was doing a good job, but that's only because he couldn't get the damn ball down the field at that point. Then what else are you supposed to do? So, yeah, there's a lot of things they need to fix. And obviously, other teams are going to be looking at, at the games for the next game that they're going to play against them. So, I mean, you have to get that buttoned up like crazy on the offensive line. I just did not like, especially on the interior, what I saw with the pass rush on it.
Great call, Mike.
I think that both are true. On a regular metric and a Purdy metric, it was a poor performance from Purdy from what we're accustomed to, right? I also believe that in part early on he was staring down, like for the first drive of the game, he stared down Deebo on that 3rd and 3. It was so predictable, and it felt like there was a combination of he wasn't comfortable, the offensive line wasn't gelling. There were great schemes being thrown at him by Flores, and also like he was a tick off. Like all those things were true yesterday.
No, he was. They're all the tick off there. 888-957-9570 is the number. Your reaction to yesterday's loss to the Minnesota Vikings. They dropped their first game of the season. It's week number 2. 23-17. Minnesota wins 23-17. Really controlled the entire football game. I don't even think it was as close as the scoreboard indicated. Sam Darnold had all day to throw. Justin Jefferson is special. Their offensive line held up very, very well against the 49ers. Defensively, they were flying around hitting. They were flying around getting their hands on the football. Slow down the 49ers on 3rd down, 2 and 10 on 3rd down. So that hinders you from extending drives. Hinders you from 2 and 10, money down. 1 and 3 on 4th down. There's a lot going on.
We all agree it's not the end-all, be-all. The world is not coming to an end because the Niners lost a game. But there are things that are alarming. If you were to pick one thing on each side of the ball that cannot happen moving forward, what would they be? 3rd down, you said? Or would be something else?
3rd down is the obvious down. But I'm going to tell you what the most alarming thing is.
Yeah, what's the most alarming?
The most alarming thing is Christian McCaffrey. Because now you lose a chess piece that nobody had the answer to. That chess piece that the Niners just lost, moving forward. Again, Jordan Mason, 2 catches, 9 yards in the pass game. Christian McCaffrey in the passing game is where the Niners are going to miss. They're going to miss him the most in the pass game. Screen game, check downs with Purdy scrubbing around. He could always just check it down to TMT to number 23 and make a man miss. 1st down, 3rd and 1, 2nd and 1. Christian McCaffrey's lost to this football team. There's no replacement for him. No replacement whatsoever. And I'm eager to see how Shanahan navigates moving forward without Christian McCaffrey, who's the replacement. That, to me, is the most alarming thing on this football team right now, is that you paid the running back coming off of 400-plus touches, not just last year, the year before, and you gave him 2 years, $38 million, and he's got an Achilles tendonitis and a calf strain. And we saw how it ended for Dre Grillo on the Achilles. So it's just a ticking time bomb in there. It's not good.
I know. It's not good. I'm operating like out of sight, out of mind when it comes to CMC. I'm just assuming it's as if he's not even on this team.
Yeah, I told you, it's a bonus if he plays this year.
Well, I mean, it's
a bonus if it produces anything.
Remember back to 2022 before they acquired CMC? It looked awful on offense.
It was terrible.
Right? It looked very predictable with the Deebo stuff, right? And Ayuk wasn't the same Ayuk that we've seen the last couple of years. It was kind of, remember, going back a couple of years.
Yeah.
And then all of a sudden, Jimmy G got CMC. And it was like, this is the best version of Jimmy G we've ever seen. And it was like a cheat code. It does feel like that cheat code is gone. And that now I'm saying to myself, like how do you maximize Deebo week in, week out to where he's not worn out? You get the best out of him, but you're also like, you're having effective offense. You can't be 2nd and 11, 2nd and 12 because you're throwing predictable run plays and swing passes to Deebo to try to get him involved. I keep going back to 2 guys, Kittle and Ayuk. They've got to get the vertical passing game going with those 2 guys. Well, Kittle can open things up for you, and he's an elite playmaker, and it feels like he's still in his prime. Ayuk is clearly still in his prime physically. You got to get him involved. Like, moving forward, if you close out the month of September, getting Ayuk back into the rhythm, I think that can. You're not going to find a way to offset the McCaffrey production. But can you change how the offense looks by throwing the ball a little more?
Well, it's tough because you've probably been practicing this offense here and game planning with Christian McCaffrey all training camp. And then all of a sudden, before week 1, you're like, oh, we can't go to Christian McCaffrey. And you heard George Kittle after the game say his absence was felt. Like, there's no replacement. We can't do things without Christian McCaffrey. Certain things we just cannot do. Now, when it comes to Brandon Ayuk, I'm looking at the first play of the game right now, just queued it up. He got jammed off the line of scrimmage so bad. And I just thought to myself, might be one of those days for Brandon Ayuk. Might just like the way he exploded off the line of scrimmage, he got manhandled at the line of scrimmage, first play of the game. Go look at it.
But I just feel like his, and I'm reading into body language, fair or not. Last year, he'd make a play, and he'd jump up, and he'd do that shoulder thing that he does.
He's not there yet.
He just has no confidence. There was a point in the game, every Niner fan thought the same thing that I thought. Ayuk catches a pass on 2nd and 17, okay? He goes down. He's like, all right, I got to come out of the game. What? And all of a sudden, Melody Collins, we're going to go to the sideline. George Kittle's on a cart going into the locker room, and every Niner fan's heart did what mine did. Like, are you kidding me? George Kittle, and then, it's just an IV. Yeah. Thank God.
Well, even the guy who's in training camp, who we talked to, needed IV yesterday. So it's not just Trent Williams.
But your heart didn't stop when that whole sequence went down?
I just was watching the game. I wait for it after, man. That's season journalism.
Oh, yeah, we just watched games
No, we do. I'm not like, he's on a cart. Well, I'll wait for the report. I'm not going to freak out.
Yeah, that's not what I was thinking.
I'm sure with Bosa, you're the worrier of the show. We know that. Bosa went down, and I'm sure everybody thought it was a torn ACL or whatnot. I was like, let me just watch it play out. Patience. It's not good right now. I mean, just could have went in for an IV. He was tired. He was cramping up. So they say. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and AC1 San Francisco and Odyssey Sports Station. Always live on the free Odyssey app. Diego in Oakland, we'll get to you on the other side. Do we got time for Diego? All right. Diego, Suzette, we'll get you on the other side. 888-957-9570. What is the most alarming aspect of that loss? What is it? 888-957-9570. Is it on Shanahan? Is it on Sorensen? Is it on Oldham? Is it on Purdy? What's your thoughts, man, as we close out the show here? Not a Victory Monday, that's for sure. More coming up here on The Roast. Brought to you by Chilton Auto Body.
The downfall is near and it's coming.
Francisco says they've got it, and they do. The Niners dodge a bullet.
I've always put a lot of pressure on myself, the utmost confidence in my abilities, and it's not me trying to make anything up. It's about just me trying to do my job, and when the play's there, it's about just me making it, you know. I know my teammates rely on me to make those type of plays, and so it's just another day.
What up? This is Turtle Pie Turtle from Frisco. If you're anything like me, you're getting hella roasted every day on the Morning Roast with Bonte and Shasky on 95.7 The Game. Yee!
All right, the only baseball I'll bring up today, the Giants. Make sure you subscribe to the Garlic Fries and Baseball Guys podcast, the one podcast you need to be listening to for all your Giants takes. Love me, Shasky, bring you the best damn Giants talk in the Bay Area, no matter what happens the rest of the season. When are they going to Baltimore, Kansas City this week? Damn, the hits keep coming for them. They won a game against the Padres this weekend. Did they get shut out like 3 straight games? Just sell and just fire everybody. I saw something. Wait, real quick. I'm sorry. I know it's some football Monday, 49er Monday, whatever it is. The Giants got shut out 3 straight games, and I'm mistaken. Did they break some record? They scored 13 runs. Who was it? They scored 13 runs. I haven't been watching, but I just saw. I was like, wait a minute.
Falls in a forest and no one sees it or hears it, did it really fall?
No, yes, it did fall.
So if the Giants lose a sweep to the Padres, yet no one watched it or attended, did it really happen?
I'm out.
Didn't Pavs have a tweet? They got shut out 3 straight games. That's unbelievable.
Here's the biggest development that you need to know about baseball. City baseball is back. Fall ball has started, and we had a great workout yesterday. And the Carl's Beacon Junior squad went out there and faced a bunch of kids from South City. It was a great game out there for the 9U squad.
I went out to Sarah High School Saturday. Shout out to Sarah High School for all the hospitality. They played their asses off. They played hard. That was a game by the end of the first half. Bosco, just a little too much. Too many mistakes for Sarah High School. But Bay Area is popping right now. Pitt and Reardon had a great game. De La Salle beat up on St. Francis. A lot of it. Oh, that's what happened. 17 hours ago, the Giants run scored during their 1-5 homestand. 2-13-0-0-0-3. It's just case under 500. Let me get a trip to Kansas City, Baltimore, Kansas City. All right, we're moving on from the Giants, man. But I told you guys, October 1st could be a great day to be a Giant fan. It may even be September 30th.
Did you see the biggest, last thing.
Shut up.
Biggest hit of the day yesterday was my brother taking Ted and George out to the Tiny Diamond in left field. He went to the game yesterday. I couldn't believe it. And the kid got a big base hit. That was a bigger hit than anything the Giants have done in months.
Well, reports are coming out that Farhan Zaidi wasn't really involved in the Chapman negotiations.
He's done, dog. He's done.
So that's why I say September 30th, October 1st. Could be a better day for Giants fans. Better day.
All right.
And by the way, Bryce Aldridge is up as well. All right, let's go to the calls. Diego, Oakland. Diego, what's happening?
Hey, good morning, guys.
What's up, Diego?
Mondays are a little harder when the Niners lose, for sure. So 2 things. One, I'm sure we're all aware. I just want to share how sick to my stomach it made me, how we couldn't convert a 4th and goal from the 1. But then we let Sam, I am seeing ghosts out there, Darnold, hit a 97-yard touchdown. What were our safeties doing? I just need to know.
They were getting cooked, Diego. That's what they were doing. They were getting cooked.
Torched. And then number 2, on a lighter note, I'm hoping Levi South is once again good to us. And we beat the Rams. Beat the Rams. Beat LA.
Hey, you know what? You know what, Diego? The Niners are going to beat the Rams.
Oh, why are we doing this?
No, I'm going to do it. Look, that was a trap game last week, and they fell for the Chiefs. Niners fell for the Chiefs. It was a trap game.
What happened the last time you stuck a fork in the Rams?
That was like 5 years ago. 5 years ago. Literally 5 years ago. Or 3 years ago. 4 years ago. Do you want to go over every take on this show?
Why? You said they're done. They won't do anything.
That was a different team.
They went on to win the Super Bowl and beat the Niners.
Well, you know what? Kyle Shanahan on line 1. We were at that game. But that was 3 years ago. This is a completely different team. Jalen Ramsey walking through that door? Wait, where's Aaron Donald at? Where's Ernest Jones at?
He's asleep on the couch with his wife. I don't know if you saw that picture.
Where's Eric Weddle at?
I'm out.
I mean, come on. Come on. This Rams team that I watched yesterday, Cooper Kupp left the game he left the stadium with a walking boot. It was bound to happen. They got no Puka. They have no linemen. They have no defense. Arizona did whatever the hell they wanted to do. I expected Niners to go down to L.A. and handle their business and be resting starters by the fourth quarter. I truly believe that. I know division games are different, and the Rams are going to be desperate. They're going to be 0-2. They're going to be fired up. They're not winning that football game next Sunday. The Niners not dropping to 1-2. I can guarantee that.
I'll promise you this.
Okay. Lock it up, Spinoni. Lock it a week. The Niners, C-Box bet, are not losing that game next Sunday. The hell with the Rams.
You said blowout and the starters aren't going to play in the fourth quarter. You want to walk that part back or what?
I'm guaranteeing a win.
Well, that's different.
I'm guaranteeing a win. I'm guaranteeing a win, and they're going to be very comfortable in the fourth quarter, running out the clock in this football game.
All right. Well, until we get to November 1st, I'm not going to do any predictions.
Why?
And take a couple months off.
Why?
Because I'm not hot right now. You gotta know when to hold them.
The predictions are never good. You still got to do them.
Know when to walk away.
The predictions are never good, but that's the beauty of them.
I'm not going to sugarcoat it. You can sit here and do a sugarcoat job.
Wait, did you make a prediction last week?
I make predictions all the time.
Trap game, Spadone. Trap game. Suzette in San Francisco, she agrees that was a trap game. Suzette, you must have been listening last week, right?
Good morning, crew. Yes,
morning.
I listen all the time.
Thank you.
It was a trap game because, and I'm one of those who get hot. I get hot when the Niners lose. I don't get my tequila shot that night. I'm texting. I'm on Facebook. I get hot. That one, I was real calm about because you had the backup quarterback for us last year, starting from Minnesota, knows the playbook, knows the tendencies, knows the offense, knows Cal. I'm like, this is a trap game if I've ever seen one. So my whole thing is we've got big games coming up in our division. We've got to win those games. I'm not overly upset about this game. We need to move past this one. And, Ayuk, yeah, he looks rusty. He wasn't out there. Trent looks like he's not quite in shape. We're going to see these things manifest as the season goes on. And another thing, they need to stop with the Deebo thing in the backfield. Because, one, there's no McCaffrey there to offset that. And, two, everybody knows that story now. That was a surprise once where it snuck up on them. They were doing things with him. Everybody's got that number now. Cal needs to change something up with that.
Good call, Suzette.
Not sure if you've been paying attention to the division, but yesterday the Rams played the Cardinals. And before I could even blink, as I was folding clothes furiously, listening to 95.7 The Game on YouTube, actually, listening to Grandy and Sterling do a great job. But I also had the game on the other TV. Kyler Murray, 17 of 21, 3 touchdowns. He had 3 touchdowns before the second quarter had even gotten in, it felt like.
I was watching that team. James Conner ran hard yesterday. Marvin Harrison Jr., if you're worried about him.
James Conner.
Marvin Harrison Jr.
Do you get that reference?
Yeah, it's Terminator. Terminator 2. What was my guy, T-1000? Come on, man. If I had that... That was a Blockbuster Video special.
Which guy was T-1000?
He was the cop. He was the guy who turned it all colors.
Good.
Yeah, come on, man. I watched Terminator.
Let's go.
Look, it seems like I never watched the movies.
Same actor that plays Davey Scatino in The Sopranos who has the gambling problem.
Yeah.
Is that him?
Yeah.
Is that T-1000? I had no idea.
Robert Patrick, I think, is his actor.
Yeah, I didn't know
There
that.
are rumors that he came back around to kill Tony, and he was sitting in, there's always different theories. He was sitting in the diner in the corner wearing a bunch of outdoor gear because remember, he moved to Utah.
I thought he moved to Vegas. I thought that's where he was saying
he was
going
to move to Utah.
Yeah, Utah. Now
right.
Vegas would have been good for him. Poor guy.
Tony really took advantage of it.
Yeah, they all did.
Too.
Richie, too.
It's like Sam Darnold taking advantage of Kyle Shanahan, teaching him all the maneuvers.
Hey, Sam Darnold's going to be a free agent at the end of the season.
You can't even say it with a straight face.
I'm just saying. Yeah, see, you guys say that you know Shanahan so well, and for 8 years, this and that about Shanahan. Then what? Here's the biggest thing about Shanahan to know when it comes to quarterbacks. He's not loyal. He's not loyal to quarterbacks.
Possibly.
Come on, Kyle Shanahan, quarterbacks loyalty? Who knows, man? Who knows? Just bookmark it. That's all. Let's Let's go to TC in Sacramento. Then we'll get to Bobby at Los Altos.
Hi, TC.
They both want to come in. They are both coming down Shanahan's road. Boy, what not a good day for Shanahan. Hopefully he's not listening to sports radio.
The clock stuff is you can't defend it. You can't defend it. You had to go for 2 there, and you have to understand that you need to kick a field goal on the other side of the 2-minute warning because you had no timeouts left.
TC, get in here.
Hey, Joe Shasky, y'all know where I'm coming at, bro. Hey, y'all know where I come at every time, big dog. Hey, listen, I couldn't wait to get in this morning, dog. Look, check it out. Hey, let's talk about how Kyle Shanahan already turning Brock Purdy into a robot. How he did Jimmy. This dude can't scramble around. Joe, you've been preaching and you've been harping it all morning. Run, run. No, that's Kyle telling this guy not to run now, right? We were already talking about this before with Brock, right? Talking about Kyle, get out the way. Kyle turns these guys into robots. What was Brock's good trait? He can scramble and make things happen on the move. Are we seeing that guy do that? No, he's standing in the pocket making bad decisions, bro. That's Kyle Shanahan telling that guy, I want you to throw it here, Brock. Listen, dude, I'm telling y'all about this guy, Kyle, man, and everybody wants to keep dancing around it. The problem is this guy, dude. That's all I got. Dude. Pay attention to this season, bro, and pay attention to how robotic Brock will be turned into.
TC, if you had it your way, if you had it your way at the end of the season, if the Niners don't win it, because I want to get something straight, are you ready to move on from Kyle Shanahan? Is that what you're basically telling me?
ASAP.
You had the flushes? Why'd you flush this?
What are my options? Time out.
Come on, the guy was just a quarter away from winning a Super Bowl. What are we doing? This is a week 2 loss.
Time out.
Jesus.
Time out. Just everybody chill. I mean, if Belichick wants to come, I would at least think about it. I'm not saying I do it, but I would think about it. It's Belichick.
You know what the lasting image of Bill Belichick just was in the NFL? Getting absolutely destroyed by every team.
I'm going to turn to the Matt Stuyvesant right now.
Cam Newton as his quarterback.
I'm going to turn to the Matt Stuyvesant right now. I heard this guy for weeks on into last year. Once Brady moved on from Belichick, this guy was ripping Belichick every single week. Now you want him to coach?
But like Bruce Bochy, he needed a couple years off to kind of reset himself. He could come here like Bochy and just take this roster to the Super Bowl. I would think about it. I'm not saying I'm doing it. I would think. It would just would make me. It depends how this year plays out. Let me see how this year plays out. It's Belichick.
So you're going to let wait a minute. So let's just say, hypothetically, the Niners don't make the playoffs. Doors.
I'm at the therapy table right now, and I'm trying to be open-minded.
Oh, my God.
What?
All right, that call.
Sometimes you got to reevaluate yourself.
TC, make sure you contact Flowing Water Plumbing and Drain at flowingwater.net. Even the new sales, what's her name back there? I forget her name. She loves nature.
Lauren. Who? Her name is Lauren.
Lauren. Sorry, slipped the name. Even she's looking crazy. Well, she didn't watch the 49ers. Just like, this guy talking about Belichick?
You know, some people
she threw the thiz face at me. I didn't say that, Lauren. It was Joe Shasky.
Some people like paintings like Michelangelo. Some people like Rorschach tests.
Oh, my
and
God.
This is a Rorschach test.
So we get Belichick, and now we get Josh McDaniel as the offensive coordinator, too, because you know that's happening.
I'm cool off that.
Well, that's the package deal that you get with Belichick.
Doesn't mean that.
No, that's what's going to happen.
Don't forget Max Venable joined Bruce Bochy on the bench. Maybe he goes for someone else.
Bobby at Los Altos. What's happening, Bobby?
I'm not saying I'm dismissing it.
Hey, fellas, good morning.
I love hey, real quick, Bobby, I'm not going to lie. Personally, I hate when the 49ers lose. But quickly after the game, I said, you know what? There's always a silver lining. Losses are always good for business. Go ahead, Bobby. They are.
Yeah, you're definitely going to get the crazy calls. Look, I want to keep this sort of more than one game. I want to look at the big picture. But I will say my wife was born in Minnie, and I married into a Vikings family. So the last game I was at Levi's was before COVID when the Niners beat the brakes off of the Vikings, and then they beat Rodgers, I think, the week after. But
divisional round playoff game.
Yeah, and I do remember actually last year, Bonte, didn't you say if Cousins had a great game, you wouldn't come in the next day? So I'm actually glad that you showed up today. I have a soft spot for former Jets quarterbacks that have been abused by them. So I've always rooted for Geno Smith. I root for Darnold. I almost root for Wilson. Hopefully he finds success because I think Jets ruin quarterbacks. But big picture, here's my problem, and I really don't know how to solve it. First of all, big picture, how can anyone say the last 5 years have been incredible in terms of success. So let's just keep that in mind. It's just one game. But here's the problem. Our boy Shanahan has an incredible record of, 0-30 before the Green Bay playoff game last year, of not being able to win a game when he trails by 7 or more in the fourth quarter. 0-30. That seems statistically impossible. And he only broke that record when he beat someone from his own coaching tree, right? That LaFleur boy from Green Bay. So here's the problem. How do you fix that, right? Do you want to be in a position where you're always down by 7 so you can learn how to win? Or is it just, as the Niners, if you are not up by 7 or if you are not winning in the fourth quarter, you feel like you're going to end up losing the game? And I don't know how to fix that. That's the biggest problem that I think we have, big picture. It's just you just get worried if you're not winning when the fourth quarter starts, which is the money quarter. I don't know. But how do you, what are we going to do about
Bobby,
that?
it's an astute point. I think that when they get a lead, there's no other coach who likes to take the air out of the ball like Shanahan, and he does a great job at it. When they don't have the running game as their backdrop, I think the drop back passing game leaves a lot to be desired. And yesterday was a great example of a younger quarterback, even though he's been in the league for quite some time, and a head coach not understanding that, guys, these 10-yard passes over the middle of the field to Saubert as the clock is ticking down, and the game was already essentially over, but it taught me, it was very clear, so do you guys understand that the clock is your enemy right now? You needed to kick a field goal there.
Probably kick a field goal, but you also got to understand, too, that Minnesota's taking away everything on the sidelines. And they're taking everything away deep. So they're going to offer you, hey, the middle of the field, and at some point you got to take yards. And so the clock is going to be your enemy in that situation. I understand it. Trust me. I agree with you in the clock situation. The 2-point conversion, why you're not going for 2 when you're playing the situation. I understand all that. But also, Minnesota was playing defense to say, hey, anything in the middle is all yours. You're not going to throw anything towards the sideline so you can try to stop the clock. So good on Minnesota. They just were a step ahead of the 49ers yesterday.
No, but
that's all it was.
Brady, but the great ones, Brady, even Josh Allen's talked about this, and Patrick Mahomes. The 8-yard slant is always there. So you don't take it because the clock, 30 seconds, 15 seconds off the clock is worse.
No doubt.
It's depreciating of you getting a first down.
No doubt.
You have to throw the ball either down the field or, in that situation, you kick the field goal on the other end of the 2-minute, and then you give yourself an opportunity.
Long field goal. It's a long field goal, though. It's a long field goal.
No doubt, but it's not a chip shot. Your percentage of winning after 2 minutes is 0.
Oh, I agree.
Literally
it's done.
0.
It was done. I never felt like they're going to win that game once Minnesota went down there anyway and kicked the field goal. Just a lot of things. They were lucky to be in that game in the fourth quarter. They were so damn fortunate.
Agree.
I mean, Warner forcing a fumble at the 1-yard line, just an epic play to keep the 49ers in it. They cut it to 20-14, but you can't get off the field on third down. Third down. You had 3 third downs on that final Minnesota possession. 3 third downs. They convert all 3 of them to get in the field goal range and ice the game away.
So 8 years, right? This is why, to me, this isn't the worst loss in the world. You're going to lose games. You're allowed to have a stinker on both sides of the ball. You're allowed to, for your quarterback, when he's had 30 really good games, to have a stinker. That's all true. 8 years, though, and I'm asking sincerely, when was a time you can remember where in the fourth quarter, the Niners were down, whatever, a touchdown, a field goal, whatever, and they played the clock game just right, got the ball back to give themselves an opportunity to make a play? If there's plays out there and there's games out there, I want to hear them. You
mean trailing by double digits?
No, not even double digits. Let's say you're trailing by 8 or 9 or whatever it is, multiple scores, and they worked the fundamentals of clock management to get themselves the ball for opportunity to come back and win that game. They're few and far between.
No, they're not.
Well, Kyle Shanahan's record when he's trailing into at any point in the fourth quarter heading into it, it's just not good in general.
Not good at all. Not good
and
at
so,
all.
the reason why I think that's the number one takeaway out of this is because that's something that I expect after 5 or 6 years for you to get a little better at.
Yeah, no, they haven't gotten better in that aspect, but they're also been a team that's been dominant. They've won a lot of games, so they haven't been in that situation a lot. They should be better prepared for that situation. It's good to have this on film in week number 2 as opposed to week 8 with this happening. It's only week 2. So get it out the way now, but hopefully they do learn from it because clock management has been an issue for Kyle Shanahan for quite some time. Let's go to Robin in the city. Robin, good morning, Sugar. How you doing?
I'm all right, Sugar. I was going to take y'all. I wasn't going to call today, but I said, let me get my weekly call in. Are you still there?
Oh, I'm here.
Okay, my phone. So this is all I have to say. Sometimes you just get your ass kicked. You just get outplayed. You just get outcoached. Okay, everybody wants to blame, always want to point fingers. I hate our fan base for that, okay? Sometimes, we can nitpick how Shanahan what went wrong, but the bottom line is, guys, they got their asses kicked on both sides of the ball. The offensive, even Trent was getting ran over. They couldn't handle those stunts and all those different things that the offensive Vikings was bringing to them. They had the offensive line confused. And then our secondary, he just picked them apart. He went across the middle, and he just picked them apart. Ward, he can't cover covers for nothing. He can't cover corners for nothing. Okay, that secondary, this is where I blame Kyle. And you guys always say you disagree, and that's all right. I just disagree with his philosophical approach on how you build a roster, because some of those guys, they got exposed yesterday. They are scrubs. That secondary was embarrassing, and Darnold just gave them a taste of their own medicine, picked them apart. And the Niners,
Robin, how about the pass rush? What secondary is going to be good when you don't get a pass rush?
That's no pass rush. You got to look at the defensive coordinator, but that's Kyle's defense anyway. I wonder who taught me that. And then here's the last thing I want to say is that they got outcoached.
Yep.
They got outcoached. Forget the time management. They got outcoached. They got outplayed. Trent was getting ran over. Do you understand what I'm saying? The secondary was awful. Okay, they just got picked apart, and Ward is problematic. Everybody hypes him, but he cannot cover corners. Okay, peace out, guys.
So about Ward, or was she talking about Tick Brown? Or was she talking about Tarvarius Ward?
I don't know. Well,
Tarvarius Ward didn't get a lot of targets his way.
There were two plays to me. We were talking about like drop back passing game, right, for Kyle. Last week they did a couple rub routes. I was like, wow, we're finally doing them. It's like an easy way to get guys open. And yeah, you can get a flag on it, but it feels like everyone runs them against the Niners, and the Niners never run them against anyone. But they did a bunch formation on that third down and 10 or 11 in the fourth quarter on the final drive. It was the first third down. It was a little rub route where they bunched everything up, and the guy just went to the outside. It was such an easy play and Darnold, to his credit, perfect throw, on time, all that. He diagnosed it. It's like, man, those are the kind of plays that, like, when you need to have a first down, like, those are really, really, really sharp, shrewd plays. Really shrewd ones. Another one that really, like, comes out to me is like, hey, here comes the blitz from Diamond Lenore on the edge, on the inside, the slot, if you will.
They've been running that slot corner blitz for years.
And they saw it coming a mile away, and what they do, they ran a screen to the opposite side, almost like they knew what was coming.
They've been running it for years.
Man, those are two plays, like, gosh, it's just really good work by Kevin O'Connell.
No, they've been running that slot corner blitz for years. When they started with K'Wan Williams, is K'Wan Williams still in Denver? Where is he at right now? But he was doing the nickel. He was coming in off the nickel blitz for many, many years for the 49ers. Now it's Diamond Lenore. Look, you give up 23 points. I get what people are saying, but Minnesota controlled the pace of that football game. It felt like, even though Niners dominated time of possession, it just felt like Minnesota played at their pace. They were a step ahead of them defensively, offensively. So it's week 2. How will the Niners respond to this loss? How will they respond to adversity? Because it's not only adversity dealing with this loss in Minnesota and the way you lost. It's the adversity of getting over what may be a lost cause for this season, and that is Christian McCaffrey.
Does that recalibrate you?
Absolutely. Oh, my gosh. I mean, in terms of what? Just expectations?
Like, I have a hard time. Like, do I think they can go into the playoffs and make a deep run? Sure. I think it's a lot harder, but, like, winning the division without CMC is infinitely harder. Winning games in the playoffs is infinitely harder. Being a Super Bowl contender, I feel like a hater, but I almost feel like removing them from that category without CMC. He's not that good, and he's that important. They're not the Super Bowl
division anymore?
What?
They're not the Super Bowl division?
I mean,
I'd say it's too early for that. It's too early for that. It's way too early for that.
This injury is so unique. It's not like a broken fibula, like, oh, he broke his, arm, and he's going to come back. You know what I mean? And like, he'll be okay. It won't be the same, but, he'll be back. Like, this is one of those things, like, even if he comes back, he could leave almost immediately.
Achilles tendonitis, we saw what happened to Joey Greenlaw. We saw what happened to Joey Greenlaw in the Super Bowl, dealing with Achilles tendonitis. Jogging off the field We're jogging onto the field, getting ready for a defensive possession, and boom, it snaps. And we had no idea what happened. My right Achilles right now is throbbing. I swear to God. I'm like, man, if I was cutting and running. Yeah, I am too old. Way too old.
The Niners did look a little old.
They did look
a little old.
It was a short week.
I hate
short
being
week.
that guy.
That's why it was a trap. Monday Night Football. You put everything into what you have on Monday Night Football. Minnesota goes to New York City, beat up on Daniel Jones. Don't have to play the fourth quarter. Come back home, get ready for the home opener. Then you host the Niners on a short week. A short week? Yeah, that was a problem.
Maybe it's the fact that I watched the Bears versus Texans, but both their defensive lines look so much more athletic and energetic than ours. And I'm looking at ours, I'm like, damn, we're hella old and slow.
Well, defensive line is a problem. That could be the problem that rears its ugly head.
They got a lot invested into it.
Whoa, they've had a lot invested into it, and not enough pressure. Not enough pressure at all. Let's go to Jeff and Marin. Jeff and Marin, what's happening?
Hey, guys, thanks for taking my call. So I've got a couple of thoughts. First of all, maybe we're just snake bit in Minneapolis, but I got some and maybe it was just a clunker of a game. Every team seems to have one. But I've got some concerns about some of the play calling. And I think Kyle's great, but, we never tried to even throw the ball deep. And there were plenty of times where Purdy dropped back, and he's standing there now, and no receivers are getting open, apparently. But we never tried to stretch the field. And then the other thing that really concerned me was at the end of the fourth quarter, we're down 3rd and goal. We don't try to throw a ball into the end zone. It's almost like a lateral out to Deebo, which reminds me of back in the days when we had Garoppolo, where we didn't have enough confidence in him to try to throw a ball into the end zone. What the heck kind of play was that?
It was horrible.
I mean, how goofy was that?
Let me stop you right there. Even if you score a touchdown on that play, you're under the 2 minutes, okay? So it's 40 seconds. So if I take 3 kneels, okay, 40, that's about 135 seconds, give or take. By the time they punt it, you have no time to score is what I'm getting at. Like, it made no sense. All those passes inside the 30 needed to be into the end zone. Every one of them. No completions underneath. Everything needs to be in the end zone. Or you kick a field goal. Again, this goes back to, I like Kyle like you. I like him a lot. What are you doing? Do you not understand? You're chasing 8 here. You're not chasing, or you're chasing 9, excuse me. You're not chasing 1 score. So it made no sense whatsoever.
I agree. And it's like, they got a speed burner now in Cowling. He looked pretty good in preseason. I don't remember ever seeing him out on the field. Maybe he was, and I just didn't catch it. But why don't we try to throw the ball deep? We have to be able to demonstrate, and I think Purdy's got the arm strength to do it, to make some quick, scoring attempts, right? Especially when you're trailing. How else are you going to come back in the game
totally with you.
unless you have a quick strike capability?
I hate the guys yesterday in the thread that said, do we even see a deep shot? And I always work under the mindset, you have to take, good call, Jeff, you have to take a deep shot either once a quarter or once a half. Do something.
Minimum.
Stretch the field. Minimum. Just take a shot. Hey, Chicken Cowie, go run a fly route. Just go fly, and we'll throw it up to you, and we'll see what happens. Because the defense yesterday felt like Minnesota, once they settled in, they knew everything was going to be 15 yards and in.
It reminded me so much of a Jimmy G game because it was like, oh, my God, that linebacker almost hit that ball.
Yeah.
Oh, my God, they knew that was coming.
Yeah.
Oh, my God, what a catch by Deebo. If he doesn't catch that, that's picked.
Right.
Like, that's the way it felt. I know we've kind of like slept on it. We've talked about how great Fred was.
Right.
I thought Deebo was really, some of the
really
catches he made in this game, I thought he made some sick catches.
Deebo was really good. Deebo was really good. George Kittle, I thought, was very solid.
Agreed.
I didn't hear anything about Dominic Pooney, which means that maybe he was good, but I got to watch. I'm going back home to watch it over.
Flores, I thought Flores did a great job knowing when they were going to go to Mason. They had 2 and 3 guys in the backfield in the second half.
Oh, they
had
were all over
basically 80 yards, 1 play into the third quarter for the Niners offense, and after that, 18 yards the rest
he didn't do nothing in the second half. He did nothing. They shut down that run game and made the Niners one-dimensional, and that's a problem against Brian Flores. When you go one-dimensional against a team, now what did they blitz? Their percentages were high last year. I think they blitzed I heard, maybe I'm mishearing things, but 80%? 75% of the time they blitz Brian Flores, and he didn't blitz much last week against the Giants because you don't have to against Daniel Jones. He blitzed his ass off yesterday, and again, free rushers, free guys, knowing the scheme. Like, this scheme that Shanahan runs, you got to be able to identify free rushers. There's too many times. Van Ginkel on the goal line. Way too many times. We saw it in the Super Bowl. Just free rushers coming scot-free, disrupting the play, coming up with a big pass breakup. Can't do that. Got to fix that. You got to clean that up. So
last year, Bonte, 51% for the Minnesota Vikings led the NFL with the blitz percentage. Second was the Giants, then the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, Patriots, Broncos, Steelers.
So yeah, he's a blitzer. That's what he does. You don't play many teams like that.
I don't mean to interrupt you. I apologize for that. But was Ayuk one of their vertical stretchers?
Yeah, he goes down the field. He's had some big plays down the field last year. Huge plays. I could recall the one against Arizona against a double team. Yeah. Purdy kind of underthrew it on purpose, 40, 50-yard chunk play. Of course, Tampa Bay, the 75-yard touchdown.
Jacksonville.
Down the left sideline.
Jacksonville
game. He had a big chunk play. So
he's clearly compromised, right?
Yeah.
But then the other part of this is like, and I hear you, and I'm with you, and I want to see Jacob Cowan get out there.
Just go run deep.
But you also have to protect for a 5 to 7 step drop. And I think they did a poor job. Just in general, there were moments where he had time, but they did a poor job protecting.
You know what? Give me some max protection. Shanahan's a genius.
Sauber played a lot because of that.
I pay you to cook. Max protect. Give me a matchup. Manipulate a matchup, and let's go deep. Kevin O'Connell did it to you. Stuffed you at the goal line, and then next thing you know, 2nd and 9, we're going to go play action, dial up a deep shot from our own end zone.
And he climbed the pocket not once, twice.
And threw a dime. That might have been a prettiest throw of the weekend.
That was his best throw of his career.
Yeah, one that Robbie chose against the Cowboys, MetLife Stadium.
Well, I don't know. That one was beautiful. And by the way, did you see the ref on that play? I don't know if you caught it. You didn't see it? Okay. So the ref is like, there's a small ref who's off to the side. He stopped on a dime, running backwards, sprinted down, beat George Odom down the field, and then got back into position, back on the opposite end to be able to be in line to see where Justin Jefferson, if he was going to get in the end zone or not. Next time you get a chance when you watch it, highlight the referee. Yeah. His effort was unreal.
Dominated the referee combine, I'm sure.
Did you see that?
No, it was incredible.
His agility was unbelievable.
He hip swiveled to backpedal into the end zone after going full speed. It was actually incredible.
I was too busy laughing.
I said, can this guy play running back for the Niners?
No, I was too busy laughing at the fact that they had George Odom in press man, and Tick Brown had no shot, and Justin Jefferson crossed up the entire field and still smoked him standing up. It was like, what? How can you be that slow at the safety spot? And Hufanga coming back off this gruesome injury. I don't know, man. We need some speed back there.
Bonte.
We need some speed at the safety spot.
Justin Jefferson, I hope he's okay. He's got a quad injury. Yeah. He went down, same play Bosa went down. We're all like, oh my goodness. He might be one of my favorite players ever just to watch. Like, not that he's like on my team or just watchability. You're like,
player.
Ooh, he's
really
open.
Good player.
Ooh, he's getting plays. Like, he's ridiculous.
No, he is ridiculous. Fast 5. What's your final thought, Shasky?
My final thought is this. 6 sacks. 6 sacks. Could have been like 10. Purdy ran like crazy for some of them. That's not a winning recipe. That's not a winning recipe for the 49ers. And the other thing is that this defense needs to look in the mirror. On the final drive, when they couldn't get a stop, there was no Aaron Jones. There was no Justin Jefferson. Addison was out for the game. Hawkinson was out for the game. And you couldn't get a stop. Unbelievable.
6 minutes and 46 seconds. The Vikings milk off the clock. 3 third-down conversions. Final thought is special teams with all the new special teams rules. You get a punt blocked. You fumble a punt. You're not tackling well on special teams overall. Got lucky that you're right. I forgot about that when the Vikings could have pinned the Niners at the 1 yard line. I remember that. There was a young man from Alabama. It was like, damn, he botched that. Special teams gets a big fat F. They got to clean up special teams in a heartbeat. That's not good. A rookie and punt returner in Jacob Cowie, and you're getting a punt block there early in the game. Luckily, the Niners defense stiffened, and they only allowed 3 points there. Spinoni, Lubman, what you guys got?
My overall takeaway from the weekend, the rookie starting quarterbacks are struggling. 0 passing touchdowns for Bo Nix, Jaden Daniels, and Caleb Williams combined.
No.
Not great.
That can't be true.
No, it is. There's only been 2 touchdowns in general, I think, rushing from Jaden Daniels in that week 1 loss to Tampa Bay.
Wow.
Tampa Bay, by the way, might have had the most impressive win over the weekend.
Hey, Brian Baldinger said it. He said it.
Baker looking like a top 10 quarterback.
So, overall, too, real quick, passing touchdowns through the first 2 weeks of the season. 2019, there was 105. 2020, there was 110. 110 in 2021. 105 in 2022. 86 last season. Through the first 2 weeks of this season, pending a game tonight between the Falcons and Eagles, only 66 passing touchdowns through the first 2 weeks of the season. I don't know what to make of that, but it is something very intriguing to me.
No Phillip, no Roethlisberger, no Drew Brees, no Brady. Like all these guys have left the league in the last 4 or 5 years. You got a lot of young players out there now.
My final thought is, Bonta, you kind of hinted out already when you do your rewatch, but if we're looking for a positive yesterday, for me, it's Dominic Puny. Again, second week in a row. That guy is just so much fun to watch there in that right guard spot. He was opening up holes. He was like a brick wall with that pass protection there. Love what we're seeing from him so far. And that's my silver lining from yesterday. Dominic Puny. Pretty good.
There it is. The Vikings were bumping mini men by 50 Cent last in the locker room after the game. Boy, we got it. Ricky Pearsall, going to need him at some point. That's for sure. Bookmark that. All right. That was Fast Five. Lauren, did you enjoy the show? Did you understand what we were talking about? Yeah?
She said yes, thumbs up.
Thumbs up.
Yeah.
Third down's a problem.
You're a
management a problem.
Relax.
No, Lauren, you're going to find this out if you haven't already. There's no bigger fan. No bigger Joe Shasky fan than Joe Shasky. So.
My dad.
I can't find the Tums.
We were all looking for the Tums last night, Papa Shasky. He was rolling over thinking, what the hell is going on?
You know what my dad was thinking? You're letting Sam Darnold do this?
I tell you, hey, we didn't beat him by 20. Trap game. Fast Five brought to you by Xfinity at home on the go. You get the fastest internet to all of your devices. Tiny Guru next. And they'll be talking Farhan? Are they talking Pajimski? Batting practice? No, they're talking Niners. I'm kidding. Have a good day, everybody.
Did you know when you purchase lumber and building materials from Golden State?
want to know now. I'm mentally invested. Don't tell me to pray and you don't say what for.
He brings the perspective.
Yeah, I think they both have great points. Get off me, text line.
He's truly one of a kind.
That is whack. Oh, my God.
And he's doing a great job.
I need you to man up and say what you really want to say.
Simon, you're doing a great job.
And together, they're Steiny and Guru.
Yeah.
On 95.7 The Game.
Ty Chandler, the running back. The fake. Block Bradbury. End zone touchdown. Miller.
Good morning, everybody.
Is it?
Not a great morning for 49er fans.
Man.
That was Kevin Harlan, CBS. That was the touchdown that made it 20-7. 20-7.
It should have been 27-7, but Fred Warner, Superman, caused a fumble on Aaron Jones going into the end zone. Go ahead, partner. You just start it, man, because this is why we love sports, right, in the NFL. Who had this?
It's the NFL. A lot of crazy stuff can happen.
Yeah, right.
Vikings seem to own the 49ers in Minnesota.
Flores, right. 1992, the Niners have not won in that building.
Yeah, they didn't play well enough, and it could have been worse. That's the way I look at it.
Wow.
You had a special teams botch with the block punt. That led to a score. You essentially had 2 interceptions by Purdy. One was called a fumble, but what does it really matter? You give up a 97, 98-yard touchdown pass. That can't happen. You can't convert on 3rd or 4th down. That can't happen. And it was just a game that it ends 23-17, but I think if you're a 49er fan, you know that it really wasn't that close. Minnesota took care of you yesterday.
Yeah, and we got the news when we left you Friday, when I left you all on the crossover, the Niners were talking about putting McCaffrey on IR. He's officially on IR. But what was the theme of the week after dominating the Jets was they don't need McCaffrey. Give a bouquet of roses to Kyle Shanahan. But you said Saturday, you texted me, Steiny, you were watching Tulane, Oklahoma. On any level of football, college, high school, you said it. You give up 6 sacks, you give up a 97-yard touchdown, you have a fumble, an interception, and you go 2 of 10 on 3rd down. You give up 7 to 12 to the other team on 3rd. You have a block punt. You ain't winning jack. And that's what happened yesterday. Steiny, can I dare say I felt like the Niners got dominated?
Well, I mean, the only thing that kind of prevents you from saying that, if you said it, I don't necessarily think I'd really disagree with you, is the 49ers did throw for 300 yards, and they did have a 100-yard rusher. But they were never really competitive in that game until the very end when, they would have needed to recover an onside kick. But, don't forget, too, they were 1 for 3 on 4th down.
Yes, they were.
Which is also something that gets you beat.
And they went on the 4th down early. Were you shocked at the timing of the 4th down that Kyle was so aggressive early?
Which one?
The one they got it on the first drive.
Oh, where they got the long pass to, I believe, was it Jennings on that play?
Yeah, you were correct. But I was just like, wow, like he's being a gunslinger. But other than that, Steiny, I didn't recognize the offensive line. I'm talking about everybody. Brindle, Trent Williams, the defensive line. That's where my focus is at today. And I know we'll cover it all. But Steiny, Bosa got 2 sacks. One was a scholarship. I don't know what Darnold was doing. But there's no way. When I left you all Friday, I thought Sam Darnold could beat this San Francisco 49er team. And Steiny, he looked like the better quarterback yesterday.
He did. There's no doubt about it.
I'm shocked.
He absolutely did.
Yeah.
The one thing that happened yesterday is if you look at week 1 against the Jets, the 49ers ran the ball 37 times and they passed it 28. Yesterday, they passed it 36 and they ran it 25. Now, the question I have for 49er fans is that just what's going to happen if you get down 13-7 and then 20-7? You're going to have to throw it more. But it wasn't like they weren't gaining yards on the ground.
Yes. Mason averaged 5 yards a pop and only got 20 carries.
Exactly.
And you were telling the masses real quick here, Steiny, that Kyle liked to run more a little. So I don't know why they got away for it. And they were, with all that said, they were down 6 at halftime. But to me, the staple of this game and why Minnesota won it, they earned it. No Justin Jefferson on the last drive. And Minnesota went down there and got it, just ran the ball down their throat, threw it. Naylor made some big catches, and Darnold obviously with some big throws. But to give up 3 in that instance, Donnie, I thought, okay, the Niners are going to quit playing. They're going to stop them, get the ball, and score. Minnesota went down the field after Darnold threw. That's what has me concerned.
Well,
the Niner defense.
Well, there were 2 times yesterday where the Niners defense just couldn't get a stop, and it was both when they needed it most. At the end of the first half, it's 10-7. Minnesota's got the ball after you finally get on the board, and they march up the field and kick a field goal in the last play of the first half.
Yeah.
And that's a field goal. So now they're up 13-7. Then you cut it to 20-14. You got to get a stop, and you can't get a stop. And on both those drives, Minnesota converts 3 third-down plays.
Yeah, they do.
So right there, to me, is the game. The Vikings were 7 of 12 third-down conversions, and the 49ers were 3 for 13 on third and fourth down conversions. So they just didn't look very good yesterday. Obviously, Ayuk has got to figure something out with Brock Purdy. He only had 4 catches for 40-some yards.
Which you broke down, partner, is his average, 4.5.
Yeah, exactly. Deebo Samuel looks like we're right about him. He's going to have a big year. Bosa had a couple of sacks. But really, you got to give the Minnesota Vikings a ton of credit. They handled the Niners, it felt like.
Yeah, no doubt. And again, about the 97 yards touchdown to Justin Jefferson, the audacity and gall of Minnesota to dial up that play and not fear the pass rush of the Niners. Darnold was in his own end zone, Stein. He scooted up and let one go. And Brown and Odom, who got benched for a couple series later in the game, you just can't have that happen. And it looked like a video game watching them cops and robbers chasing after the great Justin Jefferson. But when it's all said and done, we could say, and I have, the Niners dominated the Jets, but the Jets quietly were 6 of 10 on third down. And that was the theme to me yesterday. Minnesota 7 of 12. And on the season, 8 quarters, Steiny, teams are 13 of 22 against this vaunted defense. So we thought, on third down. And I don't got to tell you guys, third down is a money down.
888-957-9570 is the number. 49ers get beat 23-17. Also, I haven't even mentioned this guy's name, but Christian McCaffrey is going to be out at least 3 more games. That'll mean he's going to miss the first 5 games of the year. And it's going to be Jordan Mason time, at least early in the year. He's looked good.
I wonder why 20 carries, man.
Maybe. If you look at it this way, what do you have? 28 carries the first game, 20 the second. I'll bet you he's right up among the league leaders in attempts. But maybe Kyle could have used him a little bit more. Who knows? But when you get down, they played the whole game essentially from behind. And when you're playing from behind, chances are you tend to throw it a little bit more. So that's what happened yesterday. I thought that the Minnesota Vikings were just in control of that game from start to finish.
And then when you thought the Niners had a chance again, when they got the touchdown in the fourth quarter to cut it to 6, I was listening to Bonte and Shasky. Shasky was doing a little math gymnastics. He wanted Kyle to go for it, Stoney, so you could get it within 5. And if you give up 3 on the next possession, hold them to 3, you'd be down 8. So you essentially could get the ball, score, and go for 2 and send it to overtime.
Wait, say this again?
So they scored the touchdown to cut it to 2017.
2014.
2014.
Okay.
So Shasky wanted them to go for 2.
Oh, at that point.
It would have been 20-15 had you done that. But the point is, in all that, the Niners defense would have had to come up with a stop. And for the whole day, they could. Sonny, this game should have been 27-7 going into the fourth quarter with the Aaron Jones, punch-out fumble right at the 1-yard line. But just think about that. The Niners were lucky to have it that close and still couldn't muster up enough moxie on defense or pressure. And that's my concern. Where is that front? Leonard Floyd didn't record a tackle, Steiny.
888-957-9570. Niners fall to 1-1. They lose 23-17. Christian McCaffrey's going to be out another 3 games at least. The Vikings handle the 49ers. How you feeling, San Francisco fans, after this one? I don't know. Did you see it coming? Did you not see it coming? But we'll get into every aspect of it. If you want to jump in, you know the number, 888-957-9570. What's coming up on the game is presented by Fremont Bank, celebrating 60 years of full-service banking with no compromises. That segment brought to you by Chilton Auto Body.
McCaffrey. Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All right. Well, speaking of Jackson.
Kevin Harlan, courtesy of Fox Sports.
Rest in peace,
CBS
Tito
Sports.
Jackson.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, he passed away.
Hate to see it.
Yep.
That was Mitch Wishnowsky getting his punt blocked in the first quarter. Kind of set the tone for the game.
They held him to 3, though, Steiny.
Oh, okay.
Niner D.
What about it?
They held him to 3 after that block.
Okay. What about it?
That's a win.
Okay.
Yeah.
They held him to 3. We can put that on their tombstone. They held him to 3.
So what?
That's what I wanted to say, Bob.
All right.
49ers played from behind all game, and it kind of looked like it. 888-957-9570 is the number. There was one 49er who was absolutely spectacular, and that's Fred Warner. And he was asked after the game about what happened defensively with the 49ers.
Too many my bads, too many, man, I try to be better next time, and me included. Like, I'm thinking of the plays that I wanted back in this game. Like I said, we got to play more together as a team. We just got to do our job, play smarter football, and the rest will take care of itself because we are talented. We do play hard. We just got to play smarter.
I like that. Because that 97-yarder, Steiny, was a my bad by 2 cats. I mean, Odom got benched, basically. Mustafa came in for him. But, man, you give up that play and, the audacity of Minnesota to feel like they can block you up front to give Darnold that time. How good is Sam Darnold? He's probably sipping on a mimosa this morning. We talked about it. I thought it wasn't feasible. The revenge game from Sam Darnold, and he outplayed Brock Purdy and the Niners. Give him his flowers.
You mind if I take a cheap shot?
You do it with the best of them. Go ahead.
Can Ayuk make that play Jefferson made?
Well, you know what's funny about that?
Maybe nobody can, but
what's funny is the Niners didn't go deep at all.
Well, he can't get deep like that.
But Steiny, he can if you pay him $30 million.
No, he can't.
You don't get the 30 to Steph Curry if you can't take the top off.
4.5.
They didn't send him deep. Well, right now he probably huffing and puffing.
4.5 catches per game.
But they paid him 30. Gertie.
Right, and if you pay him 30, it doesn't mean he's going to be able to go deep all of a sudden and catch balls like that.
Well, I'll say this. He's no Justin Jefferson. How about that?
Well, I don't think anybody is. Like I said, it was a cheap shot. Let's go to Case in San Jose. Wants to talk about the Niners' loss. Case in San Jose.
Hello, hey guys. How you guys doing?
What's going on?
Yeah. I just wanted, I think 2 things contributed to it. Not having CMC and just like not being conditioned because the AC was out and Kittle was on the sideline for a little bit getting the IV and a couple players are getting gas because must have been hot in there.
Yeah, I guess it was hot. No, I appreciate it.
Shout out Nelly. It was hot in here, but still, Sonny, the Vikings played, didn't it?
Is that true that the air conditioner was out? Yeah. It's like the old Boston Garden.
I thought you were going San Antonio Spurs in the finals when they beat Bron when he was with the Heat. Remember, AC was off. Yeah, he was cramping up.
I don't remember that. But I don't know if that's the answer or not. But the 49ers didn't play very well.
But what about Brock, Steiny? He seemed
mediocre. He was very average.
And a lot of his throws, and he was hitting Deebo over the middle. And I know you know the game. Just to sports, sometimes numbers lie. But when you look at when it's all said and done, Deebo had 100. Your boy had 100 on the ground. Mason, I felt like I wanted to see him more, and I thought we would. And then Brock threw from 300, but you were a millisecond, a yard away from being down 20 going into the fourth quarter. So I think those numbers lie and make it look closer than it was. But, Steiny, I don't know what to make of him. He threw a pick, fumbled the ball, just slipped out, and that wasn't wet conditions. Things happen, but I'm wondering, I was sitting up here fat-mouthed, and they don't need McCaffrey. After that game yesterday, I'm like, man, they got 3 or 4, or like Bonte said this morning, who knows how many more weeks without him. But Purdy didn't have his best game yesterday.
And neither did the offensive line.
6 sacks. Damn.
I'm saving my analysis of the 3 greedy guys.
But then wouldn't you be unfair putting it all at their doorstep? Because neither one of them were in the secondary. And the secondary was getting torched.
Let's take a look at the 3 greedy guys.
All right.
McCaffrey gets extended, hasn't played, will miss the first 5 games. Ayuk gets paid, off to a slow start. Trent Williams, hell holds out. How's his start been? Mad Dog in San Mateo. Mad Dog, what's going on?
Hey, Steiny.
Hey.
How's it going?
Yeah.
Talk to us, baby.
Okay, this is my take, and I'm an older fan, and I know a lot of the other fans that everybody wants to Shanahan this and Shanahan that and everything, but I had a coach too told me, he goes like, you're at the level where you got to get yourself ready to play, and I think maybe some of the players have been reading their own press clippings. It's like when Jefferson was going in between the two safeties, and they're going like, is that the best receiver in the NFL come run right by me? And yeah, it was, because I don't think they were ready. Not everybody was ready. If they were all ready like Fred Warner and they were playing sharp, I think a lot of things would have changed. I mean, the Vikings, they stacked that defense. That's like a street fight. You got to be ready to go. And then I think some of the players are going like, we're in Viking land now. And they did not expect the NFL to be that big, maybe. I don't know. I think it was on the players. I mean, not all of them, like that punt out block too. That guy was going like, nobody ever blocks a punt, and he goes, oh crap, that guy just went by me,
Yeah, I mean, appreciate the call, Mad Dog, but like that's the thing. I mean, we can find some positives, but there are just too many things that happened, and you don't win games like that. You gave up 6 sacks.
Talk to me.
You committed 2 turnovers. You had a punt blocked. You could not get them off the field on third down
without their best weapon. The 20-14, it's right there. You get a stop and score, you win by 1, Steiny. They faced 3 third downs, and Naylor and a guy, Powell, were guys that were catching the balls, gashing the Niners. That's what was so shocking to me. And now, I got to bring up Sorensen, Steiny. This is his defense, but I didn't want to come in here. I know it's Overreaction Monday, but I got to keep it real because I'd be a phony and a fake to myself. Last week I came in saying after the Monday night game, this defense is dominant, so I got to slow my roll. But, man, that was not a good day for anybody outside of Fred Warner on the defense. And no Justin Jefferson, no pressure at all, I felt like, for Sam Darnold to have the day that he had, but to convert 3 third downs on the money drive to get the field goal to basically make it to put the game away. Now, somebody's got to make plays. Somebody's got to be disruptive. And I don't have to tell you this. Bosa got 2 sacks, Steiny. 1, it was, hey, you got it. I don't know what Darnold was doing, but pressures matter too. And Hargrave, the rest of the gang, Floyd, I don't see them pressuring the quarterback. I mean, Rodgers, as bad as they were, 6 of 10 on third.
Yeah, let's talk to Kyle Shanahan about the third down conversions of the Vikings.
Yeah, it was tough. I mean, they got us on third down. We had a couple opportunities to get off the field. Sam made a couple good throws, and they were good on third down all day. So we had our opportunities with those turnovers that they got, but he made some big plays, and it was tough after that.
Wow.
It was tough after that.
Yeah. Can I just give you the first? So you talk about you're on the road, you want to come out, and you want to get started, right? Steiny, the first series for the Niners, 3 plays, 7 yards, minute 35 punt. Next series, 4 plays, 30 yards, 2:36 off the clock, block punt. Get this. Next series, 15 plays, 88 yards, 9 minutes and 18 seconds, turnover on downs. You follow that up again with the drive that goes 6 plays, turnover on downs. You're not ready. And yet you still had it within 6 and you couldn't get a stop. Minnesota beat you in every aspect. Coaching too. We hadn't mentioned Brian Flores yet.
They had a 1st and goal at the 4 in the first half there. They threw 3 out of 4 times. 1st and goal at the 4. Man. They ended up getting stopped on 4th down. They threw 3 out of 4 times. That's the kind of thing that I just don't get.
Yeah, and that's one person that only can answer that, right?
Yeah.
Kyle.
Richard in Milpitas. What's up, Richard? How you doing, man?
Okay. Yeah. I'm figuring out some things from just listening to you guys.
Okay.
I like your provocative comments, but sometimes you just have to concentrate a little better, and problem can be solved fairly easily.
Okay.
It probably, I don't want to be arrogant. Yes, I think it could be fixed in a very short time.
Okay.
Just by watching a little bit of film for me or somebody like me to solve your problems.
Okay. Well, I appreciate that, Richard. And we're all going to try to focus a little more, concentrate a little bit more.
Yeah.
Because that often is the key to not only a good ball game, but it's a key to a good radio show. Focus, concentration. And who was lacking that today, Goo, or yesterday, rather?
I'd say the Niners' run defense. They gave up 6.1 yards a pop to Ty Chandler, Aaron Jones, and Sam Darnold, who skated 5 for 32, used his legs. I didn't recognize that team. And it's so funny in sports. This is why we love it. This was I'm going to shout out our boss. This game was his mattress game. And when you go into the mattress, that means you liquidate all assets. There's no way that the Niners are losing. And Steiny, this was Olivia Newton-John special from the Minnesota Vikings. And I can't get over how ineffective the Niners offense was. But that series you talked about in the first half, first and goal, and not passing it 3 times, I don't know what Kyle was thinking about there when Mason looked like Marshawn Lynch.
What's a mattress bet?
When you go and some people keep money under the mattress.
Okay.
So when you go bet it all on a sure shot. And he thought the Niners were a sure shot.
Why?
I was right behind them.
Why?
Because they're the Niners. They went to the Super Bowl. They got Bosa. They got Deebo. They got Ayuk. They got the $60 million man. Not so fast. Dude, he looked like Jimmy a little bit yesterday. Purdy wasn't why they lost, but there were a lot. I mean, the fumble, Sonny, I don't know how they called it a fumble. It looked like interception, but it just slipped out his hand. He wasn't good yesterday, and he got away with a couple throws.
Let's go to Vince in the city. What's up, Vince? How you doing? Vince in the city. What's up, Vince? How you doing?
Hey, what's up, guys? Yesterday, man, I was pretty upset with the whole team, the whole game overall. I think they just came out, they were flat. But the first thing that kind of pissed me off was, I understand giving respect to the other team, but for Brock Purdy to go on tape and say to Brian Flores, your defensive scheme was crazy.
I didn't like that.
That doesn't make any sense to me. Why would you give that to him on tape where it's the NFL, it's a copycat league. He was baited into all those throws. I felt like they had his number. They know that he likes to throw those layered throws and lead and anticipate the defense was a step ahead of him. We saw it in the Super Bowl last year, and now it's all on film. Teams are going to just game plan this way, and if we don't have a running game and he sticks to that, he's supposed to hit this window, so I'm going to throw it there. If defensive coverages are set up for that, we're going to lose almost every game. The second thing, and it also pisses me off, I feel like since Jim Harbaugh was here, I'll never understand how you play safety in the NFL and you let a wide receiver go over the top of you. You do not let that happen. That's your main job. You're the safety valve. You're supposed to not let anybody get behind you. You let Jets go from the 2-yard line and run 97 yards down the middle or across the field untouched. Come on, dude. That's embarrassing.
He got caught peeking.
Absolutely ridiculous.
Yeah.
And both lines, too. Both lines played like crap. And they blitzed. I think they said it this morning on the roast. The Vikings blitzed like some 80% of the game. And not one screen pass play was called. Who's calling the plays, Kyle or the new OC? Because I remember it was supposed to be the new OC. And if that's the case, Kyle needs to go ahead and take back over.
Appreciate it, Vince. Vince not happy.
Did you hear the sound that he talked about and just the athlete in me or the fan in me? When the game was over, you come meet at midfield and you give the hugs. Mm-hmm. Brock Purdy caught up with Brian Flores and told him, and I didn't like none of this, your scheme is crazy, dude. And I'm like, Brock, even if you think that, you don't give that to him. Because now, just like the caller pointed out, hey, every game's on tape, right, Steiny? Copycat league. But I didn't like Brock basically bowing down and verbally saying what we saw, that the scheme is crazy.
Well,
I didn't like it.
Well, that's just showing your double standard. double standard.
And that would be?
When Aaron Rodgers approached Fred Warner and said, the league doesn't know about you, but we know you're the best linebacker in football. That's okay. He gives him credit. But when Purdy does it, now you have a problem with it.
Now, that was like you a bad boy, but the scheme telling the person that this test is difficult. And I'll say this. You talked about stats and how they lie, and I won't put this all at Brock Purdy's doorstep, Stoney, but 300 yards, that wasn't 300 yards. Deebo got deep, was killing them in the middle of the field, but they just couldn't do it money time, man. Like, how does a Kyle Shanahan offense against a Minnesota Viking team that I think had a good win in week 1, how are you 2 of 10 on third? So where's all the weapons we talk about? I was happy Kittle got in the end zone. They looked his way, but after that, it was just much of nothing. 7 points again in the first half, Stoney.
Yeah. Yep. I mean, I sometimes think that because we watch the Niners and we're the Niners fans and we've seen them 4 out of the last 5 years be successful, that sometimes we just don't think they're vulnerable. Sometimes we don't think they can lose a game like every team in the NFL can lose a game. They went on the road. They got beat. Now they got to go play the Rams. We'll see what happens. Sparks in Baton Rouge.
Okay.
Sparks.
Hey,
what's
how
going
you doing?
on, man?
How you doing, fellas?
Talk to us.
How you doing?
Yeah.
Man, been a 49er fan since I was 5, 6 years old. I'm 44 now, so I've been living it. Last time we won the Super Bowl, I was 15 years old. Long story short, yesterday, like the caller said, I felt like the energy was flat. But also, I'm going to start with the defensive side. Why is it that other defensive team, like defensive coordinators, can dial up a blitz against us on 3rd and long, but it's like when we have them in 3rd and long, we rush 4, they blocking with 6, and it always seems like that our D-line is not doing anything, but they're blocking with more. And it started 2 years ago when we played the Titans on Thursday night. They started that trend, and a lot of times I think our coordinators think that our front can just win off talent alone. So dialing up the blitz more should be an emphasis. And also on offense, I just feel like since CMC is out and Ayuk is trying to find his way, we should bring up Terrence Marshall. He's 6'3", 6'4", running 4.39. Hasn't had a good quarterback since he came out of LSU. He was over there with Carolina for some years. Put him on the outside, Ayuk on the outside, let Deebo insert Cowan in the slot. And, hey, let's just see, what's what. But I just really feel like the defensive coordinators, we know what it looked like. We know what it not looked like. So we 59% on 3rd downs, man, we can't. It's going to be a long year.
Hey, I'll leave you with this one. I just paid Brandon Ayuk $30 million, gave him some guaranteed chicken, man. Ain't no way you can call and talk about another receiver. That's on Ayuk and Kyle and everybody in charge to get him up and running. Man.
That's true.
Yeah.
That's true.
Yeah.
But I just feel like, like Houston, the Texans have Nico Collins, I think his name. He's 6'4", 220. We bring Marshall up. That's 4.39 speed, man. Like, so I just want to see from the defensive side more blitzes on 3rd down because our D-line is not going to win rushing 4 when they're blocking with 5 and 6. It's just not going to happen.
Wow.
So, hopefully we learn from it and we get the dub this week against the Rams. The Lambs, whatever you want to call them.
Appreciate it, Sparks. Thanks for the call.
Yeah, 49er Frankie, with diehard Niner fan, was texting me, Stoney, why are the Niners not blitzing when they're not getting home with 4? And Sorensen didn't do it. Now, I'm not going to say he was stubborn, but the bottom line is there was a lack of communication from the Niners secondary across the board. Minnesota came out in a lot of bunch formations, and the Niners secondary guys were like, oh, you got Stoney. No, you got him. And guys were wide open. So that was another shocking aspect of this. The defense, I thought, was the heart and soul of this team.
I mean, they had 4 sacks. Is that enough for you? It wasn't yesterday. I mean, it does seem like the 49ers feel like defensively they should be able to dominate without having to do anything intricate. And maybe that's what happened yesterday is They just played basic defense. They didn't try to blitz, and their guys just didn't play well enough on defense, especially.
Yeah.
Bosa had 2 sacks, but I'm hearing on the Xfinity Mobile text line, they're cosmetic.
Right.
Well,
one he got, but the other kind of, I don't know what Darnold was doing. He ran back to him like a magnet. But the bottom line, Stoney, is I'm looking for pressures too, not just the sack numbers. And the Niners did not make one Sam Darnold uncomfortable yesterday. I just can't get over Sam Darnold in a revenge game. Came out of that game looking better than anybody in a Niner uniform, not named Fred Warner.
Well, here's Kyle Shanahan talking about Sam Darnold.
Didn't surprise me. We knew we were up for a challenge. Sam is a hell of a quarterback. He's got a lot of arm talent, and we also knew just scrambling-wise it was going to be a different challenge today, and he got us in a couple scrambles, too, that he's done that his whole career. He's done it in college, and we knew we had a challenge.
Yeah.
There it is. See, this is like where, in a weird kind of way, Shanahan, he likes Sam Darnold, and he knows that Sam Darnold doesn't have the greatest reputation.
Mm-hmm.
So on a day like yesterday, at least Kyle Shanahan can say, yeah, he's a good quarterback. You guys don't know anything who criticized him for his whole career, but he's a good quarterback. And
but that was arguably one of his best games of his career.
Yeah.
Man, he did it all.
888-957-9570 is the number. Niners fall to 1-1 after losing to the Vikings 23-17 yesterday. We're going over it all. Fred Warner, one of the lone bright spots for the San Francisco 49ers. He was single-handedly kept them in that game. But the Minnesota Vikings, to my way of thinking, controlled that game. They were up all day long. The 49ers couldn't get it to a one-score game, and when they did, they allowed a field goal right away, and they put themselves in a position where they needed a lot to go right to figure out a way to come back and win that game.
Now, no, nothing you said is wrong, but real quick here, Stoney, am I sounding like a broken record when all that happened and transpired came down to Minnesota with the ball 20-14 in the fourth quarter? No Justin Jefferson. Jones is hurt. And Minnesota proceeded to keep the ball for 10 minutes in the fourth quarter. Like, do you think that's just, hey, we had a bad Sunday? Or is that concern moving forward for you in regard to the Niner defense and their lack of physicality? 10:08.
They didn't play well. They didn't play well as a team. If you look at it, like the defense only gave up 23 points. That can win you a lot of games, but not yesterday when you're turning the ball over like the 49ers did. 888-957-9570 is the number. We'll take a lot of your calls on the other side. I see a bunch of people on hold. That segment brought to you by Safeway.
Are you curious about who offers the best deals on top-rated Samsung, LG,
To Paula, the long snap. And Wright, the punt. And Cowing, the rookie. Fair call. Oh, dropped it at the 10. It's loose. It's live. It's been covered inside. The Vikings, I think, have gotten it. Let's see. Maybe it was still squirming inside.
I think Cowing ended up coming back to get on top of it. Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All right, that sound courtesy of CBS, and the block punt led to Minnesota's first score. They ended up with a field goal on that one, took a 3-0 lead, and it eventually would get to 10-0 after the bomb to Justin Jefferson. The 49ers get beat 23-17, and a lot of the numbers don't look good. 6 sacks given up, 2 turnovers, a punt blocked.
Almost a muff punt, Steiny.
And they simply
muff one, but he got it back.
Yeah, they simply couldn't get the Vikings offense off the field consistently. And interestingly, though, the 49ers won the time of possession battle, if that means anything. But when you go 99 yards in 7 seconds, you might not win win the time of possession game, and it turned out not to matter.
Yeah, I do wonder if just about Kyle and his approach. You know, you talked about the record that Jordan Mason set against the Jets in regard to the most carries for one back under Kyle Shanahan. Steiny, I wonder why he went away from feeding the beast, that is J.P. Mason, and why he only got 20 carries. I'm not saying that's why they lost, but you hit me earlier this morning when you said, you know, they got down inside the 10 and first and goal, and they threw it 3 times. Like, that's your bell cow. He averaged 5 yards on the ground. So I don't know if he was trying to spell them or what, but I guess it's fair to second guess why we didn't get more Mason.
And the only thing I can think of is, you know, he's a backup running back who carried 28 times on a short week, and maybe Kyle Shanahan didn't want to run him 25, 30 times the following week. Here's Kyle Shanahan on their failure to convert on third downs.
All right.
We didn't convert on third down. When you go I think we were 2 of 9 on third down, which usually doesn't lead to touchdowns very much unless you're doing it all on first and second. 1 of 3 on fourth down doesn't help. I think we finished, on that last, we were 2 of 4 in the red zone. So it was a challenge today, and we can do better.
Yeah, 2 for 10 actually from on third down conversions for the San Francisco 49ers.
And what about Kyle coming out being up this year, ultra aggressive, going for fourth down early, Steiny, letting it hang?
Yeah. Let's go to Bob's in San Francisco. What's up, Bob? How you doing, man?
Hey, how's it going? Love the show, guys.
Thank you.
Thanks, man.
I got 3 quick observations. Number 1, everybody knows that with the preseason shortened, everybody's, it's going to take week 3 before everybody can start getting sharp again, right? That's just my perception. Then I think that the other thing was that we got 2 young players playing safety. So, they obviously just let the guy get behind him. That was a big no-no. I agree with the fact that we didn't use Mason. You guys hit the nail on the head. When you're up that close and you're not running, you're only running once. I mean, come on. We should learn from our mistakes. That's the thing. But I'm not saying that he's not, Shanahan is the best we got, right? Obviously, he's a great coach. But the fact is just that sometimes maybe he needs an extra guy around him to kind of get him aware of what's going on. Maybe, I'm not sure. I just don't know about that. But anyway, the other observation was that if you look at the Chicago offense last night, right?
Okay.
Every time they ran, that actually hurt their offense because they have no running game. It's opposite. It's the opposite for us. That is our offense, is our running game. And then so when you get down to the goal line, why are you throwing 3 times in a row? That just doesn't make any sense. So anyway, I appreciate it.
No, I appreciate it, Bob. To me, there's 2 things there.
Overreaction Monday, I get it.
To me, there's 2 things there. One is I get establishing the run.
Right.
But why wouldn't you want to run it when you finally do get down into that area? And the bottom line is they passed 36 times and they ran 25 times. And Jordan Mason ran 20 times for 100 yards. But I think a lot of it, in terms of people who wanted the 49ers to run more, I mean, I don't disagree with you, but when you play the whole game from behind, sometimes that changes your sense of urgency.
Yeah, but Steiny,
especially when it's more than one score.
Yeah, but I'll say this: at halftime, they were down 6 points. It was 13-7. So you talk about, Brian Flores and his success last season against Kyle Shanahan on the offensive side of the ball. Christian McCaffrey, Steiny, was in that game, and Minnesota has success. A lot of times, Evan and I saw this in the green room. We had the game on. They were showing 8 guys, 7 guys. Minnesota was like they were going to bring them, and then a lot dropped off in coverage. And I wondered before the game if somehow there was some PTSD from last year's Monday night game to where Kyle felt like, I'm not going to run or try to establish the run, because Isaac Guerrero is the only other back outside of Deebo with a carry. And Steiny, I think in a crazy way, that helped Minnesota not having to stop Mason, because he was getting it when he got it.
JT in San Jose. What's up, JT? How you doing, man?
Hey, good morning, guys.
Morning.
Yeah, I mean, it's a tough watch. I mean, just from my observation, Shanahan, what he does the best, he overthinks things. The game plan should have been simple. Run the ball, establish a run. Let's get these linebackers off the line of scrimmage. When you're putting 7, 8 guys in the box, they already know you're going to run. Then when you see Deebo out in the flats, where do you think the ball's going to go? You put him in the backfield, where do you think the ball's going to go? The thing is, like, when you had CMC back there, you got to pick your poison. Okay, if he's over here, you got Deebo out in the flats, who's going to take who? I just didn't see that him spraying the ball like he should. The offensive line was horrible. We spent all this money for these great players, and that poor kid's running for his life. I don't care how much money you pay him. If he's going to be on his back like this all the time, your money is not invested well. Those guys should have never got the money and didn't. They definitely underperformed.
Well, so far,
see him in that type of pressure. Yeah, no, I mean, it's hard to watch defensively too. I feel like these guys came in there and go, hey, it's just Minnesota. Hey, Sam Darnold. I see 2 coaches that were not prepared. Defensively, that disappoints me. Shanahan, I already know who Shanahan is. We know what he does this to us every game. But with our defensive coordinator, with the type of players you have, you should be effective. And my thing is, those are great players. Those guys are only as good as when you put them in position to win. We already know their athletic ability. So my thing is coaching. Why are they not prepared? And then you're getting beat by second and third string guys?
Yeah.
Come on. That's horrible.
Thanks, JT. Appreciate the call.
And Steiny, I'll say this to that point about Sorensen dialing up pressure. What do we know about Sam Darnold? That's his weakness, right? That's why he's been a journeyman. And I felt like the Niners just, let him get comfortable. And they let him get comfortable by not making him make quick decisions or getting rid of the ball. And again, that 97-yarder, forget it got complete. Steiny, I'm like, who the hell do you think you are? You know who's coming at you? You're playing the Niners and you're throwing from your end zone? He had 3.5 seconds, 4 seconds to step up and throw that thing and it's 1 week. I'm turning into you. What was I saying last Tuesday? Oh, this defense. But it is shocking the way that this game played out. Kyle not feeding the beast, and Sorensen not dialing up the pressure when he saw that his guys weren't getting home.
Yeah, see, that's where, I don't know.
Yeah.
I'll bet you there weren't a lot of running backs that carried 20 or more times yesterday. So it's not like he went totally away from Mason. And the other thing is, as much as Darnold did, they got to him 4 times. They sacked him 4 times.
But not on the third down, Steiny.
Okay.
On the money downs.
Well, they got to get stops. They got to get stops. Maybe we overestimated this defense.
Well, they are. No excuses. But what was my concern? No Greenlaw. I don't know what's going on there. Hopefully he'll be back. But more so than that, Steiny, no Hufanga. So maybe that 97-yarder doesn't happen. I don't know, but bottom line is you got to manufacture when your guys aren't getting home, and Bosa had the 2 sacks. It starts with him. He's the highest paid defensive player in the league. So if anybody wants to pick up the phone, call in, text, or say they need to see more, I get that. But nobody on that defensive front was disruptive. And I sure as hell didn't think Minnesota, with their new defensive line, Steiny, was going to get 6 sacks. Like Trent didn't have a good game. Brindle, Nobody up there had a good game, I didn't believe.
I mean,
well, they could say, F you. We ran for 100 yards on the ground and averaged 5 yards a pop run blocking. The coach didn't dial it up enough.
I mean, Warner played well. Deebo Samuel played well. I think Mason ran very well.
Those three.
But other than those three, I don't know who played well.
Do you think Kyle coached well? I'm gonna say this wasn't his best game.
I mean, it's so easy to say that after you lose. Sure, he got out coached.
Sorensen, if I want to throw him,
he got out coached. Basically, anytime a coach loses, you're going to say he got out coached for the most part. Let's go to Doug in Berkeley. What's up, Doug in Berkeley? How you doing, man?
Good morning, guys. Good morning. Hey, I'm doing pretty well. I got the day off.
Nice.
There you go. I'm doing pretty well. I get to listen to you guys. Ordinarily that doesn't happen. So.
Oh, good.
Anyway, I got some quick thoughts.
Yep.
Just a few quick thoughts. One, Minnesota outplayed us for sure. But one thing is, give them credit. We look bad partly because we were complacent, I seem. But the other thing is, the other team makes you look bad when they play well. So I think that Minnesota gets some credit. I think everybody was off their game. If you think back to last week, we won the game, but really deep down inside, do you think we looked that great last week? I think we looked good, but I don't think we looked that great. And I think people were complacent, our guys a little bit, and that that contributed to it. We were only down 20 to 14. Yep. We were never down a lot. Our inherent talent is such that even when we are complacent and don't play well, we shouldn't be down a lot. But we're not playing our best game. But we're just so talented that we're not going to be embarrassed. But we know we can play better.
Yeah.
Fred Warner had it right. There were too many guys saying, "Oh, my bad," my bad, and they're looking around for somebody else to make a play. I think he was right on when he said that. Final couple thoughts. Thinking back to last season, I'm looking at yesterday. I know Brock had 300 yards. But the offensive line and, Trent and all this kind of stuff supposed to be great, and it wasn't the best game. But if you just think in your mind, he's always got three defensive guys around him when he's letting the ball go. It's rare that he has a clean pocket.
Mm.
Don't. If you just stand back from the page and just think about the games, doesn't it seem like more often than not? Well, it doesn't seem it is. More often than not, he's pressured. I think that he's arguably better than we think he is. If we could just give him some time, you think Tom Brady was the best. What's your major takeaway when you think about those games back when Tom Brady? Somehow Belichick got him an offensive line. He was not mobile. He was rarely pressured. When he got pressured, that's why he lost those 2 Super Bowls, and the Giants got to him. I mean, Brock is pressured all the time.
No, so, you're right about that. And that's the one thing about, you mentioned Brady. I mean, Brady was known for getting rid of it before the rush could get there. And clearly Purdy, Kyle Shanahan needs him to operate with a little more time.
But go ahead.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app, Twitch, and YouTube, powered by First NorCal Credit Union.
No, I was just going to say, Snotty, I'm not saying the guy's wrong, but from when I watch Niner games, I don't think Purdy's under any more duress than anybody else. And since the inception of him being the starting quarterback, they've went to an NFC championship game and a Super Bowl seconds away from winning it. Now, yesterday, he was under duress. Don't get me wrong, but, I mean, you don't win like the Niners do without handling your business up front. And, he's done it with his legs. Every quarterback's under pressure, but yesterday was bigger than that. They got whipped up front on both sides of the ball, and I didn't see that happening. And again, you can say what you want, but I don't look at it like that, Stoney, to where he's running for his life.
Well, I don't look at last year anymore as mattering at all. To me, whatever they did last year, whatever they were successful at, whatever they needed to work on is what they had to do. This year's team is completely different. They're 1-1, and they haven't done a great job of giving Brock Purdy a lot of time to throw. And Purdy hasn't looked as good as he's looked in the past in the first 2 weeks. Thought he was fine in week 1. He was good. Yesterday, didn't play well.
Yeah.
I don't think he played well. I don't think that I don't necessarily think he was running for his life, but he also wasn't just sitting back there with plenty of time to throw. And, I mean, the numbers aren't terrible, but the reality of the situation is he had 1 touchdown pass, and, I mean, who cares if it's a fumble or an interception?
Right.
It's 2 turnovers. And it really, to me, wasn't like sometimes if a quarterback's in the pocket and there's a heavy rush and he fumbles, sometimes I don't blame it on the quarterback. But a play like that, I mean, that's 2 interceptions, plain and simple.
And if you watch the game, which I know you did, Stoney, there were some, again, I'm not nitpicking here, but I'm just telling you what I saw. Minnesota dropped in coverage, and Brock tried to squeeze it in there and got lucky on some throws. You could say, oh, that happens to every quarterback, Goo, but the bottom line, the decision-making in some of the coverages he tried to throw the ball into, he got lucky on a few.
From the 707, 4th and 1 on the 2-yard line with Mason averaging 5 a carry and not giving him the ball.
Yeah.
I thought the 3rd down where they had...
Even the commentators were saying, here comes Mason.
Well, I'm talking about the one late in the game where it was 3rd down and they threw the ball to Deebo Samuel for -8 yards.
Yeah,
I don't know what the hell that was.
That's called TC, Stoddy. Too cute.
Yeah. A-Bomb in Petaluma. What's up, A-Bomb? How you doing, man?
I'm doing good. Thanks for taking my calls, guys. So,
absolutely.
What was up with Wisnowski? That was the worst onside kick I've ever seen in my life. Like, I have an 8-year-old son who could have done a better onside kick. I mean, they might as well have just handed the ball to the guy. It had no bounce to it. It was like a little spiral right to him.
But the onside kick is dead now in the NFL if you look at the success rate. I hear you, but it's kind of, if you need that, you ain't getting it.
Yeah, no, that's a good point. But I just thought it was pathetic. You're a pro. You got to be practicing that. Give your guys a little bit more of a chance, you know. And the other point was when the block punt happened, like Wisnowski just like blacked out and just stared at him like, what am I going to do now? It's like, touch the guy. What are you doing?
Yeah, that was strange. That was strange why they didn't at least tackle the guy after it got blocked. Yeah, This is Brock Purdy. We're talking about the 4th and goal early in the game, and some people didn't like that call of not going to Jordan Mason. Here's Brock Purdy talking about that play.
We felt like we, could have scored on that drive, and I love the aggressiveness by Kyle going for it, 4th and 2, 4th and 1, and they had 0 blitz, and one guy just came free, which in our pass protection, that's just how it is, and they got a hand on it, a tip ball, man, at the end. So it was a good defensive play on them, and I was just trying to give JJ a shot. That was where the ball was supposed to go, and against man, and I thought I had it, and ball got tipped.
Oh my God, Stoney! I just had a flashback to the Super Bowl when Chris Jones came free and deflected the ball. But Purdy right there makes it sound like that's by design. Somebody's going to break free, but if it's the wrong dude breaking free, he can mess up the play. And that's what Minnesota did. And I don't know if you heard before the game, or after, real quick here, Brian Flores, the defensive coordinator, said we wanted to play with violence and we wanted to be physical. And I think he hit those two up. They hit that out the park.
Let's go to Peter in Walnut Creek. What's up, Peter? How you doing, man? Hey, Peter. What's going on?
Monday.
Hey.
I was texting my nephew. He's a big Minnesota fan, born and raised in Minnesota, lives in the Twin Cities. So we're going back and forth on text throughout the whole game. And a couple of my comments were, as the game is going on, I say losing C-Mac is huge. Bummer. We lost a whole dimension. Then I said, the Vikes D came to play. And he says, I can't believe my eyes. They look better than they have in a long time.
Yeah.
And then I said, your O-line and D-line are kicking our butt. And he goes, yeah, they are. And further on down, I make the comment, we're being out-coached. And then it just goes on, and then I'm slowly complimenting the Vikings more and more and getting more and more on the 49ers butt. And then we just wound up the text conversation where I said, we got beat and outcoached by the better team. So, it's just, I just write it off to one of those days. The Niners weren't there and the Vikings were stoked.
Yep. That's
and they kicked our ass in all facets of the game.
Yeah, well, you know what? It's week 2, and I have no problem with that. Looking at it as just one of those games, but now you got to win next week. Because if you don't win next week, you're 1-2. But you know what? And I've heard this a few times today, and I don't disagree with it. And maybe I have a reason for it. And it doesn't feel like yesterday they played with any urgency, and that could be a function of the Super Bowl hangover. And this is a team that's gone to 4 NFC title games in 5 years. They've gone to 2 Super Bowls in the last 5 years. They know how hard this is going to be. They know they have a 17-game season. They're just 2 games into it. And maybe this is going to be a year where the 49ers are going to have to get their backs up against the wall a little bit to kind of shake it off, because it's not an easy road for the 49ers to play an entire season like they've played the last 4 or 5 seasons when those years didn't end well. It's just a grind. And maybe the first month of the season, month and a half, is just going to be a grind for this team until they get started.
Well, it's about, I don't want to go biblical on you, Stoney, but it's about revelations. Like, you got a question mark at quarterback, and we all assume this guy, Brock Purdy, is going to get a lot of people $50 to $60 million, and he doesn't look like that in 2 games. And to say, I'm not saying it's going to be tough, but you just said it in the first block. This is a different team. And what's scaring me about this team and its red zone inefficiency is, how long is McCaffrey going to be out? Because I thought Kittle was enough, and I said it. I thought Deebo and Ayuk were enough. I thought Trent Williams was enough, and the emergence of J.P. Mason. So I don't want to sit here and sound like I'm crying in my beer about not having McCaffrey, but the bottom line is, yesterday on the road to an inferior opponent, you got it handed to you.
I don't know if they're inferior.
I
don't know if they're inferior.
But did you? I love you for
I know
that.
how we felt going in, but that doesn't matter.
Yeah. Doesn't matter how we feel. And I'm saying we, Stoney, when you come out.
The bottom line
I can't just erase yesterday.
No, this is the point, is the 49ers were not a 12-5 team that came in against a 7-10 team. Last year is over. It's over. They have a different team. The Vikings are different. We're looking at these teams like one's 7-10 and one's 12-5, and both of them have a long way to go to prove that that's exactly what they are. But anybody who watched that game yesterday has to say, well, the Vikings just looked like a better football team. Now, was it a 1-week anomaly?
Right.
We'll see. But this is kind of what I mean about, every year you gotta go out and win games and show early in the season that you're going to be a force to be reckoned with. And now their next step is next week against the LA Rams. Download the Odyssey app directly from our QR code on both YouTube and Twitch, brought to you by First NorCal Credit Union. For a low rate, auto loan apply online, or just ask for First NorCal financing at the dealer.
Another week without McCaffrey.
Francisco, George Kittle.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
That was Purdy to Kittle. That cut the lead to 10-7 in the first half.
10-7.
And the Vikings go on to beat the San Francisco 49ers 23-17. And next week, the 49ers play the LA Rams.
Yeah.
We're 0-2.
Man, they got spanked. A lot of surprises yesterday early on in this young NFL season. But I'll say this about the game yesterday, Steiny. You mentioned the turnover on downs. Is there any bigger display of momentum as you're going in to score when you're at the 3-yard line, don't get it, and then let up a 97-yarder? Like, good God, wake me up. Is there anything worse than that? Because that's what happened. You can kind of taste 7, or we got 3. You go for it. You're aggressive. You don't get it. And then, bam, you give up a 97-yarder to the best receiver in football.
Yeah, that's a killer. I mean, the reason you go for it is because you know if you don't get it, they're pinned back there, and you think you have a great defense. And a minute later, you're down 10-0 after they score on a bomb. Those are killers. 888-957-9570 is the number. Let's listen to a little bit of Brock Purdy.
All right. Not his best
28
game.
for 36, 1 touchdown, 1 pick, and 1 fumble.
How difficult is it going up against that scheme, especially when you're trying to beat yourselves out of the ball?
Yeah, it's tough. First or second down, aren't positive plays and, just trying to move the ball. And then, you got to rely on third down with, their scheme and obviously their disguises and stuff. It can be tough. And, they just did a good job with making it look like one thing and it was another and different types of blitzes and stuff or just dropping out. So they did a lot. That's just on us. It's on me to move the ball, be efficient on first and second down and get us in third and manageable and then convert on third down. So it's a game of football. It's 4 quarters like that. And, we had to learn the hard way.
Brock Purdy talking about the disguised schemes of the Minnesota Vikings. Said they did a great job.
Yeah, to the point that he went up to him after the game and said, crazy scheme. Giving him respect, Stoney, but it's kind of crazy. If you would have told me or any Niner fan out there, hey, you're going to play Sam Darnold and Aaron Rodgers in consecutive weeks, but the L you'll get will be from Darnold, not Rodgers. It's kind of funny because they handled business with A-Rod at home and then just went on the road and didn't look like themselves. Yeah. And I'm trying to find out why.
Well,
or we are.
Maybe they're not as good as you think.
And that you said something profound. Well, I deemed it profound. I don't know if everybody else thought it's funny, but this ain't last year, Goo.
Rick's in San Carlos. Hey, Rick, how you doing, man?
Hey, how's it going, guys?
Going
Good to
well.
hear from you guys. Hey, I just got a couple things here. It felt like the first week, Coach ran as if we had C-Mac coming back the next week. And then week number 2, it felt like he ran a little bit more cautious, knowing that J.P. Mason is going to be our running back for the next 4 or 5 weeks. And then secondly, the worst thing out of all this is looking at the Seahawks at the top there and all those fans starting to talk. All right, I'll hear you on the back end.
Well, I think you made a great point about Jordan Mason, and maybe there's something to that. He ran Mason 28 times, and the caller said that maybe at that point he thought McCaffrey was going to come back the following week, or at least soon. And now that they know they're going to miss McCaffrey for not only yesterday's game, but for the next 3, maybe that's something that Kyle Shanahan's got to coach for. That maybe Kyle Shanahan knows something that we don't know, and we can't use Mason like that every single week. Maybe that was the first time that we'll see maybe more limited carries. I do know that.
But Stoney, that cost you the game. You could make a case that you went away from what's working, not load management. And I'm not saying that's what the callers was implying, but what do we know about Kyle? He'll blow past load management or any analytics about if you can go, you're out there. And Mason showed us he's a big, thick dude looking like Marshawn Lynch, sets the record under Kyle Shanahan for 28 carries, and he averages 5.
You're answering your question. Carried 28 times last week. Maybe he knew you can't carry him 28. Can't give him 28 rushes. I mean, the other thing that's just significantly different, as good as Mason is that they don't throw to him out of the backfield. So that's something that the Vikings probably don't even have to account for.
How much is Purdy missing that?
As opposed to Christian McCaffrey, who's going to make 5 or 6 catches out of the backfield each week. Let's go to Waterman. Waterman in Corte Madera. What's up, Waterman?
More afternoon, gentlemen.
Yeah.
Thank you for taking the call.
Sure.
Not going to overreact.
All right.
Losses are going to happen in a season. You know, I mean, no offense. I'm expecting 7 losses out of this team this year personally. But watching that game yesterday oddly reminded me of watching the Super Bowl.
Wow.
I feel like I watched the Minnesota defense sit at certain levels of the field and Minnesota's blitzers coming in free. Brock having no time, having to scramble, bad pass, maybe bad decision. If you look at some of those amazing shots of that camera that hangs behind the quarterback to give you a perspective of what he was seeing, when Brock would drop back in the pocket, Minnesota was all over the 3 receivers out 7 to 10 yards deep. There was no separation anywhere. It was like they sat perfectly. Now, I personally also think Darnold, he knows that tendency from being with the Niners last year. So he probably told those guys, this is where they tend to sit. Look for this. Look at film. This is how we used to study defenses. I mean, they even had a big segment before the game during the game about how Brock and Sam and how Sam said he learned how to study better defenses and plays and whatnot. So that there's no doubt that had a factor into it. But I guess what bothered me the most, was where the heck was the rush on Darnold?
There wasn't.
You mean to tell me when Darnold gets the ball in their first time, they're not blitzing the crap out of him to try to just get him to scramble and make a bad decision? Just hammer that guy on the first series. Make him uncomfortable. They let him be comfortable, man. And that really, really bothered me. It really, really did. And the last thing I'm going to bring up is during the game, I just really, really felt like Kyle just can't adjust. Like he just sticks with his game plan, and there's not really an adjustment. Like, okay, we're not making third downs here. What are we going to change up? And starting the game off with 3 straight passes. Oh man, I looked at I was watching the game with my dad, and I looked at my dad and said, that is not a good start. How do you not hand the ball off once to Mason? Seriously? And so anyway, guys, I'm not going to overreact.
I hear you.
Losses are going to happen in the series, in the season. But I thank you for taking the call.
Thank you, Waterman. Appreciate it.
Yes, Donnie, I understand his frustration, and I'll just say this on any level of football. Forget pro, college, high school. I mean, play calling matters, and I guess Kyle must have went into this game thinking we're going to do it with Purdy's arm. We don't got to do it on the ground. But hearing you and others, I would hate to hear Kyle say or admit to why Mason didn't get more carries is the coverage are bare and they kind of don't want to run him in the ground because he was gashing. And outside of Kittle, when you got in again, Mason, I felt like the Vikings were making business decisions, getting out the way. Keep feeding them.
Can we talk about a guy who I want to say was 4 weeks into last year? Everybody was loving Javon Hargrave.
Man.
Oh, he's great. What a steal from the Eagles. I haven't heard his name in the last year, essentially.
No, man.
How's he playing?
And his specialty was he's not playing well. And I appreciate you calling it out because nobody on that line is playing well. And I'm talking about both. When Bosa gets paid the way that he did and he looks like he is, and he had the season where he was Defensive Player of the Year, you're up there with Reggie Whites and Strahan's and all the great ones to get after the quarterback. And Stoney, I'm just not seeing him be disruptive. I feel like he's using the same move to come around the outside, like sometimes just bull rush a dude and knock him back to get to the quarterback. Okay, I'm not saying that's why they lost, but Hargrave, when he came over from Philly, Stoney, his specialty was he could get you sacking the quarterback. Maybe run defense wasn't his thing, but he's not even doing that. He's not even getting home. And they got the ball ran down their throat. And to that last caller's point about the Super Bowl, the Niners offense looked better in the Super Bowl than they did yesterday. Yesterday, they were stymied. So a lot of this is lipstick on a pig when you talk about the 300 yards. But Mason, I ain't taking that from him. He was a bad boy, but just didn't get to totes.
Let's go to Antonio in Oakland. What's up, Antonio? How you doing, man?
Oh, man, that was a horrible game. We got beat on both offensive and defensive lines. Javon Hargrave's looking like our Albert Hainsworth, from many years ago.
Wow.
That big deal, and I don't even like that, man. When you face a great quarterback, you got to play coverage. But when you face somebody who's average or below average, you got to blitz. And we should have blitzed Sam Darnold. Me, personally, I like Sam Darnold. I want us to keep him as a backup, but that was just a horrible thing to not get pressure on him. And Justin Jefferson, keep everything in front of you, man. Like, that guy is the best receiver in the league. Make somebody else beat you. Like, what are you doing? That is so silly. And Brandon Ayuk, we need him to wake up. When he wakes up, then our whole offense is going to be, unstoppable. But that's really the elephant in the room right there, man. Like, Ayuk, he's so rusty, and it's obvious. But we're going to be all right. Like I said, I never predicted 17-0. I said 13-4. You guys, a couple weeks ago, I told you guys so.
You want to change it?
But Antonio, real quick here, I don't hate because your family, you called Friday with that energy about this was going to be a walk in the park.
Oh, that wasn't me. That must have been somebody else. I mean, I did expect to win, though, but I'm just saying.
But maybe it was Thursday, baby. I love you.
Thanks, hey. Appreciate the call.
Hey, let's put a rat on the table brought to you by Atco Stoney. Brandon Ayuk caught 4 or 5 balls thrown his way. The rat on the table is, did he pick the worst year to hold out because there's no McCaffrey? I'm starting to wonder now if he's the byproduct, like any receiver would be, of having McCaffrey in this offense, then he can go do his thing and look stellar at it. But with no McCaffrey, partner, I'm starting to wonder, like, they didn't have much separation yesterday. Deebo caught his in the middle. Then there were some high throws, but I'm wondering about, like, Ayuk.
And now you're wondering about Ayuk.
Well, I didn't know there was going to be no McCaffrey. There would be no McCaffrey. So now it's just like a chain reaction.
Well, then he's not the kind of receiver you thought he was. Ayuk.
Whoa. Kittle 7 for 76. He balled out.
I mean, they paid Ayuk $30 million, and he might be the team's third option. Behind McCaffrey and behind Deebo Samuel.
Well, that would make you the second option now with no McCaffrey.
Well,
2 of 10 for third down. Like, what's going? That can't all just be Kyle, right? No. And Purdy, Stoney, the ball coming out his hand. That wasn't a good. That was a Jimmy type play. That I remember Jimmy doing stuff like that.
From the 510, texted in a few weeks back when you were talking about who needs to show up most this season. I said Purdy, and my reasons were that he didn't play well against well-coached defenses. This proved my point yet again because it was the same as last year. That's from the 510.
Now, what if we said the Jets last week?
Jets stink.
And that they battle with Tennessee.
They stink.
Hey, man.
Yeah, that's what we got to start acknowledging. The teams that stink acknowledge they stink.
Same record as the Niners.
Yeah, that's true. Maybe the Niners. Hey, you know what? Maybe the Niners stink. We don't know they don't yet.
But the 20 carries, I'll never get the answer. I know we got the guys coming up in the crossover, Stoney, but it can't be load managed. Mason was eating. And you talked about it. I know you're sitting over there looking at me. 3 passes in the red zone. Like, that's when you go to your beast mode. And you got something like that. Use it.
Yeah, I mean,
I'll come and call for that one, Stoney. That was peculiar.
Well, the funny thing is we say only 20 carries, and I'll bet you, like, I'm looking right now, I've seen Josh Jacobs had 32 carries. I know Kamara had 20.
Killed him.
So, 20 carries in this day and age is actually a fair amount. But did you want to give him the ball more?
Nobody for the Vikings had over 10, but they all averaged over 6 yards. Ty Chandler, 8.2 yards a pop. He was gashing them. Sam Darnold, 6.4. Aaron Jones. That fumble, Stoney, that prevented the game from being a blowout. Let's be real. It was going to be 27-7 with 8 seconds left in the third quarter. And that would have pretty much been all she wrote. But, again, it was one game. And I got to check myself because I came in here whispering sweet nothings about Kyle. He can do it without McCaffrey, the Niner defense. So I got to check myself and slow down and say, Goo, it's one game. But, man, it was bad.
Pierce Evans on the YouTube chat says 6 teams had one running back with 20 carries or more. Yeah, I was about halfway through, and I had Shane, the guy from Miami, was playing for Mostert. And
how'd he do?
He had 22 carries. Kamara had 20. Josh Jacobs had 32. 20 for Jordan Mason. And that means if Pierce is right, there were 2 other guys with 20-plus carries.
And also 6 backs in week 1 with over 20 carries.
So that's 6 backs out of 32.
But Kyle blew past that with 28.
What's your point?
I don't think he cares what's going on anywhere else. The bottom line is, why did he only use Barry Sanders this game?
Maybe because
when the game called for you to continue to run it is all.
Well, did it? They were down the whole game.
No, not early when they had the first and goal and they threw the ball 3 times. Right. Kyle, he must have really left out the locker room or was in the lab thinking, we're going to win this game in the air.
Let's go to Will in the East Bay. What's up, Will? How you doing?
I'm doing well, gentlemen. How are you this morning?
Hey.
Good.
Try to figure it all out.
It's let me fix something. It's Achane for the Dolphins. But he did have 22 carries on Thursday.
Yes, he did. Well, let me just say your previous caller really hit it on some bullet points. And you got a long laundry list of things to break down. Obviously, you got a 4-hour program, and you'll probably carry it into tomorrow. But the one thing, and I don't mean to sound redundant here, when everything else fails, the offensive, defensive lines, throwing into double coverages, being rushed. But the one X factor in this whole equation, the one Swiss Army knife is McCaffrey. This is a guy that operates outside of the basic playbook. And this is a guy that can find the space, when all else fails. And he is I think if it was any indicator, yesterday was the big indicator that game. So not to sound redundant. The other thing I wanted to say is there was a play that basically has gone the way of the dinosaur for the most part. And you know where I'm going here. Last time I saw these kind of plays, in abundance was guys like Lynn Swann and John Stallworth calling down these dimes from a guy named Bradshaw, okay? But I'm telling you, that dime that Darnold threw to Jefferson, and it was a dime, it was a beaut. And not only that, with the stop and the cut back the other way and get in there. I know it's ugly if you're a 49er fan, but boy, you play that over and over, and you just go, God, I wish we saw more of that still in the NFL. My last thought was Kansas City had a real hard time yesterday. They didn't play their best ball. Mahomes didn't play his best ball. But when he's in the interview and he sits there and he owns it, he says, I didn't play my best ball, our team, he goes, but the bottom line is, I just want to keep us in a position where we can still win this game. And you think about that, it's, when everything breaks down, it's like, just keep us in the game. Maybe we can come through here at the end, but, maybe not. Anyway, like I said, there's a lot to break down. I just wanted to make address a couple.
Good call.
Appreciate it. I'll just remind people who love the Sam Darnold throw to Justin Jefferson.
He let it out there, Stoney.
Yeah. You need a quarterback who can make that throw, and you need a receiver who can get there. And maybe the 49ers don't.
But you just paid a guy 4 for 120.
He's not that kind of running route runner.
Well,
he's not.
Stoney, it was a go route.
Right. That's not his strength. His strength is more precision.
I got to believe. Why would you invest these resources, $76 million guarantee?
When's the last time you threw a 50-yard bomb to Ayuk and he got behind the defense?
I give you that.
But I've been
clamoring for it.
Well, he can't do it, obviously.
I don't think he can do it.
Okay, so Kyle doesn't call those plays even though he knows they're available. I think he must know that they can't hit on those plays.
But even if you don't hit, you got to put stress on the defense to keep them honest. And how do you give a guy 4 for 120, 76 guaranteed, and he can't run a go route? I don't look at Ayuk. Deebo, I get. He's different. I don't look at Ayuk. Like, I watched that game yesterday. Like, they didn't go deep at all. Why?
Ayuk,
and I'm about to pay my quarterback 50 or 60 mil too?
I don't believe Ayuk is a deep threat. I get that he led the league in yards per catch, but
can Purdy throw the deep ball?
Can he get open deep? I don't know.
See, and that's what I'm saying. We both don't know, but it's not like we watched it fail or Brock's arm is going to fall off or Ayuk's legs are going to come off if he runs a go route. I would just like to see that more, to the caller's point, or at least try, because they damn sure didn't do it against the Jets.
Yeah, well.
Man.
I've never, of all the things that I've thought of Ayuk, I've never thought of him as a guy who could get behind a defense like Jefferson did yesterday. I don't think he's that kind of receiver. I don't think he's got that kind of speed. I don't know. You tell me. Everybody needed him. Now, I know it's early. He's going to be fine probably. But, no, I don't consider Ayuk a deep threat. I consider, they throw the ball downfield in 20, 25 yards. But when I think of a bomb, I think of what I saw yesterday. And those are hard to pull off.
Yeah.
Idris in Hayward. What's up, Idris? How you doing, man?
Hey, what's going on, fellas? Always great to talk to you. So, everybody's been weighing in, but I'm going to just throw some obvious ones.
All right.
And you see this all over the NFL. It's been a lack. This is what happens when you have a lack of reps in preseason.
Mm-hmm.
We had all this stuff going on, and we should. The reason why the Jets got beat so bad is because they were preparing for McCaffrey and found out the second before he's not even going to play. Then you got a Brian Flores-led defense. He's a really good defensive coach, as you can see. And then the whole Christian McCaffrey, we're going to put him on IR. I believe that was one of those where, you know what? These first couple of games are going to be easy. Let's go ahead and put McCaffrey on the IR and we'll cruise. Well, we found out yesterday that teams are like, oh, no, McCaffrey, let's dial in. And so it's going to be a rough. We're going to adjust. It's all good. But this is just when you don't prepare, you find out real quick and people are starting to smell blood. But like the Warriors, we're going to make the playoffs. What we're going to do when we get there, I don't know. God bless you guys. I love what you do.
All right.
That's all I got.
Thanks, Idris.
Well, the Warriors didn't make the playoffs last year.
That hurt me. So. Don Dada saying, Guru asked Steiny, can Brock make that throw? I already did. He said he didn't know because we don't get to see
It's not
it.
what they can do. Neither of them can do it. You can't get behind the defense, and Purdy can't throw it, apparently, because I haven't seen it.
Now, I don't believe either of those, but why don't we see it?
Well, when has Ayuk gotten behind a defense like that and taken it to the house?
Well,
it's not that fast. It's not a burner. Let's go to Keith. Actually, you know what? Keith? Stick around. We got to take a break right now, but I will get you right away on the other side, Keith in L.A. 888-957-9570 is the number. 408 Steiny. Being a deep threat doesn't mean just having speed. He's very good in deep passes with contested catches. You're right. That's his strength. His strength is not, he's not a burner, though. He's not. 888-957-9570 is the number. And let's see what's coming up on the game. Is presented by Fremont Bank. The number, 888-957-9570. We're talking about the Niners. They got beat yesterday, 23-17. Was it really that close? I don't think so. I saw a Minnesota team that deserved in every way to win that game. And I saw a Niners team that just didn't do enough to win that game. What do you guys think at 888-957-9570? Once again, What's coming up on the game is presented by Fremont Bank, celebrating 60 years of full-service banking with no compromises.
You know that rundown car or truck that's sitting in your driveway or in your backyard? What if
Second down 9. Darnold getting messy, going deep, and he's got Jefferson. It's a foot race downfield with Brown. Shifting gears. Getting a block. That's 6. 97 yards. Holy smokes.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Kevin Harlan, CBS on the call.
Incredible.
Justin Jefferson, 97-yard touchdown reception from Sam Darnold. It put him up 10-0.
I'm willing to bet that'll be the longest play of the season, Steiny.
Could be.
Yeah.
It could be. Somebody better make sure that there hasn't already been a longer one, though.
No, that's it.
Are you sure?
Come on now.
Have you been checking out the other box scores?
No, I'm in fantasy in 6 leagues, so I know what's happening.
Let's go to real quick Keith in L.A.
Keith.
Try to get Keith in on the other previous side. What's up, Keith? How you doing, man?
Hey, good to talk to you guys again. Steiny, just for clarification, last season, Purdy and Ayuk had the third longest TD reception. I think it was against Tampa Bay for like 76 yards.
Yeah, I don't consider him a guy who gets behind the defense, though, like Jefferson did yesterday. That's all.
Well, I mean, 76 yards is pretty good. But anyway, the Niners haven't won in many and forever. So, sometimes you just have a boogaboo on your back. And I think sometimes as the play caller, there's a defensive coordinator sometimes that gives you problems. And I just think that guy just gives Shanahan problems. I mean, he did last year and he did this year. And that sometimes that happens. But my last point is, and Goo kind of touched on this, but I'm going to take it a bit further. I think you got a few guys on defense that are stealing money.
Wow.
Javon Hargrave, I've watched him for the last 10 games going into last year. He's getting stoned by singles, even doubling him. I mean, he's getting stoned at the line of scrimmage. He's not even beating his one-on-one matchup. And Bosa, he's getting paid like he's T.J. Watt. Oh, Garrett, he's not.
Appreciate the call. Keith, your connection wasn't the best.
Well, we got your drift.
23 points. What'd they give up to the Jets? 19 and 23. The last 2 games.
Go ahead, Stotty, because I want to say your boy Jones was about to get in the end zone. It would have been 30 points. But I go ahead. I'm stepping all on you.
888-957-9570 is the number. Coming up in 10 minutes, we're going to do what we always do on a Monday, and that is one big thing. Looking for one big thing that you saw in yesterday's game. Can be anything at all. We'll do that at noon like we do every day after a 49er game. Let's go to Larry in the city. What's up, Larry? How you doing?
I'm all right. How's it going, fellas?
Hey. Going well.
Hey, I looked at that game, and I want to talk about the Ayuk and Purdy thing. I think that you don't necessarily need to have speed. If he runs a precise route and leaves the person and the timing of the throw is on point, I think they'll be fine. Montana didn't have the biggest arm. Jerry Rice didn't have the most speed. Just they were precise.
Yeah.
With the defense, I think that our coordinator is growing into the position because he thoroughly just got out coached, and then he never made an adjustment behind it. No pressure. And then Shanahan's offense, I don't know if Purdy has it completely mastered yet, but there were open receivers and open running backs, and he chose to throw into coverage. And I'm like, well, is that what Shanahan's offense is, predetermined? Because he never kind of looked off and went to wide open receivers. And I was like, wow, like the one he threw to Kittle, the receiver was open in the flat. Like, why throw that pass double coverage when you can get 7 yards? So I'm trying to understand where Purdy is in this, because if you give him $60 million, he needs to be a force multiplier.
And I'll say, go ahead. I'm sorry. No, I was just going to respond. Go
ahead.
I don't know if Kyle feels that way because obviously if you saw guys open and Purdy threw it where he threw it, maybe he's not seeing that. And that's why, you got to tip your cap to Minnesota and Brian Flores. But if you're saying you saw wide open receivers and Purdy was going elsewhere, I'm starting to think maybe even Kyle knows that and he's not seeing it against defenses that run this type scheme.
Yeah, because they would open people. And so I'm like, 60 mil, I need you to master this offense and be a force multiplier. And if McCaffrey's out and you got a running back that's doing stud-like things in Jordan Mason, we should be able to overcome, right? And so I'm going to be patient because it's early.
Yeah.
And I think we're going to get better as we go. But it's just observations I made watching the game. Thanks.
Well, appreciate it. Thanks for the call. I mean, the other thing, it may just be as simple as, look, they don't have McCaffrey. He's their best offensive player. Brandon Ayuk is not Brandon Ayuk right now because he didn't have training camp. Trent Williams, not Trent Williams right now because he didn't have training camp. This is, to me, one of those things also where when those guys were missing training camp, we all said, you know what, this may mean they might not get off to a great start, and now they haven't gotten off to a great start. They're 1-1, and it might not be anything more than you're paying an early season price for the three guys who weren't here.
Well, I'll say this, Donnie, Brindle and Banks, they were at camp. They didn't have the best day, but I hear what you said. If you want to say Trent Williams was rusty, okay, I'll give you that. But giving up 6 sacks that's unacceptable, and it's going to get you beat. And that's what happened yesterday.
Here's Brock Purdy on where Brandon Ayuk is and how his game's coming along after 2 weeks and then missing most of training camp.
I think he looks pretty good and stuff, but I don't, I'm drawn back going, BA's not like what he's been like. I don't think that at all. I think for me, I just try to go through my reads, and he's been where he needs to be. And, there's probably a couple routes maybe in certain looks where we both could have been better on some stuff, but that's just like, early in the season stuff, if you ask me. So I know that we'll continue to get better together in our connection and everything, but for 4 quarters, man, I thought BA grinded and, went and competed, man, and I'm proud of him for that.
All right, Brock Purdy.
Huh? And IU got I don't know if you remember, Stoney got a reception on the first drive. I was like, okay, here we go. They need him. No McCaffrey, breakout day. And your average that you showed us, slightly short, 4.5 catches a game, touches.
I mean, look, Ayuk got to do more than grind. That's supposed to be Juwan Jennings' role, is to be the grinder. So it's still early. And I definitely think there's a correlation between Trent Williams' start and Ayuk's start and where the team is. And now you lose McCaffrey, and you're just a little bit out of sync, right. A little bit disjointed.
Well, those two don't play defense, Donnie.
Well, I don't think the defense was necessarily awful yesterday.
Well, I guess we watched 2 different games. I'm not going to – what's awful? But it was 27.
Awful's giving up 40 points or 35.
And awful is letting a guy like Sam Darnold carve you up all day from the beginning. Those are facts. And you got lucky to be in the game when my man went Superman, Fred Warner. It was about to be 27-7. They kicked the Niners' ass defensively.
Well, I mean, the bottom line is 23 points is 23 points. That's what they gave up. You should win a game if you hold a team at home to 23 points, I would think. But we can talk about this at 12 o'clock. One big thing. What was the bigger issue for the 49ers? Was it offensively or was it defensively? If you're a 49er fan, did the 49ers defense get carved up? And I don't know that they got carved up, but Minnesota obviously had some big chunk plays, and they converted on 3rd down and all those kind of things. They ended up with 23 points, and the 49ers only at 17. I mean, I would look at that. My way of thinking is if Kyle Shanahan's your head coach and you think that you have one of the most dynamic offenses in football, the problem to me would be offense most of the day because you only had 17 points. Could you have held them to under 23? I mean, that would have been a pretty good game against that team, I would think. Let's go to Jeremy is in Minneapolis. Jeremy in Minneapolis was at the game. What's up, Jeremy? How you doing, man?
What's good, guys? Always good to talk to you both.
Yeah.
I mean, for most of it, what I wanted to say has been said, but it just looks like they got manhandled. I mean, the Vikings, they came out to play, man. They were flying around, and Purdy was hurried, and they did the thing. And that boy JJ, like, he's worth that $35 million. I mean, if he can do things like that. So I don't think I'm agreeing with you, Steiny. I don't think Brandon can take the top off a defense like that, which is why he's not worth $35 million. And lastly, I just want to give a huge shout out to all of the Minnesota Vikings fans yesterday. They were very warm and hospitable and kind and walked up to us and wanted to talk about where we were from and whatnot. So big ups and big shout out to all of them.
Hey,
I cannot wait to come back.
Let me throw you this, because I was watching a little of the game, and the announcer said that a third of the crowd was 49er fans. Was it that much, do you think?
I think so. Like, if you really, like, from where I was sitting, like the angle and the view, there was a good amount of red. I want to say like maybe 35-40%. Yeah.
Gotcha.
So,
good stuff, Jeremy. Yeah, Twin Cities, very friendly place. Except to the Niners yesterday.
Since 1992, wherever they've been playing, all the other places.
Hey, you're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, always live on the free Odyssey app, Twitch and YouTube, powered by First NorCal Credit Union. I'm
like, man.
Yeah, this is, it's time for One Big Thing. One Big Thing.
The big game
we do this at noon.
Is over. Win or loss, what is Steiny and Guru's one big thing?
All right, 888-957-9570 is the number. It's one big thing. Daryl the Guru Johnson, what is your one big thing from yesterday?
The lack of pass rush by the defensive line. I wanted to go offense. I'm going defense, Steiny, and I told you all summer long I'm worried about, not worried, but I'm watching Nick Sorensen, and it's one game. His unit was great against the Jets, but good God, if Bosa can't get home, he should be able to depend on help from Hargrave. Leonard Floyd was basically MIA, and Steiny, I'm sitting there thinking to myself, this is supposed to be the heart and soul of this team, but if you can't get after a quarterback, the likes of Sam Darnold, you are going to face the Staffords of the world and better quarterbacks. The Kyler Murrays, they're coming. And I'm sitting here, the takeaway from this game is they could not get the Vikings off the field without the threat of Justin Jefferson, and it starts with no pass rush. So that was my one big thing yesterday.
All right, that's Guru's one big thing.
What you got?
My big thing would be let's wait for the San Francisco 49ers to show us in 2024 that they're a Super Bowl contender. That's my big thing. Yesterday is gone. Last year is gone. It is a new year. It's a different team. They've got McCaffrey hurt. They've got Trent Williams and Ayuk looking a little bit rusty. They lost Pearsall to an unfortunate incident. Their offensive line has questions. That's my one big thing. My one big thing is the 49ers this year still have to prove they're a Super Bowl contender. And the question about whether they've done it or not in the first two games, the answer is probably no. Doesn't mean they can't do it, but this team did not look good yesterday.
Man.
Not look good at all. What's your big one thing? 888-957-9570 is the number. Let's go to Angel in San Jose. Angel, give me your one big thing. What do you want to talk about from yesterday?
Well, I want to talk about the running game.
All right.
Mason was tearing it up. I mean, last week when I saw the game, I go, when they get McCaffrey back, they got a two-headed monster. I mean, he was so good. Yesterday, let's say, they could have given it to him on that one on 4th and 2 at the Minnesota, fourth and goal on Minnesota 2. Give it to him. You go with what got you there. He was eating them up. I saw the players on the line for Minnesota. They were huffing and puffing.
They look beat. Just pound the rock, man. Pound it. And what's he do? He throws it like when I watched that Super Bowl when they threw 3 times. Oh, my God, it killed me. But anyways, that's what I saw. I think they should have just pounded it. What they did there is they gave Minnesota defense momentum. They stopped them. And after that, it was, they did whatever they want to do after that. That defense just got on them. So now I think they should just keep running the ball more. They were all proud of running it last week. They were saying, we ran it this many times. Well, where the hell was it?
Yeah, it's a fair question. Fair question, Angel.
Yeah, it's a big one.
They ran it 37 times last week. This week, 25.
Yeah, and I'll say this about Garindo, who's the backup to the backup, Stoney. If you thought it was about, hey, we overwork Mason, or I'm concerned, I don't want to give him too much too early after the 28 carries against the Jets, Garindo only had 1 touch. So you have other options to run the ball still. So it wasn't like, you're somebody fouled out and you're running out of guys. That's curious. And I got to believe the more I think about it, Kyle must have had a preconceived notion going in he was going to win this game in the air, Stoney.
Yeah. 888-957-9570 is the number. Let's go to Dog Trainer in Milpitas. Dog Trainer, what's your big takeaway from yesterday? What's your one big thing?
One big thing is nobody's talking Spygate, but here's what I think.
Oh.
Sam Darnold had knowledge of the defense of the 49ers because he threw against them in practice and he watched them. He knew they could put a speed burner, and he knew the speed of the secondary. And along with that, their head coach knows the whole offensive scheme that Kyle has. So you'll never see again the perfect storm against the Niners where a head coach and their starting quarterback has firsthand literal physical knowledge of the Niners. That killed them.
Appreciate the call.
Oh,
so
wow.
that sounds like a Kyle got out coach
My boy
call.
Big Dex in the U. Remember I told you during break he sent me something I thought was just get out of here. Oh, he practiced against the Niner defense for 2 years, please. You got to go out and execute. The Niners didn't execute. And the ball falling out of Brock Purdy's hand, the Jimmy play slipping out his hand, that ain't got nothing to do with them knowing the intel. That was just
That's the Brock play now.
Oh, wow.
That's the Brock play. That happens once every 3
I'm
games.
like, was it a fumble? It was like both, but it slipped out his hand, man.
Yeah, doesn't matter what it is. Hurt in a big way. Let's go to David in El Cerrito. What's up, David? How you doing, man?
Hey, guys. I'm a hater. I've told you before.
That's right.
And,
cool.
Yep. And I've always loved Sam Darnold. I sit alone in this, and I still think he's a very talented quarterback. And so it becomes a question for me. One big thing is the Niners quarterback, the quarterback you want to pay absurd amounts of money to when you see him play averagely without the best player in the league behind him. That's my one big thing, because I think Sam Darnold isn't much different than Brock Purdy.
Fair enough, Dave. Wants to stir it up.
Wow.
Wants to stir it up.
Now, stir what up? Because
you want to pay Brock Purdy. I mean, look, I'm not really going to get into it now, but it's a conversation among fans, and it's going to be every week. And he wasn't good yesterday.
And he hasn't been great, if I'm being fair, Steiny, in 2 games. Not bad, but you're right. Get rid of the ball. He was holding on to the ball longer normally than I'm accustomed to him doing. And then he was trying to fit it in, and he got away with a couple throws. But, yeah, that wasn't his best work. But you don't think this is a byproduct of not having McCaffrey? Because you said, we talked about it. We want to see him without some of the weaponry. Bam, we get this. But you got a $30 million receiver in Ayuk.
Well,
and how long are we going to ride he's rusty? Not that you're saying, man, CeeDee Lamb is rusty too. He's catching balls.
Is he really a $30 million receiver?
Or do they use him like a $30 million receiver? Because if I said to you real quick, Stotty, the foe next week, we're not talking about next week, but they play the Rams. Cooper Kupp ain't he can get behind the defense by precision route running. That's how I look at Ayuk. But I still never really see those throws.
How do you view Ayuk?
like a Cooper Kupp or a guy that runs a great route and he ain't Justin Jefferson or like that, but Jamar Chase.
Well, you need him to be because that's what you're paying him for.
I would like to see him on a go route.
I'd like to see him get open. 888-957-9570. Let's go to Sweet Lou. Sweet Lou is in Castro Valley. What's up? What's up, Sweet Lou?
How you doing, gentlemen? I enjoy your show. I just want to make a comment about last week. You guys were ready to award the Niners Super Bowl, and this week you got a slice of that humble pie. This is the NFL. Anybody can win on any given Sunday. For example, a great example, look at the Raiders. They went into Baltimore yesterday and hung around and won that game.
Yep.
But I enjoy your guys' show. I learned a lot from you, and
thanks, man.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Sweet Lou. Appreciate it.
He was talking to me. I'll own it, Stoney.
Yeah.
I own it.
By the way, somebody texted in, or somebody was on the Xfinity mobile text line saying, hey, Steiny, would you still take Purdy over Lamar Jackson? First of all, I said to quarterback the Niners. Secondly, let me say it again. Lamar Jackson stinks. Stinks. Terrible.
Lamar.
He's terrible. I watched that game.
Dude, man.
He's benched for Justin Herbert on my fantasy team next week.
He hurt me.
Yeah, I'm gonna listen. I
should have won in the bowl, man.
I should have kept that under my hat because I'm gonna talk to him later in the week about.
And here I can't keep
about his preparation.
But I'm president of the Black Quarterback Delegation. I'm rooting for Lamar, Stoney. I'm rooting for Dak. They ain't never winning it, man. The Raiders, Lamar was awful. And then the last play, he could have kept it and ran. One juke, you might make it.
Just win, baby.
He pitches it back. Like, what are you looking at, dude?
It's early. It's very early.
Dude.
However, look at the three guys who you paid. The three guys you paid.
Well, who are you least upset at? Because to me, it's McCaffrey. Least his is I ain't played bad.
Well, his is right. He got money when he was hurt.
What? He didn't know how he's going to feel the next day.
I'm just saying. I'm not saying it's the 49ers' fault.
Take a physical. He about to sign that.
I'm just saying. Ayuk, Trent Williams, not been great, and McCaffrey has not played yet.
Okay, so
and
Purdy
won't play for five games.
So those are the three guys. It's a quarterback league. Up your game, Purdy. We're watching.
No. Just pay him $60 even if he can up his game. All right, 888-957-9570 is the number. And we're talking San Francisco 49ers. They lose yesterday. They're now 1-1 to the Minnesota Vikings. And what's coming up on the game is presented by Fremont Bank. By the way, the 49ers play the L.A. Rams next week. And the Rams are 0-2. Tell you what, that's a big game all of a sudden.
It looks like, I don't know if you caught it, Stoney. I did. Cooper Kupp left the stadium in a walking boot, so they might be without Nakua and Cooper Kupp. How about that part?
There you go. 888-957-9570 is the number. We'll continue with the Niners talk on the other side. Download the Odyssey app directly from our QR code on both YouTube and Twitch. Brought to you by First NorCal Credit Union. For a low-rate auto loan, apply online or just ask for First NorCal financing at the dealer.
Another week without McCaffrey.
Darnold to the air, dumps it out to Jones, blocked by Bradbury. He'll take it. Oh, he fumbled the ball. He fumbled it. It was maybe recovered at the goal line. San Francisco says they've got it, and they do. The Niners dodge a bullet.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Big play by Fred Warner. Made a couple of them yesterday, an interception and then that forced fumble down near the
both in the red zone.
Yeah,
man, it's a bad dude.
He was one of the few bright spots for the San Francisco 49ers, Deebo Samuel. I mean, look, how obvious was this if you look back on it? So before the season started, we're talking about the Niners, and somebody said, well, who do you think is going to have a big year for the Niners? Well, Deebo Samuel. Why? Well, because he reported in great shape. He looks great. He's participated in every practice. And you know what? There's a little bit of a contract thing maybe looming for Deebo Samuel. But the point is he was here all summer, and he was poised to have a big year, and it looks like he's going to have a big year. 3 other guys, well, I'll just say 2 now, forget McCaffrey, Trent Williams and Brandon Ayuk didn't have training camp, and they have not gotten off to good starts.
Yeah, you just wish
pretty obvious.
Yeah, you just wish Purdy could have found them on one of those 8 third downs they didn't convert. You know what I mean? He had 8 catches, and who were we talking to before the show? You know how football works, Donnie, in basketball. You can put up numbers at the end, but Deebo, you're right. I can't take anything from him. From a physical standpoint, he looks like the man. You just kind of wish they could have found him more. Him and Purdy could have had a connection on those third down efficiency opportunities.
888-957-9570 is the number. When you're thinking about yesterday's game, 49er fans, do you worry more, or do you put more blame on the offense than the defense and the offense? We're also picking a game in which the special teams obviously had a big mistake that cost them points. But is 17 points enough? No. Is 23 points too many for the Vikings? It was yesterday. So when you look at that game yesterday, what's your biggest frustration? Is it on the offensive side? Is it on the defensive side? Is it on the coaching staff? Is it on the special teams? Is this just a one-week anomaly? The Minnesota Vikings always play the 49ers tough in Minneapolis. What's your take on this ball game, 49er fans, at 888-957-9570? Let's go to Jim. Jim is in Martinez. What's up, Jim? How you doing, man?
I'm doing good for a Niners loss Monday. Everybody, in the words of Aaron Rodgers, hey, Goo, in the words of Aaron Rodgers to the cheeseheads, everybody relax. This is a preseason game that counts. The Raiders went into Baltimore, like Goo just said. We could be sitting in Dallas right now just having our butts kicked by the Saints up and down the field.
Yep.
We had a blocked punt, and then Wisnowski decides to jump out of the way instead of just letting him accidentally touch him. We had a dropped punt, a blocked punt. We gave up a 100-yard touchdown. Obviously, it's a little bit rusty. Ayuk isn't ready, but he's getting there. We're going to be fine. And at the end of the game, we still could have got back in it and won the thing. And if you really take a look, for whatever reason, that's an Eastern time zone, or that's an early game, traveling on a short week in a place the Niners haven't won in literally 30 years for whatever reason.
Right.
So everybody, let's all kick back. Let's see what happens at, Niners South this weekend. Nobody get complacent, because a wounded animal is a dangerous animal, and the Rams are wounded, that's for sure. You guys killing it, but hey, let's all relax, man. This has been preseason, and we're 1-1. Let's go.
Appreciate the call. Well, appreciate the call. Let me look at some things here. Make 49er fans feel a little better.
Just don't mention that last drive that took off 10 minutes, Donnie, because that to me made it hurt more. Because I know you said, Goo, they only gave up 23. In my mind, partner, they gave up 30 because the Fred Warner, great play, kept this thing from getting out of hand in a blowout, okay? But you're right there. No Justin Jefferson, Sam Darnold, return the glass slippers, damn it. We didn't believe in you. That's why you're here. And you couldn't stop them? They drove all the way down and took 10 minutes off the clock?
Which drive are you talking about?
The last drive where
the first half?
No, of the game where it got 20-14 and the Niners were down 6. And Minnesota politely drove all the way down while facing 3 third downs, converted all 3 and kicked a field goal and basically essentially won the game. That's the one to me that if I'm a Niner faithful or diehard, you could talk about 2 for 10 on offense all day, Steiny. That was the one where, you know what, the football gods may bless us and we might be able to steal one. We kind of, playing our B game, but you let them go down 65 yards, kick a field goal, and take 10 minutes off the clock. That's unacceptable when you got Warner, when you got Bosa, and you got Hargrave, and you got Ward, and the rest of the gang. That's what shocked me.
Yeah, you're talking about the 14-play, 62-yard drive. Yeah.
Took 10 minutes off. How much?
6:46 it took off. They got it with 10:16 to play, and then they put the field. It still killed them. They put the points on the board with 3:30 left, and then the 49ers had scored twice.
Yeah, 1-3 and out there and get the ball back.
No doubt. Well. 888-957-9570 is the number. 49ers fall to 1-1 yesterday, lost to the Vikings 23-17. What was the most frustrating part of that game if you're a Niner fan? Let's take a listen to some sound on this one. Right. And let me see. How about Justin Jefferson on his 97-yard catch?
We practiced that play time and time again. I mean, we didn't practice it being on the 3-yard line and us going 97, but it was just a great ball by Sam to really trust the double team and for me to run right through it. So it's been time and time again where, we practice these plays and we just got to go out here and execute them. So it's going to happen over and over again, just like I've been saying, me beating the double team. Sam just got to trust me to beat it and to make a big play.
Justin Jefferson. Here's Charvarius Ward. This is interesting from Charvarius Ward on how the 49ers defended Justin Jefferson.
Would you have liked to have been matched up on him more often today?
Yeah, I mean, I feel like I play best when I, play best when I follow the best receiver around, and but that wasn't the game plan. You know what I mean? When I'm following the best receiver around, I'm always alert. I'm ready for the challenge, but that just wasn't the game plan.
Oh my gosh! Can you run that one more time for your boy?
Charvarius Ward on saying Kyle Shanahan and Nick Sorensen have no idea what they're doing.
Would you have liked to have been matched up on him more often today?
Yeah, I mean, I feel like I play best when I, play best when I follow the best receiver around, but that wasn't the game plan. You know what I mean? When I'm following the best receiver around, I'm always alert. I'm ready for the challenge, but that just wasn't the game plan.
He just went Leon from the Bud Light commercials, started blaming everybody but himself. Wow. So he wasn't 100% mentally invested unless he's following the best receiver around, and he questions, this is all subliminal, Stein, he's questioning how he was utilized, but man, wow.
Well, if he's questioning how he was utilized, I would say, even though you feel like you play your best when you shadow the best receiver, do we know Kyle Shanahan feels that you play best when you're shadowing the best receiver? And the other thing is he seemed to suggest,
he did.
I pay attention when I've got a guy like Jefferson.
Yeah, I'm locked in.
So
wow, man.
I don't know. Big deal or not.
That'd be a conversation I'd have if I'm the coordinator or the coach, Donnie. Hey, come in, close the door. You can't say that.
Why not?
Because you sound like an individual, and then also you're blaming everybody but yourself.
No, he asked me what I prefer, and I prefer to stay with the guy.
That if you're not featured the way you think you are, you're mentally not into the game.
I didn't say that.
Yeah, that's how I took it, and that's how it sounded.
I said that I'm really into a game. You get the best of me when you follow
the receiver. That's what I took, Steiner.
Yeah, okay. Well, they need coaches. I mean, coaches implement what they think is the game plan. And so they got a new defensive coordinator.
They couldn't get after the quarterback, and they couldn't stop the run. And Minnesota, average weapons. There was no Jordan Addison. He didn't play in this game. He beat you last Monday night. And Justin Jefferson went out late third quarter.
But he won the game for him in 3 quarters, essentially.
Look at you.
888-957-9570 is the number. Let's listen to Nick Bosa. He had 2 sacks.
Yeah, I mean, it's a really good coach and a lot of really good players. So, and Sam's doing a great job. So it's a wake-up call, but we know why it happened. There's a lot to fix. There's some good things for sure.
Wow. This cadence is the best.
What do you think of that Kevin O'Connell?
He's just really good with the scheme. He knows how to scheme up the big-time players on the defense, and he's got a lot of really good players, a really good O-line. So you could feel it when you're playing a good coach who knows what they're doing.
I wonder if the Vikings felt that way.
Wow.
If they could feel like they were going up against a team with a great coach. I don't know.
Yeah, that's the one question. When it's all said and done, Stoney, on Overreaction Monday, is why Kyle went into this game thinking maybe he wasn't going to use the new stud that he has in the backfield, Jordan Mason. Like Stoney, had he had 20 carries and averaged 2 yards, 2.3 yards a pop, or even 3, then I could get it. But this is another, if you want to get real, example of Kyle going away from something that was working. And when you tell me in the first half they got 1st and goal and there's 3 passes, you start the game with almost, 4 or 5 passes. I mean, get it established. Brutalize him. Body punch. And they chose not to, and they got handled.
Yeah. 888-957-9570. Do you guys feel like Kyle Shanahan just didn't run the ball enough? And if he didn't run the ball, why not? Jordan Mason had 100 yards on 20 attempts. He had a rushing touchdown. That's a 5-yard per carry average, which is essentially what he did last week.
Man.
Would you like to have seen Jordan Mason get the ball a little bit more?
And what do we know about Mason? Anytime, and I've said it, Stoney, you compare him to beast mode or a baby beast mode, the more they get the ball, the more punishing they can be. And that touch, I know you're going to say,
we don't know that yet about Jordan Mason.
Well, we saw it with the Jets when I said some of their defenders were making business decisions, like getting out the way, like, oh, hell, I got to tackle this load. I saw some of that on that last drive when he scored the touchdown. And I was just like, why wouldn't you try to?
Well, all I'm saying is we don't know that he's that kind of back yet and can be durable enough to be that kind of back. Well, I guess I'm going off of 1 week.
Right. Yeah. He's kind of forgotten about.
888-957-9570 is the number. Chad Gable on the YouTube chat saying, stop with the Wilkes slander. Okay.
He's talking to somebody in the chat.
Yeah, he's talking to the fans, essentially.
Because Bonte was on that, too. Like, have that same energy for Wilkes is Sorensen, but this is the second game.
I can honestly say I'm sort of built for this.
Yeah, that's great. What's he thinking about watching that game yesterday? Because that's where it went down. That's where he basically lost his job, right?
Why?
With the all-out blitz before half last year.
Yeah. I mean,
just think about the irony of that.
More Nick Bosa. This is, let's see, on Fred Warner.
He's playing at an even higher level than he has in the past, which is saying a lot. So it's fun to play with him. He's like my security blanket out there. Just knowing he's there is huge, and he doesn't get too high when things are going good or too low when things are going bad, which is what you want from a leader.
That's Nick Bosa.
Well, you need to lead too, Bosa, because people are starting to hone in on, hey, we ain't saying you're playing bad, but you ain't disruptive enough.
2 sacks.
Well, one of them was a gift. Darnold was 5 yards in front of him and then went backwards. Like, what do I do? Oh, boy. And he got it. Okay. But you know what I mean.
He sniffed
money
it
downs.
Out.
Money downs.
He sniffed it out.
Yeah, money downs. He was nowhere to be found.
Hey, by the way.
Yeah, what you got? Dude, I'm shocked. The boss, though.
You're shocked because the 49ers lost.
The fashion. Yeah, they got whipped. Give me that. They got whipped, Stoney. They got whooped. Nobody else. That's established. And still had a chance to give the ball to the offense at the end and let them go. 6-minute drive, 6 minutes and 56 seconds? Man.
Oh, boy.
What you got?
Well, before I read,
ain't worth in the game.
I don't feel like doing. I don't feel like.
I want you to do it.
I don't know. It's about you. I don't want to do it.
I want to hear it.
All right. Well, let me say something else first that I do need to tell you about, because I heard something over the weekend that was flat out unprofessional.
Oh.
So I'm listening to the radio on Saturday.
So was I.
And I'm listening to Dan Devone and our very own Evan Giddings.
I love this.
And it's about 11:50. And Evan is going to make a bold prediction.
Okay.
It was wrong, but.
And he says, you know what? I'm feeling a bold prediction. And he went like this.
Did he guess?
I'm sniffing an upset on something.
Oh, no, he didn't. Yeah.
And I had to text him. That's yours. He took it from you.
Nah.
Well, Guru usually uses the sniff after he makes a proclamation that he feels demands attention.
Right. Evan, you could use it. Okay. You were right using it right there. Yeah.
All right.
I was
what was
sniffing an upset. It didn't happen.
I can't remember, though. What was it?
It was the Broncos over the Steelers.
And I'll tell you what else. This is how much I'm into my dog E. He had a clip on his IG. I was listening to it live, too. Just basically talking about McCaffrey and all the running backs like McCaffrey that had those big loads during the year. Derrick Henry, one of them, and coming back and tearing his Achilles and being out. Zeke, just the fall off. And you look at the Carfax report for McCaffrey, Stoney. I'm telling you, this injury to McCaffrey is a game changer in the sense that just 6 days ago, I sat here and told you all nothing to see here, but I don't think it's that anymore. And it's just funny how sports can work. I'm not saying Brock is playing for a contract, but only a fool would say I'm wrong.
Well, he is.
So this ain't how you draw it up. Steiny, he could have had 4 picks yesterday or 4 turnovers. Even the announcers, like, he was lucky to get one. And that's football, I know. But his decision-making wasn't the Brock Purdy-esque like we normally see it. And it starts with him. And to go up and tell the defensive coordinator, hey, man, yeah, that's dope. Your scheme.
I knew that would bother you.
If I'm the Rams.
But it's okay when Aaron Rodgers tells Fred Warner he's the best linebacker in football.
Different.
No, it's not. It's the same thing.
You're validating a scheme and things that throw you off for people to go borrow. Hey, we're playing Brock Purdy. Hey, go give me that tape of them in Minnesota. That's how we'll stop him. That's my John Wayne.
Or Howard Cosell.
Combo.
So, the good news, I'm looking around. Baltimore, Cincinnati, both 0-2.
Boy.
Who else is terrible this year? The Cowboys got hammered yesterday.
So did who else got hammered?
The Rams are 0-2.
Yeah, they got shellacked.
Seahawks right now lead the NFC West.
Wow.
Let's go to Wendy in Minnesota.
Hey,
what's up, Wendy? How you doing?
Great. First of all, I want to say I'm not a Vikings fan. I actually have 4 season tickets to the Vikings.
Oh.
Hey.
I didn't go to that. Yeah, I didn't go to the game. I think we sold them. Hopefully they went to 49er fans. I am furious. First of all, stop calling Kyle a genius. He is not a genius. Bill Walsh was the only genius we ever had. I've been watching the 49ers since I've been 12 years old. I watched every Super Bowl and every game I could watch. First of all, he needs an offensive coordinator. He thinks he's the smartest guy in the field. What coach on 4th and 2 from the 2 decides to call a pass play? If Christian McCaffrey had been in that game, you know damn well he would have handed off to Christian. Then the O-line sucks, and Brock got sacked 6 times. They don't draft for the O-line. It's a miracle they advanced to the Super Bowl with that offensive line, because Kyle always overlooks the offensive line in the draft. Ayuk isn't in shape because he decided to hold out. He didn't play in the OTAs. He didn't go to training camp. He didn't play in preseason. Trent's not in football shape. Shanahan last year literally ran Christian into the ground. And I heard you guys say on many occasions that they're wearing him out. They never took him out of the game when they had a big lead late in the 4th quarter. People were saying, they're wearing him out. This isn't going to last. And what happened? This is exactly what happened. This is on Kyle. They could have given Jordan Mason more touches last year and taken some of the load off Christian. Yeah. And now this is what you got, and this is 100% on Kyle. 100%. And to lose to Sam Darnold is embarrassing.
Whoa. Let me ask you this, Wendy. Are you worried about the rest of the year? Do you think this could, or do you think this is just an outlier?
When I first heard that Christian wasn't going to play against the Jets, I was worried in that game. I was very nervous. This game, I guess based on what Mason was doing, I wasn't super worried.
Yeah.
But the defense, obviously Fred played great, but another issue with the 49ers, they end up signing these dudes that are past their prime. They're old. They're not fast anymore. You know what? They need to start looking for some youth because Kyle is out-coached. He was awful in the Super Bowl. He can't accept help from anybody. And if you think Tom Brady and him were going to get along, Tom Brady wouldn't have taken crap from Kyle. That's why Kyle didn't take him and said, we're fine. We have Jimmy Garoppolo. What coach would turn down Tom Brady and say, Jimmy Garoppolo, you're okay with Jimmy Garoppolo? Well, you know what? Brady would have had control of the team, and Kyle wouldn't have given up control. Kyle thinks he's smarter than anybody on the field, and he obviously isn't. And that's what pisses me off because I have not been a fan of Kyle since day one.
Wow. Thank you, Wendy. Appreciate the call.
Wow, call back. That's an A+.
Yeah, that was all aimed, I think,
You might not agree, but she let you know how she feels.
Well, she didn't agree with you. I know that.
On what?
These people who keep calling him a genius.
Oh, right.
He's just a man.
Oh, boy.
He's just a coach.
You could have queued up some Benny Hill yakety sax music yesterday, Stotty. What about Jacob Cowan? Catch the ball. They got lucky.
Listen.
They got lucky to cover that. Oh, my goodness. They got lucky to cover that.
Listen, I'm sticking up for Kyle because you guys don't get it. And here's why. You complain that he ran McCaffrey into the ground last year. You know what? What if I told you, he realizes that. Maybe he realizes that. And because he realizes that, maybe that's why he didn't hand the ball off to Jordan Mason 30 times after week 1 when he handed it to him 28 times.
It's not about how many times. It's about why are you going away from the run? Your O-line was struggling, but it wasn't struggling running the ball. So just to that point,
then don't call him a
give
genius.
Garendo some carries.
Why?
Give Deebo more than 2 carries.
Garendo doesn't run hard enough. You heard it here first.
That's how you see it. Yes. But you know what I'm saying? It's not about why were you going over? And Stoney, she's right. That screen at the goal line where the ball got tipped, what are you doing? That's too cute. I'm just, boy. Better clean it up.
Who?
The Niners and Kyle and Nick and Staley.
Oh, now we're on Nick. Now we're on Nick Sorensen.
No. How can you do it?
Yeah.
Now, why are you smiling like
because,
the Joker?
Last year was Wilkes, and now it's already starting to be Sorensen.
Well, it wasn't Wilkes until the mini game.
It's not Joe. It's not Nick Bosa.
No,
it's not Leonard Floyd.
Oh, no, it's those guys.
No, it's the coaches. Because you don't hold the players accountable.
Please. You wish he had that button. Yeah. Anyway.
Let me just do this.
I'm shocked, man.
Why? Why are you shocked?
Because I thought this was a slam dunk of the week.
Well, let me tell you something. Let me remind you why it wasn't.
Yeah, well, first of all, Tim, I don't think you can ever make an assumption that you're ready for a Super Bowl. You got to earn that every year. Nothing is given in this league.
Mm-hmm.
And we have a very talented team. We have a very proven team that's won a lot of games. But this is a new team. We like our team. We feel like we've improved. This.
Got to earn it.
Well, I'll tell you what.
It's not given. Yeah. Nothing's given.
You can call me Wendy. Wow. She knocked it out the park. You can call me prisoner of the moment, but what is becoming clear to me, partner, and this is no shade, they miss Hufanga and Dre Greenlaw. And if this is what type of defense you're going to be do I dare say, lowly Sam Darnold, Wendy was right. Snotty, that was embarrassing. How you going to let him do that to you? And you said night-night to him. Yeah.
We got to go. 888-957-9570 is the number. More 49er talk on the other side on 95.7 The Game.
Oh, baby, Shasky.
by Kittle. Deflected, ricocheted. Metellus has picked it up. And McCollum breaking tackles. Out of bounds. Turnover.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All right, I'll be honest. Uncle Looney on the YouTube chat got me. I thought Leonard Floyd played yesterday. I didn't see his name in the box score.
Bonte was
and then I was like,
crushing him
no,
early.
he played. Of course he played.
Man.
And then his name got mentioned about 20 minutes ago, and Uncle Looney says, yeah, Floyd didn't play yesterday. I didn't realize that he meant
he didn't do a damn thing.
He didn't register.
Man.
And he stat.
I'm telling you, Stan, he's going to start with I don't know if you know this about corporations, but when there's a takeover or things aren't good, you know who goes first? People that make the most money. And blame in sports is kind of like that. When things ain't going right, they say, who's making the most on the defensive side of the ball? And it's Bosa, and it starts with him. We can't say he's not getting enough help. I just need them to be more disruptive. How about that? Sacks ain't everything. Sometimes pressures are better, Donnie.
Fred Warner had 7 solo tackles, 2 assists. Nick Bosa had 4 solo tackles, an assist, and 2 big sacks that changed the momentum of that game.
See, now you're going to have me troll. Yeah, there you go.
You know,
third down was Darnold owned it.
If he keeps this pace up, he's going to end with 17 sacks this year.
Yeah, stats
Did
ain't
Bosa have
everything,
one last year? Last week? Did he get one?
Yeah, he got one.
Oh boy, yep. He's on a pace. Oh, he didn't. Oh gosh,
what did I say?
Leonard Floyd had one last week.
That's right. That's right. Bosa should have gotten a half.
See, we said Bosa it at the game. Evan, I was there. You're right.
Boy, he gave. If they would have credited him with that sack in week 1,
so he's got 2 on the year. Boy, and one gift because Darnold gave him the second one.
Hey, half a life is showing up.
Sam Darnold won the revenge game, Stoney. Think about that.
It's a team game.
Yeah.
It's a team game. That's what I always feel like.
Mm-hmm.
So, 888-957-9570 is the number. Niners, they get beat yesterday by the Vikings 23-17.
It wasn't really that close. You mind me saying that?
I don't mind when you say anything.
Well, you do.
Well, when you're, you know.
Hey, what did you want to read that you said? Goo, I don't want to read it to you.
Oh.
No, anyway, you forgot. I know what
it was.
Dude, my skin is thick as all that. Come on now.
As thick as crepe paper. All right, let's go back to the thing that I know will bother Goo, and it is.
Some said Wendy was me. She's not. Wendy was great.
Let's see.
By the way, who do you guys think leads the NFL in passing yards right now?
Brock Purdy.
I'm going to say
I'm right, dude.
Is that a good thing?
I know. I actually saw that stat just about 5 minutes ago.
I was going to say Brock Purdy.
It is Brock Purdy.
Oh,
he's cooking. He's cooking.
Something's up. It's 8 quarters. And then what will you give me for this? Because you gave me the victory lap on being worried about McCaffrey. The 6 field goals last week against the Jets. Do you think there's a correlation now that they go 2 for 10 on third down?
Well, are we talking red zone or third down? Those are 2 different things.
No, I'm putting it all in the same bucket.
I wouldn't do that.
What happened to the team and the offense being efficient? Is it a byproduct of? I'm just asking you. Is it a good enough excuse that there's no McCaffrey? Because last I looked, we talked about what was still here, and there was Kittle, there was Ayuk and Deebo, and Kyle. And Jawan Jennings.
Small sample size.
All right.
2 games.
All right.
Shoot, I can't find it.
It don't matter.
I'm looking. Let's go listen to let's go hear from our guy Word. Word is in Oakland.
Give us to us.
What's up, Word?
Oh man, Steiny, you must have woke up with the biggest smile. Cheshire Cat style.
Why?
Because, dude, you don't remember how we met. How we met is exactly who you are today, and it's hilarious.
Wow.
Because you love. I could tell the story, but I'll do it another time. But you love to when the Niners win a game, you love to let them know that hey, this is temporary. It's not going to stay the same. But when the Niners lose a game, you're going to spend the next 2 days, maybe to Wednesday, trolling us, talking about how, what did you just say? Oh, here's your boy, the receiver from Jefferson, talking about how, Moody Ward talking about how Colin doesn't know what he's doing. Like, really?
No, that was Guru. That was Guru.
No, that was you.
That was not me.
That was you.
Talking to you,
stop,
Steiny.
stop. No, that was you. You said that. When Guru asked me to run it back, you said, okay, here's Moody Ward talking about how don't know what they're doing. So you can cut me off. I understand. You don't want to hear this. But, dude, this is how we met. You walked up on me, tippy-toed up outside the Golden Bear, talking about, yeah, what's up with your Niners? What's up with your Niners?
Oh, boy.
You do this to people. Like, you're going to do this till about Wednesday, and then you're going to say, hey, Niners, it was just one game. You're going to say everything that we're trying to say to you now. It was just one game, man. Like the dude said earlier. Remember the Niners lost 40-8 to 40-9 to the 40-8 to the Eagles in '94 when they won the Super Bowl? Do you know how I thought the ceiling was crashing down?
No, I still like their chances. And I was back in Philly.
I know you do, but you're not going to let us know that you like their chances.
What are you talking
That's
about?
why I want everybody to understand. Stop listening to him after a loss, especially on Monday.
Wow,
all he's gonna do, I heard you say you called the team and you called the coach incompetent. You said he don't know what he's doing. You've actually. Oh my God.
I never called him incompetent, Kyle Shanahan. Please.
Oh my God! You don't listen to yourself. You make us listen to you, but you don't listen to yourself.
Word. I love Kyle Shanahan. I'm fighting against all these
court press going.
I'm fighting against these people that have made their minds up that he can't win the big one already.
Yeah. All you're doing is trying to keep us even keel. I
That's
get
right.
it. I'm just talking to the fans.
Thank you.
Stop reacting to him on Monday after a loss. We gonna lose games, man. No. If you ask every Niner fan how many games we gonna lose, they might say 4, they might say 7, but they'll never acknowledge the day before that loss that they're gonna lose game. Fans,
Give me a word on this real quick because you've been phenomenal. What concerned you the most about yesterday? Just give us what jumped out to where you like, you know what, Goo, that's a problem.
A
lot to choose from, man.
Honestly, I don't, because I know we're going to lose games. When we lose games, the team don't look good when they lose. Like, the Chiefs didn't look good. They just happened to pull it out.
But what about the lack of pressure?
The Ravens, you really think the Ravens are a worse team than the Raiders?
No.
Like, they just got beat that week, too.
Right.
Honestly, okay, pass rush would be nice. I don't understand what okay, Bosa. Actually, Bosa. I'll be like, dude, I'm tired of hearing about everybody else's pass rushers getting money and beasting, and my man over here is he's holding up the line. He's getting containing, and I don't want containment. I need wreckage. I would like wreckage from the D line. That's not. I'd like wreckage from the D line, but everything else is like, I mean, it's football. It's week 2. We 1-1. Fine. Like, if we were, what's funny is when we're 8-0, we still complaining. We at no point will the Niner fans or Steiny ever let us enjoy success.
Well, I appreciate it. Word, I think that a lot of 49er fans have trouble enjoying success. It's been a great run for the last 5 years, but it's not enough for some. Let me just remind you, Word, I love you.
Yeah, well, first of all, Tim, I don't think you can ever make an assumption that you're ready for a Super Bowl. You got to earn that every year.
Yeah, and that's why they got to prove it this year that they're a Super Bowl contender.
No doubt about it.
And I anticipate they will.
But let me tell you what Word did.
Yeah.
The same thing Filmo Mike did Friday. He's dealing with the loss, and he's lashing out, and today he chose you. Scotty, that's how they deal with it.
That's fine.
And see how long he took when I said what really jumped out at, because it can be a litany of things. Like, I don't know what I'm concerned most about this loss. And I'm going to watch it again tonight, I swear, after Monday Night Football. But, Steiny, those are the best watches when you're watching back. But I don't know if it's Purdy and the offense or the lack of pass rush in the secondary being around Naylor for that third down. It was crucial. 3 Niner players there and defensive backs, and they're just doing everything but deflecting the ball. So is this a one-off? It very well may be. But if not, then there's problems here by the Bay until your boy comes back, right? And we don't know when that is.
Well, you better win some games while he's gone.
Oh, wow. Yep.
And he'll be gone for at least 3 more games.
Eligible to come back. I forget against who, but yeah, eligible to come back.
Yeah. I mean, the other thing about this is Didn't we expect a little bit of a slow start because of the offseason they had?
But I thought we put that to bed when they went out and kicked the Jets' ass.
Let me tell you what our producer Evan once said. Yeah. Last year, they started 5-0. And everybody thought everything was done at that point. And as it turns out, Bosa ended up wearing down a little bit. And Evan's point was, we thought it was taken care of after 5 games, but these things linger. And so the reality of the situation is 1 game at the beginning of the season doesn't mean everything's solved or doesn't mean everything's clicking. Maybe, here we are in week 2, and maybe we felt the residual of Trent Williams and Brandon Ayuk not being at camp, and we're seeing a little manifestation of the timing between Purdy and Ayuk not up to speed.
But now they have 5 balls in Brock. That is
right.
Ayuk had 5 targets, and Brock Ayuk got 4.
Right.
So it's not about. It wasn't like they were 3 of 8. 4 or 5 is pretty damn good. What I'm starting to get worried about is the separation and then them finding holes. And Deebo had 100 yards yesterday. He had a good game, but was it really that 100 yards to where the Vikings were like, oh, my God, how do we stop number 1? I never felt that way. He had a great toe tap catch. I thought that was going to get overturned. Deebo did, Stoney, but never once in the air with the 300 yards, if that's what's going to make you go to bed easier tonight. Oh, we threw for 300. Really? Because that was a nasty 300. A lot of it came when the game was over. So I could say the same with Deebo getting 100 yards. I just want to know why Kyle Shanahan, he'll talk today, Stoney, if he hadn't already, why you only ran it 20-something times? Why you only gave your boy 20 touches?
Gosh,
that's the money question.
Somebody on the text line, I couldn't find it, but they basically said, 20 rushes for Jordan Mason when you're behind the whole game isn't that low.
Well, there's 2 behinds. When you're down a touchdown, that's like it's tied. You still can do what you want to do. When you get down 17 or you get down 27-7 like it was going to be before Warner went Superman, then you ditch your script. But to continuously run the ball and do what you do, Steiner, you can still do that down 10 or 7 points.
No, they were down 20-7 at one point.
Yeah.
Ohio Daniel in Martinez. What's going on, Ohio Daniel?
What's going on, guys? How are you?
Hey.
Doing well.
Hey, Guru, just calm down. You're worried about all the efficiency and everything like that. They almost ran the ball as many times as they threw it. The only reason why they had to get away from it so much is, like you were just saying, they were down by 2 scores.
All right.
But also, that game, Minnesota was just, they were tougher. Like, they were hitting harder than San Francisco was. And it kind of reminded me, I'm going to toot my own horn, but it kind of reminded me of the Browns game, beat the Niners. So, but the Niners are going to be fine. They're probably going to be in the Super Bowl. Don't stress.
All right.
You guys are doing a great job. You're doing a great job. And don't let anybody get you. You didn't say anything about stuff. You didn't say anything wrong.
Thank you.
Did not say anything wrong.
I appreciate it.
Word was a pit bull.
Did though.
Word was a pit bull on you, Stoney.
Please.
You shook it off.
Shook what off? I don't even know what he was saying.
He got your pants and was biting it. Yeah, I'm playing.
Let's go to Eric is in San Francisco. What's up, Eric? How you doing, buddy? You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app, Twitch and YouTube, powered by First NorCal Credit Union. What's up, Eric? How you doing, man?
What's up, guys? Thanks for taking my call.
Sure.
First time calling on. I think, for the most part, your roster is still the same, but I have a long-term possibility. The only addition that really bothers me that might have affected your whole team, when you guys brought on Brandon Staley, the same problem on the offense the Chargers had is starting to show up on the Niners staff and their whole team. And maybe that might be playing into why it seems they're very, very independent now.
What specifically?
Because he is like you guys brought up, they don't seem to be able to score touchdowns. They're just settling for 3 or just not moving to their best of their abilities given their roster.
Yeah.
I don't know if you can point out any particular.
Yeah, but he's there for the defensive help. He's not there for the offense, Donnie, if that's what he meant, right? Yeah, Staley has nothing to do with the offense.
You don't have to ask that again. You can stop asking that
He was
question.
relieved of his duties, but defensively, man.
Yeah, he's talking about Brandon Staley, not Joe Staley.
Yeah.
If anybody,
I'm willing to go out on a limb and say this might, 15 more games left, partner?
Yeah.
This will probably be one of their worst games collectively. I don't think that's too far-fetched. I mean, man, to start the game out, punt, block punt, downs. And when did Shanahan turn into this renegade where he's going for it every time? I ain't mad at it, but, man, he's ultra-aggressive. It's all good when it works, Donnie.
Well, it's a lot of people have criticized him for not being aggressive enough.
Yeah.
So I don't know what you want him to do.
Yeah.
I thought all 3 were smart decisions, but or not. I mean,
I didn't question any of them.
I questioned the throw on the 4th down out near the goal line. That's one thing, but I didn't see yesterday looking at where the down and distance was and thought, oh man, what are they going for this? What are they going for this?
Yeah,
what are they going this for?
Yeah, the 408 says, hey, Goo, they were still in the game until that last field goal, so the run was always in play, and that's how I feel. Stoney, I don't feel like they had to go away from it. That was a choice. And we'll find out maybe today, tomorrow, later on in the week why. But moving forward, right now, your best offensive player is the backup to Christian McCaffrey, and you need to feed him.
Come on. Their best offensive players.
Well,
number 1.
Through 2 games, it's been
yeah, but I mean,
yeah, when you're 2-10, I'm not blaming Deebo. Whatever's happening is not happening on the money down. So when I look at collectively 8 quarters of football, the guy that's been at his top of his game through 8 quarters, Donnie, right now is the running back, Baby Marshawn.
He's not Baby Marshawn.
Right, looks just
if
like
you
him.
have to monitor his carries.
Well, now he might say you don't got to monitor anything, and you didn't have to do anything week 1. Why did you do it week 2? Just a thought.
I'm just saying.
But still averaged 5 and got you a buck on the ground.
I'm not making a judgment on 20 carries because the fact of the matter is McCaffrey's hurt, and he's going to be hurt for the next month, essentially. He's not going to play. So if he can't hand the ball to Jordan Mason 28 times, I can't blame him for doing that, or for not doing that, rather, if he doesn't think the guy can hold up. We have no idea what Jordan Mason's durability is like, and I got to believe Kyle at least has some idea of what it is.
Yeah, will you give me this, though? He looked like what he did Monday night when he got the ball.
Yeah, he looked good.
All right.
No doubt about it. Raider for life.
Hurt.
You got to take. I agree with you, Raider for life.
Oh, about who?
You got to put some respect on Marshawn Lynch's name by comparing Jordan Mason to him. But you know what, Raider for life.
It's a compliment to Mason.
Oh, but
Marshawn is Hall of Fame worthy, and he's headed there.
It's clear shade at Marshawn Lynch. You've just compared a guy who started 2 NFL games to a future Hall of Famer. I think he's got a point.
If Evan and I were in the Cadillac right now, he would understand how that was flattering and a compliment to one Marshawn Lynch. Only you, Mr.
No,
Durant.
Evan said he didn't think it was appropriate either.
Right. I'll let him tell me. Stop. That's a hell of a compliment. He's strong,
yes, but
he wears you down. I'm not saying he's there. Stop what?
Stop. He's not Marshawn Lynch. Stop.
Oh, boy.
We don't know that
Well,
yet.
he's not Marshawn when you stop him at 20 carries.
He's only played 2 games as a starter.
We'll do it tomorrow, the rest of the week. What's your biggest second guess of it yesterday? My biggest second guess from Kyle is, why did you stop at 20? Why did you throw 3 straight times first and goal early? Huh? That's like my biggest Monday morning quarterback critique.
And there's always a lot of them after you lose.
Wow.
Joe in San Jose. What's up, Joe? How you doing?
What's going on, gentlemen?
Hey.
All right, Steinmetz.
Oh.
I got to ask you a question.
Go ahead.
Now, watching these two teams, I was at a barbecue yesterday, and I was getting ridiculed that I'm a Niner fan. I'm a Cowboy fan. But Jed York is doing everything in his possibility to win a championship. And on the other end, Jerry Jones is doing everything to destroy an organization. Am I somewhere close or spot on or something?
I just go for the sake of it. Yeah, go ahead.
I'm going to remain silent for now. Go ahead.
I'm just trying to get to you. I mean, the 49ers, they're not going to have a problem. They're going to bounce back, whatever. McCaffrey comes back, the wheels will start getting back on the track. Yeah. But as far as Dallas, you got to. Jerry Jones is his own cancer. He's killing his own squad.
No argument here.
I appreciate it. No, I'd probably rather have Jed York than Jerry Jones. But Jones has Super Bowls.
Yeah.
Jay doesn't.
No, they're on a 3-game losing streak, Stoney. 3 Super Bowl losing streak. Boy, I know you're over there like, Guru, you get worried in the first quarter. You don't know what this game and this outcome has done to me. Like tonight, Atlanta, Philly. I'm done with the prognosis.
Well,
I'm just going to watch it.
Why now after you've been watching for 40 years?
Because I would have gave you my heart yesterday that the Niners were going to beat the crap out of Minnesota. And Minnesota went in there and kicked their ass.
Right.
It was really, in my mind, the Guru computer 27-7.
Your computer is haywire.
No, it's not. It's full of information and data. And I'm just telling you, I'm growing up, man. Just accept it.
But I'm telling you that I've worked with you for 7 years and you're not.
You don't like
You're
it.
as surprised today as you were 7 years ago when an underdog wins in the NFL. I don't understand it. You're as surprised today.
They got whipped, partner.
They got beat.
Were you not surprised at all, Steiny?
Yesterday.
Not in the context of watching NFL football. No, I wasn't.
Sorry. Evan, I guess that'll constitute a no.
How many underdogs
you
won?
expected the Vikings to win.
Yeah,
yesterday.
that's all.
I didn't expect them to win, but the fact that they won isn't some monster upset.
Don't go to other examples to hammer home your point.
But that is my point. My point is the favorites don't always win in the NFL.
No doubt. But this one was a shocker. Give us that.
Why was it a shocker?
Because Minnesota and Sam Darnold are not on the level of the San Francisco 49ers.
According to you and everybody thinking of last year. The 49ers didn't have their best offensive player. Their second best or third best offensive player, Ayuk, didn't have training camp. Trent Williams didn't have training camp. They're missing Pearsall. I mean,
I'm just wondering how long we're going to use the training camp thing. Because, like I know you keep laughing, Stoney, CeeDee Lamb is putting up numbers.
I mean, I would look at it, I'm serious, I'd look at it the other way. Like, why would you guys always expect your team to win just because they're a favorite? All right, 888-957-9570 is the number. We can get more into that on the other side. Download the Odyssey app directly from our QR code on both YouTube and Twitch. Brought to you by First NorCal Credit Union. For a low-rate auto loan, apply online or just ask for First NorCal financing at the dealer.
Another week.
Didn't surprise me. We knew we were up for a challenge. Sam is a hell of a quarterback. He's got a lot of arm talent, and we also knew just scrambling-wise was going to be a different challenge today, and he got us in a couple scrambles, too, that he's done that his whole career. He's done it in college, and we knew we had a challenge.
Oh. Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
That was Kyle Shanahan talking about the loss to the Vikings and the play of Sam Darnold, former San Francisco 49er. Was the backup last year. Let's just go and see how many. Okay, Bills, Dolphins. Bills won. They were favored. Okay. Saints. They were an underdog.
Yeah, they won that. Shocker.
Buccaneers went into Detroit and won.
Shocker. That's two.
Packers over Colts. That was probably about right. Yeah. Jets beat the Titans.
They were favored by 5.
Vikings, they beat the Niners. They were an underdog.
That's 3 underdogs.
Seahawks at Patriots. Seahawks probably weren't an underdog, I wouldn't think. Giants, Commanders. I mean, I look at those two.
Yeah.
Chargers beat the Panthers. They were favored. Browns beat the Jaguars. In Jackson, Raiders beat the Ravens.
That's a big one.
That's an upset for sure. Cardinals over the Rams.
Another big one.
That's 5. And then the Steelers, Broncos, Texans. So about 5. 5 of the games went to the underdog on Sunday, at least as far as I can.
And I guess real quick here, Steiny, I'm omitting that the Niners are a wounded animal. However we got here, the bottom line is that without McCaffrey for the next 3 to 4 weeks, hopefully, and there is no Greenlaw and there is no Hufanga. So bottom line is, do I need to slow my roll on expectations? But week 1, they handled the Jets, but they were exploited yesterday. The lack of pass rush, the secondary, they couldn't convert on third down offensively, so I'm shocked.
Let's go to Kyle Shanahan talking about what's going on with Christian McCaffrey.
Nobody knows. We're dealing with tendonitis, so there's not one person knows. He doesn't know. We don't know. We're going to take it day by day. By putting him on IR, it's at least 4 weeks, so that'll give him some time to rest and kind of protect him from himself, us too. And no matter how he's feeling, it's 4 at the minimum.
Man. All right, so that's what we're finding out about Christian McCaffrey. Kyle Shanahan says nobody knows. What we do know is he'll be missing the next 3 games, though, for certain. Hey, you know who Luke Kuechly is, right?
Yeah.
One of the greatest linebackers to ever do it.
Panthers.
Yeah. He played with Christian McCaffrey. He was a former teammate of McCaffrey. He was talking about what not having Christian McCaffrey means, and he looked on the bright side. Take a listen.
At some point, Christian's going to be back, and he's going to be great. So what I think it does in the short term is it makes him a better offense. It makes him an offense that says, hey, if Christian's not in the game, what are we going to do? And it kind of leans itself forward to other options, too. If Deebo's not in game, what are we going to do? And then when Christian does come back, it's like a little bit of juice in their veins. Now we got one of our best players in the NFL back. So I think they're going to be okay. You look at their roster, it's Kittle, it's Ayuk, and Deebo Samuel, and they have one of the best coaches in the NFL in Kyle Shanahan. So I think they're going to be fine. I think you're going to get a healthy Christian McCaffrey, and you're going to get a juice of energy when he comes back, because I love Christian. I think he's the best running back in the NFL, and the energy and the passion that he plays with when he comes back. Sometimes as the season goes on, it's week 5, it's week 6. And when you're as good of a team as you are as the Niners, I know they lost yesterday, but sometimes the regular season gets boring. You're like, man, I'm ready for the playoffs. And when a guy like Christian comes back from being out for a few games, it's just a juice and a burst of energy that gets influxed into your team. And it's just really good. So I think you get Christian the opportunity to get healthy. You get a young guy in there to take some of the snaps from Christian early in the game, early in the season. And then you figure out what's life like without Christian. Let's just get better as a team. And when he does come back, we're going to be that much better.
That was Luke Kuechly, former Panthers linebacker and teammate of Christian McCaffrey, talking about the silver lining maybe to having Christian McCaffrey missing some of the early season. He's going to miss the first 5 games. And according to him, he thinks that if and when he gets back, they'll be maybe more suited to make a run.
I'll tell you what, you talked about just the great shape Deebo Samuel's been in, and he had 8 for $110 yesterday, averaged 13.8 a pop. His longest catch was 28 yards. But I think another benefit, or a guy that's benefiting from no McCaffrey, you tell me what you think, Johnny, George Kittle, 7 for 78 yards, had a touchdown, a long one of 25. And I think this is the second game in a row. Now, one of those plays that you passed it, I wish it would have went to him. I don't think one went to him. I could be wrong. He got one right, like at the 3-yard line, Kittle did. And then the next plays, they couldn't get it in. But I'd like to see him more featured. But I think he's benefiting from no McCaffrey. And to that sound, I'm not here to be negative, Stoney. That sounds good, but it sounds good when you know that he's coming back. What if we find out he's not back or there's I hear you. But that's how dangerous this thing is and how you can't just trick off games. And I'm not saying they tricked yesterday off. They were favored, but I just thought they were the better team.
This from the 925 on the Xfinity mobile text line. This is some tough love for 49er fans. How do you feel about it? And don't forget, messenger? I'm not saying it. But the 925 says it's funny how Niner fans automatically think they're better than they are. They're getting older. Trent looks older and tired. He got beat all day. Defense is just average. Quit mentioning these names on defense other than Warner like they mean anything. They are not close to the same team. That is M. That's from M.
Damn.
Or might not make the playoffs. I'm sorry. It's not from M. It was the M that said might not make the playoffs. Well, we'll see.
Yeah.
I mean, it's still.
But if you look up and down that defensive line, and I know who's not here. Randy Gregory's not here. Chase is not here. Armstead, all the whipping boys for what was wrong. But now you look at the defensive line yesterday, Stoney, and they left a lot to be desired. Fred Warner is Superman right now, but he also needs some help. But Stoney, the secondary, and when I hear one of the studs in the secondary say he didn't agree basically with the game plan, he's more involved and in tune with the game when he's following the best receiver, that's a red flag. So I don't know if we'll ever know if Sorensen pulls him to the side, or is that a job for the head coach to be like, dude, you can't be calling us out like that. You think you may not be, but you are.
Well, let's take another listen to that. Travarius Ward, is this sound, what he said about yesterday, going up against Justin Jefferson and how the defense played Justin Jefferson? Here's what Travarius Ward says. Is it a red flag?
Would you have liked to have been matched up on him more often today?
Yeah, I mean, I feel like I play best when I, play best when I follow the best receiver around, but that wasn't the game plan, you know what I mean? When I'm following the best receiver around, I'm always alert, I'm ready for the challenge, but, that just wasn't the game plan,
All right.
Well, I guess I took it as he was saying I'm not always alert, when I'm not following the best, receiver, but I mean, the proof is in the pudding, and yesterday they weren't good enough.
Nope, they lose 23-17. 23-17 to the Minnesota Vikings, and now they play the LA Rams, they need a win.
Good God, they'd be 0-3. I know we'll get to them later on this week, but man.
Yeah, I mean, I don't have a huge problem with what Ward said. It's like a guy saying, well, I'd rather play up-tempo than hand the half court, or I'd rather play, I'd rather we throw the ball more than run the ball. I'd rather be covering this guy than that guy.
I'll tell you, the last Ward that said something like that plays for a team in Houston. Jimmy Ward would say some stuff like that, who is one of my favorites of all the time, Stoney, but I just got to be careful with that type talk.
Well, the interesting thing is Ward is the one player, along with Dominic Lenore, who Diamador Lador, who said, those are the two guys that some people think may be the odd men out if and when you got to start paying Purdy and maybe Kittle and maybe Deebo and whoever else.
And go ahead, Snotty.
No, go ahead.
No, it's just Minnesota's defense under Brian Flores did a lot of things that we saw them do last year, which resulted in a win, and also Cleveland steal from. Snotty, they went and they manned up the Niner receivers. They were daring Brock Purdy to beat them, and they couldn't beat them. And if you're telling me, I know, you think, hey, Ayuk and their specialty ain't getting behind receivers, you got to make them pay. You got to make teams and defenses pay when they try to go man. And we saw what happened when the Niners went man, giving up 97 yards, Yakums.
I want to listen to Kevin O'Connell. He's the head coach of the Minnesota Vikings. And he talked first about former 49er Sam Darnold.
Playing quarterback and playing it at a really high level. Some huge third down conversions. We were able to kind of piece together some plays there. A lot of guys taking reps. I want to highlight Keenan McCardell and that receiver group because we're already down Jordan. We're already down TJ. Plays are built with number 18, as a focal point. We got a lot of double coverage today on him, and he was still able to have his impact. But then when he goes down, there's so many moving, it's musical chairs. I rely on those guys in that moment to try to piece together some plays on the fly there. And I thought that was only for a field goal, but I thought it was our biggest drive of the day for sure.
Man. He was talking about the one that put him up 20-7. I believe, not the one that clinched because, or the one that they got the field goal and put them up 2 scores. 888-957-9570 is the number. And the San Francisco 49ers, they get beat yesterday by the Minnesota Vikings. They lost to the Vikings 22-17 last year. This year it's 23-17. And apparently the Vikings 2 years in a row have done a nice job defensively against the Niners, though they've been banged up in both of those games. Nevertheless, the Minnesota Vikings did what they had to do, Goo, and they're quietly now 2-0.
Yeah, and that's an impressive 2-0. And anytime you beat the defending National Football Conference champs like they did, I mean, you got to be feeling good. And now I'm wondering, I won't dare say this, it's all been about the Niners quarterback, and rightfully so, and how much he'll sign for. But the guy they let walk or dipped, Sam Darnold, outdueled him. And if you told me who's got more arm talent right now, which you didn't ask, but I'll share it with you, Stoney, is Sam Darnold. So this is a big week for the Niners to turn around and face a division foe and a coach who is your coach's rival in Sean McVay. Again, football, Stoney, I'm not John Madden, rest in peace, is won at the line of scrimmage. And they got dominated in both. That's why I feel like this is overly concerning, or was it just a one-off?
Here is more sound from the Minnesota Vikings locker room. Last week we heard Kyle Shanahan talk about how he loved the 49ers rushing 37 times. It was what he mentioned right off the bat in the postgame locker room. What did the Minnesota locker room sound like after yesterday's win?
12-round title fight. We talked about it last night. We took some punches. We delivered some blows, backed each other up, whether it was the defense picking us up on a short field, whether it was the offense down some players now, eating up over 6 minutes of clock and going down there with will with real quick. Play style is something we are all about. We live it. We breathe it. We just went toe-to-toe for 12 rounds with a team that defines themselves by it. This just kind of feels like everybody gets a game.
Oh, that was great. Look at you. What's that look for? You were impressed? I mean, that was great. He got the pulse of his team and reminded him just who they beat.
No, I love those locker room sound bites after wins and after losses.
So now who do we have, Steiny, as far as kryptonite for Kyle? Schwartz, he did the thing with Cleveland last year. We talked about his record. I think now we can put Flores in there, right, bro? Because, I mean, that's back-to-back. And there was one more. It ain't McVay, because McVay never wins in the regular season, but he won in the NFC Championship game. But, I mean, man, that's got to be Andy Reid.
Or Spagnuolo.
No, both. Let's put both of them in there.
Yeah. Wow. I mean, Sam Darnold looked really, really good. I mean, he looked really good. He looked like a hell of a quarterback.
We didn't even talk about the interception he threw to Fred Warner, which was a great play in the red zone. They were going in for points there.
Yep.
Minnesota moved the ball all day long. That's a red flag for Nick Sorensen in his game.
This from the 669. I think some people forget that Sam Darnold was the number 3 pick overall. 3 or 2? 2 or 3? He was 3. For a reason, he just unfortunately was on the Jets early in his career.
And he admitted to the world, Steiny, he was seeing ghosts. And I think that, that didn't help him. But he's on his 4th team for, I don't want to say, maybe he's the new Baker Mayfield.
Yeah, and we heard...
Because Baker's found a home.
We heard Kevin O'Connell talk about the big drive, and the one he was talking about was after Jordan Mason took it in to make it 20-14.
Oh my gosh! I was like, here we go.
Yeah, there were 10 minutes left in that game, and that was the moment the 49ers had one more crack at it. If they could have gotten a hold there, or at least a hold after just a few first downs, they might have been in better shape. But instead,
can I give you every play on Minnesota's drive?
Sure.
Okay. You don't want me to you care?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, so they run the ball to Jones 2 yards, 2nd and 8. Okay, Darnold scrambles, no yards. It's 3rd and 8. And then they hit Powell for 11 yards in the bunch formation, which the Niners just were confused all day long. Chandler then rushes it for 1 yard. It's 2nd and 9. Another incompletion from Sam. 3rd and 9, Steiny. And then they hit Mailer for 27 yards with 3 guys around him. 1st down and 3rd and 2. They get stopped, and then they kick the field goal. So, man, they had chances.
Yeah, I mean, if my math is right, I thought I calculated this right, but on the last drive of the first half, the Vikings were 3 for 3 on 3rd down and ended up with a field goal.
Yeah, right.
And on the last drive, to put the game away, they were 3 for 3 on 3rd downs and ended up putting that game away with a field goal to make it 23-14. And it meant the Niners had to score twice and get an onside kick, which they didn't do.
Yeah, Brandon Powell. I don't know how familiar you are. I wasn't looking for him in my fantasy draft, Steiny, but he made contributions. Ty Chandler, 10 for 82 yards, average 8.2 a pop. Longest was 25. So, I mean, they got contributions. But what hurts, if I'm in Ninerville, Steiny, what hurts to me is that last drive did not include Justin Jefferson. You know what I mean? Like, they got it done without their McCaffrey.
Here's one of the things that the Niners did not do well yesterday was score early on their scripted series. And George Kittle was asked about that after the game and what's going on with the early drives in the first quarter.
I think our standards are higher than what we put on tape today. It's back-to-back weeks. We've started out like with 2 not great drives to start off. So we have, as an offense, we have to start better than that and not just have to rely on our defense, who they're going to say that they have to clean stuff up too, but they caused 2 turnovers, but we also had 2 turnovers, so that's tough for us. I think Kyle said that we were really bad on 3rd down. It's hard to win football games when you're like that, and we didn't run the ball that effectively today either. So the things that we're known for being good at, we weren't great at, and so that kind of explains why we lose.
But I would just tell Kittle, you did run effectively. You just didn't run enough. They averaged 4 with everybody. Brock had 2 for 12. Garindo, 1 for none. And Deebo heard everything, 2 for -10. But, Steiny, they did run it successfully.
Yeah. Did they do it enough is the question. Kittle was also asked about Christian McCaffrey. And what do you do without him?
Christian is the offensive MVP for a reason. He was in the MVP voting for a reason. He had 20-plus touchdowns for a reason because he does it all in the pass game, in the run game. It's like, I mean, it's really fun because it's like having Deebo and him are just interchangeable. Like you'll have Christian running routes, and then all of a sudden you put a Mike linebacker on him, and Deebo's in the backfield. You have no idea what you're going to get. So it just gives us another dimension. And then, he's voted he didn't do anything. He didn't do OTAs. He didn't do really much at training camp. He's still voted a captain. So there's the impact that you guys can see. He has an incredible impact on this team. Just him being around, he boosts everyone's confidence. But I still think we could have. We won last week. I think we had opportunities to find a way to win today, and we just didn't. But it's just there's things that we can't do without Christian.
See, that was interesting. He talked for 50 seconds about McCaffrey and his influence, and then at the very end he says, but there are things we can't do without him. And the only thing I can assume there is he's talking about the interchange between him and Deebo Samuel, or the attempts to throw it out of the backfield to Jordan Mason. They're just not going to do that as much. I think Mason had 1 catch in week 1 and 1 catch yesterday, so he's just not the same kind of back as Christian McCaffrey. They're not going to use him as a pass-catching back.
And that was his security blanket. Purdy's, Donnie, was always to check down and throw it to McCaffrey, and we didn't see that last week, and we damn sure didn't see it yesterday. And Minnesota ran screens left and right and gashed them.
Maybe that's why you have to use Deebo Samuel a little bit more in the backfield.
But they tried down in the goal line. It was like, what are you doing? You got Mason.
Yeah, I'm just saying he had 8 carries in week 1, Deebo Samuel did, and he had just 2 carries 10 yesterday. Yeah. So, Kyle Shanahan and the 49ers trying to figure out the best way to win games without Christian McCaffrey, somebody who's maybe their best offensive player, certainly their best running back, but also a great threat out of the backfield. When you play Jordan Mason, you just don't have that threat out of the backfield, and maybe something as subtle as that impacts the San Francisco 49ers offense, Goo.
Yeah, I'll tell you what, and it's Monday, right? Overreaction. Yep. But stuff has got serious here to where this game against the Rams is going to reveal a lot. Like, the new reality is McCaffrey's not walking through that door, either is Greenlaw, and I'd like to see more pressure. And if you can't get home on force, Donnie, everybody knows just playing Madden, you got to blitz. You got to manufacture that pressure. And why would you, I'm just, again, not second-guessing Sorensen, but it's real. Why wouldn't you just throw the kitchen sink at him when I believe that's been his weakness, is having to make quick decisions? But you let him get settled in. He looked like USC Sam Darnold.
Yeah, they didn't get a ton of pressure on him, and
he throws a nice ball too, right, Stoney?
Oh, now he throws a nice ball.
Oh no, he's always had the arm talent. Come on now, I said that.
When?
It was a couple years ago.
So, no, I mean, just when I think back on the game yesterday, it felt like Darnold had more time than Purdy. It felt like he was just a little more comfortable.
They threw it from their own end zone. He got rewarded.
Yeah. All right. Coming up on the other side, we will be joined by Willard and Dibbs. And it is the crossover. What's coming up on the game is also presented by Fremont Bank, celebrating 60 years of full-service banking with no compromises.
Oh, baby.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
It's crossover time, and we welcome in Mark Willard and Dan Dibley on a Monday after the Niners get beat 23-17. Hi, fellas.
Hi.
Guys.
Well, hello. Oh, my God.
What is the nickname? I know we do Victory Monday when they win.
Overreaction Monday.
Overreaction Monday? Yeah. Okay.
No,
let's hope it doesn't turn into Standard Monday.
Yeah, or just Monday.
Yeah, we got 5 pages of notes Monday.
Can we
from Daryl the
just I was in the lab.
Johnson?
His
you were in the lab.
handwriting's really big.
I gotta ask. They said
better than small.
I had a friend in prison, and he would write me, and he had big handwriting. He said you're insecure when your penmanship is small. So when I heard that, I always
so you wrote big.
Capital D.
How's your friend doing now, by the way?
No, he's doing good.
He's out.
Yeah,
okay,
got his own business.
Doing his handwriting. I hope he's out.
All right, real quick, because we can start everywhere. I just got to do this. And Steiny don't have an answer for me.
What?
Why did you only run Mason 20 times, but you averaged 5 yards a pop, and you were down 20? In the red zone early and threw it 3 times? That's all I want for you two.
I'll let Dibs, you do
only 20?
Yeah.
I mean, wow. And I mean, he had 20, and then you got to a spot where you were down by 2 scores, and so nobody wanted him to run over the last 6 or 7 minutes.
No, but this was early, the first half, where they were down there to score, and they threw 3 times.
Right, and I think that they did run it on that the first drive where they wound up not scoring a touchdown. They ran it, and they got inside the red zone, and they didn't run it. So we could talk about red zone offense, but I don't think you can look at Jordan Mason and say only 20 carries. Any running back who carries it 20 times, and he's on pace, he's carried it 24 times a game.
All right.
So if you want to expand that out over a full season, he's on pace for 400 carries, which I believe would be 6th most all time. We did this last week. There have only been, I think, 4 or 5 running backs who've ever carried it 400 times in a year. 20's good.
But okay, real quick. I'm just questioning the run attempts. Forget Mason for a second.
Yeah.
Why wouldn't you keep running the ball with other? Garindo could have got it more than one.
Okay.
No, I'm just being real.
No.
That was the one thing that was working for you, and I felt like you did them a solid.
Can we just do a quick 10 seconds on Garindo?
Yeah.
His 1 carry, did you watch his 1 carry?
I did.
His 1 carry looked like you or him him, or God forbid me, I wouldn't have even gotten no gain. But he got the ball, and it was...
No, he got hit, yeah.
No, he got hit, but he got hit and he got pushed back, and that told Kyle right away, oh, you're not ready. You're not ready, and you might be Trey Sermon. You might be Joe Williams.
Trey Sermon's playing for somebody.
He sure is.
Yeah.
Is the backup running back for Jonathan Taylor.
I think there's 2 different things. I think one is the number of attempts, and the other is, I think you can have a legitimate gripe. They should have run in the reds or when they were inside the 5.
Well, you can always do that.
The first time?
Whenever they don't get in, that's what we do. Whatever you did, you should have done the opposite. But I'm kind of with Dibs. 28 is too many. 20's not enough. I'm glad you nicknamed it Overreaction Monday because that's what that feels like to me. You can always, should do this more, do that more in this
Monday
situation.
morning quarterback.
I don't know. I'll go back to how I felt watching the game, and I never was yelling at the TV screen, "Run the ball." You know, he got his run. He got 20 carries. That's great. If he runs 28, that's too much. You're going to end up like Christian. If he runs 20, it's not enough. They got beat in the trenches.
What made you scream, though? Not stopping them on 3rd down or the Niners' ineffectiveness on 3rd down?
What made me scream?
Because the Niners couldn't stop Sam Darnold.
Well, they got totally beat in the trenches. They got beat. They got outplayed. What made me scream was the fact that they got out-schemed. They got outplayed. Sam Darnold looked great because his offensive line played really well, and the Niner defensive line, Bosa was good, not great, my opinion. But outside of that, there's not enough happening in Sam's face, and Sam has always been someone. And
I see ghosts.
But he didn't yesterday because there were no ghosts.
Right.
There's plenty of quarterbacks in the NFL who aren't great, but if you give them a reverse C pocket, they can deliver a dime. Sam is one of those guys. He's got a great arm.
And I'm surprised, Steiny, that you haven't come at this guy yet. But Trench Williams.
I was just going to say,
Trench Williams had a bad game, dude.
Yeah.
Trench Williams was bad. And you're going to give him the bag. And Brandon, where are you? Brandon Wyuk?
Well, he got you 4 out of 5 targets.
Dibs.
Ooh.
Dibs.
Yeah, but targets.
The greedy guys are off to a terrible start.
Steiny.
Yeah.
The holdouts are still out.
Well, he's including McCaffrey in that.
That's
That
right.
ain't fair.
You paid the 3 guys? Where are they?
The most embarrassing holdout in the whole NFL is Jamar Chase. That young man has cratered an entire team's season.
I wanted to go through the TV and grab the 15-yard flag.
And
oh my goodness!
I'm glad you brought that up because
he's Draymond Green right now.
And this is where
he's being begged by his teammate to shut up.
Oh, that's a great call.
Couldn't do it.
But he's mad because of the money.
You saw the pool report, right? The referee actually spoke to the pool reporter and said what he said to me was personal and over the line. Because you can say
Draymond,
you can say F that call.
Yeah.
You can say that was effing wrong, or you can say whatever you want. But when you say a pronoun, when you say F you, that's when you get a flag.
Okay.
The pronoun, it's not the word, it's the pronoun that gets the flag.
It was also
But I was mad at him. Like, how you going to do that, man? This ain't the NBA. You got a helmet on.
Well, but this
you that frustrated? We trying to win.
This has been going on for weeks. It's been going on for weeks.
Yeah.
I don't know how many people are paying attention to other teams. It's been going on for weeks in Cincinnati. I'm going to practice. I'm not going to practice. This dude held out in a year where you're not even supposed to hold out. What? Like you made up a holdout. You're not on your. You haven't completed 4 years yet. Just because you want, I would love some more money too.
Yeah,
I'm here today.
That. I really could.
And then after games, he's just obliterating coaches already. You are 0-2. It is largely because of you. That team doesn't look like a team, and they're up a creek.
And I can't wait till tomorrow we can get into all the 2-0 and the 0-2s, and we can
because
really
they notoriously start out slow. Not to cut you off, Cincinnati,
it's
but this feels different.
Yeah, we can break down the full league tomorrow. But for me, my big thumbnail takeaway from yesterday is not that you lost. Minnesota beat you. And you said it earlier, and I heard it on the way in. You're like, Minnesota just beat you. Minnesota was better than you. They beat you. It's not okay in terms of you don't ever want to get beat, but I thought that there was more Minnesota good than there was Niner bad.
I agree. I thought they were fantastic. And at a certain point, there's plenty of room for all the frustration, and it's fair because the Niners are so talented and everything. But the Vikings played really well.
The last drive with no Jefferson, when you're down 6, and I'm like, we've seen this. Joe Montana, they'll win by 1.
It's all
6 minutes off the clock. 6:56.
It's the people that none of us have ever heard of. Their offensive line was fantastic. Their defensive line was fantastic. I do think Brian Flores' his scheme, his plan.
Brock gave him love.
Can I just offer up a Van Ginkel
and Kyle
real quick?
Yeah, Van Ginkel. Well, I hadn't heard of him until yesterday.
Look at
Dude, Van Ginkel.
Yeah, which is fun to say. Shanahan should have. I was hoping he'd have a better plan for what you knew Flores was going to throw at the Niners. And I know their stats are okay. Brock threw for 300 and Jordan ran for 100. But third down. Grandy, do you have the little horn they play in Minnesota?
By the way,
You got to play that over and over because they do that on third down, and that's where the game was lost and won yesterday.
Do you guys remember, you had a call last week from a gentleman, I don't know if he was from Minnesota, but he talked about how it was going to be a physical game, and you said, well, what do you mean by physical? Why is it any different than any other physical game?
Like the Giants and Commanders just played like it
was mamby-pamby.
Right.
But you know what?
Wow. They waved at one another on all the plays as they went by. Anyway,
not physical at all.
Go ahead.
The gentleman proceeded to name about 6 of their defensive players.
Oh, he was a fan.
And I was like, I guess maybe they are. Maybe they do thump.
He a fan.
You know?
Yeah. Listen,
quick
I'm not going to give his name out yet because we're probably going to have him on later in the week. But a former NFL quarterback.
Oh, God, kind of.
No, he was.
I get it.
And
cup of coffee.
More than
he was in the league.
He had a few drinks.
Yeah.
Actually, it was an espresso at best, but go ahead.
He went for let's go have a drink and ended up like, oops, we had 7. Anyway, he and I were texting last week trying to get him on. It didn't work. But he ended the thread. He's like, yeah, I can't make it work today. I said, okay, maybe next week, whatever, see ya. And then just out of nowhere, 20 minutes later, he writes, Vikings by 6.
Wow.
And walked
Before
it
the
off.
game.
Wow.
This was on Friday.
Wow. Yeah, by 6.
On Friday.
By 6.
By 6.
Yeah.
Thank you.
So I hit him about an hour after the game, and I'm like, damn, dog.
Yeah.
What?
Yeah.
And he goes,
What do you like on Monday night?
Well, I'll just say this. He said, both before and after the game, he's like, you got to understand, the Vikings are good.
See, wow.
And I know that we'll sit here today and go, wow, it's a new season. They have 2 wins. One of them's...
And it was about to be 27-7, and Fred Warner didn't go Superman.
He said.
Dude,
that
exactly.
thing was going to be over.
I gave him credit for Vikings by 6, and he goes, it was about a minute away from being by 20. He's like, they're very good, and be mindful of the teams in the NFC that you thought were going to be good are all banged up.
Ahead.
They're banged up and off. The Packers are off.
Well,
the Niners
the Saints, are you buying the Saints? Anybody here buying the...
You kind of have to right now.
Detroit lost to Tampa.
Did you see the number?
I had that
Did you see the number on Derek Carr?
I should know.
He was 15 for 15. His first 15 drives of the year, they scored on every single one of them.
Now that's incredible.
Who are you voting for MVP? Derek Carr or Baker Mayfield? Which one you want?
Wow.
Which one you want?
Right. And I mean, in that same vein, as we bring it back locally, Fred Warner for DPOY.
It's incredible,
and
man.
I don't know if a linebacker can actually win it, but you watch yesterday, he had 2 peanut punches. One of them was on the sideline where the ball immediately went out of bounds. He had a huge pass breakup in the first half on 3rd down.
Then pick one off in the red zone.
And the pick was crazy.
He's brilliant.
And then ran 25 yards after the pick.
And then he handles a podium game better than anybody I've ever seen.
What does he say? I'm tired. What is this, Donnie? I'm tired of my bad.
Yeah, but he also, this man who was easily the best 49er, what does he do when they ask him about the Justin Jefferson play? He put the blame on himself.
Wow.
Right.
When he's got literally...
No, he's got to be back there in coverage as a linebacker. 59 yards down the field.
He said he was one of the blitzers and he didn't get home.
Peaking.
Right.
He goes, it's my job to get Sam off of his spot, and I didn't do it.
Wow.
Which is awesome. And it's not... Richard Sherman went off on the coaching staff for that call. He's like, you can't put 2 safeties in that position against the best receiver in the league. That's ridiculous.
And Mooney Ward was on the crosser. And, one thing I will get into today is that the youngsters on this team, Cowing with the muff punt, Jair Brown, who was getting caught looking on that one. It was a little bit of a bad day for the youngsters on this team.
And you'd expect that, right? It's their first road game in some cases. I know, Jair Brown's not a rookie, but
second year.
Pooney came out and was like, that was different. And I have a lot to learn in situations like that. Yeah. So be mindful of that, I would say. All the frustration is totally fair. Something tells me it's hard to win there. Since I was in high school the last time it happened.
Damn.
I know they don't play there a lot, but it must be different like that. They played well. There's something to that.
I was in my 4th junior year at Cal State Northridge.
How'd it go?
Oh, it was a great year.
Oh, nice.
Boy, what a year.
1992?
Yeah. Yeah.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app, Twitch and YouTube, powered by First NorCal Credit Union.
I don't like trying to sneak things past the audience, so Guru had to go.
Yeah, I guess Guru had to go.
He's got an appointment. Not a golf round, an actual appointment.
Mark, it doesn't matter to me.
It doesn't matter to me?
All he said was, I got to cut out a little early. I said, you do what you need to
exactly.
do. Yeah,
He's the sweetest man ever. He's texting us at 9 in the morning telling us that he's going to have to go.
You know what? He's not that sweet.
No, he is. You don't text us when you leave early.
I got 4 minutes to rip him till he gets down to his car, and he'll listen to you guys. So I got 4 minutes to rip Guru.
Let's again be clear. You have 11 minutes. You have 11 minutes.
But he'll hear the last 7 minutes.
I know. I don't want you thinking you're leaving in 4 minutes.
Oh, no.
You actually need to take Guru's time, too. So you have to stay till 22 after. Yeah. Anyway.
Yeah.
Thank you.
There it is.
There's your game right there. 3rd down.
There it is.
Get the Levi's guy. 3rd down. Nope.
So
you lost.
One of the things we always, you just do it is you kind of base a team right now on what they did last year. Like everybody assumes, Niners are going to be good. Niners are going to be good. Does this game make you think any differently? I'm sure 90% of the people have the Niners winning between 10 and 12 games, or maybe even 13. I'll use my guru. Is there nothing to see here?
There is always something to see everywhere, but when you look at a game or a season, if you think that they're going to go 17-0, you're a fool. And if the over-under is 11.5 from Vegas, that means, 12-5, you lose 5 games. 11-6, you lose 6 games. In order to lose 6 games, you have to lose 6 games. And it seems simplistic, but this is a game when you look at it against a team that is pretty good in a place where you don't always win. You're on a short week and a 10 a.m. start. These are things that lead to maybe it being a tougher game than you would have thought. And you've got 2 of your most important offensive pieces coming off of hold in and hold out, and neither one was very good. And you have a new defensive coordinator. All these things lead to a game that might have gone this way. The thing that really shocked me the most is the special teams. The block punt was inexcusable. You can never let somebody in through the interior, a straight line off of your guard and your tackle, a beeline to your punter, and you had a muff punt, and you had a kickoff that shouldn't have been returned, but it was, and you started at your own 10-yard line. You had a lot of things that were attention to detail that were not there.
But I keep thinking of the gentleman who, the Minnesota Vikings last year were 7-10. And Cousins got hurt midway through the year, and most people would probably say Cousins is a better quarterback than Sam Darnold. So what I'm curious about is, how did your guy, nobody was saying before week 1, let me tell you, the Vikings are good. The Vikings were just considered to be kind of like they were last year.
Well, and
it feels like.
It's week 2. Maybe they're not.
Right.
But, the New York Giants are not a good football team, but whenever you dominate someone in the NFL, I take notice of that. You dominate someone, I don't care if they're not good. You dominated them, so that's impressive. Are the Vikings good? Time will tell. I never thought, even before the year, that they were a pushover. They sort of get ignored because they don't have a franchise quarterback. So, okay, fine. But I guess to answer your question, I'm with Dibs. There's always something to take away from it that can concern you. I would be concerned that the Niners got handily beat in the trenches 6 days after they handily beat someone else in the trenches. That's not great. The fact that Christian McCaffrey is going to be out for a while is a monstrous concern. Does anything that happened yesterday make me suddenly question whether or not the 49ers are a playoff team? No, not at all. Not at all. It is a very good football team, and they'll be fine. And they should be, and I hate doing this because I don't know who gets healthy and this, that, or the other. They should be 3-1 at minimum.
Who do they have after the Rams?
Patriots at home. And I know that they've shown that they're not like this pushover either. They're 1-1 and they lost in overtime yesterday. But, the Niners should win those football games. They'll be heavily favored to do so. So it's just, it's very frustrating but 0 win on yesterday. I think it's funny that on Monday they won the Super Bowl, and then on Sunday they lost the Super Bowl. It's like we don't need to make these grandiose statements out of every performance. Kyle's a great coach. Kyle's an idiot. Brock's worth $60 million. Brock's not worth $30 million. And we do this week to week.
We'll get into that.
Of course we will.
Yeah.
What, Brock?
Brock stock down after yesterday.
Brock stock down.
Stock down.
Well, he only completed 78% of his passes.
And threw for over 300 yards.
And a ghastly interception.
No comment.
And a small-handed fumble.
His hands are so small. We got to bring that back up.
No, for sure.
The stats. That's all.
Well, here's a stat for you, and you can bring this tomorrow to the show with Guru, but the Niners won the time of possession battle yesterday. They are 19-3 the last 2 years when they win the TOP battle. 19-3. So yesterday was a bit of an anomaly in that They had 35 minutes of possession. When they win the time of possession battle over the last 2 years with Brock Purdy, they win those games. But when you look at the biggest plays yesterday, you think about Justin Jefferson, 97-yard touchdown. You think about a block punt that led to points. You could talk about
the interception.
Right.
The Vikings got a short field and scored twice, and then got a long field and scored in 2 plays.
And the 4th and 2 play when Kyle decided that a field goal wasn't good enough in the first quarter, which I think that first quarter you kick that, third quarter, fourth quarter maybe you go for it, but he wanted to go for it again, and you didn't convert, and you got nothing, and then it turned out to be a 10-0 deficit.
Yeah. No, I know they won the time of possession, was it like 35-25, like you said.
Yep.
But that in itself was an anomaly yesterday because they score, in 1 minute from 97 yards away, and he gave them a short field. Then they gave, I understand it. It didn't, in a way, it didn't feel like the Niners were controlling the ball all game. And I guess it's because when they really needed to get a stop, they just couldn't. I heard this, who was I listening to? I've never heard this in football, talking about defense. Situational stops.
Yeah.
Well, that's the name of the game.
The NFL is always about third down.
It's
always about third down.
It's so much about when you get a stop. Not necessarily getting the stop, but you got to get it at the right time.
Yeah. I would guess, Dibbs, you might have a better sense on this, but whoever's winning third down battles on both sides of the ball have got to win at a 90% clip in the NFL.
Yeah, third downs, turnovers, and red zone. Exactly. And you mentioned it earlier, Steiny, on that last drive when they got a field goal, Minnesota 3 of 3 on third down. But for me, the biggest one was the first one, 3rd and 7.
Yes.
3rd and 7 with 9 minutes left. If you get off the field there and you're down by 6, now you've got 8 minutes or so.
You've got a realistic shot.
You've got a chance. So 3rd and 7, they convert. Okay, fine. Then 3rd and 8, and Darnold makes that throw among 3 Niners.
Yeah, and looked like they had their back turned.
Right. I mean, how in the world do you allow that to be completed? And then the other one was 3rd and 2, fine. 3rd and 2 is very convertible, but it was the 3rd and 7, it was the 3rd and 8, and that's where defensively, and I don't want to call out Nick Sorensen 2 games into his tenure, but it felt to me like a pretty vanilla approach. A lot of 4-man rush, not a lot of let's heat up Darnold and take a chance defensively.
I felt like, and I don't want to say I'm thankful for this by any stretch, but this was probably healthy in terms of getting all of us to realize that Christian McCaffrey missing time is going to be a thing. That's a problem. The whole, the Monday night deal, and Dibbs will back me on this because we spent a lot of time on it Friday. I was very uncomfortable with the idea that, we could go 6-0 without Christian. No problem. Jordan Mason. It's like Brian Baldinger tried to tell us, he talked at the morning roast late last week and said, don't get it twisted. This offense is not as good without Christian McCaffrey. There's all kinds of things that they can't do without him. There's a dynamic that's missed. And when you suddenly have a hard time converting 3rd and 3 over and over and over again, that's Christian to me.
I mean,
that's Christian.
The bottom line is if Christian as a runner, McCaffrey's a runner, is a 10, you know what? Maybe Mason's an 8. But as a receiver, if McCaffrey's a 9, they don't even.
He's a 2.
Yeah, exactly. So that takes away a whole dimension
completely
for them. There's no doubt about that.
I do want to make sure that you, and I didn't hear your full 4 hours, but I want to make sure that you acknowledge one man who you've been so critical of. One man, and the ability that he had catching the football yesterday, including a wonderful toe tap. Kyle Juszczyk. 3 catches and an unbelievable toe tap along the sideline. I didn't hear you today praising him the way that you probably should.
Maybe that's because he cost him an interception.
What?
Oh, he got to come down with that one. That
ball was late, bro.
Oh, man.
Yeah, Brock didn't deliver that.
We used to have an old-time term called the bread basket. And
this one never got there.
Well, no.
This one didn't get to the bread basket.
Juszczyk. So you want me to start talking Trent Williams?
Do it.
Best player on the team.
Not yesterday.
What are we doing?
Not yesterday.
17 is becoming a trigger number for the Niners. When Trent Williams doesn't play well, or Brock Purdy doesn't play well, or Shanahan's not a genius, the same thing happens every time. The Niners finish with 17 points.
Yep.
That's their big loser number.
Well, they would have had 20 if he would have elected to kick a field goal in the first quarter, but
maybe might change the whole game. I don't even know what would have happened.
Well,
next,
you know what
right?
happened, and I can't confirm this, but that's the Staley factor. That's Brandon Staley. Kyle, you know what I'd do? I'd go for it right here, 4th and 2.
I've heard it. They did. They started going. They didn't just go for it on 4th down. Brock's hucking the ball 25 yards downfield on 4th and 2 to Juwan Jennings.
That was a great throw.
It was a dot. It was a beautiful throw.
Yeah.
But I'm like, man, y'all came out all gutsy today. Look at you.
Must be the long hair and the facial hair.
And then they lost.
The one thing I would say to 49er fans, though, is it's a long season. It's a long season.
Where will we be talking about that season?
I think basically 5 days a week right here on 95.7 The Game. 6 with Devone and Will and Evan.
Are they the smartest show in the Bay Area?
You guys are an intellectual feast for the smart sports fan in the Bay Area.
Wow.
You're pretty much the smartest guy on the radio.
I agree.
Good Lord, how big is your ego?
Are they the funniest show in the Bay Area?
Give it a laugh. Come on. You're a funny guy. Come on. Give me a laugh.
You are funny, dude.
Hit that S again.
Are they the coolest show in the Bay Area?
And no white boys. They're cool.
That's what people are saying.
You guys are phenomenal. This is one of the most perfect ways that I could end my day, getting a chance to talk to Mr. Mark and Dan, you know?
We'll let you be the judge.
Oh.
All I know is it's a couple of Bay Area boys talking sports.
I know nothing.
Thanks.
It's Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Y'all worried about Christian McCaffrey now? How about now? They're gonna go 8-0 without Christian. We don't need no Christian. This offense, man, you just turn the key. It's like a little ignition. Just turns on and it goes. They've got absolutely everything they need. How many third downs did they convert yesterday, Dibs? 2?
Yeah, 2.
A deuce. That's 2. It's actually what they dropped on the field, actually.
Okay, that's a 4. And that's not usually your lane.
Which
is why it's not a 3. It's a 4 because you don't normally do mean-spirited, but that was good.
Well, I got to get the frustration out somehow. Got to get it out somehow. That was a very frustrating game to watch. However, I do think less frustrating than some other losses. And we're going to open up to you right now, by the way. Same as the other shows. Everything's wide open today for you. Okay? Why'd they lose? Go ahead. Point to one thing, 2 things. What is it? Why did the 49ers lose yesterday?
Kyle Shanahan.
888. Well, he is the coach. 888-957-9570. You know what? I walk away from this loss that's better than other losses. Do you remember the Super Bowl last year? Do you remember that game?
Stop it.
No, but do you remember it?
Of course.
Did you watch that game?
It 8 times.
All right. Remember what everyone said then and still says today?
Kyle Shanahan.
Not just that, but they should have won. Not yesterday. That's not a should have won. You got beat. You got beat here. You got beat there. You got beat everywhere.
Dr. Seuss.
Offense, defense, special teams, coaching. Did I miss anything?
You missed one thing.
What's that?
One man.
One man.
One man gave you probably, 14 points to the good. Fred Warner. Peanut punch at the 2. That saved you 7. Pick at the 15 or 18-yard line. That saved you at least 3, maybe 7 more.
Maybe.
And I think that this is where you're going with this. If Fred Warner maybe had a tummy ache or a sprained toe or, God forbid, COVID from 4 years back, you lose that game 34-10.
Correct.
So, yes, I'm kind of with you.
You got outplayed.
You got outplayed.
You got outplayed.
He didn't get outplayed.
No.
There was 2 49ers that were dominant in that game. Jordan Mason and Fred Warner.
I'm going to give Deebo a little, hey, how you doing also?
Fair enough.
I'm going to give Deebo a little, hey, how you
Deebo was
doing?
great.
Yeah.
Deebo,
That's about
Fred, and Jordan. So 3 of 22.
And Nick was good enough. He was good enough.
Thanks for pointing that out.
Yeah.
I thought he was better than good enough.
Yeah,
but
he was.
We can parse that out with Greg Cosell on Wednesday.
Right. I'm not going to bed last night being like, Nick. There's a bunch of stuff.
But if you wanted to rank the top 10 players on that field, those 4 that we just mentioned are probably in the top 10, but the other 6, and if you go to a top 15, the other 11 were all Vikings.
Yeah, and they're probably Vikings that you haven't even heard of. They're certainly not on your fantasy team.
Stinkin' Ginkle.
Yeah, Van Stinkle. And look, all the people.
Ty Chandler.
He was good. All the big fat guys. All the fat guys.
Wow.
I'm not trying to body shame them, but they were good.
I like it.
Everybody who...
I like an edgy Willard.
Everyone north of 250 pounds was better on the Vikings than they were on the Niners. You got outplayed. And you know what? That's not the end of the world. Like, that happens. But I got 2, if you really want to zero in on 2 things to me, and they're related. So make them 1 and 1A. 888-957-9570. We're going to go to the phones here real quick today, okay? So line them up. Why, in your mind, did the Niners lose? 888-957-9570. We'll take your calls right now. Play the thing, Grandy. Play the horn.
Don't do it.
No, play the horn.
Skull.
That's why you lost.
Because skull?
Yeah.
Because that damn horn?
They play that on 3rd down. You sucked on 3rd down. You absolutely stunk on 3rd down. Now, here is my attached reason. Christian McCaffrey not playing is a problem. You're still good. You're not as special. You're not as special. And by the way, that's okay too. We play this game in sports radio in the Bay Area because the football team is really good. We've been doing this for a year and a half. Well, if we had to lose one player, who would it be and how would you survive? Like, we play this game. The bottom line is there's a bunch of guys on the field there that if you don't have them, the Niners are not quite as special. So Christian McCaffrey is one of those people. And if you are specifically struggling when it's 3rd and 2, 3rd and 3, and 3rd and 4, I happen to believe that McCaffrey, of how many did they not convert? 8? He converts 3 of those. His presence converts 3 of those because he's a matchup nightmare in situations like that. And does that change the game? Maybe, maybe not. But that's what I was focused on. You got beat in the trenches. Therefore, you were not good on 3rd down. And Christian McCaffrey's absence has a lot to do with that. And yesterday will serve as a reason for 49er fans to stop thinking that the Niners are just going to cruise through the entire schedule without Christian McCaffrey winning all the games.
Well, there's no cruising through for anybody in the NFL. And that's, I think, one way we have to all start to look at it, because as I mentioned in the crossover, if the over-under is 11.5 and you like the over, that means they're 12-5. That means 5 teams beat them. If you like the under, 11-6, that means 6 teams beat them. Whatever your number is, I don't think anybody is expecting 17-0. So you're going to lose games. Yep. But I think looking at yesterday, it's how you lost it. And you mentioned McCaffrey, and you're right. And McCaffrey, in many ways, is like Steph Curry in the gravity. If you have McCaffrey on 3rd and short, well, now you have McCaffrey in the run, McCaffrey in the pass, and that frees up a lot of other guys to maybe get one-on-one coverage. And when you have Jordan Mason, he's a great runner. But Steiny was right when he said he's probably an 8 out of 10 as a runner and a 2 out of 10 as a receiver. So when you don't have that threat on the field and it's 3rd and 3, 3rd and 4, defensively, you don't have to worry about having to defend him in the pass game.
Yeah, I mean, I think he worked on it all offseason. He can do it. He was good in pass protection yesterday, I thought.
Yep.
He was fine. But yes, those little matchups of put him out there on a linebacker on 3rd and 3 and there's not a damn thing the defense can do, that doesn't exist. It doesn't exist. It's going to be harder. Like, it doesn't mean they can't do it. That's my one sentence. It's going to be harder without Christian. And yes, I would predict at least week 7. At least week 7. Maybe week 10.
For McCaffrey?
Yes.
Oh, I'm thinking after the bye.
That's week 10.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah.
I think that makes the most sense, because then you get him max rest, and you hope at that point after week 9, whatever, you'd have 8 games in the books. Maybe you're 5-3, and you figure, okay, let's make this push for the playoffs with a fresh McCaffrey. But in the meantime, you need another running back, because Garendo, I'm not giving up on the kid after one carry.
Yeah, give him more than one carry, can we? Can we give him more than one carry where, by the way, there was no hole?
Mark, it's not about me giving him more than one carry. Would they have given him more than one carry? I don't know. The one carry I saw, and I saw it the way that Kyle saw it, which was, my God.
Do you know that Kyle saw it that way?
He didn't put him in again.
He also didn't run the ball a ton in the second half because...
The kid got one snap.
I understand that, but the bottom line is the 49ers on Monday night were playing from ahead, and yesterday they were playing from behind. Right. And that changes play calling. And Jordan Mason was not gashing the Vikings in the second half. He was in the first. He was not in the second. They were clubbing that up because they were doing what teams are going to do to the Niners, especially without Christian. Hey, Brock, what you got? What you got, dude? And the bottom line is if he doesn't have time, it's not going to look perfect. That's true for every single quarterback in the league. Brock didn't have a great game yesterday. It wasn't as disastrous as people want to make it out to be because people only want to look at Sam Darnold outplayed Brock Purdy. They're not playing each other. You can only outplay someone if you're playing on the exact same playing field. Sam Darnold had way more time. Sam was good. Brock was not. But, that's what defenses are going to do. And I love what Brock said to Brian Flores. Give Brian Flores credit. For those of you who don't know what he said, he went over to him. He was heard over microphones after the game and went, dude, your scheme was crazy. In other words, good job. Good job. That was hard. That was hard. And you got us. And they did.
Yeah, they did. And the O-line gave up 6 sacks, and Brock Purdy had 2 pretty bad turnovers, a pick inside his own negative red zone, and a fumble that was, the kind of play that you cannot make.
Well, that one was just weird. Did your eyes dart the way mine did? I was like, where'd the ball go?
Right.
You know what I mean?
My eyes. I thought it was a tip pass.
Totally.
And then you watch the replay and it was like, ooh, that was a straight up It
wasn't even a pass. It was a fumble.
No, it's a total squirt out of the hand and then
squirt.
That's right. Dan Dibley here, squirt.
Yep.
But, either way, and I just was running the numbers, and Jordan Mason, I think, had 18 yards after halftime, and a lot of it's because they abandoned it, but also the Viking scheme and the Niner O-line, and I look forward to Grandy's grades tomorrow to see exactly where he will grade everyone, because it's something about Grandy in a loss. He gets a chance to drop the hammer on people.
Which he likes, by the way.
He does secretly.
No, look, I know you don't like
the fist of Grandy.
You don't like that the Niners lost,
Correct.
But there's a little twinkle in your eye that you can't see because you're you. But that we you're ready. You're champing at the bit.
We'll find out tomorrow. But when it comes to grades, it's like an A+ is extremely rare, and F should also be extremely rare.
That's fair. That F is for fair. That's fine. Yeah. I have no issue with that.
F is for a lot of things.
I would guess, since Fred Warner is not a position group, maybe you'll do the linebackers, or do we do the front 7?
Front 7.
Front seven. Okay.
And I actually sent him it might have been a tweet. I said, can we grade him separately, please? Can we have a separate Fred Warner category for the week?
I would guess that would be the only good grade if you could.
Correct.
No one's going to get a good grade.
Yeah, I had people on the postgame show last night say Warner, Bosa, Kittle get A's. Everyone else gets F's.
Well, Mason and Deebo do not get F's.
Mason and Deebo, sure.
Mason and Deebo do not get F's. But I hear you. No position group's going to get a good grade.
Yeah.
Quarterback, no. Coaching, no. Front 7, no. Secondary, good God.
Man.
Special teams, holy hell.
Right.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Nobody.
And yet you lost by 6. So I do want to make sure that you and I, and whatever, you're always positive anyway, but for me,
I thought yesterday was great.
And even you won't go there. But
dude.
As I look at it, all the things that I'm thinking about, and I just watched it again today on my, I got here to work early and I watched it during the morning, and the more I watched it, the more you realize they should have lost by 20.
Probably.
They probably should have lost by 20 points.
Well,
you lost only by 6.
Yeah,
so there were some positives.
They fumbled at the 1. You didn't go in on 4th and 2. It comes down to a few plays.
Yep.
Could have made it a 20-point loss. Hell, they could have won. They could have won.
Yep.
They get off the field on that long 3rd and 8. They could have won.
Really quick before you go to break, an update from Sean McVay and the Rams. Cooper Kupp is going to miss an extended period of time and is an IR candidate.
Wow. Okay. Both receivers.
And multiple offensive linemen.
How about your fantasy debate? Cooper Kupp or Puka Nacua? How about neither? The Niners have, look, we got all week to get into it.
Dude, McCaffrey, your first overall.
But the Niners have no excuse this weekend. They have no receivers. They have no offensive line. You saw what the Cardinals did to them yesterday. You know how to take over that stadium. The Niners should win by double digits this weekend.
Spread 7.5.
Yeah, and started at 5.5. And everybody knew right away. Bet that sucker up. Get it up. Sponsored by Lucky California. Your phone calls. Here we go. Those of you on hold, we're coming to you. Got some open spots. Why, in your mind, did the 49ers lose yesterday? 888-957-9570. Willard and Dibs.
Only a few weeks left to play. Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Yeah, big limping is what the Niners are doing out of Minnesota. So are you, by the way. So are you.
Yep.
Sorry to hear that
right.
that your knee is flaring up a little bit there.
It's all right. Little flare up yesterday at the farmer market. At the farmer market.
Got to explain to people why you say it like
hey,
that.
Hey, Mila, my 2-year-old, where do you want to go today? Farmer market.
Farmer market.
You want to go to the farmer market? Mm-hmm. Okay, so we went to the farmer market.
Farmer market.
And she's a runner. So when she starts to run, I have to run. And it was a little bit of a, huh?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, yeah, when you can't catch a 2-year-old.
You're an old dad.
Yeah, it's time to
Grandpa Daddy.
Time to call the doctor. But anyway,
time to call the adoption center.
888-957-9570. Let's hear from everybody. Okay, why do you think the Niners lost this one? Where is your focus, Jonathan in the city? First up here on Willie and Dibby. Hi, Jonathan. What's good?
Nothing. Especially after a loss like that. Hey, let me tell you, man, I'm going to tell you guys again. This 49ers, this Kyle Shanahan team, they're repeat offenders. How'd they lose to the Minnesota Vikings last year? If you watch those two games, you can't tell which from which. Didn't they give up a big play just before the half last year? Same way they give up a big play, 97-yarder to JJ. And it doesn't matter who the defensive coordinator is. They just seem to just let the number one weapon in the other team go about his business. The coverage on special teams is trash. And aside from a few guys like Fred Warner, they're all trash. And correct me if I'm wrong. The book might be out on Purdy. I mean, what do you do against Purdy? You crowd the line of scrimmage with 4, 5, 6 guys, and not necessarily everybody's coming. And the guys that would drop coverage, they would drop right in the middle of the field. You know why? Because that's the Brock Purdy bread and butter.
So, Jonathan, can I ask? Jonathan, I want to interrupt you because I want to ask you a question because you're a good friend of the show, and like with full understanding of the frustration that fans feel, you're doing exactly what, in my opinion, I don't really understand why this happens after games. You just called almost every player on the team trash. Did you feel that way Tuesday morning last week?
Well, I've been feeling the same way since they lost the Super Bowl.
Okay. So the Niners, Jonathan, are you speaking from emotion or this is what you think? The Niners and the majority of the players on this team are trash.
No, I'm not saying that, but it seemed like when they're put in a jam, they don't have an adjustment. And that drives me nuts. I mean, as a genius as Kyle is, how come when he's put in a jam, they can't do anything else? We're put in a jam because that guy missed a block. Just a bunch of excuses instead of dealing with it.
Yeah, Jonathan, thank you very much. I mean, that I can hear. I didn't love that there wasn't seemingly and I don't want to say there wasn't a better game plan because sometimes, again, you and I talked about this. I don't want the Niners and their fan base to sound like a Serena Williams press conference. And here's what I mean by that, because Serena is wonderful. She's the greatest tennis player I've ever seen in my entire life. But Serena Williams, and maybe she's right to do this, Serena was so good that her press conferences after matches, if she ever lost, were always about her. If you lose, it's because something you did wrong, period. Never, ever, ever did you just get outplayed? And I was also frustrated that the Niners did not have a game plan that seemed to be working. But I don't want to make that solely about Kyle Shanahan and Nick Sorensen. Like the Vikings had a game plan too, and they had players to go execute, and I thought they did a really good job. And so that can be totally frustrating. But every single one of you that calls today, if you want to do this like on Tuesday, the Niners were Super Bowl favorites, and then 6 days later, Kyle sucks and Brock sucks and the Niners are frauds. Like, come on, man. Do you know how many of the top favorites in weeks 1 and 2 lost their game outright? More than half of the most favored teams it's why all of you are out of your survivor pool. You're all gone.
They're all gone.
The Bengals lost, and the Ravens lost, and the Niners lost, and the Lions lost, 7.5-point favorites. You're all gone unless you bet against whoever the Panthers are playing. Those are the only people left. So what? Everyone's trash? I don't know, man. Like, I would love to focus on the frustration of this game without moving all the way down the road of the Niners are now a horrible football team and they're fraudulent.
And I look forward to the new power rankings that come out from whatever source, because after week 1, the Niners were either number 1 or number 2 alongside Kansas City. And Kansas City's 2-0, so they'll be number 1. But if you want to look at all the teams in the NFL, you got Pittsburgh at 2-0. And there are 9 2-0 teams right now, Mark. So is Pittsburgh now suddenly one of the 9 best teams in football, even though they didn't score a touchdown in week 1?
Not according to Vegas.
I believe they have 1 touchdown on the year, and yet they're 2-0, which you can't be better than 2-0 after 2 games. But do we suddenly reconfigure our power rankings? And so the Niners are 1-1. So now at best, they're the 10th best team in football. I don't want to overreact to what I saw yesterday. I do think that there are things that you saw yesterday that are troubling.
Sure.
And for me, the Ayuk Trent rust is a thing. The lack of a backup running back is a thing. And, you want to look at other issues. The pass rush has not been terribly effective.
Christian is not going to be back anytime soon. Right. Is a thing. Like, it's a thing. I think everybody's expectations should probably move a little bit. I mean, we said for a year, well, the Niners will never do anything like Christian. Now he's gone. We had 1 good game, and everyone's like, I don't need Christian. No, you do. You need Christian McCaffrey. It doesn't mean that the season's over if he never comes back or if he doesn't come back for half of it. Doesn't mean the season's over, but I don't find them to be as dominant.
Of course.
And I don't find that to be some sort of shot at Christian McCaffrey. If the Vikings lose Justin Jefferson for a period of time, that's not as good of a team. The Rams, you'll see them this week, lost both of their star receivers. Not as good of a team. How's Miami doing next week? How we doing? Is that going to go well? The Chiefs just
How's Green Bay doing?
How's Green Bay?
Pretty damn good.
Well, they won. Everyone thought they were going to lose, though. They're dogs in their home opener at Lambeau Field. You know who the favorite is now in the NFC to win the Super Bowl? Or to come out of the NFC for the Super Bowl?
Is it Philly?
No. It's the Niners.
Still.
Yes.
Yeah, we'll see after tonight if Philly wins. But yeah, your point is well taken.
Philly will not. It's not even close. Philly will not, if they win tonight, pass the Niners. They might move up a few points.
And these odds are looking at the long play.
Yes.
And you're expecting McCaffrey to come back. And you're expecting Trent and Brandon Ayuk to shake off rust and all those other things. But in the short look at what happened yesterday, it was a little bit of a shock to the system. The fact that Ayuk, again, week 2, really a non-factor. Trent Williams gave up 4 pressures, and Trent looked old and stiff and slow. This is not the dominant Trent Williams that we're used to seeing. Minnesota's defensive front owned the Niners O-line.
They were much better. They were much, much better. And by the way, same on the other side of the ball.
Right.
The Vikings offense, I know Nick was solid, good, whatever word you want to use.
He was really good.
He was good.
He was good.
He was good. But
he was a lone wolf.
Yeah, but the rest of the defensive line wasn't. And the bottom line was they did not get home. They did not get home nearly enough on Sam Darnold. And I give the Vikings offensive line a truckload of credit for that. When I hear Fred Warner say that the Justin Jefferson play was basically his fault, which Fred, no, it wasn't. But you still love hearing stuff like this.
During a man coverage blitz, I was one of the guys that was blitzing, and I got to get home to get some pressure on Sam. He's able to step up in the pocket and deliver a great ball to Justin, and we just got to find a way to get him down right there.
Okay. You blitzed. You didn't get there. You got beat. So, yeah.
That's leadership.
It's leadership.
I mean,
he's awesome.
Because honestly,
he's the best.
Yeah, I need to be better on that play. No, Fred, that wasn't on you. It was on Odom, who got benched, and it was on Jair Brown, who took a bad route. And
keep going.
Well, and
you want to know who Richard Sherman blames? He's played defensive back for this team.
Mooney Ward.
Richard Sherman podcast.
They allowed him to throw a 97-yard touchdown pass to Justin Jefferson. Unacceptable, no matter what part of the game you're in, no matter what situation, no matter if it's backed up, whatever the situation is. You got 2 safeties guarding Justin Jefferson. He split the defense. You should never put those guys in that situation. He should be doubled at all times. He's the best player on their football team. He's not a guy that you should let loose or not have an eye on or say, oh, they're going to run the ball. Let them run the ball. Let them run the ball in that situation. Too deep. We stopped Justin Jefferson. They ran a play like that in week 1, had some success. It was a post corner that Justin Jefferson had some success. This week it was a corner post, and he was able to get behind the defense. Sam Darnold threw a beautiful football for the 97-yard touchdown.
Okay, so he's blaming the coaches. So it's a bad setup. The other thing I'd like to point out is the Niners should sign the ref immediately. That was the fastest referee I've ever seen in my entire life.
I'm so glad you're mentioning this because
that guy run?
Not only did he run,
it was incredible.
But he stops and then he sprints again, and then I don't know if you
he gets out of the way,
but he flips his hips and he backpedals into the end zone.
Dude, I have no idea how that guy's legs are still attached to his body.
I'm so glad you pointed that out because I've watched the replay like 7 times, and I'm like, dude, who is that ref? Nimble and fast.
I hate referee dibs. Yeah, no, this one I like.
And Mark took the lead. Yeah,
I like this one. This one's funny. Xfinity Mobile text line 510. Last year, Bosa blamed Wilkes for a play like that. This was not a play like that. I just want everyone to, that's my perspective. That was a 0 blitz, what happened in the game last year. And Charvarius Ward should have intercepted the ball, but he didn't. But that's a poor play call. This is a different poor play call, if you will. But this was not an all-out blitz where you left Justin Jefferson one-on-one. What Richard is pointing out is you let him get a free run off the line, and he's the best receiver in football. And safeties don't run like that. You can't, that only works, to Fred's point, if you get home. You have to get home. And the Viking offensive line beat you. They beat you. They created time. And Sam delivered a beautiful ball to the best receiver in the game. And it went for 97 yards, and you lose, dog.
Yeah.
That's how you lose.
That's a big way in how you lose. I mean, you already didn't score inside the red zone, which is crushing, and then you give up a quick 7 the other way, and yet they still had chances to come back and right the ship. They had so many more chances after that. And, you think about just the first half mistakes, that one, and a questionable play call on 4th and 2 and a block punt and all the rest of it, and yet you still were only down 13-7 at the half.
Were you bothered not by the play call, 4th and 2 at the goal line, but just that he went for it? Were you bothered that he went for it?
I was not bothered. I was a little bit irked, not quite annoyed.
Surprised?
Yeah, surprised. And for me, at that spot where you're only down 3-0, you take the 3 and you go out there and, it's a tie game and you live to fight another day. I didn't feel like that was the level of desperation, but I know this. Analytics will tell you 4th and goal from the 2 is one that you should go for. Now, if you're at the 3 or the 4, certainly at the 5-yard line, they would have kicked it. So you get to the 2-yard line and it becomes like analytics will tell you that you're supposed to go for it.
It's almost like the world is challenging your manhood if you don't.
Exactly.
It's just like automatic now. You just go for it. That's what
From
you
the
do.
2.
From the 2.
But if you're at the 4,
they're a little inside the 2.
Yeah. If you're at the 4, do you go? If you're at the 3, is it a tweener? That's where analytics, I think, has somehow taken over. And
maybe I'm a weirdo on this. I actually liked the play call. I thought it was going to work. And who's your boy? Is it Van Ginkel?
Yep.
Yeah. He got a fingertip on it. But that was going to be a touchdown if he doesn't get a fingertip.
Trent Williams.
Well, he just jumped up. He didn't get around him. He just jumped. It was well timed. It was a good play. But Juwan Jennings, that ball was thrown to his chest, and he was going to catch a touchdown if Ginkel doesn't get there, or Van Ginkel, or whoever the hell he is.
Interesting you make that point.
That was my view of it.
Yes, my view was, I think the previous play, or maybe it was 2 plays before, where he threw it to Ayuk, and Ayuk caught it, but he was out of bounds in the left end zone.
Yes.
Juwan Jennings was by himself at the 5-yard line. If Brock Purdy just checks it down.
You're absolutely
I'm not saying he scores.
No, but he
was open.
He waited too long.
One man to beat.
Yep. But you had to do it right away, and he didn't do it right away. Then it closed up.
He was locked on Ayuk. If he just would have dumped it off,
I agree with you.
Jennings might have had a chance to, wiggle, jiggle, and get down and score.
And he's huge. I would love his chances get a little mo going behind him, he probably would have gotten in, just like he did in the Super Bowl.
What about the 4th and 3 earlier in the drive from near midfield?
That one.
Fantastic to Jennings.
Yeah, like that was one of Brock's best throws of the game.
Yep.
But in terms of decisions from Shanahan, what do you think?
Mildly surprised, but I thought in the moment when it was set up 4th and 3, that's another sort of thing that they do in the NFL now. Like if you're just out of field goal range, you go for it. Here's how I read those things.
They were at the 45.
Yeah. I read those things as Kyle really, at that moment in the game, really trusted his defense. And as it turned out later in the game, that burned him. Like you go for it. In fact, he even said, you're going for it at 4th and 2 near the goal line because he's like, if we don't get it, I love the chances of what's going to happen next. Well,
boy.
Two plays later, Justin Jefferson's doing the gritty. So Kyle thought that the defense was going to dominate the way that it usually does, and it didn't. So, that's all the concert. The whole thing is a concert. The whole thing is always a concert. I know we love to pick out one person or two people and freak out on them. Whole thing's a concert. And it didn't work real well yesterday. It didn't work together.
Yeah, before we go to the phones, just to respond to you, Grandy, I think that 4th and 3 at the 45 is almost a no-brainer because you're too close to punt and you're too far to kick a field goal.
Are you too close to punt?
At the 45?
Well, put that thing down at the 9-yard line and let's go.
Well, you can, or you could do what Minnesota did. And you want to talk about breaks. The Minnesota punt team where they had it downed, and then what's-his-face just stumbles into the end zone, and you get the ball back at the 20.
You could do what Houston did, too, and just line up your garden variety 60-yard field goal and kick that.
Yeah.
No problem. It's crazy what kickers can do now. It's crazy.
Yep.
Like, we're old enough to remember when anything north of 50 yards was like, dude, this is a long one. Guys now, Fairbairn's lining up from 59 yards, and it's going through the middle of the goalpost.
Chip shot.
It's like it's got 10 yards to spare. I joked about this last night. How many years away are we from you get the ball on the opening drive? They kick it into the end zone. All right, we go out to the 30. All right, ready? You go 3 and out. All right, kick team. Here comes a field goal kicker. Just line up for an 87-yarder. Boom! 3-0. Gained 0 yards. Like, that sounds ridiculous, but this idea, these 60-yard field goals, you never even used to try that.
Yep.
Dudes are booting it through with 10 yards to spare. It's like when
the Cowboy kicker is ridiculous.
He's insane.
It's like...
Well, they use
Aubrey.
him a lot because they don't score touchdowns.
But
anyway.
he, like the way he approaches the ball, it's like 58-yarder, and it's like he's just kind of flipping it.
Yeah.
Like a sand wedge. It's crazy.
How about Dave in Fresno? Hi, Dave. Thanks for calling. What's up?
Mr. Willard, you said earlier you don't want two sides of the fence. You don't want on Tuesday after the Jets game we're the best team, and then Monday today we're the worst team.
Right.
I agree with that. I would also like that same energy with Brock Purdy. We can't say we're doom and gloom without Christian McCaffrey, but in the same breath, Brock is a top 5 quarterback. Because I tell you what they don't do with Lamar or Josh Allen or Patrick Mahomes or Burrow, if their running back is missing or players missing, they're still going to point to the quarterback. So we can't look at Brock and say, he's a top 5 quarterback, but then give an excuse because you're missing McCaffrey, which we all agree is a great player, probably their biggest offensive weapon. But if you're a top 5 quarterback, it's a different ball game. If you're going to sit at the big boy table, there's no excuse because you still have the greatest coach of all time, Shanahan. You still have all your other weapons there. Okay, I'm not saying they lost yesterday because of Brock. I'm just saying we need to be consistent with that. If we're going to anoint him a top 5 quarterback.
But I would argue no one's doing that, Dave. Dave, you're putting words in our mouth on that one. And maybe you're not talking directly to us. I've never called Brock Purdy a top 5 quarterback. It doesn't matter to me. Brock is, for me, this is my opinion, is good enough. I think he's really good. I don't think he's Patrick Mahomes, Josh Allen, or Lamar Jackson. I don't think he has to be in order to get paid. In fact, the top 5 quarterbacks who are getting paid right now in the NFL are none of those guys. Dak Prescott, Jordan Love, and Trevor Lawrence are the top paid quarterbacks in the game. I think Brock is certainly at least as good as those guys, if not better. So I'm always sort of like hesitant right now with that phrase, Dave, same energy, because a lot of people use that to be like, well, if you're going to say this, then you've got to say that over there. And I don't. I think the Niners are a lesser entity without Christian McCaffrey. I think they'd be even more a lesser entity without Brock Purdy. You know what I mean?
Well, yeah, of course, he's their starting quarterback. Yeah, of course they'd be less without Brock. I'm just saying, even with Dak, they lose, it's all on Dak. Trevor Lawrence loses on Trevor. Like, if Jordan Love loses it's on Jordan Love. With the Niners, it's like, well, they're missing the left tackle or the receiver's rusty. It's always an excuse, is what I'm saying. It's like, I like Brock. I think he's good. I think he's good enough to win with. And I'm not saying he's the reason we lost. I'm just saying, if we're going to treat him like one of the, better quarterbacks, he's not without blame. Well, and the last point. Go
ahead, Dave.
I was going to say, people are upset. It's not that the season's over. I think we went into the game yesterday with the better team, with the better coach. And that was all the talk all off season, that this is still a great team and we have one of the premier coaches, and they laid an egg. Okay, and that's why people are calling they're disappointed. That doesn't mean the season's over. Doesn't mean they're all bums. It's just that it was not something we were, expecting. Especially they're missing some key weapons on the offense too. And it's
Dave. Dave, we got to cook, man. Thank you very much. You made your point, and it's a fair one. Of course, yeah, they laid an egg. You thought 17-0. Like, if you're going to go, well, they've got the better roster, the better coach. Well, I could argue then that if that's all that you need, then you win all the games.
I thought 5-0.
So the Chiefs, and I didn't.
I thought 5-0.
I thought 4-1, and now I don't even want to think about the Cardinal game. It's too far away. I think they should win this weekend. I think they should win next weekend. And then let's see who's healthy and what's going on after that.
Sure. The Cardinal game looks a little bit more daunting. It looks a little bit more formidable than it did. And the Ram game looks a little bit, quote, easier than it did, but I'm still focused on yesterday before we get to the Ram game.
And a lot more of your phone calls coming up, but I also want to address this idea that, like, okay, so whenever all the other quarterbacks lose, it's on them. No, it's not. Who's saying that? Social media? That's like, if that's your take, it's a lazy one. There's no one person that lost the football game yesterday. Watch the game closer than that. Let's have a conversation about the whole picture instead of just screaming about the coach or the quarterback. We can be better than that. We're presented by Fremont Bank, celebrating 60 years of full-service banking with no compromises. It's Willard and Dibbs.
Oh, baby, Shasky, we had Brian Baldinger tomorrow morning.
I can't wait to ask him what happened on that Justin Jefferson play. How is the safety guarding Justin Jefferson?
Impressed man. What happened with Purdy?
Smith was on Jennings, but the ball may have ricocheted at the line of scrimmage. And on downs, the Viking defense holds.
Now, back to
Will and Dibby
on 95.7 The Game.
You know what's happening at 6 o'clock tonight? You know what happens?
We race to the parking garage and
That's
see
true.
who gets there first.
Correct answer. You know,
Okay.
Anything else?
The Falcons beat Philadelphia, and I win my pick'em pool.
Oh. Well, Fade the Dibbers is not going to be very exciting now. Did you just spill the beans?
Maybe.
Yeah.
I mean, I might pick against myself. I
Okay.
might fade the Dibber on my own. I made this pick last Thursday. Tell me what happens at 6.
Well, remember, even if you're right that the Falcons do play well tonight, they won't win the game at 6 because it won't be over yet.
Fine.
What happens at 6 o'clock tonight is that our guy Mark Grandy and Sterling Bennett, who will be in for Kyle Madsen today, will conduct the football hour, which promises after a loss to be an action-packed event. So that will happen. 95.7 The Game, 6 o'clock, the football hour. Every time the Niners play, it'll be the very next day, 6 o'clock. Grandy and company talking ball and reacting to yesterday's loss in Minnesota.
And they were great yesterday, so they'll be great again tonight. And I was in the YouTube chat yesterday in the post game and had a situation where my 2-year-old was still asleep. So I jumped in and I wanted to hear Grandy while I had the red zone on mute for the afternoon games. And just quick aside, if we can send a memo to the NFL, this 10-3 split, it stinks. 10 games in the morning was absolute football porn, and I loved it.
Were there only 3?
3 afternoon games.
Pittsburgh and the Broncos.
Arizona and the Rams.
And
was it the Bengals and Chiefs?
You're right. It was the Bengals and the Chiefs. That was it?
It was a 10-3 split.
Huh.
And I mean, I'm all for the big morning, and I love it out here, 10 a.m. kick. But if the NFL could do a little bit more to balance it out so we get at least 4 games in the PM wave, and it's fine when the Niners are in the afternoon. I actually prefer it because I don't have to worry about other games that I won't watch. But when the Niners are a part of a 10-game morning and you get 3 in the afternoon, it left me wanting more. And so I went to Grandy and Sterling, and you guys were great.
Well, you're not going to have to worry about you don't have to worry about the early window for a while. The Niners will not appear again in the early window until week 10 at Tampa. And then,
really?
Yep. And then never again.
They have 2 10 a.m. games?
That's it.
That's it.
That's it. The rest are all going to be at 1, or as you know, they've got a truck full of primetime games.
You watch your language.
Yeah.
Man.
Thursday in Seattle, Sunday night, Dallas, Sunday night, Buffalo, Thursday night, Rams, Monday night, Lions. Lots of prime time for the San Francisco 49ers.
Okay.
So anyway, all right, let's go to the phones. 888-957-9570. Why do you think the Niners lost yesterday? Where are your eyes and ears after this one? Jonathan, who is leaving work. Jonathan, that's a wonderful thing to be leaving work. Congratulations. Jonathan? He left work and he left his phone at work. All right.
And I like the comment there on the phone.
Jonathan.
Cocktail for disaster.
Yeah, I wanted to hear that. I wanted to hear about the cocktail. No?
I've had some disastrous cocktails in my day. Usually a lot of sugar in there.
Oh, my gosh. We're going from a guy leaving work all the way out to Bangkok, Thailand. Don't tell me to watch my mouth. Let's talk to Derek. Let's talk. Just take it easy. Derek, what are you in Thailand right now?
Yes, sir. I moved from. Go ahead.
What time is it out there?
It is 5 in the morning now.
What the hell's the matter with you, you crazy person? What are you doing talking to us at 5 in the morning?
Oh, man, I wake up at midnight to watch the Niners get beat by, the team that seems to get their numbers. It just comes out that way sometimes. And certain teams can seem to beat certain teams for whatever reason. I don't know why, but I was really sad until I saw that the world's favorite Cowboys lost, so I didn't feel so bad afterwards.
Exactly.
But Bangkok is great. Bangkok is great.
Any other thoughts on the Niners, Derek?
Yeah.
I'm just waiting for C-Mac to get back. And I think losing early is good. Losing this early may not be as good. I was hoping they would win a few games before they took an L. But, who's perfect besides Patrick Mahomes in the fourth quarter?
Wow.
Got to give it to the brother.
Yeah.
Wasn't great yesterday.
Well, good enough.
Lowest pass yardage total of his career.
I know, but into field goal range.
Fine.
Whether the refs were helping them or not, I wasn't watching at the end of that one. I saw all the highlights on Twitter. You'll love what I'm about to say. You're
Talk to me.
Love this.
Love it on the refs?
You're going to love it. Well,
you're already in my good graces after your earlier analysis.
That ref can run, okay?
Yes, he can.
That ref can run. But I'll say this. I didn't get to see the entire Chiefs-Bengals game because Lil Man had a basketball game. We went to go see that. So I didn't get to see the whole thing. And I know everybody, it's super cool now to just think that the Chiefs have 12 men and one of them wears stripes. Okay, maybe there were some crazy calls. I'm sure there were. But the one that keeps circulating, the pass interference, do you want to know what that was? Pass interference.
Thank you.
That was pass. I don't care how it compares to other things you've seen. I've seen worse not called. You're probably right. But the bottom line is he got there early. He ran through the back of the receiver. That's pass interference. So, with the benefit of that, it was
Look at you.
It was good enough.
You make me so happy sometimes.
Well, it's early in the week.
And just 10 seconds on that. The official who's watching that happen is not thinking about every other call that has either been made or not made and thinking, you know what? That's not as bad as other ones I've seen. You know what I mean?
That'd be amazing pool report.
Right.
Why did you not call PI there? Well, I was going to, and it was PI. But I was watching Red Zone Channel earlier in the day, and there was a play in Detroit that was worse that didn't get called, so I held my flag. It'd be the last game he officiated.
And just 5 seconds, a second quick aside, Dan Campbell, my God. I mean, how many more games are you going to single-handedly blow?
He's tremendously entertaining. I love him. He's so entertaining.
He's a lot of fun. Remind me not to bet on Detroit ever.
Oh.
Because they look great, and then he'll do something to blow it, or they look terrible, and he'll do something to win it.
Did you bet on them yesterday?
No.
Okay.
No.
I'm lined up to potentially win my pick pool because of that one. And a shout out to my buddy. We do a little thingamabob, all of us, 10 of us jump in it. That was the one pick. What's your one pick? I said Bucks plus 7.5. He goes, well, you're going to be the bozo of the week for that pick.
Look at you loving on my Baker Mayfield.
They won the game outright.
And
it was a blowout.
He's looking pretty good now.
He's looking really
Baker
good.
Mayfield,
really good.
Change of scenery and a little bit of that grow up sauce.
MVP.
Get off my Baker Mayfield. Get off my guy.
Doug in Wichita. Hi, Doug. What's up?
Good afternoon, fellas. Hey, man, the other guy mentioned what I wanted to talk about a little bit when he said the Vikings have the Niners number. I was thinking there's like 3 teams in the league in the last few years that do have our number. It's just a matchup thing. One is Minnesota, the Vikings when they play in Minnesota. I don't think we've won up there since the 90s.
Correct.
Like it's some kind of surprise, you know? It's one of those games where every year, or not every year, but when we got to go up there and play, I get a pit in my stomach. I'm like, yeah, I don't know about this one, man. It's the Vikings for some reason. The other 2 are the Chiefs and the Stripes. I know. They get to call us either way. It's like Jordan back in the day. Okay, and the other team is the Ravens. I don't remember the last time we beat the Ravens going clear back to Super Bowl 47. It's just those 3 teams are bad matchups for us for whatever reason. It's not worthy of a fire sale. It's one game that happens to be the second one of the season. Bang, bang, Niner gang, baby. Let's get it together. We'll see you next time.
There you go, Doug. Appreciate it, man. Although I do laugh sometimes when people go, look, it's a bad matchup. It's been a bad matchup since the 90s. Well, those are completely different humans, completely different coaches. It wasn't even the same building, with a totally different game plan, a completely different scheme. Like, if you want to say that about these Vikings because of what happened last year also, you can do that. Totally different quarterback.
Kyle Shanahan was 12 last time the Niners won there. So
was it 92?
Yep.
Damn.
92.
I couldn't even vote yet. Oof.
I could, but I didn't.
Yeah, you did.
Boy was in a different state.
I love the young people.
Whatever, Grandy.
A lot cooler if you did. We're sponsored by Safeway. All right, yeah. Why do you think the Niners lost? What are you pointing at? 888-957-9570. Those of you on hold, we're coming straight to you. And I wanted to address a little bit more of that Purdy thing. If a team loses, you have to blame the quarterback because that happens with other teams. Let's talk that out a little bit next on Willard and Dibs.
Head to Safeway this week for this.
Simple, affordable, reliable.
First down and 10. Darnold, it's intercepted. It's picked off by Warner at the 10. He'll get up, and he's got an entourage hurdling, driving, and a turnover for the Vikings. And who better to do it than All-Pro Fred Warner?
Now, back to
Dillard and Wibbs
on 95.7 The Game.
We're going to go to the phones. I want to get this take off. That call, and I apologize, I'm going to forget his name, but the one who was talking about the standard to which we hold Brock Purdy and all quarterbacks for that matter. It was a very good call. It was a very good call on the radio. There's one but. Sir Mix-a-Lot sized. There's a big but here. Yeah.
Ding, 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 ding.
I am.
Where do you see his butt? I like them round and big. Anyway, sorry.
That was all funny. Okay. Here's the thing I'm starting to get real hesitant about is when people use the phrase same energy.
That was directed at you.
I know it was. And I don't care about that. But I now have a retort and a response for anybody who wants to use, you got to keep the same energy. Because, by the way, that got directed at you last week.
Wait a minute.
No, it did. Last week when you were critical of Lamar Jackson.
Oh, that's right.
After the game against the Chiefs, I heard a lot of, Dibs, you better keep that same energy. If you use the phrase same energy, you're on social media too much. That's my opinion. Because these situations are not the same. And no, like literally think about what you're asking people to do. You're asking people to have the same opinion about two different things. You're literally asking for context to go into a vast wasteland. So you're telling me whenever there's a loss, we just have to keep the same energy on the quarterback. That's what you're saying? Isn't that lazy? I feel like that's lazy. Brock Purdy didn't play well yesterday. That's not hard to say. He wasn't awful. I also reject this idea, at least personally, that when other teams lose, we just automatically hold the quarterback responsible. He brought up Dak and Jordan Love. I don't even know. Have I ever said anything bad about Jordan Love ever? I don't remember that. Jordan Love is very good. He's now hurt. That's too bad. He was very good here in the playoffs last year until he was put in a situation where he had to do a fire drill, and he threw a pick to Dre Greenlaw. He threw a couple of picks in that game, actually. That doesn't make him a bad player. Lamar Jackson, what are we talking about? He's one of the best players in the league. He's phenomenal. And I flatly reject this idea of going week to week. It's the same thing we've done to LeBron James. It's like where every play, his legacy is on the line. You miss a shot in the fourth quarter, oh, you bum.
Or when he passes the ball, even greater than that.
You're scared, yeah. LeBron. You're scared. Don't fall prey to this. That is your social media side talking. You can have a better take than that. There are so many things that happen in this football game, and I'd argue the Vikings outplayed the Niners yesterday in just about all of them. Their quarterback was better. Their lines were better. Their coach was better. Their special teams was better. All of the things were better. So, no, I will not apologize for not making this all about Brock. And if you are, what are you doing? That's not what happened yesterday.
Well, if you want to rank what happened, and I want to get to more of the phone calls, 888-957-9570 is the phone number. Why did they lose yesterday? If you want to power rank why they lost yesterday, for me, Brock Purdy's play is probably 5th or 6th at best as to why they lost, in my opinion. I would look at other things before that, including an offensive line that didn't give him a lot of time. I would look at a defensive secondary that made mistakes. I'd look at a special teams group that was awful, and I would give them an F, and I don't know what Grandy gave them on Grandy's grades, which comes up tomorrow.
I can't wait. I already can't wait.
I hope it's an F, because for me, it's an F. Blocked punt, muff punt, A kickoff return that never should have happened where you had a flag and you started at the 10-yard line.
Yep, good point.
So if I want to rank the reasons why they lost, I probably would get to Nick Sorensen before I get to Brock Purdy.
Yeah, I mean, Brock, I don't know. To me, it's pretty easy. Like, it was not a game to write home about for Brock Purdy. It was not. That's not hard to say. But again, my suggestion today, at least the way I'd love to do this, I don't know why every time 60 minutes of football happen, we have to make a grandiose statement about all of the people. So now Kyle Shanahan's a dummy head, and Brock Purdy is not worth any money. And then we stop because we're like, that's it, the coach and the quarterback.
That's it.
There's a lot more going on here. So can't we just say, not a great game for Brock, not an absolute Craterville either. Like, there you go. And I'm with you. Like, not the lead story of the game yesterday, in my opinion.
If I was to grade just Brock Purdy, probably a C+. C+.
Yeah, I'm with you.
I mean, it wasn't, I don't think that it was terrible. He did throw a terrible interception inside his own 20, and the fumble is the kind of play that you cannot make at this level where you just have the ball squirt out of your hand. He missed a couple of open receivers, and other than that, if you want to be honest with your assessment of Brock Purdy, in the opening quarter or so, he made 3 or 4 big time throws, including, Grandy mentioned it before, the 4th down throw to Jennings, which was an absolute thread on 4th down from midfield.
Like, if you want to make a grandiose statement about a quarterback so far in the NFL,
grandiose.
I'll give you one. Yeah, we should do a
use
segment.
That too.
Yeah, grandiose
statements.
I love it. You do that on your football hour.
It's funny because he's very measured. He doesn't do grandiose, you know?
Well,
so it might be a nice
let's go.
departure.
Yeah, come on, gussy it up a little bit here.
Thank you.
Here's a grandiose statement for you.
Okay.
Anthony Richardson looks awful. There's your grandiose statement.
I had that last year.
If you really want to get into quarterbacking, there's some guys who look really good who you wouldn't have thought so. Derek Carr, Baker Mayfield look really, really good. And then who surprisingly looks like Anthony Richardson looks like terrible. Deshaun Watson looks awful.
Wow.
You know what I mean? Justin Herbert looks like a Jim Harbaugh product now, where like other things are happening. You're not going to ask that much of him anymore. It's almost been the case with Mahomes, too, who hasn't really looked special so far, but we know already all about him. Like,
if you want a small sample size Gardner Minshew greater than Lamar Jackson.
Well, he was in the 4th quarter yesterday.
Thank you.
Kyler Murray has been phenomenal this year.
Unstoppable.
You know what I mean? But like, yeah, I just think there's a lot more going on. So keep that same energy. Is like, I don't know, y'all really running around with these scoreboards on people like that? Like back in April, you said, like, come on, man, we're watching these games. React to them in real time. Put your scoreboard away. Like, stop the gotcha stuff. I don't know, man. Just chill on that. Paul in Oakland. Hey, man, what's going on, Paul? You're on with Willard and Dibbs.
Hey, guys. Great conversation. So three perspectives about the outcome yesterday. First one real quick. To me, the real palpable sequence was the 49ers not getting in, and then 2 plays later, the Vikings hit the home run. So that's -6 for the 49ers, +6 for the Vikings. That's a 12-play swing. That's number one. Number two, if the 49ers had elected to take the 3 instead of attempting the 4th down throw, add 3 to their score, now the Vikings home run probably not going to happen because the contingency is not going to be there with them backed up and then taking a shot. So if you take 6 off the Vikings score and add 3 to the 49ers, it's 19-17 if you want to look at it that way. Third and last thing, to me, is take a look at the totality of the game. 60 minutes. Of those 60 minutes, how many of those minutes were the 49ers in chase mode, i.e., were they behind in the game? In Minnesota against that team, in that venue.
Most of them, right, Paul? Most of them.
Yeah. So Dibbs, as a coach, can probably relate to the emotion and energy and stress that is involved in coming from behind. on the road in somebody else's building against a team that you've had difficulty with. That's high cost. That's high energy. That's high investment. And the longer the game goes and the more you're in that chase mode, the more difficult it is to flip the outcome and get what you want, which is the win. That's just a reality.
Well, Paul, thank you very much. What Paul is trying to do, and we as radio hosts can help you with this, Paul. You're trying to go deep into the context, which really, really matters. It's hard for a lot of people, and I get it. Yeah. I'm actually not I'm not asking for that or demanding that. I get it. You want to sit on your couch. You want to eat some unhealthy food. You want to scream, and you want the Niners to look good. And when they don't, it's like, well, that was a stupid play call. And the quarterback is not amazing, and then you go on about your day, and that's fair. There's nothing unfair about that, but that's not really what's going on. There's so many more things going on, and then as far as this 2-play sequence, if it goes that way, yeah, the context of this game it is different. You're on the road. That's a hard place to play. For all we know, the Vikings are actually a pretty good football team. You were behind, and quarterbacks, this will be big now. All quarterbacks turn the ball over more when you're behind. That's just a fact. That's a fact of the league because you take more chances because you're behind. So, go back to last year against Minnesota. I remember we talked about this last week.
Yep.
Brock had some turnovers. Yeah, because they were in freaking go mode. You knew they were going to pass, and they had to force some things to try to get back in the game. That's going to cause more turnovers. So that was part of yesterday, too.
Yesterday, the big thing, though, to the caller's point is, you're behind, and you go into the locker room, you're down 13-7. You come out, you force a 3-and-out, then you punt it back. Then they punt it back to you. The defense was doing its job early on. You get the ball inside your own 20, and that's where the Brock pick really hurt you. And that, to me, was one of the biggest plays of the game, where he sees Juszczyk, and he sees him, and he thinks about it, and he throws it late. And that pick is really what swung the game. Because even though the first half didn't go well, and Jefferson hit the home run, and you failed on 4th and 2, and all the rest of it, you were only down 6. And the defense had forced 2 punts early in that third quarter. So that interception, which led to the first play touchdown. Now you're down 20-7, and now you're in a spot where you have to kind of abandon the run.
Bad pick. Bad play.
Bad time.
Bad time, bad throw. You're absolutely right.
Because the defense had gotten you a little bit of momentum back by holding them twice, and then you get the ball back, and you're hoping for one of those classic Shanahan drives, 14 plays, 80 yards, 9 minutes off the clock, and you would be up 14-13. Instead, Brock Purdy on the second throw throws that ghastly pick, and then they go 1-play touchdown. Boo-boo. And
95.7 The Game breaking news.
Sorry to interrupt you, Dibs, but Kyle Shanahan, speaking on his conference call right now, we'll have the sound for you coming up in a little bit, has said that Deebo Samuel, he has suffered a calf strain, and he will miss a couple of weeks.
Oh, crap.
Did you say Juan Samuel or Deebo Samuel?
Deebo Samuel.
Oh, God. Because Juan Samuel used to play for the Phillies a long time ago. It'd be a lot cooler if he was out.
That's interesting because
Deebo Samuel out for 2 weeks, couple of weeks?
Kyle Shanahan stated after the football game yesterday that there were no injuries to report.
Yeah.
That was stated in his postgame yesterday. So something popped up, and that is not good.
And I'm just looking at the play-by-play, and Deebo Samuel ran the ball on the last play that they would run from scrimmage. He lost 9 yards on that running play. It was 3rd and 1 at the Minnesota 4, the first play under 2 minutes, and he lost 9. And we can get into that play call if you want at some point, where he lost 9 yards on 3rd and 1, and you ended up kicking the field goal, but
didn't like that play call
at all.
But like even less, how many people are telling Deebo that he should have dropped the ball on purpose for 2 reasons. Number one, you're asking for someone in an absolute blink of an eye to totally ignore his instincts, which is crazy. But number two, I'm not 100% sure that was a forward pass. And if he drops the ball, then may well have been a fumble.
Well, it's listed here as a run.
Well, there you have it. So stop telling Deebo to drop the ball because Minnesota would have gotten the ball and the Niners wouldn't have gotten anything.
And I'm looking at the box score, and Deebo is listed as 2 carries for -10, and that was -9. And I know he lost 1 yard on the other carry. So, wow. Deebo Samuel is going to miss a couple of weeks.
This is troubling. This is really troubling, and no one's going to feel sorry for you this weekend because you're going up against a team that's got neither of their receivers. But if you want to talk about anyone who has had reservations, that's how I'll say it, reservations about the play of Brock Purdy, they are largely dependent on the 2 players he will not have for the next couple of weeks. The thought is, well, you could just dip it to Christian and dump it to Deebo, and you get all of these yards out of that. Well, okay, here we go. Let's take a look. You can see Brock Purdy play a couple of games with no Deebo and no Christian, and this is a problem. This is a big problem. Big problem.
Well, you think about your biggest weapons so far this year. Jordan Mason's been fantastic. George Kittle has been really good. Brandon Ayuk is yet to really make a huge impact. Juwan Jennings has been solid, but now you're going to go without Christian McCaffrey and Deebo, and I'm looking at Ian Rappaport at Rapsheet on Twitter, and he says a calf strain and will miss a few weeks. So a couple or a few, if you're looking at a few. And we know about calf strain, and Dr. Navav Pandya joins us tomorrow, cleared to play. We'll get his thoughts on the latest calf strain.
Jeez.
But, man, Mark, I mean, what do you do offensively when you've got no Deebo and no McCaffrey? You're going to have Jordan Mason, and you still don't have Ricky Pearsall because he's recovering from a gunshot wound.
No, I mean,
you're running out of skill guys here in a hurry.
I mean, you would hope that Brandon Ayuk is fully up to speed by week 3. And you're going to have to start seeing some other people. Like Jacob Cowing might have a role. He's a speed guy. Let's see what you can do. You know what I mean? You're going to have to. Juwan Jennings will continue to have to play a big role. Kittle, Jordan Mason's going to have to run the ball. It is less dynamic. You know what I mean? Bet the under. Don't ask for 30 points. It's probably not the style to play. But let's see it. The Rams are as wounded as anybody. So you don't really get to use that card this weekend, quite frankly. They're even more hurt than you.
Seriously, when you talk about, Puka Nacua and Cooper Kupp, they're 2 big weapons. And, they had guys yesterday catching the football, and then you look at the back of their jersey, it's like, who's that?
Yeah, exactly.
Washington, and there was a Jefferson. It was like a presidential receiving corps.
All right, 888-957-9570. Why do you think the 49ers lost yesterday? But we can also dive into the breaking news that Deebo Samuel has a calf strain and is going to miss at least a couple weeks. So right now, based on the way Kyle said that, I'd assume at least no Rams and no Patriots the next couple of weeks, and then you'll see after that because obviously the calf strain is something similar along the lines to what Christian is dealing with, and so could it linger? Could it become a bigger problem? Sure it could. Let's go to Rich in Fremont. Hi, Rich. You're on with Willard and Dibbs. What's up?
What's up, guys? Thanks for taking my call. Hope you guys had a good weekend. Unfortunately, the loss doesn't make it good. I called in last week and I said that without CMC in the backfield, okay, Kyle Shanahan's offense is not as dynamic, okay? And we saw that, okay? Don't get me wrong. I think Jordan Mason had a great game. But still, with him not back there, he just doesn't have Brock Purdy doesn't have enough weapons, and not only that, he doesn't have the ability to fool the defense. So they went with what they went with yesterday, and, I mean, the offense, in my opinion, didn't necessarily play awful, okay? They played a decent game, but the defense, in my opinion, didn't play well, and I would have thought that they would have got a hold of Darnold a little better than what they did. Don't get me wrong, they got a sack, and that's nice, but you want to see at least 2 to 4 sacks in a game. That's when you know the defense is humming. And the other thing is, Sorensen, I don't know what he was thinking with that one defensive setup against not only the highest played receiver in the game, but the fastest receiver in the game. You did not cover that back end well enough, and that's the reason why Justin Jefferson beat you. So if you're going to run plays like that against that type of talent, dude, you're going to be looking up all night at L's through the rest of the season. Thanks, guys.
Rich, thank you. Yeah, I think that's fair. I don't like that as a defensive setup. I understand that the 49ers probably thought that they would send a couple extra bodies and they would get to Sam Darnold, and they didn't. So once again, it's a risk that you take, and you're thinking at the 2-yard line you're going to get away with that. You got bit. You got. And my first thought goes to the Vikings offensive line. They did a great job on that play.
No doubt.
They did a great job on that play.
And the Niners did not have the right guys back in coverage, and you didn't expect that they would go 60 yards in the air, up top, over the top, and beat you with a 97-yard pass, and that turned out to be a huge play that was the difference in the game. I was just reading more quotes from Kyle Shanahan. I know we'll have more of the sound coming up, but apparently Deebo got hurt on the third to last play from scrimmage, which I'm looking was a pass to the right that he got for 2 yards on the play. So maybe by the time he got that last catch/run and he lost 9 yards, he was already hampered. But you were at a spot he was going to play out the game anyway, even though he had maybe a calf injury before that last play.
Well, Deebo's such a warrior. Yep. He's going to stay in there. But, we can adjust the question a little bit too. And let me start by asking you, because I think this is where people's minds are going to go. So you're going to get 2 weeks of 49er football with no Christian McCaffrey and no Deebo Samuel. So flounder or flourish? You know who I'm talking about. This is what y'all wanted to see. This is what you've all been warning that we're going to see. So what do you think we're going to see? Brock Purdy flounder or flourish?
I think he's going to flourish. I think he will flourish, and it's going to have to be in a different way, and it's going to have to be a lot of George Kittle. And you saw some of the most productive plays yesterday, and I'm looking at the list of third down conversions, and they were 2 of 10 on third down, but he had 4 completions to George Kittle on third down. 2 of them went for first downs. The other 2 set up fourth downs that one time they converted, one time they didn't convert. But this is going to be a huge dose of George Kittle. And the other piece of it is, can you get one of the young players to step in and actually contribute? Because I mentioned Garendo before, and his 1 carry looked very, very discouraging. He looked tentative, and he didn't look like he really knew where to go or what hole to hit. And the other one is Jacob Cowing. Can he step in and shake off the muff that he had? Can he step in and be a receiver?
This is so poetic.
Because Robbie Chosen's on another team now.
He's on the Dolphins. Yeah, exactly. This is so poetic, and I don't mean this in any of a good way at all. This is a horrible thing for the 49ers now to be playing significant time without Deebo Samuel and Christian McCaffrey. But going into the contract extension offseason, it's almost poetic. You're going to get the answer that you wanted to get. Is Brock someone who can function without his top weapons around him or not? And what are your expectations? How do they change? I'm not expecting 35 points, 34 points the way we normally do. But yeah, you also don't get to just be like, well, now I'm not good. Because that feeds right into what so many negatrons have said about you. So let's see it. You should be able to still read a defense and deliver a ball, right? You still got a running back who's giving you 100 yards or more both games. So
you got a wide receiver making $30 million a year.
Yep, exactly right. All right. It's Willard and Dibbs. We're presented by Fremont Bank, celebrating 60 years of full-service banking with no compromises. Is Brock going to flounder or flourish? 888-957-9570. Your call's next.
Man, and from that...
All right, guys. Injuries from the game, just one new one. Deebo ended up having a calf strain. He'll probably miss a couple weeks. And that's it.
Now, back to Willard and Dibbs on 95.7 The Game.
Word travels fast.
Oh, that's it.
That's it.
I mean,
that's it. Is he talking about the injury list or the season?
Right. I mean, Deebo has a calf. He's going to miss a couple of weeks. That's it. Oh, you mean that's all? Kyle, that's it? Just a couple weeks and you have no running back, no starting running back?
Possibly.
For 4 weeks, and yeah,
you have a starting running back. Sure. Is he leading the league in rushing?
He might be.
Who is?
Is he leading the league in carries?
Who's got more than 248?
J.K. Dobbins might.
Oh, J.K. Dobbins. Is that it? Here, let me pull it up real quick. Rushing. Yeah, Mason's 2. You're right. Dobbins has got 266, and Mason's got 247.
And look out for Saquon tonight. He might jump them all. We'll see.
What did Saquon have just rushing last week? What did Saquon have? I don't even say. Did he even have 100 yards rushing? Yeah, he had 109. But he didn't need another big night. Some of that was receiving. But anyway, yeah. If you're just joining us, Deebo Samuel is going to miss, quote, the next couple weeks with a calf strain. And that just popped up. Apparently happened toward the end of the game. I love this fan base. This fan base is so into it. A lot of red in Minnesota. You nut jobs all flew to Minnesota for this. Good job. Good work. But yeah, I just got a text from my 15-year-old daughter. With about 17 M's. Deebo's now out for the next 3 weeks as well, Dad.
Is that how you read her texts?
That's how they're written.
Right.
I'm like, I love that my daughter, who knows that I'm in the middle of a sports radio show in San Francisco, is trying to break news to me about Deebo Samuel. Why? Because she loves it. She's into it that much.
Totally.
Yeah. So she is, she's into it, you're into it, and this is scary. This is scary. But 888-957-9570, you think Brock Purdy's going to flourish or flounder? Because it's poetic going into the big contract negotiation offseason. Now we're going to see him without Deebo Samuel and Christian McCaffrey. I'm not saying it's a good thing. It's a terrible thing. It's a terrible thing. But this is what people kind of in a way want to see. Like, let's see. You want 60 mil? Let's see. Let's see you move the ball. And I'll already tell you that some of this will be unfair because any quarterback in the league, if you start losing, you're like, what's Matt Stafford supposed to look like next week? How did he do yesterday? Like, they looked awful. You can't move the ball. So there's going to be some of that. I would pull expectations for point total down, but it's not like it's not a running excuse either. You have to still be able to function. You know, Patrick Mahomes won a Super Bowl with who as his receivers? You have to still be Josh Allen. We turned the whole receiving core over. We're 2-0. All right. Like, let's see it. And he still does have plenty of name weapons. A $30 million receiver. You got an expensive tight end.
There you go.
You got Jordan Mason in the backfield. You know what I mean? Like, and I think that they'll be fine.
Well, and the spread hasn't moved as far as I can see. For the Ram game, still favored by 7.5. And even if the spread does move, you're still going to be favored over the Rams. You're going to be favored over the Patriots. Even if you don't have Deebo or McCaffrey, you're still going to be favored in both of those games. And you've got a quarterback who was top 5 in the MVP. You've got one of the best tight ends, and you've got a wide receiver making $30 million, and you got a Hall of Famer at left tackle. So memo to the 49ers and their named players, go out there and play like you're supposed to play. Hey, Brandon Ayuk, it'll be week 3. It's time for you to shake off the rust and get ready to be a dominant receiver again. And Trent Williams, who allowed 4 pressures yesterday and was generally not very good yesterday, go out there and be better.
That's where you want to look, by the way. That my super quick answer to this, and it'll probably be unsatisfying, but if the offensive line creates time, the 49er offense will be fine. They'll move. And if there's no time, boy, they're going to struggle because those are his fail-safes. Those you know what I mean? Those are the people you look to sort of move the chains when things are tight or tough or 3rd and 3, 3rd and 4. Like, that's what I'm really interested to know what third down's going to look like. Because third down is Deebo and Christian and Deebo.
And Juwan.
I get you. I get you. But Juwan is usually like, why is Juwan open? Because Christian and Deebo. So that's what I'm really, especially since it didn't go well on that front yesterday. That's what I'm really going to be looking at. But my God, Rams and Niners with no Christian, no Deebo, no Puka, no Cooper. Good Lord.
Yeah. Not a lot of fantasy value on the field in that game for the most part. I mean, not as much as you're used to seeing, but now it becomes Chris Conley and it becomes Juwan Jennings. And, honestly, Kyle Juszczyk, a guy who had a couple of big catches yesterday. Now maybe he plays a little bit more of a role in the pass game. But I still think beyond the Deebo Samuel injury, and I said this yesterday on Twitter, and I was thinking a lot about it even before the game, they need another running back, somebody that they can trust, because they didn't even use Deebo yesterday almost at all.
Not much.
He had 2 carries, and the second carry was the 9-yard loss that was more of a lateral pass anyway. They need somebody to come in there and be able to carry the ball so you don't have Jordan Mason toting it 24 times a game.
One more from Kyle Shanahan, who was asked how frustrating it is that Deebo and McCaffrey are out.
Yeah, I mean, always when you lose real good players, it's always tough, but it happens all over the league, and it's a huge part of this league and a huge part of this game. Got to deal with it.
Yeah, I mean, that's a good answer. No one's going to feel sorry for you. No one's going to feel sorry for you. Look at what's going on around the league. We've already got a quarterback benched. We've got a concussion controversy, if you want to call it that, in Miami. I mean, that was tucked into the weekend that no one wanted to talk about, but Ian Rappaport's like, Tua's not retiring. He's not retiring.
Why would he? Because you all think he should?
Fair. So,
I mean, because you think that he should retire because he's had 3 concussions, so he's going to respond to that and just retire? Isn't that a decision that he and his family should make?
I think so.
And his doctors?
I think so.
Now, the Bryce Young one, that's just an unfortunate early admission of probably a bad pick, and he's getting pulled 2 weeks in. But you're right, Mark, about all around the league. There have been a lot of players who've gotten injured, and no one's going to weep for the 49ers being down 2 of the top 100 in the NFL.
The Packers already had to play their home opener with a backup quarterback. They went out, they won the game. Grind it out. Figure it out. I saw Amon-Ra St. Brown limping around yesterday. I don't know how he is. The Eagles will play tonight without A.J. Brown.
I think Amon-Ra was just cramping is what the report was. Yeah.
Is he all right?
I'm not sure exactly what it is, but he seems fine.
Yeah.
Did you guys talk about Isaiah Pacheco?
Pacheco, thank you.
On IR.
Fibula, IR.
Might miss like 6 or 8 games.
For sure. It's a broken fibula. That's not going to be fast. So this is the deal. And the season was never going to be without this. You just didn't hope that it was this big of name value this quickly, especially to get the news. I mean, Christian goes on IR. The next day you lose, and the next day you get Deebo. It's a hell of a 3 days.
It's rough.
That's not good.
Not what you're looking for.
No.
And it's whatever. It's next man up mentality, and it's a cliche, but when you look at this Niner team and this situation, it's even more true and telling than ever before, because these are the games, this is the spot of the schedule where you thought that you could make some hay, because the Rams, not great. The Patriots are rebuilding, and Arizona, well, it turns out they're better than you thought, but this is the stretch before you get to Kansas City and Buffalo and Dallas and the gauntlet. You go to Green Bay in late fall, early winter. These were the games that you were looking at thinking, okay, this is where we should be able to make some hay.
888-957-9570. And the question is, now that we've got the breaking news that Deebo Samuel is going to be out for, quote, a couple of weeks. So now we know for a minimum, the Rams game and the Patriots game, no Deebo, no Christian McCaffrey. Do you think Brock Purdy will flounder or flourish? I'm going to say flourish, which will surprise no one, but maybe the reason it is not what you think it is. It's not because I think Brock is amazeballs. Here's why I think he's going to be a flourish, at least this weekend. I actually look at the Patriot game. It's at home. It's the Patriots, but that one's going to be tougher. The Patriots play a physical brand. Their defense has been playing well so far this year. They gave the Seahawks everything they could handle yesterday, even though that game was in Foxborough. I think that he'll flourish because I believe that the 49ers in the next 2 weeks will win the battle in the trenches. The Rams' offensive line is a hot mess. And so defense can lead to offense. I think they'll win the field position battle. I think they'll give them a short field. If the offensive line plays well, Brock will play well. That's one thing I think is just across the board. Brock Purdy, to me, that's where I feel like he's a really good player. Is he Mahomes or Allen where he can make anything happen on the field? No. But if you give him time, there are very few that I have more confidence in than Brock Purdy. So I'll answer the question by saying I think that they can win the battle in the trenches, and I think that his decision-making and accurate delivery and all of those things will be on display, and I still expect the 49ers to be 3-1 in a couple of weeks.
Yeah, I think they should be 3-1. I mean, they're going to be favored by a touchdown on Sunday and probably a touchdown if they win against New England, I would imagine. So, yeah, those are games that you quote-unquote should win, but you're right about the amount of pressure and the expectancy now on Brock Purdy without McCaffrey and without Deebo for the next couple, 2 or 3 games, however long it is. It's going to be a lot more on Brock Purdy. And defensively, if you're scheming against the Niners, it's, worry about Ayuk and George Kittle and, try to stop Jordan Mason and see if Brock Purdy can beat you down the field.
Let's go to Chris in Fremont. Hi, Chris. Thanks for calling, man. What's up?
Hey, what's going on, gentlemen? How you doing? I could sit here on the line and have a nuanced conversation for an hour on all my opinions and thoughts on the Niners, but I'll try to keep it dialed. The question about Brock, I do think Brock is going to flourish in the sense that he is not going to completely flop and fall on his face. He's not going to go out there, sans weapons, and just turn into what Caleb Williams has looked like in the first 2 weeks of his NFL career. He's gonna do what Brock does. He's gonna go through his read. He's gonna hit open guys. I think we'll be fine. As opposed to being reactionary to the first 2 weeks of the season, which this happens every year. Good teams lose bad games. Bad teams beat good teams. Whatever. I want to talk about something that we have a little bit more sample size, and that is the lack of, we got the stars, you got Kittle, you got Deebo, you got Ayuk, but let me read the names for you. Trey Sermon, remember him?
Yeah.
That was a 3rd-round pick. Charlie Warner, 6th-round pick. You got, who else we get? We got Danny Gray, 3rd-round pick. Tyrion Davis-Price, 3rd-round pick. Who else? Got Cameron Latu, 3rd-round pick. He's not on the team anymore. Braden Willis, 7th-round pick. Ronnie Bell. You got all these guys that you're wasting draft capital on, and then, I understand you can't talk about the situation with Pearsall. He hasn't been able to get on the field. We understand that, but are you telling me that you're drafting a guy like Jacob Cowan, you like the film on tape, and are you telling me you're such a genius and your offense is so sophisticated that you can't scheme up a play for a new player you drafted? You drafted Isaac Garendo in the 4th or 5th? You can't give him the ball one time? So all this stuff about Kyle being a genius, and you're drafting players that aren't going to learn your system until week 10? Go out and scheme up a play. He's reminding me of Andy Reid in Philadelphia. Now look at Andy Reid. He's drawing up plays for Xavier Worthy. He's getting his playmakers into space. He is simplifying things for his players. And Kyle refuses to do that. And another note, you want to talk about being a smash football team? You want to talk about physically dominating and imposing your will on the other team, right? You want to be that team? Why are we passing on 4th and 2? Why is it that every single situation where you can impose your will and be the physically dominating team that you sell your fan base to be, you get so in your head that, everybody knows we're running the ball. Let me do a pass play. You know what? Let me do a gimmicky little pitch to Deebo. I'm so worried that Jordan Mason isn't going to be able to pick up 1 yard. And that is leading to guys getting hurt. It's leading to CMC having an overuse injury. Deebo got 8 carries for 23 yards in week 1. Yeah, how'd that turn out? He's banged up already, and he's out for multiple weeks. So this, I'm sorry. Yeah, I think Brock's going to be fine, but I think this is a bigger indictment on Kyle and John and their lack of ability to hit offensive playmakers and use them in the draft. So
Thank you, Chris. Very entertaining.
Yeah.
Before we react, you're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, an Odyssey Sports Station, always live on the free Odyssey app. Twitch and YouTube powered by First NorCal Credit Union. For a low-rate auto loan, apply online or just ask for First NorCal financing at the dealer. What say you?
Well, I mean, I thought we could take turns on each of his points.
So you go first.
Christian McCaffrey's injury was not one of overuse. When he got hurt, he played the entire Super Bowl, and then he had a little bit of a strained calf in the offseason, and it didn't get better. I don't think that he got hurt due to overuse.
I've learned that all injuries are Kyle's fault, but go ahead.
Well, I've been one to point the blame at Kyle when appropriate. This one doesn't feel like it's blame worthy. Jacob Cowing, Isaac Guerendo is a good example. Guerendo was hurt in camp and he missed a couple of weeks.
First play.
He's behind schedule.
Yep.
And if you watched the game, as I have now twice, and you watch his one carry, he played one snap, and it did not look like he was ready to play professional football. He kind of tippy-toed to the line of scrimmage, and he got absolutely walloped and knocked back, and Kyle didn't feel like he was ready to be out there. Now, Jacob Cowing, that becomes an interesting name. He played 0 snaps on offense. He played 3 snaps on special teams. On one of those snaps, he muffed the football. So I'm not ready to say it was a bad draft pick, but I'm here to say that it doesn't feel like Jacob Cowing is ready to be out there and be relied upon.
I'll never understand it. And I know.
The caller was good at naming all the missed draft picks, but he didn't mention the hits.
Thank you.
And that's where you get triggered.
I really do. Because what
you really do.
Well, what you just did to the 49ers, every fan in every city in the NFL can do. Like, that's all. I can't take away from you that they took Ty Davis-Price and Trey Sermon in the 3rd round. You're right. There's not a damn thing any of us can do about that. What you can do, though, you can call any NFL fan of another team and ask them, list all the messed up draft picks that we've done for the last 6 years, and you will get a list. You will get a list. What not every NFL fan can do, though, is go, but Kittle, Warner, Greenlaw, Deebo, all of those things Brock Purdy, none of which came out of the 1st round.
Jordan Mason,
undrafted.
An undrafted Mason, leading the league in carries right now.
So that's point 1. Point 2, your Andy Reid comp was unfair, and you damn well know it. You damn well know it, because the comp you just made is that Kyle's reminding you of Andy Reid because Andy in Philadelphia didn't simplify things and draw up plays for his players, his draft picks. And that led to him getting fired. And now in Kansas City, Andy has learned to simplify things. And he draws up plays for Xavier Worthy. He's simplified things. And that's why the Chiefs are good. I can't think of any other stuff that's different for Andy in Kansas City than it is in Philadelphia. Can you? Except for one. I forgot. He has Mahomes. And that's why Andy is suddenly brilliant. And yes, they all draw up plays for their players. The 49ers win 75% of the games they play. And they have one of the most prolific offenses in the entire NFL. Go look at the scoring numbers from last year. So I can't take your take away from you. I can't make you like Kyle Shanahan. I can simply state I'll never get it. I'll never understand the view. You're allowed to have any that you want. And if you hate the guy, hate him. If you want to decide every time the Niners lose a game that Kyle is a dunderhead, go right ahead. I'm free to never understand it. The perspective that I'm only going to look at the things that go wrong and totally ignore the much larger sample of things that go right. That's just me. I'll never get it. Never, ever, ever.
Well, and I look at win totals, and the fact that they've been double digits the last 3 years, for me, indicates that he's probably doing more right than he is doing wrong. I will say this, though, as we begin to think about Sunday and a Ram game with no McCaffrey and no Deebo, this becomes, as much as it is a Brock Purdy game, where, okay, Brock, you've got an undrafted first-time starter at running back. I know he has 2 games under his belt, but you've got a Pro Bowl tight end. You've got a wide receiver, Brandon Ayuk, who played 87% of the snaps, so he should be ready to take on even more of a load. He played 61 snaps on Sunday, yesterday, so Ayuk should be excuse-free. He's had 2 games. Go out there, Brandon, get open, and dominate. Kittle is a tough cover himself. Jordan Mason's been unbelievable, over 100 yards in his 2 games. Beyond that, this one feels to me like it's got to be a Kyle Shanahan game. How can you use the others, Juszczyk, Bell,
for sure,
and Conley, and Salbert, and the rest of them? How are you going to get these guys to replicate what you're missing from Deebo and Christian?
That's kind of that's what I'm getting at. We make these games too much about individuals. Why isn't Kittle involved? Or Brandon now has to act like a $30 million receiver, or this, that, and the other. The Niners need to play well. The Niners need to play well. Kyle needs to call good plays. The players need to execute them well. And no matter who the hell the receiver or the running back is, they've got to get open. And then Brock needs to be provided time, and then he needs to make good decisions and deliver accurate balls on time. You know what I mean? I know there's no sports radio point in there. I get that. There's nothing quotable in there. But we make it way too much about each individual on the field. And after every game, whether they're a dub or an L. And now they're good or they suck. I didn't really see any of that yesterday. There's not, and I've said this a few times, there's not one position group, not one group of coaches on the 49ers sideline that can say they nailed it. There's Fred. And then there were other players who played well.
Yeah, Jordan
Mason.
I thought Nick played well, personally.
Played well, right? Deebo Samuel.
Sure.
There are guys that played well, sure, did good things. But there's no group, not Brock, not Kyle, not Nick Sorensen, not the pass rush, not the secondary, not the offensive line. Nobody can be like, we beat our opponent today. None of you.
None of them.
So you lose.
Exactly. But you barely lost. Not barely, but the score made it look closer than it actually was. I was just looking back at the end sequence to see if I could pinpoint where Deebo got hurt. He had a catch right before the 2-minute warning where he goes over the middle, catches it. He gets tackled by 2 or 3 guys, and he goes down. Didn't look that dramatic. The very next play, there was a penalty, and after that, the penalty, I think it was a false start, or it was a dead ball foul, and he immediately took a knee, and then that was it. Deebo went to the sideline. Clearly he hurt the calf on that last catch that he had in the red zone.
Will Brock Purdy and the Niners flounder or flourish? You get at least 2 weeks, at least, without Deebo Samuel and without Christian McCaffrey. 888-957-9570 is the number. We're sponsored by O'Reilly Auto Parts, and there is more from Kyle Shanahan's conference call to share with you, and we will do that coming up next on Willard and Dibs.
It's O Rewards Member Appreciation Month at O'Reilly Auto Parts. Get up to 5.
now at T-Mobile.com/switch. Now, back to Willard and Dibbs on 95.7 The Game.
I mean, I don't want to call it the panic meter because I don't know that anybody, like you're 1-1. But if you're just joining us, obviously you know Christian McCaffrey's on IR. Now Deebo Samuel is going to miss at least the next 2 weeks with a calf strain. So, how worried are you? 888-957-9570. How worried are you? We also asked, and there's a Twitter poll up, with 2 weeks of no Christian and no Deebo, do you think Brock Purdy will flounder or flourish? And right now, and we're still in the early stages of voting, Dibs.
The nascent stages, yeah.
Yeah, but right now it's at a 60-40 clip in favor of flourish over flounder, which was both of our answers as well.
Yeah, and I honestly, the things that are in place that help Brock Purdy be good are still mostly in place. You still have a good running attack. Jordan Mason is number 1 in the league in rush attempts right now. He's got 48 attempts. No one has more than that, which shows me that at least you're committed to running the ball. What, Mark? What's so funny?
Well, I'm laughing because you actually came in here today and you were a little hot at the idea of and I'll leave names out of it, but others saying, why did you not give the ball to Jordan Mason more?
Right.
And he's leading the league in carries.
Thank you. And this is where...
So just that stat, I didn't know that. That made me laugh.
I just looked at it earlier. He's got 48. Okay. And Josh Jacobs, shout out my fantasy team, he's got 48. Raymondre Stevenson, who we'll see in a couple of weeks, has got 46. And, yeah, nobody else is even close. Saquon's got 24. So if he gets 25 tonight, he'll be the leader in the NFL in total carries from scrimmage. So my point is, if you're Brock Purdy and you're wondering about flounder or flourish, Shanahan in the laminated play sheet, intact. Kittle, still there. Trent Williams, still there. Dominic Pooney, still there. Brandon Ayuk, hopefully rounding into shape.
I mean, if what you're saying is the team as a whole does not get a built-in excuse on this, you're right.
And Brock Purdy doesn't get a built-in excuse.
Nobody does.
That's my point.
Like this is part of the deal. You hope it's not this big of a name. You hope it's not IR. You hope it's not this early in the season, but it is. You're going to have to play some games without your people. You know, the Packers went out there without the quarterback yesterday, won a football game. You know what I mean? The Rams, who you're going to see this weekend, like they're licking their wounds too. Nobody's going to, oh boy, the Niners are banged up. Well, the Rams literally have lost the 2 people everybody cares about. Long term. They're not missing a couple weeks. They're missing a truckload of weeks. Puka's on IR, and did McVay do the IR thing? We're considering IR. Didn't he do that?
He said it's a consideration.
Then he's going on IR. Like
Jordan Love was questionable yesterday at about 9 a.m.
They downgraded him to doubtful before the game.
Of course they
downgraded him down. He wasn't playing.
Anybody raise your hand in the room or in the audience if you thought Deebo Samuel was going to play 17 games this year?
Oh, nobody.
Now,
I just hope it wouldn't be
raise your hand if you thought that he would play 15 games.
That's my hope. That's always my baseline for him.
For me, it's
miss 2.
Right.
I figure I'm going to give you 2. You're going to miss 2.
An easy 2, for sure.
And we've already got him.
Well, the fact that it's the same 2, at least, that McCaffrey is missing, that is unfortunate. But again, you've talked about it before as it pertains to when Brock Purdy gets those millions, Brockster's millions.
Coming up.
I love that, and I look forward to seeing where the number goes.
In about a half hour.
You would hope that you could draft well enough around him to mitigate the fact that he's going to make so much money that you might lose some of these guys. And, well, it turns out you're going to have to find some help earlier than you thought with either Cowing or Conley or Garendo or Salbert or whoever it's going to be, Ronnie Bell. Some of these guys are going to have to now step up. Jawan Jennings is probably going to be your starting wide receiver in the Deebo spot, and you're going to have to find a way to make this work.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, this is what you got to do. Like, if you're a good football team, you can't be, and by the way, very few are, you can't be reliant on one person unless that person's your quarterback. I think that's the way and I know we've talked about this in different ways in recent months. That's kind of the way I view this whole thing. Go to the Jets last year, play 4. Your expectations changed. Why? Because there's a quarterback. But if it was Breece Hall, you'd be like, oh, tell me more about this Braylon Allen guy who scored a couple touchdowns yesterday. Let's take a look. Jordan Mason. Okay, 200-yard games. You can still function. You can function. You start losing a bunch of them, worries you a little bit. But no, like the 49ers have enough talent to still go win football games. No question in my mind. I don't know that the Rams do. I really don't. Like, they're so based on those two guys and then giving Stafford time, and their offensive line is also banged up and not performing. So if you've got no O-line and both star receivers are out, yeah, you're going to stink. You're going to stink.
Yesterday was a bit of an alarm, and I don't want to get too deep into the Rams, but the fact that it was whop, 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 and Arizona put it on you so fast.
It was 21-0 before you even got
before Cooper Kupp got hurt, I think.
Yeah.
It was already
for sure
21-0, and that one got away from him in a hurry. But yeah, the Niners are going to have to find different ways to go about moving the ball on offense because the McCaffrey two-way threat, not around, and the Deebo two-way threat, not around. So now you become more of a good old-fashioned ordinary offense, right? You don't have like the pre-snap motion and the eye candy and, oh, look, Deebo's in the backfield. McCaffrey's split out left.
Well,
now you're more of like just a good old-fashioned football team.
That, and I guess, is this 2 words or 3? Pre-snap motion. I guess that's 2 words. One of them being hyphenated.
I'll allow it.
Is that accurate?
Sure.
All right. That's really what I think you lose here. That's what you lose.
That eye candy.
Yeah, and that's a big deal in a Shanahan system. You can call it a weakness if you want. It's just taking away a good portion of what makes his play calling so special, so I'm told. Like, if you're defending against it, that's what makes it so hard. And they're going to not it's not like they will not have motion anymore, but it's not, as you're putting it, eye candy. It's not as frightening when those matchup difficulties that are caused by those two players are not there.
It's positionless football. And think about it from a defensive coordinator standpoint when, you have a huddle and you've got McCaffrey and Deebo, Kittle and Juszczyk, and Brandon Ayuk as your 5 eligibles, so to speak. Defensively, you don't know what they're going to do. It might be Juszczyk and Kittle on the line. It might be McCaffrey out wide with Deebo in the backfield. It could be any number of those combinations. When you don't have McCaffrey and you don't have Deebo, and now you've got Juwan Jennings, well, he's probably not going to be a running back. The only time he was last year was by accident, and that was a disaster.
Right.
You're probably not going to throw to Salbert a lot, although they did a couple of times yesterday.
Mm-hmm.
You're not going to go jet sweep to Kittle. Ayuk doesn't run the ball much, so even just by formation, you become much more simplistic to defend against because in the huddle, if you recognize who the 5 eligibles are, you pretty much know what they're all going to be doing, right?
For sure. And, my worry now is also for more injuries. But that's the thing. Well, you're losing your depth. Your depth is being challenged. And it's like, what happens next? I mean, one of the scariest things now, no one would have thought of this a while ago. What if Jordan gets hurt? Like you literally saying here, you saw Garendo have 1 carry. You didn't like the way it looked. I don't know who they feel like they can trust. It's a very young backfield now, like incredibly young. Well, what happens if, like, he's a running back and he's leading the league in carries? You don't think that guy could twist an ankle or something like that?
Especially the way he runs.
Yeah. So,
he's like baby Marshawn.
That's the worry now, is that you're quickly getting into a spot where your depth is already being used and you don't have any more of it. And so my worry meter, it's not all the way up, but yeah, there's some. Like this is not good.
Right. My worry meter would be probably at a 7.5, except for...
Is it a scale of 10 or 100?
10.
Okay, just
1
checking.
to 10.
Okay.
1 to 10.
I'll put it at a 6.
I was going to say it would be a 7.5, but the Rams are banged up, and the Patriots, I don't think, are that daunting. Because those are the 2 games upcoming, I would have it at about a 6.
Yeah, I looked at the other side of the ball here. You know what I mean? Like the defense needs to be better than it was yesterday. And those are two teams that I feel like the defense, with no star receivers on the Rams and no quarterback to speak of on the Patriots, the defense should be able to do some things. But they faced last year's backup quarterback yesterday, and he did some good things. So Bob in the city is on Willard and Dibbs. 888-957-9570. Where's your worry meter with the news that Deebo is now out a couple of weeks? Hi, Bob. Thanks for calling.
Hey, guys. Great show. I always love listening to you. I got a couple of quick things. I think that the only flounder was an Animal House. So it's definitely going to be a good season for Brock Purdy, I think. Let's see. The other thing was that to all my 49er fans out there, I just feel that half the teams that lost this week won last week. So That's the nature of the game. There's only a handful of teams that are 2-0. So, the one that's scary to me, though, is the Saints, because they completely manhandled Dallas, who looked like world beaters last week. So, it just depends on week to week. But I would say the Saints are a little scary, So we'll see how far that goes.
Yeah, Bob, thanks. And you're right. There's only a handful of 2-0 teams. And
there's 9 of them.
But
it's a big handful.
It's not the one. Well, sure, 2 weeks in. But, yeah. It's not the ones you would think. There's the Bills, and there's the Chiefs. And I guess I give it to Houston.
Yep.
But outside of that, it's not the teams that you thought were going to be 2-0. That's for sure. The Vikings, the Saints, the Bucks, the Seahawks. These are not the teams that you thought were going to be 2-0. I'm not going to be scared by the Saints yet. Again, I think it takes a month before you really have an idea of who teams are. So right now you can say, well, they went into Dallas and ripped through Dallas. I don't know that Dallas is actually that good. I really don't. Winning on the road against Cleveland and a bad quarterback, fine. That's fine. But I don't think Dallas is a great team. I don't know what their identity is other than Dak Prescott and CeeDee Lamb. Weirdest offseason of the year. Did nothing in the run game. It looks like they did nothing in the run game. I don't think that's that scary of a football team. But maybe the Saints are phenomenal. I don't know. Can't tell yet. So it's too early to start really, I think, broad brush painting on teams. You can get a decent idea. I do think that the NFC South is actually going to put forth maybe a team or two that can be like playoff interesting this year. I don't think 8-9 is going to win the division again like it has been the last couple of years.
Agreed. The Saints look, pretty fantastic. 4th most points after 2 games in NFL history.
Yeah.
And the most points in the last 15 years after 2 games. Now, is it sustainable? I don't know. But when you watch them play, they've got weapons in a number of different ways, it seems. And, you've got Kamara with 4 touchdowns on Guru's bench. And Rashid Shaheed, I guess I have to start starting him now on my team because he's a 70-yard touchdown every week.
I have like Derek Carr sitting in just a bottom of the bench backup spot, and I'm like, should I start playing this guy? He's putting up truckloads of points.
Truckloads.
But we're going to see, here's what I mean. You're going to get an idea real soon. You want to hear what the Saints are doing the next 3 weeks?
Tell me.
Check this out. So next Sunday, they will host the Philadelphia Eagles.
Okay, on a short week.
On a short week.
Yep.
The week after that, they will go to Atlanta. And the week after that, on Monday Night Football, they will visit Arrowhead Stadium and the Kansas City Chiefs.
Okay, a little outdoor game.
By the way, the week after that, they're going to, and again, on a short week, they'll host the Tampa Bay Bucks. So, let's play some of those.
Yeah, it's a proving ground.
Let's get an idea who the New Orleans Saints really are.
Yeah.
Same thing with the 49ers, by the way. I do think this is a bummer, and if you're just joining us, we know McCaffrey's on IR. Deebo Samuel now has a calf strain and is going to be out for at least a couple of weeks, says Kyle Shanahan. And we'll play you some more Kyle here in a second. Some of it's Deebo related, some of it's not. It's super interesting. We'll play that for you here in a sec. But there is a piece of me that's like, okay, it's early in the year. I don't think anything's going to fall apart, but let's see it. Let's see it. I do feel like there's a national thirst for what would this group look like without Deebo and Christian. There's a thirst for that. So Now we're going to find out.
Yeah, and I think that thirst comes from, what's going to happen when he makes the big money. But now we're getting a little bit of an early glimpse with McCaffrey out for the next 3 at least, and Deebo probably out for 2, maybe 3. I was looking at Dr. Nirav Pandya, our good friend from Cleared to Play and UCSF Medical, and he tweeted out the calf strain like that, the mean or the rough average of time missed is 3 weeks for an injury like this. So, Kyle Shanahan said, couple, it might be a few, it might be 3. If you're dealing with 3 weeks, what does that mean for the offense? And I do think it's a good look at Brock Purdy.
3 weeks or 3 games?
3 games.
Okay.
Or 3 weeks would be.
3 weeks would, I guess, right? If he's ready to go in 3 weeks, that's only 2 games. Because he would miss 2 weeks, and then on the 3rd week he would play. Like 3 weeks from yesterday.
Okay. It's a little semantics. I know what you're saying.
Let's ask Doc. Doc will be on with us tomorrow at 4.
Okay.
So we'll dive into this Deebo situation. Okay. A few more things from Kyle Shanahan from his conference call today, and then we'll go back to the phones. So check this out. Do you feel like Brandon Ayuk is only at 85%? Here's Kyle's answer.
No, I think BA looks 100%. I think what he meant is he's playing about 85% of what he usually plays. But just in terms of him running stuff and health, he's 100%. I just think he's getting like 85% of the playing time.
Okay, so is he talking about his level of play or how many plays? But then there's more. Are the 49ers easing Ayuk in, or are opportunities just not there?
No, there was a number of times he had a real good chance to get the ball, and a couple times protections broke down on 2 of them. One time someone busted a route and just got in the same way, so it covered it up. But he had a chance to get about 4 big passes, and other factors happened. It's the team game. There's 11 guys out there that are involved in getting someone the ball, and he did have some opportunities where he should have, but not everything went right.
I want to throw this into the conversation. You can't look at him, it's radio, but you could listen to him. I would love to hear your genuine reaction to something Brock Purdy said when he was asked about Brandon. Like, is Brandon not at full speed? Like, what do you see as the quarterback? So check this answer out.
I think he looks pretty good and stuff, but I don't, I'm drawn back going, BA's not like what he's been like. I don't think that at all. I think for me, I just try to go through my reads, and he's been where he needs to be. And, there's probably a couple routes maybe in certain looks where we both could have been better on some stuff, but that's just like, early in the season stuff, if you ask me. So I know that we'll continue to get better together in our connection and everything, but for 4 quarters, man, I thought BA grinded and, went and competed, man, and I'm proud of him for that.
Okay. Translate.
1, what a good leader he is. Good young leader, Brock Purdy, answering it the correct way, which is, both of us needed to be better on a couple of plays. And I'm hearing him say that, there were spots where Brandon Ayuk could have gotten the ball, but he didn't because he didn't see him or the protection broke down. But he's saying that Ayuk is, where he's supposed to be. I'm watching Brandon Ayuk, and I'm not seeing him break open or separate the way I'm used to seeing it. I watched the game back a second time today, and a lot of it in the second half was protection related. They had almost no time to throw it in the second half, and early on in the first half, looked like Brock was more focused on throwing it to George and Juwan than he was looking Brandon's way.
I just hear in there, like, it's not that he said anything bad, but it's like, it's not what you're hoping for. Like for $30 million a year, you're not hoping for, no, he's out there grinding and competing. Grinding and competing sounds like the second baseman who hits 238.
Yeah, fair.
That's grinding and competing. Like, right? You want Brandon Ayuk to be physically devastating. You want him to look like Justin Jefferson. And maybe that's too high of a bar. Maybe that's not fair, but not that far off. I mean, how many are paid more than Brandon? There's Justin, there's CD. Is that it? No, AJ, I think. You know what I mean? You want him to be able to physically overwhelm people, and maybe he's just not there yet, and you can either be frustrated about that or not. But yeah, like you can hear, I think, in Brock's voice, yes, that's the right answer for a leader. B, everybody out there made some mistakes, certainly including Brock. So he's not going to toss anyone else under the bus. He's like, we need to be better. But like I hear a little hesitation with the idea of just collectively, do Brock and Brandon feel like they are humming like they were midseason last year?
Yeah, of course not.
No,
of course
they don't.
not. Yeah.
They don't.
And Brandon right now is 67th in the NFL in catches. He's got 6 catches. Tied with Mark Andrews, Brandon Cooks, Gabriel Davis, and a host of other guys not making $30 million a year.
How many targets?
Brandon has had, right here, he's got 10 targets.
10.
6 catches, including the one last night or yesterday on that final drive that I wasn't sure if it was a catch, but they gave it to him.
Yeah.
Looked like it might have been a little bit of a trap.
He caught it.
Yeah.
And then, he didn't trap it, but then it popped out as he was getting up.
Yeah, but he was touched. He was touched down, so it's a catch.
It was fine.
6 catches, and now the spotlight that's been on Brandon Ayuk, and it's been fairly bright because of the hold in, it gets a whole lot brighter now because now the expectation going into Sunday is be the man. We're giving you $30 million a year. You have no Deebo and no McCaffrey. You got an undrafted running back. You've got a Pro Bowl tight end, and you've got Jawan Jennings and some rookies.
Like, that's unavoidable. It's also unfair. Like, be the man. Well, like, as a wide receiver, all these other things need to happen first before the ball can even be delivered to you.
Yes.
So that's all I would say. I don't need you to be the man. Just get open. Get open. That's all you can do. The offensive line needs to create time. Brock needs to deliver a ball. He needs to make the right decision. I don't need Brandon Ayuk to go for 150 yards next week. I need him to be open. Like the Niners need him to be open. They need him to play well. So that's all you can ask. But I know that what you're saying is unavoidable. This is the way that people are going to look at it.
Yeah.
For sure.
I wonder if he doesn't get some of the Deebo treatment and run the ball. I just was looking, and he does have 13 career rushes on his ledger. So as we're looking at somebody else to run the football.
No thanks.
I don't know.
Not from the backfield. You want to do a jet sweep or something like that? Okay. I'm not lining that guy up. His legs are half the size of Deebo's.
Give him the rock.
No.
Give him the rock.
No,
Let's
thanks.
go.
No thanks.
Well, you're going to have to find some way to run the ball outside of Jordan Mason.
Why?
Because I don't think that 25 or 30 carries a game is sustainable. And
you don't need to sustain it. You need to do it next week.
Yeah, right. And if his legs fall off before New England, then so be it.
Legs aren't going to fall off. I mean, like you were the one who said this earlier. Let's not do this to people. 28 carries, that's too much. 20 carries, that's not enough.
That's not enough, right.
Oh, so what? Is there like a bell that can go off on his 23rd carry? Okay, that's enough. Thanks for playing. I mean, the game flow is going to determine a lot of things. You know what I mean? Hopefully the Niners are up 31-10 in the fourth quarter, and Garendo can just have a whole quarter to himself. And Jordan can have 16 carries. That's what my vote. But what if the game's tied? Well, then we need to get you more carries.
That's right.
Anyway, we're presented by Fremont Bank, celebrating 60 years of full-service banking with no compromises. All right, where's the worry meter now? No Christian, no Deebo, and a loss. Hell of a weekend. 888-957-9570. Also coming up next, Fade the Dibbers. Also coming up next, Brockster's Millions. This is all around the corner on Willard and Dibbs.
In the meantime, I'm here to tell you about my weight loss journey, which is going so great. I just want to brag about the fact that I'm down.
by Kittle. Deflected, ricocheted. Metellus has picked it up. And McCollum breaking tackles. Out of bounds. Turnover.
Now, back to
Will and Dibby
on 95.7 The Game.
All right, I have a development. It could. I mean, we're like sort of one play away from this really being a factor in this weekend's 49er game.
Okay.
Yeah. The suspension has been lifted by Commissioner Roger Goodell, and now active and available for the Los Angeles Rams, should they choose, is one Jimmy Garoppolo.
Wait, what?
Jimmy Garoppolo's been suspended
for like being not very good.
A violation of the league's Subway sandwich policy.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah. But
Subway sandwich, you mean substance abuse?
The suspension has been lifted, so Jimmy's good to go.
Can he run routes?
So if Nick hits Matt a little too hard, we might get Jimmy versus Brock.
That's a sackaroonie, baby.
Couple of sackaroonies yesterday for you, Nick.
Could you imagine? Could you imagine if he gets into this football game?
Well, you already had Darnold come back to haunt you.
Exactly.
The Jimmy G revenge game. Who else is out there? CJ Beathard is playing somewhere.
Actually, he's not. He's available. And, what team was discussing bringing him in? Who was it that was discussing bringing him in? The Dolphins, right? The Dolphins.
Man.
Yeah, but we still don't have. We have no indication whatsoever what's going on with Tua, other than that he does not plan to retire. But as far as the length of time that he'll miss, no word on that at all from the Dolphins or doctors or anything.
They also
like that.
signed Tyler Huntley off the Ravens practice squad.
They did, yeah, which would indicate that he is going to miss some time.
Right.
Yeah. So anyway, 888-957-9570 is the number. Where's your worry meter? If you're just joining us after it's been a long day at work for you, guess what? We've got even more bad news. Not only is McCaffrey on IR, not only did the 49ers lose a game to the Minnesota Vikings, but Deebo Samuel.
All right, guys. Injuries from the game, just one new one. Deebo ended up having a calf strain. He'll probably miss a couple weeks. And that's it.
There you go. New injury. Deebo Samuel probably going to miss a couple of weeks with a calf strain. So now we're going to see Brock Purdy and the 49er offense arguably without its two top weapons.
Yeah, so far they've been McCaffrey hasn't been a top weapon. He hasn't played, but Deebo has been, along with Jordan Mason, the top weapon. And so, yeah, Jordan Mason sure looked great yesterday in the loss against Minnesota. And you hope that he can continue to do that and stay healthy and be your number one, or really your only ground threat. He was it yesterday. You had one carry from Garendo. Deebo had two carries, although one was a batted lateral that he had to go retrieve, and then Brock had a carry, and that's about it. So, yeah, your running game, if Mason stays healthy, you still feel pretty good about, but the pass game, you got question marks now without Deebo Samuel, and with Brandon Ayuk still ramping his way into full form.
Yeah, no, you've got huge questions, no doubt. And the whole thing may lay out perfectly for what so many people wanted to see, which is let's get a little window into Brock Purdy without all the weaponry, which of course will lead to a healthy conversation about Brockster's millions.
It's time for Brockster's Millions.
You can have $1 million right now and forget the whole thing. Or you can go for the big one, Brewster. The $300 million.
Oh, what a dive by Brock Purdy! Did Brock Purdy's value skyrocket or take a nosedive this week?
But if you fail, you don't get diddly.
Purdy, end zone is bet! For the latest Brock Stock Watch, here's Willard and Dibbs.
Okay, Dibbs. Brock Purdy, stock up or stock down?
Stock down, and not dramatically down. I don't think that it took a nosedive, if I can borrow from the voice guy's quiver. I love that voice that he comes with. It's very dramatic, the quiver, but stock down, and you could look at the numbers and you'd say, oh man, 28 of 36 for 319 in the TUD. He had the one pick, but quarterback rating of 101.3.
Yeah.
You look at the numbers and you think, okay, it's a good game. Then you watch the game and you realize, well, he also had a fumble and there were some throws left out there, and not every interception is created equally. And the pick that he did throw was devastating because your defense had just held twice and you had a chance to, with a drive, get back in the lead if you scored a touchdown. At the very least, you drive down, give your defense a break, get a field goal, and you hang in the ball game. But that pick led to an immediate touchdown the other way, which created a deficit from which you could not recover.
Yeah, baked into anything that I've ever felt about Brock Purdy is the turnover situation and his ability to limit them and have very few. I think 11 picks all last year, and 4 of them came in one game.
Right.
That's really kind of incredible. He played 16 games, 4 picks in one game. Take those other 15 football games. He had a total of 7 picks. That's a pick every 2 weeks, one time. That's really, really good. And when you do that, you're going to win a lot of football games. Yesterday, turned it over twice. I know the Vikings did too. But yeah, I'll completely agree with you. Stock down, not a good game for Brock Purdy, but also not one that's going to knock anybody sort of off his scent when we talk about where this is headed. Is he going to get a commitment? Is he worth the money? What I think is relevant today is what we're going to see next and what this segment sounds like a week from today when we talk about Brockster's Millions, because it's one thing to play without Christian McCaffrey, and I think a very significant one, but to do it without Christian and Deebo Samuel in many ways feels like what a lot of people have been waiting for. Like, okay, you want $60 million? Let's see you run an offense without, I think, the main 2 people that lead fans down the road of, dude, you're a product of all this stuff around you. I really think it's like, yes, the left tackle's amazing. Yes, great tight end. Sure, Brandon Ayuk's awesome. But I think that Deebo and Christian, because of where they get the ball within the offense, those are the 2 guys that make people go, dude, Brock is just like, oh, you just dump it over there, and then these guys are amazing with the ball in their hands after the catch and all that. And that does. It gives him a few long touchdowns a year when he only threw the ball like a yard or 2. Happened in Philadelphia last year with Deebo a few times. So I get that. I think those 2 guys are the main reason people say that about Brock. So let's take a look. Let's take a look at what it looks like without those 2 and their skill set on the field.
Yeah, and you'll get a chance to see it against a Ram team on Sunday. And if he goes out there and plays well and they win, then the stock will go back up. And this is really, I think, the biggest test that he's had in terms of not having the guys around him. And for Shanahan, I think this is as much on him as it is on Brock Purdy. But you think about who the 5 eligibles will be for Brock Purdy on any given play, and Juwan's going to play more than usual. Ayuk will probably play almost every snap. Jordan Mason's going to play a ton. You'll have Kittle, and then you'll either have Chris Conley or Saubert or Juszczyk. You're going to have guys who are not used to being targeted or having the football in their hands, so it's going to be up to Brock to make this offense still hum with lesser people around him.
Let's go to GPD, our friend in Hayward on Willard and Dibbs. What's up, GPD? What are you doing?
Hey, I just got home. I'm eating some Filipino pancit, which is like noodles and veggies and fish and chicken. I'm screaming. I love it.
I'm in.
And getting ready to go for a walk. Take the kids, walk to the park. This new park that they built by our house. Love it too. So I'm not worried. My meter's at about a 5. And yes, we want to see Brock without the weapons. And you know what? This is what it's about, right? This is football. It's going to happen. What was their record last year?
12 and 5. 12 and 5.
12 and 5. 12 and 5. And they still made it to the Super Bowl.
Yeah.
I'm not tripping. I think Brock's going to actually pick up his game. He looked at his mistakes. He's going to come back, and he's going to get busy, bro, because this is what you do, right? It's a team effort. Everybody lost that game. I know. I was with you, Mark. I was like, oh, my God. I was cursing. Had to go into the garage and watch the game. You know what I'm saying? I was like, The kids couldn't hear me, bro. I was so pissed, but I got over it. I'm just like, you know what? Hey, stock. I got stock. Berkshire Hathaway, Apple. Stock goes up and down, right? But over the long term, I'm at 112% profit on my stock, baby.
I will tell you this. Speaking of stock, GPD, and I'm with you, and we love it when you call, and thank you very much. Yeah, this was a frustrating one, but when you start to, I don't know, do you do this? Do you start to reason with yourself in the middle of games? You start to go, okay, what happens if they don't come back? Like, what's the fallout? How damaging of a loss is this one?
Sure.
So, I mean, we're so early in the year. My answer this time, in about the third quarter yesterday, when they go down 20-7,
yep.
I'm like, okay, they're probably going to lose this game. What's the fallout? It's like, not much. Not much. Now, I didn't know the Deebo thing at that point, obviously. It hadn't even happened yet. But this was on the scale of damaging losses. This one is not that high. This is incredibly recoverable.
It's week 2.
Yeah.
And I think about a few years ago, might have been 3 or 4 years ago when you lost in week 2 in the Meadowlands, and you lost Jimmy G and Nick Bosa on that terrible turf, and I believe you lost the game as well. That was a lot more damaging because Bosa tore an ACL, gone for the year. You lost your quarterback. That felt like a bigger blow. This was just a game that you lost, and honestly, you didn't lose it. They won it, is the way I look at it. Minnesota gets the credit more than the Niners get the blame. We're doing radio here in San Francisco, so we don't want to give too much credit to Minnesota because we're doing 49er, picking it through from a Niner standpoint. But Minnesota was really good.
They played well.
Their defense was better than your offense, and their offense was mostly better than your defense, and the special teams don't even get me started. So, yeah, week 2, not that big of a deal for me.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco and Odyssey Sports Station, always live on the free Odyssey app, Twitch and YouTube, powered by First NorCal Credit Union. For a low-rate auto loan, apply online or just ask for First NorCal financing at the dealer. I wanted to add this into the conversation. I have an update for you. Remember when we were talking earlier about, like, where do the 49ers go from here as far as NFC favorite? They remain the NFC favorite. However, they did go into the weekend at plus 550. That's their Super Bowl odds. Their odds to not just win the NFC, to win the Super Bowl. Plus 550. They lost the game, and they went to plus 650. And then the Deebo announcement came out, and they went to plus 700.
Okay, little move.
If you're starting to, if you still want to buy stock in the Niners, I don't know. Maybe today's a good day to go put a little something on it, because the number has gotten better, somewhat significantly better.
Yeah, if I was interested in like writing the number and putting money on it, I still would wait because there's a chance you go to LA and lose. It's a road game.
Sure.
It's a road game-ish.
Always a chance.
And, New England is better than I thought they'd be. I mean, they're not great.
They're serviceable.
Serviceable. They've got a good defense. And, if the news comes out that Deebo misses more than a couple, we know McCaffrey's going to miss the next 3 at least. It feels like that'll be longer. So if you're interested in the number and you still believe in the Niners, like Grandpa Daddy was just saying, I'm not worried at all, guys. There's a new park by my house. I love it. I would wait and see if that number inflates a little bit more.
It could.
Because even if they won 2 in a row, I don't think the number would plummet. The number would probably stay about where it is.
Probably. Chris in San Diego next up on Willard and Dibs. Hi, Chris. Thanks for calling.
Hey, thank you for answering.
Yeah, that's what we do.
Hey, I'm a first-time caller, and love your show. One of the things I wanted to talk about, and I agree with some of the other guys who have been calling, is I would like to see Shanahan, utilize his players, a little bit more. All of them, not just McCaffrey, and I know how everybody was calling in, in the past, last year, why are we running McCaffrey all the time? Because we're scared of him getting hurt. And something like this was inevitable. And now he's running Mason all the time, right? And, I don't want to see him get hurt all of a sudden. And, when he's running 28 runs in a game, 24, 28. He's doing great. He's doing awesome. I think we need to give him more credit than he deserves. But I just don't want to see him get hurt. And we got the greatest. We have a lot of talent on the team. Wish he just didn't pass to Deebo or to Kittle or just some of the few, because it's obvious for the defense to read. Others have been calling in and commenting the same thing, but I just have to concur with it. In fantasy football, I usually don't like to choose some of the wide receivers and cake on the Kansas City because, Mahomes has so many of them, and he utilizes all of them. They're always running plays, and he's always throwing to different players. So I don't pick players on fantasy football from the Kansas City.
Chris, do you feel like the Niners were locking in on one or two people? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah. Kind of locking in on the few. Once in a while, you'll see Jazuka, and I'll get one. But I think we just need to utilize everybody.
Right on.
I got you, Chris.
Thank you, Chris.
Sorry, that one tripped me up.
That was a good one. And you know what?
Did he call him Jazook?
It is Jazook. Kyle can say whatever he wants about his last name, but you want to sound that thing out? It's Jazook. It's not Juszczyk.
Oh, God.
The Poughkeepsie kid.
What's it?
We can go ahead and add that.
How's it spelled? Juszczyk. I would argue it's just Zick.
Sure, whatever you want to make it. I know this. Jazook. Every time that I text it, whenever I go on Twitter, I try to look it up and spell it right because some people be like, "Learn to spell, you idiot." But whenever I text it, I go J-U and then I throw in a couple of Z's and a C and a Y and a K somewhere in there. I never spell it correctly.
And you don't have to.
Thank you.
There's a couple names in Bay Area sports that you like. There are about 14 different ways you can spell them, and everyone will still know who you're talking about.
Right.
Juszczyk, Yaz, and probably Poughkeepsie
and Pods.
Kid.
Yeah.
Poughkeepsie Kid.
Yeah, exactly.
But Pods is just Pods, and Yaz is Yaz.
Right.
And
Juice is Juice.
So if you put juice, then it's juice. But sometimes you try to spell it. And it's seriously, I don't know where the Z and the C and the other Z go.
I really don't want it to sound like I'm making fun of the caller. That just really hit me in my funny button.
Jazook. Yeah, it's great.
That was awesome.
Otherwise, though, his call was, I think, fairly spot on. I don't think that they focus on.
You don't think they're spreading it around?
They try to, but right now.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 different people caught balls yesterday.
Okay. But, you have one guy running it. And, I was looking through the Kyle Shanahan transcript today from the press conference, and I didn't see a question about Garendo, but I could give you the answer that Kyle would have given if asked.
Go ahead. How'd you feel about Isaac Garendo's effort?
Well, I thought the one carry was a little flaccid and stuff, and I just don't think that he's ready to run it and stuff. And I'm not really ready to give him more totes and stuff. And I think you saw from the one carry that. It's a word. It's not a curse word and stuff. And it's you saw the one carry, and I gave him one snap, and that's what we got out of the one snap. And so I didn't feel like he was ready to get another snap and stuff.
You know how people say that Brock Purdy is like a concoction of Kyle Shanahan?
He's getting there.
The proof is not in the play.
What's the proof in?
The press conference.
The stuff.
Listen one more time to him talk. This is Brock Purdy on Brandon Ayuk. Granted, you can turn this off after the first 5 seconds.
I think he looks pretty good and stuff, but...
There you go.
Yeah, he's getting there.
Yep. Product of the system. You were all right. Complete product of the system.
The caller is not wrong. I know that they threw the ball to 8 different receivers, fine, but right now it feels like Mason's the only one allowed to carry it with McCaffrey and Deebo out, and they're looking for Kittle to throw it to, and hopefully Ayuk is up and ready to go, and he can start getting more targets, but right now it doesn't feel like the way it used to, which is Jawan and, Juszczyk or whatever that guy called him, or...
Yeah.
It doesn't feel right now like they're spreading it around because they can't.
Juice had 5 targets.
Yep.
Jennings had 4. Ayuk had 5. Kittle had 8. Deebo had 10. And then Saubert had a couple. Conley had 1, and Mason had 1. I don't know. That doesn't bother me. That feels spread out. That feels pretty good. That's pretty good spreading out
dispersal.
Of the, yeah.
It's all right. It's okay. I mean,
what did you want? You want everybody to get equal time?
No. What I want is twofold. One, I want them to have another running back that they can hand the ball to as a change of pace back.
That's fair. I think that's fair.
So right now it's been Deebo.
Who do you want that person to be?
Well, I would love it to be Garendo, but based on the one carry and stuff, I don't think that he's ready. And I'm only reacting based on what Kyle did. So Kyle puts him in, they give him the ball, he goes nowhere, end of Garendo playing offense.
Yeah.
That to me is a telling reality. The other one I'd like to see, Mark, is I'd like to see them maybe get a 7-step drop and pump one down the field one time. They didn't throw the ball down the field at all, and I know pass protection was a little spotty, but it was a pretty vanilla offensive approach from a passing standpoint, I thought.
Well, I just think that I think the offensive line got beat. And I don't know what was in the play call. I don't know what the effort was, but if the offensive line breaks down a little bit, you're right. Those plays downfield are not going to develop. So I don't even know what the play call was, but Brock was often having to move around, run for his life. A couple things were off timing, and that's on him. And then outside of that, you know what I mean? Like, he completed balls, but not far enough downfield. They end up in third down and short too much, and they were absolutely ineffective on that 3rd and short. The Vikings did a great job. Vikings did a really good job. Let's see how good of a job you're going to do.
Oh,
the game's about to start.
Yeah, we should get the pick in. And I'll give you my 3rd down breakdown after that, but I want to make sure that the pick gets in because I'm ready to start another winning streak.
Yeah, the hot streak is over. You had the Niners minus the points.
And I should have known better.
That did not happen, but there's always another game. And tonight, the Eagles are laying 5.5 against the Atlanta Falcons, and it's time to fade the Dippers.
It's time for
Fade the Dippers.
Please explain.
Nostradamus gives out his pick. You bet against it, you make money.
Cash me out one time.
It's that simple.
Hey, Dibs, your pick stinks.
Dibs, what's the lock of the day?
I don't think I like that anymore. We're going to need a new open. I don't think I like that.
It's my favorite part of the day. It's my absolute favorite part of the day. Yeah, so again, if you're new to the show, Grandy and Lucas purchased a home together as an investment in July off of money that they made betting against Dibs. So
fade the Dibber.
Yeah, we grabbed the idea and we're like, well, we should just get Dibs picked for every primetime game so that you can all bet against it. But who's got the last laugh? We don't know. 5 primetime games in, Dibs has won 3 of them.
Yeah.
And now we got another game.
We do. I'm up 0.8 units if you're into units, 3 wins and 2 losses. And tonight, this one's pretty easy to me because you've got a team with a quarterback who is shaking off the rust, looked a little stiff and stale into a week 1 loss, but he's going to be fresher here. And you know what? He's going to unlock all these weapons that he has all around him. And even though it's a road game, Philadelphia is going to have the Samba hangover coming back from Brazil. We're taking Atlanta and the 5.5.
Atlanta plus 5.5.
What was Lucas's reaction to that?
Tonight in Philadelphia. Lucas had no reaction.
Oh.
Which is not good.
Tells me he also likes Atlanta.
Just smiling over.
Yeah.
Whatever.
Yeah.
Back to retirement.
And I gave the pick, Grandy immediately swiveled over to his phone.
Yeah, because he made a bet.
He's making it in real time. I know what you're doing.
He's got to do it fast because the game's about to start.
And Lucas's reaction, he turned to me and says, "Are we doing it?"
Oh, you're doing it.
Oh, you're doing it. All right.
Now I'm going to admit
Don't have
right
much
now,
time.
I'm going to sit this one out because I am biased and I don't like to bet when I'm biased. In my brother-in-law's pick 'em pool, I am in line to get the victory if the Eagles win. They just have to win. They don't need to cover.
Gotcha.
They just need to win the game. But because of that emotion, I think that could shade some of my thinking about how this game might go. So I'm going to sit this one out.
That's fair.
I'm just going to sit here and watch you put your you-know-whats on the line.
And they're there.
And then we'll see where it goes from there.
In my confidence pool, if the Falcons cover, I win. I win the week. And it's no small payout. It's a pretty decent sized little payout. So
how much?
I would say.
How many units?
How many large pizzas?
Yeah, how many large pizzas?
If I was to get a large pizza at the pizzeria that's near here, probably 4 pizzas. 4 large pizzas worth.
4 large pizzas? Oh.
Combos.
Okay. All right.
Yeah. Major.
Okay.
And that's not
large pizzas are expensive now.
Sneaky expensive.
Yeah.
So I thought about hedging against myself, but that goes against the bit. The bit is I make the pick that I actually think is going to win. So I think the Falcons are going to cover.
Okay, so if the Eagles win by 3, everybody's a winner at Harvey's.
Everybody wins.
Perfect. All right, let's root for that then.
Please.
Let's go Eagles by 3.
That 24-21 works for me.
Yeah. I don't care. It's more stressful than it needs to be. I'd like 413-0 so that I can just chill at halftime.
Well, that doesn't work for me.
No, well, then fine.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And just so everyone's clear, if Atlanta covers, there will be no pizza. So I'm not buying you pizza.
Atlanta covers. Okay,
I will win 4 pizzas worth of money, but there will be no pizza.
I'm not asking for
good.
pizza. Yeah, I'm not asking.
I'm going to eat it.
Okay.
Fair enough.
I usually eat pizza most days, but it doesn't have to be from you. All right, anyway.
You were mentioning third down.
Oh, please.
And
please
yesterday, the Niners went 3 of 13 on third and fourth down. Just looking at third down, they went 2 of 10, and their average yards to gain was 7.5. So they really didn't have a lot of the third and shorts that you were referring to.
Well, that's the average. I'm going to say, because of penalties and whatnot, I remember a lot of third and longs, a lot of third and 12s, a lot of third and 13s.
Yeah, I got a 14. Kittle got 11 on that.
Yep.
And then they converted the following fourth down. I've got a 3rd and 12. He got sacked.
Okay.
I got a 3rd and 15. He fumbled.
Okay.
I got a 3rd and 10 where Kittle got 14, moved the chains. Those were the 3rd and longs, and they converted one of them.
Okay. How'd we do on 3rd and 5 or less?
3rd and 3 opening drive, pass down the field, incomplete.
That was a no. Yep.
3rd and 5 on the next drive, incomplete. That was a punt. 3rd and 6, Kittle got 10. 3rd and 5, Kittle got 3. That was the goal line one where he got to the 2-yard line.
Yep.
And then, of course, they didn't get the 4th down. 3rd and 3, Mason got 1 and fumbled. He was able to recover it.
Yep.
And then they had 4th and 2 again, and they didn't get it.
So of all those that you just named, they got 1. And to me, that's the game. That's the game. You have to be, in the NFL, you have got to be able to convert 3rd and 3. That's the most important play in the game. You're going to get some 3rd and 10s. You're not going to get most of those. I get that. That is a negative play.
Yep.
But when you have got 3rd and manageable, 3rd and 3, 3rd and 4, a great offense is able to usually get the ball across the line. And the Niners didn't do that yesterday. And that is a combination of a lot of things. That's a combination of, if you don't like the play calling, it's a combination of, I thought Brock was off timing a little bit. But in my mind, as the game is happening, I'm looking at this and I'm going, man, they're really feeling Christian McCaffrey not being here, because he is a nightmare to cover in those situations. And he's very, very good at finding openings in order to move the chains. They don't have him. And so this is going to be a problem. The offense is going to be a lesser entity with Christian out. And now the breaking news that Deebo Samuel is going to be out for a couple of weeks as well. So that will be where my focus is again coming up this week. When you've got 3rd and 5 or less, you've got to be really good at that.
0 for 5 yesterday in 3rd and 5 or less, including the last one, which was 3rd and 1, as they were trying to, drive down and score. They were down by 2 scores, and Deebo lost the 9 yards. That was 3rd and 1, and they kicked the field goal, hoping to get the onside kick, and they didn't get it back. As we sit right now, the 49ers are 19th in the NFL in 3rd down conversions. Last year, they were 4th in 3rd down conversions.
Mm-hmm.
So that's I mean, I know it's a small
what good
sample.
teams do, but it's what good teams do.
Correct.
You're a good offense. Like, that's the most important down in the NFL. And it killed the Niners on both sides of the ball yesterday. Grandy, do you have the horn? Play the horn again. This was the sound of the 49ers losing the game yesterday in Minnesota. Right. There you go. When you heard that, it was about to be third down, and the Niners were about to leave the field.
Right. Or it was Minnesota on third down, and the chains were being moved because the Vikings converted the third down. They were 7 of 12 on third down.
There's your game.
Including the drive that they had that ate all the clock, and they got the field goal to make it a 2-score game.
Yeah.
They converted 3rd and 8, 3rd and 7, and 3rd and 2.
And those, that's the game. Like, to me, that's what we're talking about as far as what happened yesterday in Minneapolis. Like, the rest of this stuff, it kind of makes me laugh sometimes, right? Because depending on the way you want to look at the game, this is what people will do. Well, you had a pump block, and you had a 97-yard touchdown play to Justin Jefferson. If you take stuff like that away, well, then the Niners are right there, and they probably win. The Vikings, on the other hand, are like, dude, we turned the ball over at the 1-yard line and at the 10-yard line. If you take those away, we beat you by 24. Well, you don't get to take any of them away. You all know that. But plays like that are a big part of any football game. But those are just like 1 or 2 plays. I'm much more focused on what you're talking about. 12 times on third down, and the Vikings hit well over 50%. And the Niners, what'd you say, had 13?
Third and fourth downs, they had 13.
And they got 3 of them?
3 of 13.
There's your football game.
Right.
That is your football game right there.
When it's a close game, absolutely. Because I'm thinking about the opener against the Jets, and the Jets were 6 of 10 on third down. The Niners were 6 of 13 on third down. Not as good as the Jets on third down, but it doesn't matter when you are firmly in control of a game and you're up by 2 and 3 scores the majority of the time. It's when you get into those close games that the third down conversions become so magnified. And the other one, Mark, that really struck me about yesterday is that you won the time of possession battle. And when you do that, you're 19 and 3 in all games over the last 2 seasons under Kyle Shanahan. We always talk about the touch points for Niner victory. If you rush it 30 times, Kyle's almost unbeatable. When you win time of possession, Kyle's almost unbeatable. And the turnover thing is another one. Well, they were even on turnovers yesterday. Each team had 2.
Yep.
So you won time of possession. Turnovers were a net 0, and yet you lost the game, and it wasn't even that close.
Well, except for, again, circumstances will play here. The Vikings interception was deep in 49er territory. They immediately turned it into a score. Niners are getting their turnovers way deep in their own territory. Yes, they were able to turn around with the fumble and turn that into a touchdown drive, but still, that takes a lot of time off the clock. The Vikings just had things fall their way on their end of the field. Their big plays were made at the right time. They outplayed the Niners. They win the game. I wanted to throw this one at you, too. And 888-957-9570, still taking your phone calls on 2 things. Where's your worry meter now that we know that Deebo Samuel is going to miss a couple games? And, by extension, Brock Purdy, do you think he will flounder or flourish in these 2 games with no Christian and no Deebo? Dibbs and I both say flourish, maybe even for a little bit different reasons. I believe in the line play for the 49ers. I still do, despite yesterday. But in these 2 matchups, I think that he'll get time to throw. And if he gets time to throw, I think he'll be very effective. He's still got plenty of weapons out there. Mason, Ayuk, Kittle, etc. Jennings, still plenty to move the ball up and down the field. And I think that they should be able to do that against a wounded Rams team. It's also on our social media channels as a poll. Do you think he will flounder or flourish? And flourish right now seems to be winning at about a 60 to 65% clip. But I'll also throw this out there because this was interesting. Remember, Purdy goes up to Brian Flores, the defensive coordinator of the Minnesota Vikings, and after the game said something to the effect of, dude, like, scheme was amazing. Gave him a compliment. Like, in other words, yeah, you confuse me sometimes. And we knew you were going to try. And you did. So Shanahan was asked, did Flores do some things that you weren't prepared for?
No. that's what they do. They either blitz or they back off and play zone. It's one or the other. They've been mixing it up. They did it for 17 games last year. Now they've done it for 2 games this year, and thought we ran the ball a lot better than a lot of teams have. They're real tough run defense to go against. I thought we made some good explosives in the pass game, but we just struggled to keep the chains moving on third down. And when you end up turning the ball over twice and getting that block punt, that was the difference.
All right. I mean, I get where he's coming from, and he had said it after the game yesterday. He had said, look, this was a sloppy performance. And so, yeah, these two things can be true at the exact same time, I think, which is that credit the Vikings. They completely outplayed the 49ers. But, yeah, the Niners also they didn't play well. Like, huge mistakes in big moments. You have a block punt. You got a 97-yard throw to Justin Jefferson. You've got a turnover in your own red zone, and you lose by 6. Like, man, that's the blueprint if you want to lose a football game.
Yeah, costly mistakes for sure. And the block punt is one that I'm sure they're going to replay all day today. And I know they're off tomorrow, but you get back in on Wednesday and the special teams coach is going to have to get with that group and figure out exactly what happened. I watched it a few times, and to have a rusher come straight through, it was between Flanagan Fowles and number 51, whose name I was unable to identify on the roster. Maybe you remember, Grandy, who was next to Flanagan Fowles on the punt protection, whatever. I'll come up with the name on the roster.
On the special teams, yeah.
Yeah, just to have that level of breakdown is just attention to detail. And I'm reading the Shanahan quotes from today's presser, and he was asked about the 6 sacks, and he goes through, and he's just mentioning how 3 of them were kind of on scrambles. And so, yeah, they go down as sacks, but Brock Purdy dove on one, and he lost a yard, and a couple of them were just absolute pass protection breakdowns. But he thought that the offensive line blocked pretty well. I look forward to hearing from Baldy tomorrow, and then Greg Cosell with us on Wednesday as we analyze, what they thought of the offensive line's performance.
6 sacks? And they did well?
They didn't do well, but he's just saying that, sometimes when you look at 6 sacks, it's not as bad as the number would indicate. He says, I think 3 of them, one was scrambling for a 0 run, another was scrambling and diving for a negative. And then there were a couple in there, especially on third down. And he said, but I thought they run blocked well. I didn't think when you see 6 sacks that it's really a tough day on the O-line, but he credits that more to the whole offense.
Yeah, you got to pass block also. You got to pass block. I thought the run blocking was fine. Jordan Mason ran for 5 yards of carry and 100 yards.
Yep.
Their pass blocking was not. It was not up to snuff. It wasn't like a disaster, but it wasn't good.
I'm looking at the Pro Football Focus numbers just on pass blocking. Trent had the highest grade at 71. Banks was the same, left side, 71 out of 100. McKivitz, 59.8.
Oof.
Your right tackle. Your right guard, 55.3.
Not great.
Your center, 37.5.
Oof.
So your center and the 2 to the right, that's where, according to Pro Football Focus,
that's where the pressure came
in
from.
pass protection, that was the biggest issue.
And that's right up the middle. And that's the hardest thing for a quarterback to
Impossible,
avoid.
right?
Yeah, when it comes right up the middle.
Unless you're Kyler Murray. Come get me. I dare you.
That third touchdown pass, what the hell was that? Did you see that play?
The one where he ran 74 yards behind the line?
I mean, and
he rolled left, he twirled.
He avoided the sack 4 times and then delivered a dime to someone I've never heard of for a touchdown. Like, it's incredible. Absolutely incredible. He's healthy again. Could be a problem. 888-957-9570. 51 is Robert Beal, by the way.
Thank you.
That's Robert Beal.
And I was just watching it back, and at first I was like, Beal, what are you doing? But then you watch it, and Flanagan Fowles goes right, and Beal kind of slides left, and the guy on the Vikings is like, oh, excuse me, while I have a clear path. And the other part of that,
I'll go ruin the game.
Before we go to the phones, hey, Mitch Wisnowski, go ahead and dive on the ball. Or, because he gets it blocked,
Not
and he
just
stands
dive on
there,
the
and he's
ball.
like,
no, the guy's already diving on the ball. Just touch him. You're standing next to him, and he ran the other way.
It was punter paralysis.
I mean, like, I get
that was weird.
Well, you're a punter, and especially Mitch. Mitch is not just a punter, but he looks like one. He's built like one.
And you look like one, too.
You look ridiculous on a football field when the other people are starting to fly around your legs. It looks funny. I get that. But he literally went the other way. Like, serious business decision. The Vikings dive on it. It's like, just lean down and touch him on the back. You don't need to tackle him. You can kick him for all I care. You're a punter. But touch that guy so he doesn't get up and start running down the field. That was wild.
That was.
Let's go to Jose in Oakland. Hi, Jose. Thanks for calling.
Hey, guys. Good afternoon. Look, you spend all this time trying to get Amon Ross, Justin Jefferson type of money. Okay, I honestly expect him to show us. Okay, now is the time for you to show me where you really worth that money, or are we gonna get stuck with a Barry Cito type of contract with you? Okay, because the guy now he doesn't have Deebo and he doesn't have McCaffrey. To get that attention from the other defenders that usually he gets the benefit of. Okay, this is the time where you're going to show me: are you truly a number one receiver, or have you all this time just been hiding behind these players? It kind of reminds me, of that situation with Aldon Smith back then, when he used to have Justin Smith. Justin Smith used to take 2-3 guys at a time, and Aldon Smith, was benefiting from it and getting all the sacks. But as soon as Justin Smith retired, Aldo's production just went down. And like I said, I'm just hoping that Brandon Ayuk proves me wrong. Honestly, I didn't want them to give him that money, but then again, it's not my money.
Jose, what
it wasn't about investment.
What would you have said if Brandon Ayuk had come to you and asked for $32 million a year?
I would have traded him, man. Honestly, okay. There was a chance for the Niners to get something out of him. Like I said, he is a good receiver. But if he had come to me asking me for that kind of money and I was the owner, I would have said that's enough for me, dog.
Yeah, okay? There you go, Jose. You know what I love
up to it.
You know what I love about Jose? Yeah, he knows.
Let him get there.
But he's just like me. He takes an hour and a half to get there.
Oh boy,
you know what I mean?
Yeah.
But
don't I know it? I mean, you eventually do get there, and I think we need to give Jose a little bit more credit for the bit. And he may be a reluctant participant.
Well, this time he gave a little chuckle up front to let us know. He's like, I know what you're doing. Yeah. And I appreciate you, Jose, because nobody likes to be a wind-up funny doll. But, sometimes we got to do that. You've got a hook, and the crowd wants to hear it.
They demand it.
You got to give them what they want.
I'm sorry, Jose.
You can't be a rock band and not play your number one hit at a concert. Can't do it.
Yeah. I mean, does Pearl Jam play Jeremy every time that you see him?
That's enough for me, dog.
They probably
have multiple hits.
Yeah,
but
they're a little different. Like Green Day's coming this weekend. They're going to play When I Come Around. They are. In fact, I guess, did you hear this concert? They promised the whole album. The 2 albums.
Okay.
American Idiot and Dookie, I think are the names of the albums.
Is he making stuff up?
No, those are the names of the albums.
Musically, I live in a different...
You don't know Green Day?
I know, I've heard of Green Day, and I know Green Day when I hear it.
You've more than heard of Green Day.
When I hear a Green Day song, it's less of a turn it up. More often, it's a turn it off.
Those are the names of the 2 big albums.
I get it.
American Idiot and Dookie.
Dookie makes... Well, 2 things about Dookie. One... it was a character in The Wire, for those of you who partake, Dookie.
It's also what gets yelled at the Caddyshack pool. Remember that? When the candy bars floating through? Yeah.
Yes, the Baby Ruth. Underrated candy bar. And Dookie makes me think about yesterday and the special teams performance. Grandy's Grades coming up tomorrow. Grandy's Grades.
Oh, boy. Yeah. So they promised to play both albums in their entirety.
Perfect. Sounds great.
So there's that. This weekend, I think, at Oracle Park. Is it this weekend? I think it's this weekend at Oracle Park.
Yeah, I wouldn't know. Before we go back to the phones, and as we want to impugn the offensive line, Pro Football Focus gave Trent Williams a 90.8 in run blocking.
Oh.
So.
Well, yeah, look, the run blocking was obviously.
And they went left a bunch.
Yeah, it was good.
Yeah.
Jordan looked good.
Yeah,
Jordan looked good.
Jordan looked amazing. Yes. Yeah. And watching him run the ball as we maybe slightly pivot from all the negativity of yesterday. I don't think that Fred Warner has gotten his flowers. He might, I don't know if you can give him Defensive Player of the Week when your team loses the game, but pass breakup, stretch out interception, and 2 peanut punches.
2 forced fumbles.
And just watching him play is so much fun.
Just restaurant quality.
Yep.
And listening to him talk afterwards is just as good. Like, you could not build a better leader. You could not build a better linebacker. I love that the world is now fully aware that is the best linebacker in the NFL. I mean, and this is why, like, listen, I'll admit a weak point. I know a lot of you get so upset because the Niners lost yesterday and you're not getting from 2 to 6. Anybody who's going to come out here and be like, Kyle Shanahan's an idiot, let's get rid of him. I know that sometimes you want that, and I get that you're not getting it here, but here's the deal. When you come down the road, like one of our callers did earlier today, to list off all of the missed draft picks, these two morons don't know how to make a pick. And you've got the best linebacker in football. Director of Sports, Lucas Alexander. What'd you say to me before the show today about Fred Warner? What'd you say? Say it again.
After Sunday's game, I'm now convinced he's the greatest linebacker I've ever seen play football.
3rd round.
He's 32.
3rd round. Your superstar tight end. You know his wife's name. 5th round. Your quarterback. 7th round. Stop saying that they miss on every pick.
Also 3rd rounder, Tarvarius Moore. Jalen Hurd, also a 3rd rounder. So if you're going to...
Yes,
Trey
they
Sermon,
miss.
3rd rounder.
They miss.
If you're going to sit here and lecture us...
Everybody misses. Steph Curry misses most of his 3-point shots.
Danny Gray, 3rd rounder. Cameron Latu,
the 3rd rounder.
3rd rounder.
The 3rd round has been a little wonky sometimes. Yeah.
Jair Brown, 3rd rounder.
5th round is amazing. Dre Greenlaw, George Kittle.
Daryl Luter.
Talanoa Hufanga.
Robert Beal can't block on a punt protect.
Let's go to Tyler on
Samuel Womack, 5th round.
He wasn't bad. I was surprised he didn't make the team. Hi, Tyler. What's up?
How you doing, guys? So I know you guys are blaming the 3rd down conversions and all that.
Yep.
But what I say is that if Shanahan was aggressive going on some of these 4th downs, he should have been aggressive and done some 2-point conversions. We would have had a chance. So let's think about this. They won 12 plays in the 3rd quarter, right? It was 7-20, and they scored a touchdown with 10 minutes left in the 4th quarter.
Yep.
To go up 14-20. They could have gone for a 2-point conversion, made it 15-20, because Minnesota's going to come back with a field goal. And once they got that field goal, it could have been 15-23. And then you could have gone down and, on that last play, you could have gone for that, it's a different mindset. Now you're going for an 8-point play.
Tyler,
right?
I think this is a great point.
It's a Joe Shasky production here.
I think this is a really good point. Yeah, and there are Tyler, thank you very much. This is a good point, and I want everybody to understand what he just said. When the Niners scored a touchdown to make it 20-14, should they go for 2? Because if you don't get it, well, then you're just down by a touchdown. You're down 20-13. But if you do get it, you're down 20-15, and now a field goal can't make it a 2-score game. That's a fair point. Probably should have gone for 2.
It's an interesting point, and they all have the chart that they have in front of them based on score and time of game. I wonder if the time of the game was a factor. 10-16 to go when they got the touchdown. So you score with 10-16 to go. You're still thinking, well, we've got at least 2 more possessions, maybe 3 if our defense can hold. So I don't know if that's too early to get into the math of it. But Shasky made a great point this morning, and the caller echoing it. It makes sense if you get the 2 and then they kick the field goal and you're only down 8.
I mean, your defense has not been playing that well all day long. And to me, that whole 2-point conversion thing, once you're in the 4th quarter, it's time to start playing that game. That's my opinion. Once you're in quarter 4, I think you start playing that sort of analytics game with the 2-point conversion. And that's coming from someone who thinks that the NFL, in terms of coaching decisions, has gotten too aggressive, largely. Too aggressive in terms of analytics. Look at Dan Campbell. Look at Brandon Staley. Look at what the Eagles just did 2 seconds ago. You could go up 3-0. They go for it on 4th and 4. Now how we doing? Well, now the Falcons have the ball.
Yeah, they do.
Yeah, good for you guys. You know what I mean? I even looked at the New York Giants game yesterday, and I messed this up last night on Fox. We were making fun of Brian Daboll for going for a 2-point conversion in 2 situations in the second half that made no sense whatsoever. Come to find out later that their kicker was hurt. So that's why they were going for 2. However, the first time they scored a touchdown, their kicker was already hurt. What'd they do? They went for an extra point. Now, they didn't get it, but I have the hardest time believing that punters, somebody on that sideline ought to be able to kick an extra point. Because when you're in the second half of a football game, you score a touchdown, you go up 3, and then an extra point gives you a 4-point lead against a Commander team that didn't score a touchdown all day. Dude, I don't know, man. Find somebody to put that point through that would have won the game for you. But you went for 2, you didn't get it, you ended up losing.
Yeah, it's just not that easy.
It's not easy, but in general, I feel like we lean a little too aggressive. But fourth quarter, it's different. I'm with Tyler and Shasky. I think Kyle Shanahan should have gone for 2 there. And I didn't even think of it at the time, but they're right.
Yeah, it just depends on what you're looking at. And, I was just doing some quick research during that explanation, and the 2-point conversion is about a 45% proposition. The PAT is closer to 95% with the new distance. So it's risky, but I guess the risk is you don't get it. And you're still down by...
You're down by 7.
You're down by 7.
And a field goal still makes it a touchdown and a field goal, which is exactly what you know what I mean? You could only tie it instead of win it, but you know what I mean? I think it's the right play. I do. I think the Niners should have done it. Should have given it a shot.
And I wonder if Kyle will be asked in his next media availability, or if anybody's going to examine it, because the whole thing about overtime in the Super Bowl is something that I think that I don't know if he would do it differently this time, but he certainly has had plenty of time to think about it.
Even with that, it could be worse. You could be Sean Payton not going onside kick in the final 2 minutes, down by 7 points with only 1 timeout left.
Oof. That's odd.
They kicked a field goal to get down by 7 with 1:56 on the clock, had 1 timeout left, and kicked the ball away.
What?
Yep. So Sean Payton did. Yeah.
So they just kneeled and that was it?
They ran a couple of times.
They were one play. They called timeout, and then you... that's weird.
If I can just, for 10 seconds, I know we're up against it, but
you're good.
I don't like the new kickoff.
Neither do I.
It's almost instant touchback, and there's no more onside kick.
By the way, there's still onside kick, but you have to signal to everybody that you have to do it.
And the Mitch onside kick, the 6-yard spinner.
That wasn't great.
What are we doing,
that wasn't
guys?
Great. By the way, here's my 10 seconds on the kickoff. If that ball ever gets to the end zone, get your butt on the ground, get out to the 30-yard line.
Thank you.
Don't you ever take a ball out of that end zone ever again. It is almost never a good idea. Now, if it's in front of the end zone and you have to, fine. That ball's in the end zone, take the 30. That's good field position. Sponsored by LifeSource Water Systems. It's Willard and Dibbs.
Hi, this is Sherry, owner of LifeSource. For 40 years, families have been loving our clean, healthy water. Our whole house systems filter water from every tap. Call 1-800-WATER-99 or visit...
down 15. Here comes Van Ginkel. Ball deflected. It's picked off on the ricochet. Flag right there. Jonah Williams. No, make it Jihad Ward. Jihad Ward got the ricochet in that congested area.
Now, back to Willard and Dibbs on 95.7 The Game.
Was it you before the show who said the Niners don't go back to Minnesota till 2030? Is that true?
That wasn't me.
I don't know how that can be determined already.
Well, it can't be.
Yeah,
that's based on just the rotation of playing a division every 4 years. And
but that's not how it works.
I know, but next time that they play the NFC North in the rotation, theoretically that game would be here. But you also have the we came in first, you came in first crossover game.
Correct.
Now, this is not one of them. This is them playing. Do they play every team in the North this year?
They
play Green Bay.
Yes, I think they do.
They have Detroit again.
Yes, they do. Detroit, Monday night, December 30th.
Chicago comes here? Is that right?
I believe that is accurate as well.
So if that's the case, then in 2028, the Vikings will come here.
Yeah. Yes, they are Chicago, December 8th here at Levi's. Detroit, December 30th here at Levi's. And Lambeau Field, Thanksgiving week.
Right. So there is a chance that they can play Minnesota again when they have a first place or if they come in second. Minnesota comes in second. And there's that crossover, the added-on game can still be in place. Because in the 17-game schedule, you've got your 6 divisional games, right? You've got your 4 against the AFC division of choice every year. This year, I think that is the East, if I'm not mistaken, because you play Buffalo, you play New England.
Correct.
You play Miami.
Yep.
And you play the Jets already. So that gives you 10 games. You play 4 against an NFC division that rotates every year. So now we're at 14 games. There are 3 more games that are varied. They're like random.
Wild cards.
Exactly.
Yeah, if you will.
Yeah.
Sure.
So that could be a Minnesota game sooner than in 8 years.
I think this year are those games Tampa, Dallas, and Kansas City. Is that right?
That is right.
Yeah. Oh, wait. But then there's Minnesota also. No. That's the division. Yeah.
Right,
Tampa, Dallas, and Kansas City, which are all in a row, by the way.
They were 3 first-place teams. Tampa, Dallas, and Kansas City.
Correct.
And the Niners were first, so those are, you have an NFC South, an NFC East, and an AFC West.
Yes.
Tampa was a first-place team, I believe. They won the South.
Tampa was a first-place team. I was trying to remember who won the division between Dallas and Philadelphia.
Dallas did, remember? Because Philadelphia...
Right. Philadelphia fell apart.
They schmidt their pants down the stretch. It's been a while.
Yeah, you better sneak it. You only got a couple weeks left to play with those guys.
Seriously.
Hey, but Elliot Ramos, nice Apo Taco, huh? Nice.
That was awesome.
Yeah, right-handed splash hit. That's
First
pretty cool.
ever in the cold, damp air, too.
Yeah.
That wasn't like wind blowing out on a hot day. That was a legit bomb ski.
And McCovey Cove Dave got it, like he always does. I don't know how the hell he knows where to be, but he did it. Well, especially on that one. He was a right-hander.
He was right there, too.
He was right, like it almost hit him.
Yeah. Good for McCovey Cove Dave.
Yes, good for McCovey Cove Dave. Like his name is McCovey Cove Dave. So when
he's
you hit
always
the
there.
ball in the McCovey Cove, it should go to Dave. So that's fun.
And I wonder what percentage of splash hits that he has acquired. Because it seems like he gets every one.
Well,
now, I'm sure there are some he hasn't gotten.
He doesn't.
We're about 110 splash hits now?
Just for the Giants.
Correct.
Yes. So I want to say that he once told me he had a collection that was somewhere north of 40, but that may include a lot of road guys too.
Gotcha.
Splash hits from Bryce Harper or something like that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I wonder if there's ever like any clamor for him to give it back to the player or if it's a negotiation sensation. Grandy's not in there.
Thank you very much for bringing that up. I do have information on this front.
Please.
From friend of the station, Steven Risotto. McCovey Cove Dave says he wouldn't give the historic splash hit ball back to the Giants after he says recent negotiations didn't go well. But he would share it with Cooperstown. Here's the quote. "It's my most precious ball. I've worked over 20 years for it."
I don't know if he's worked for it, but I understand where he's coming from. Like,
spent a lot of hours.
Well, he actually, people, y'all don't know this, or maybe you do. He does like charts and analytics on where to be.
Of course.
Well, I don't know how you can do that with a right-handed hitter. No one's ever done it before. So how do you know where to be? But he did.
Well, it's not like he kayaks to land when there's a righty up. He just is out there, you know?
I think there's more to it than that.
There's definitely more to it.
He's not just out there.
And it's a good lesson to all you kids out there that 90% of anything is showing up. It's effort and it's attendance. And I've made it this far in my career, not on talent, but by showing up. I showed up early.
You are here
and
most days.
I showed up often.
Yeah, you are here most days.
Even in the early days. Yeah. And I tell this to any young person who wants advice on how to break in the business, you got to try. You got to call people, you got to meet people, and you got to show up. And McCovey Cove Dave doesn't get any of these balls unless he gets his kayak.
Yeah, you got to go to McCovey Cove to be McCovey Cove
or wherever
Dave.
he launches that baby. Wherever he puts that thing in the water and you start paddling and you get over there and you get it. And I'll say this, just one last little footnote to this story.
Let's go.
He doesn't owe that ball to anybody. And if they don't want to, if the Giants don't want to give him an offer that he thinks is fair for that treasure, then he keeps it. You don't owe anybody that ball.
I agree with you on that. Don't
let anybody push you around, McCovey Cove Dave.
I don't love the idea that he's like, I won't even talk to them. I mean, what if Elliott wants it? That's kind of a bummer. But no, he doesn't owe it to him.
Right.
I don't know. Take his phone call.
Yeah, I thought Director of Sports Lucas Alexander said that the offer that he received was not
No, that
up
was
to
from
par.
previous negotiation.
Gotcha. Okay.
They were negotiating something else. I forget what it was that happened earlier this year. There was another landmark or whatever type of a splash hit, and he got it.
Oh, the 100th probably.
Yeah, and
Lamont
they negotiated that, and it didn't go well. So now he's like, now I'm not even going to talk about it.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, it's his right. Like, ball went out there, he got it.
Exactly.
So, I don't know why the Giants wouldn't, like, if you actually want it, just give him what skin off your back is it? Like, whatever. Like, what could you be negotiating? I don't know. Did he want season tickets behind the plate? Maybe that's a little bit much.
He wants to be in his boat.
Yeah.
I don't think that has he ever even been in the park?
That's a good
That's
question.
a great question.
Thank you. They don't call him club level Dave. They call him McCovey Cove Dave.
Amazing.
Seriously.
Box seat Dave.
Yep.
What are you doing in 4 minutes, Grandy?
We got the football hour. Myself and
I
Sterling.
knew that.
Sterling's in
I
for
knew that
Kyle.
already. That's just Sterling's in for Kyle. So you're going to get mad in 4 minutes.
We'll see.
Yeah. You're going to get totally ticked.
Well, I mean, you can't be mad at Deebo for getting hurt. We'll be talking about that for sure.
All right. So, yeah, that's right. The football hour. Here it comes. Sterling Bennett is in for Kyle. The full football hour, full reaction from these two gentlemen on the 49ers loss to the Vikings. So that's what's coming up around the bend. Make sure you stay tuned for that. It's brought to you by Fremont Bank, celebrating 60 years of full-service banking with no compromises. Mark Schlereth's going to join us tomorrow.
Awesome.
Do you want to do it again tomorrow?
I do.
Okay, let's do it again tomorrow. For Dibs, for Grandy, for Lucas, I'm Mark. Shoot your shot. It's all you got.
Hi, this is Brian Bakhtiari, Executive